This audiobook contains 5 censored sentences and 94 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Wu Hong nodded before organizing her thought. To understand Li Taishuang's story, you must understand the story of Li Bo, his father. In the eternal ascension world, the battle between Buddhism and Taoism has been going on since the dawn of time, and for countless eras. Taoism always had the advantage until the arrival of the Maitreya Mother Buddha. She revolutionized the philosophies of Buddhism while also creating the concept of incense itself in the eternal ascension world. With her as the leader of Buddhism, they finally overtook Taoism and became the most powerful religion. However, all things that rise must also fall similar to Taoism. After an incalculable amount of years, after Buddhism's luck reached the pinnacle, they finally began to decline, and Taoism was on the rise. The first indication of this shift was the appearance of Li Bo. When he appeared, he was a peak paragon 100 grand Dao source, who could fight peak boundless paragons. He was an unmatched genius. Li Bo created the Tai Profound Gate and quickly became the de facto leader of Taoism in the eternal ascension world. However, Li Bo hated incense, and the philosophies he introduced in Taoism outlawed the use of incense. Wu Hong suddenly felt parched, so she stopped and took out some tea, ignoring the weird look Wang Wei gave him. "I'm guessing his radical views on incense did cause some trouble?" asked Wang Wei. "Correct. There is nothing fundamentally wrong with incense. And although Taoism could not use as effectively as Buddhism, it was still a great tool in their fights against their competitor. Were there any consequences? Many Taoist factions decided to stop following him. However, they were in the minority. However, Li Bo did try to ban incense in the entire eternal ascension world, but some people put him in his place. So, he focused on his battle against Buddhism?" "Exactly," replied Wu Hong as she sipped her tea. So, Wang Wei decided to follow and take out his own tea. As such, while this couple communicated through formation, they also had a tea party. Despite how Li Bo felt about incense, he knew it was the main advantage of Buddhism in their conflict. However, he also knew it was difficult for him to eliminate incense in the upper dimension. So, he targeted the lower dimension? Correct. And this is when Li Taishuang, the absolute beginning emperor, came into the picture. He had the same hatred for incense as his father, since it had been ingrained in him since he was young. And it did not help that his mother died to a Buddhist monk in a confrontation. "Poor guy," Wang Wei commented nonchalantly. "Not really. I'm 90 sure that Li Bo orchestrated his wife's death to ensure his son's absolute hatred for Buddhism. How cruel. However, from what little I know about this Li Bo, I'm not surprised," Wang Wei answered as he suddenly remembered something. "Wait, was his mother a great emperor?" "No, an empyrean. So, the absolute beginning emperor was the son of a paragon and an empyrean? I'm suddenly full of envy." He could imagine the talent of the absolute beginning emperor, and he was slightly envious. "So, is there a name for his kind?" "In the eternal ascension world, there are so many of these different children, making them not that relevant. Only in the lower dimension are there specific classifications for them. So, whether it is Emperor Child, Empyrean Childs, Paragon Childs, or a combination of them with other immortal beings, they are referred to as Tao Chosens. People chosen by the Tao upon their birth." "I see. It makes things less complicated," replied Wang Wei. "I still envy them, their talent, and their background." Wu Hong ignored the urge to say these children would still be jealous of his paragon quality soul, so she continued her story. "Li Bo sent his son to the lower dimension to destroy, and as you know, he succeeded. I thought the absolute beginning emperor did what he did because of Key of Calamity," said Wang Wei. "That was involved too. Li Bo was a cunning man. He schemed against the Maitreya Buddha, and during one of their confrontations, he used some method to create an incense backlash. The backlash divided the Maitreya Buddha's mind into two, her Buddhist and devil sides. While she dealt with this problem, Li Bo had plenty of time to develop Taoism and plan things. Unfortunately, as the leader of Buddhism, The Mithra Buddha was connected to all the incense they gathered, even the ones in the lower dimension. Her devil side began to affect all the Buddhist monks. The one in the upper dimension had ways to offset this influence, but not all the ones in the lower dimension. Is that why they began to act crazy in their gathering of incense, to the point of irrationality and madness? Yes, replied Wu Hong. She even helped them by granting them the Western Pure Bliss land. I know her, and she was in her right, Ming. She would never have done this. Wang Wei sighed. Is this the fate of mortals when they are connected to powerful entities? Mithra Buddha could be said to be responsible for both the creation and destruction of the incense era. You could say that. So, what happened next? True heavenly Tao did not want the influence of Mithra Buddha to completely spread throughout the lower dimension as it appeared it would. So, it lowered key of calamity on the Buddhist monks to help increase their madness and decrease their intelligence and decision-making. An act that would increase the hatred they garnered from other races and factions, encouraging them to band together. Finally, it also gave some key of calamity to ensure that nothing went wrong on Li Taishuang's side. Regrettably, that only escalated his already deep hatred. Is that why he even eradicated the god race and other races connected to incense? Probably. Now, I feel bad for him, said Wang Wei in a tone that was hard to believe whether he was genuine or not. So what caused his death? Li Taishuang eventually ascended. Under his father's care, he soon became a boundless paragon. However, the Mithra Mother Buddha finally dealt with her devil's side. She even managed to kill Li Taishuang. As for Li Bo, he was schemed and killed by Taoists. I can't say his name, or hell no. Wu Hong did not dare say his name, since even her main body, at her peak. We'll have to be careful when saying that man's name after the events of the ultimate taboo. Now, you piqued my interest. All you need to know is that another person became the leader of Taoism after killing Li Bo. He's responsible for preventing Li Taishuang from completely being annihilated by the Mithra Buddha, since he wanted the latter's magic to remain in the lower dimension. So, what was the result between Buddhism and Taoism? Did any of them win? No. There is currently a balance between the two, as they are now even considered partners on some issues. However, if you were to analyze the situation, you would discover Taoism has an advantage in overall strength, while Buddhism wins in terms of popularity or prestige. So, one has power while the other is loved by the people. I guess you could put it that way. Wang Wei nodded as he analyzed the information he had just received. He felt that Feng Heng was a pawn in reviving Buddhism in the lower dimensions, and when he accepted the future Buddha scroll, he also entered the game and already chose a side. Whatever. Let's deal with the issue when it arrives. I always felt that the Myriad Emperor world was involved in too many world-changing events affecting the lower and upper dimensions. You're correct, and that's because of your ancestor, the Kiyuan Emperor. Chapter 566, Kiyuan Emperor Gift Bonus Chapter. Thank you to Genghis Khan and Wazi for the gift. Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this news. But after thinking about the things he read about his ancestor from the secret archive, he was not surprised. His ancestor was a brilliant cultivator, not just because he created the origin system. Back in his time, the Kiyuan Emperor was known as the man with 3,000 Daos, which was not because he cultivated chaos Dao. The reason was that he had 3,808 talents in the supernatural realm. Each of his talents represented one of the primary and original Dao that made up existence or the universe. The records did not mention the classification of his talents, so most of them were probably normal ones. But the fact that he had so many of them proved his talent, luck, and strength. Kiyuan lived in a special period of the Myriad Emperor world. The world had just gone through a civilization destruction era, forcing cultivators to restart from scratch. In that period, any knowledge related to cultivation was precious beyond measures. Cultivators would fight for a Tier 1 scripture from ancient times, meaning a scripture that could only cultivate to the body refining realm. Furthermore, cultivators refused to share their techniques because they were precious. Of course, a few intelligent individuals realized this was the perfect opportunity for them to rise. They began to create a cultivation system of their own. Most truly talented cultivators at that time could only develop cultivations techniques that were perfectly suited to them. Only if someone had similar body types as the creator could they cultivate these techniques, and these individuals would never reach the same height as their predecessors. Another way to cultivate these techniques was if someone was talented enough to modify them to suit their bodies. Subsequently, a few geniuses created a perfect cultivation system suited for everybody. Unfortunately, their fate was death at the hands of the ancient aristocratic clans. Before the establishment of the ancient emperor era, the myriad emperor world was still recuperating from the null era, resulting in no heaven while manifesting in countless generations. Nevertheless, the ancient clans survived the catastrophe while preserving the cultivation system of the old era. As such, even though they were severely injured and recuperating, they still had the power to rule the myriad emperor world. These clans ensured that no genius would spread a new system or any factions would rise to take power. The ancient clans only needed to wait until the world source regenerated itself. They could cultivate another great emperor and rule the new era with their advantage of resources and cultivation systems. Everything proceeded smoothly until the Wang clan birthed an ambitious young man. As the heir of the Wang clan and the most powerful heaven-chosen of the clan, he had the destiny to bring the ancient clan to greatness. However, the young man saw the downside of the rule of his clan. The environment was not suitable for the ancient cultivation system to thrive. If it became mainstream, it was only a matter of time before the resources of the myriad emperor world would be sucked dry. So, Wang Kashan, as he was known back then, told his concerns to his elders. He even suggested that they create a new cultivation system to spread. A new system could solve this problem and bless the clan with enough key luck to survive for countless generations. Unfortunately, the elders declined. The primordial body system they currently use was created by the heaven-opening emperor, the ancestor of their Wang clan. So, these pedantic elders refused his proposition with no room for debate. However, they acknowledged his concern over resources. So, they planned not to spread the cultivation system even after cultivating a new great emperor. Instead, they will hoard all cultivation resources to ensure that all the emperors came from the ancient clan, creating a monopoly. Wang Qishan became appalled after hearing this. He argued with his clans and the others, but no one listened to him. If he were not the most talented individual of his time, his status would have been revoked, or worse, he would have been killed or imprisoned. Nevertheless, Wang Qishan began a plan for his future as he knew it was not in this family. He used his political skills to turn many Wang clan members into his allies while creating his own cultivation system. After reaching the supernatural realm, Wang Qishan's treachery was discovered, and the ancient clan hunted him down. The details of his escape were briefed, but Wang Wei theorized that this escape might have been his ancestors' outlaw trial, since Origin Dao was an outlaw Dao. Wang Wei was not too sure about this, since there was another incident that could have been his trial. After leaving the ancient clan, Wang Qishan eventually met a very talented young man from a cultivation family. His name was Li Ming, also known as the Battle Maniac Emperor. Li Ming's family had a unique cultivation system. However, he was not suited for it, making him an outcast. Nevertheless, Li Ming was very talented, so he developed a plethora of methods to temper his body to be on par with supernatural realm cultivators, overwhelming his family and becoming the patriarch. After meeting Li Ming, the two became friends rapidly. It was as if their meeting was fate, written in the stars. They did not waste time becoming sore brothers. And after spending time with Li Ming, Wang Qishan learned a great deal about the body, allowing him to create the divine body realm in his new system, even making up for some of the flaws in the body refining realm. The two optimized the already existing realms and even completely changed some of them. Afterward, the two began to travel worldwide and through otherworld communities. They learned about other cultivation systems based on Taoism, Buddhism, bloodline, martial arts, soul, etc. They learned from them to perfect the system. With each new system, he would improve the origin system. And it was during this time that Wang Qishan invented the concept of innate talent and made the origin system unique. Then, the two encountered a great danger in another world community that caused them severe injuries. Luckily, a young lady from a wealthy family saved them despite her family's disapproval. Her name was Yin Hai, and her name would one day be known throughout the endless void, the Sword Empress. After meeting Yin Hai, Wang Qishan knew someone had sealed her talent for the sword, and after a quick investigation, he knew the heavenly Tao of her world had sentience, so it sealed her out of fear for her talent and future potential. The records on this period are not much. Most likely, there might have been some trouble with Yin Hai's family. However, what is left is that these three began their travel together around the endless void, fighting other heaven chosens and perfecting their cultivation system. After accomplishing their tasks, these three returned to the myriad emperor world to spread this cultivation system without being detected by the ancient aristocratic clans. The process was not easy since the clans still had some immortal tier powerhouse alive, but they survived and succeeded in their actions. Then, Wang Qishan participated in the Heaven-Will battle, proved the Tao, and became an eternal emperor. Afterward, he took the Wang clan that followed him, Yin Hai, and Li Ming's family to create a sect, the Tao Opening Sect. He sealed the ancient aristocratic clans for a few generations to prevent them from messing up with his achievement. He then removed the karma for his sworn brother and sister so they could prove the Tao in the subsequent generations. Unfortunately, Li Ming failed and did not become an emperor until much later. So, what did my ancestor do? He has done many things. What he is most known for was the Battle of Origin. After becoming a peak, boundless paragon, Qin wanted to change the origin of the myriad emperor world to bless with the most luck and destiny, making it a focal point of all history of the entire eternal accession world. If he succeeded, the myriad emperor world would have the most eternal emperors, the most pseudo-eternal emperors and first-class emperors. Most major incidents that would affect the entire chaos world would be linked to it in one way or another. The myriad emperor world would become the epicenter of this chaos world. That would explain a lot, not in one way. The innate acquire war began in this plane, and there are rumors it also ended here. Then, there is the Buddhist catastrophe and the end of the Devil Race 2 events also connected to the upper dimension. I'm guessing he succeeded? Yes, but it was not easy. All the paragons of the otherworld communities would not allow such a thing to happen, so they joined to stop him. A lot of paragons from the myriad emperor world came to help, but few also did not want this to occur, as this move could place the world in danger. Then there were the paragons from the upper dimension who also did not like the idea of some world in the lower dimension becoming the focal point of history. Wang Wei's eyes lit up more brilliantly than the sun. Did you participate in that battle? No, that was before my time, Wu Hong replied. However, I did travel through space-time to experience it myself. It was truly legendary. Qiyuan, Sword Empress, and the battle maniac fought and slaughtered so many paragons and others in this confrontation. Wang Wei's blood boiled as he listened. I wish I were present. Me too. Luckily, I was there for the second Battle of Origin. There was a second one? Yes. Qiyuan wanted to do the same, this time, for the entire Chaos universe. He wanted the Eternal Ascension world to be the focal point of all history of the Chaos universe. That battle involved countless paragons from other Chaos worlds, countless fiend gods, and other races. That battle also started the golden age of the Eternal Ascension world. If the Devil Invasion was the precursor to the golden age, the second Battle of Origin was the beginning, and the ultimate taboo was the end. Wu Hong remembered that epic battle as she killed many paragons, Tao monarchs, immortal kings, and fiend gods. So many chaos worlds of any category died. Not only her hands, but also the paragons from the Eternal Ascension world. Of course, many of their own also fell. Did you guys succeed? You could say we did, and you could also argue we failed. Wang Wei nodded, but no longer asked any more questions since it seemed this was not something she was willing to talk about. Then, he found an anomaly. The battle maniac emperor was the sixth emperor of the sect. The time he proved the Tao was only a few 100 million years before yours. How could he already become a paragon? Before the devil invasion, time operated much quicker on the upper dimension than the now relatively synchronized time. Additionally, Qiyuan and Sword Empress ensured Battle Maniac became a paragon as quickly as possible. Their actions even created some conflict with the ancient Desolate Emperor and the Turtle Shell Emperor. Luckily, they solved their differences. I see, nodded Wang Wei. He enjoyed reading about the legends of his ancestors. However, he was not jealous since he had his own journey and did not think it would be less epic. Although I have many more questions, I will stop avoiding the issue. So let's talk. Chapter 567 Insecurities. Wang Wei directly told her about the conversation he had with his heart devil, his worries, and the flaws in his Tao heart. Wu Hong frowned slightly before ending the communication. Then, she disappeared and appeared outside his retreat room. And after opening the formations for her, she entered so they could have a face-to-face conversation. The young couple sat opposite each other to have their conversation. I understand how you feel, but what do you want me to do to fix the situation? Asked Wu Hong. You should understand that there are some things I physically cannot say, even if I want to. I'm aware of this, and I come to terms with that. Then, what can I do? If you want, I can link my existence with yours. What does that mean? It means if you die, I die. And if I die, you also die. Wu Hong felt this was the best way to show her love and devotion to him, and how far she was willing to go to save this relationship. She never wanted any harm to come to him. Her main goal was to ensure that he did not have many regrets or suffer tragedies. At the same time, she wanted to meet him earlier than they did in the previous timeline and create more beautiful memories. She did not want their relationship to go through all the dramas. Wang Wei looked at her deeply in the eyes before holding her hands. I never want you to have to prove your love for me. I know you love me and would be willing to die for me, and I would gladly do the same. Wang Wei sighed aloud, but I still have my insecurities. For heaven's sake, you are Empress Wu, a beautiful and renowned eternal emperor. No, a boundless paragon. Your name and beauty are probably known throughout primordial chaos. I cannot imagine how many men more handsome and capable than me who desire you. So why me? Why did you choose me? Of all people, Wang Wei did not evade her eyes as he said these words. I've thought about this many times. What is so special about me that you, of all people, choose me? The first explanation I used to convince myself was my potential. But, upon deeper analysis, it did not make sense. My paragon soul made me unique, but I know for sure many people have the same soul or something similar. My background is nothing compared to your achievement. The only thing special about me is that I'm from Earth. But with the recent encounter with Hongjun, I doubt I'm the only one. Wang Wei paused as he felt his voice was slightly elevated, so he took a moment to control himself. I've thought about it all. I try to convince myself that you did not care about these things, as they were artificial. I convince myself you love me because of who I am, my personality, or how I make you feel. But is that really enough? Are those things enough to make me worthy of you? Wang Wei once again sighed out loud. After his recent conversation with Heart Devil, he realized his real problem was not whether Wu Hong was planning his downfall. He did not care about that. He knew her and her character, so he did not think she would do such a thing. And even if she did, he did not mind dying for the chance of finding love. The real issue was his hidden insecurities about their companionship. Although Wang Wei was a confident person about his future, he had to admit he had many insecurities about his relationship with Wu Hong. Of course, the secrets they had to keep did not make things better, even though he understood it was simply unavoidable. There was a significant gap in their status, and without filling it, he literally could not access these secrets. Yes, these things are enough, replied Wu Hong as she held his hands. I love you because you are not like these other men. You did not want me simply for my body, beauty, strength, or reputation. You treated me like a real person instead of the fame Empress Wu. You never tried to change to appease my likes or dislikes. You never wanted to change me into something I was not. You never wanted to possess me or treat me as a consoling prize for conquering the famous cold and prideful beauty, Empress Wu. Wu Hong looked slightly disgusted as she said the last sentence. She had met too many men like this. I love you because you were you, she said with great conviction, squeezing his hands and not wanting to let go even if heaven and earth had suddenly disappeared. And Wang Wei squeezed back. Now, I acknowledge the power unbalance in our relationship, and I never want you to feel that you have to be worthy to be with me. I support you in your cultivation journey, not because I want you to reach the same status as me or so that we can be socially compatible. I simply want to support you in all your endeavors, just like you have done or will do for me. I just want you, or us, to be happy. Wang Wei held her hands even tighter than before, then gently laid his foreheads against hers. I know this about you, and this is one of the many reasons that I love you. But sometimes I cannot help my insecurities get the best of me. I know how you feel. You do? Of course, I have my own insecurities as well. What are you insecure about? You. Me? You have no idea how charming you are. Although I know I'm handsome, it's not to the point of causing insecurities. Look at all the women in my generation. They all want to kill me instead of being attracted by my charm, said Wang Wei with a smile. That's because you live in a glorious age. All the women in your generation are focused on the throne and have no time or desire for companionship, which would make things complicated for their future. However, after you prove the Tao and ascend, with your looks, strength, achievement, smooth tongue, and personality, I can already foresee how many women will throw themselves at you. Wang Wei laughed joyously before he saw the sneering and severe look on Wu Hong's face. You're serious? She sneered even deeper. In the other timeline, Wang Wei had attracted so many women even though he was not as accomplished as he would be, and always being cold and indifferent like some emo kid. However, she could already imagine how things would be 100 times worse in this timeline. His future self will be irresistible to many immortal women that have lived for countless epochs, searching for the perfect Tao companion. I'm warning you right now, said Wu Hong with a deep tone. If you dare cheat on me, I will castrate you and seal your regeneration ability for 1,000 yuan epochs. Gulp. Wang Wei swallowed his saliva as he touched his legs. Just imagine going without his own body for such a long time was the worst form of torture. And he would also imagine that the process would not be clean, not to mention the pain. Come on, give me some credit. I'm not Li Jun or Lin Fan. I would never do such a thing. Don't forget today's promise, since I'm not playing with you. I promise, he hurriedly said with sweat falling down his back. Then, the two laughed out loud. Then, Wang Wei felt a weight suddenly removed from his shoulder. His mind became refreshed, and his control over his power increased by a negligible amount. The flaw in his Tao heart was now gone, and he could not be happier. Wait, why don't we talk about you cheating? Women don't cheat, replied Wu Hong with no shame. Only men cheat. That's the worst double standard I've heard of. But it's true. Based on what? Because I said so, replied Wu Hong, and Wang Wei became speechless by this response. However, he soon lost the strength to argue when Wu Hong kissed him. Instantly, he gave up arguing for man's sake. At this moment, she was correct. While this young couple indulged in their animalistic instincts, a bird with enormous wings traveled in the endless space. The bird was unique as it had a small world inside its body. After traveling for a few days, the bird suddenly stopped, and the person living inside its body suddenly opened his eyes before appearing outside. The man looked at a compass in his hand before muttering, "We've arrived?" As he looked around, the man thought, "According to the information, I should be near the abyss gap. Luckily, I don't have to go deeper." The man then followed the compass to a specific location in the void. At first, there was nothing until the man used a few techniques to see an enormous pitch-black coffin appear. And before the man could do anything, even react, an irresistible power swallowed him. When he reappeared, he was in a dark and stale space. But before he could look around and analyze the situation, the man heard a deep voice. "I finally found you." Chapter 568 Limit Breaker. An older man with long white hair tied loosely in a bun, a long white beard, and wearing a plain black robe looked at the trespasser before him. His pure eyes, which seemed to contain the entire world, calmly looked at the young man before him. A clone? The older man said in a deep voice. Then his eyes seemed to Barato an infinite distance to see a young man sealed underneath a mountain. Finally found a perfect nine-extremity Tao foundation. Although he cannot reach the absolute peak power of 5 root, is still 5 root. Who are you? Asked D. Tion's clone with vigilance. And what do you mean you've been waiting for me? He did not understand the words coming out of this person's mouth. D. Tion used a massive amount of luck to reach this place. Most of these lucks were gathered by sleepers when both Buddhism and the devil race were destroyed. Many people swallowed the key luck of these two groups, and his sleepers took part in the feast. He tried using his luck to counter heavenly Taoists scheming against him, but according to his calculation, his luck only allowed for his survival and even his reincarnation. Otherwise, he might have reincarnated as an animal with no memories or in some heaven-forsaken world with no chance at survival. In his last reincarnation, D. Tion used a lot of this luck to ensure that nothing unexpected occurred this time around. And now, he used the remaining to find a fortunate encounter that could help him break the limit of his 9th reincarnation strength and win this generation's heaven will. The older man did not immediately reply to D. Tion. After observing his real body, he sensed something else. Another one? He muttered as he found the source. Then, he saw a naked young man with gray hair and eyes lying on a bed with another woman. However, the older man's heart skipped a beat as the woman looked straight at him. Why does this person who only has the strength of an eternal emperor give me a sense of dread? No, why did she notice me in the first place? And why does she seem familiar? After thinking about it for a while, the older man decided not to think about the situation. He did not have time to waste. After a quick check, he saw the gray-eyes young man was an unorthodox 9-extremity foundation, but he was not perfect and would only have 4 root strength at best. Although commendable for having such a result with an unorthodox method, it was not what he was looking for. However, he sensed another extremity aura from that boy's body and checked. 3 root. Forget it. Then the older man searched the entire endless void for another 9-extremity foundation. He essentially saw almost every secret of the lower dimension, but did not find anything. Once he finished, the older man became a little more transparent. Finally, he laid eyes on D. Tion. My name is Emperor 9 Pillars. You can call me 9 Pillar. The clone immediately cupped his hands and said, Young generation, D. Tion has seen the noble Empyrean. I don't have time to waste, so he'll get to the point. 9 Pillar then explained the concept of the 9-extremity foundation to him, including the orthodox and unorthodox methods and the qualifications. However, D. Tion's eyes immediately became bloodshot as he clenched his hand. So, you're telling me I did not have to go through all 9 reincarnations? I could have simply created 9 clones to get the power I want? He did not care about the so-called 9-extremity foundation. All he wanted was the power to revive his wife. And if he did not have to suffer through all these reincarnations, pain, and failures, he could have proven the Tao countless eras ago. Don't be mad. The unorthodox method has the highest failure rate of the 2 approaches, and the difficulty of achieving perfection is 1,000 times more difficult. Furthermore, Samsara Tao is perfect for the orthodox method, having the highest chance of success through the constant nourishment after each reincarnation. And the fact you have comprehended a tiny part of existence made it easier for you to absorb your cultivation seed, thus boosting your success rate of achieving perfection. Unfortunately, D. Tion did not care what 9 Pillars said. For a moment, all he could think about was all the time he wasted, how he could have been holding his wife's body long ago, enjoying her warmth. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath to rain out his hatred and anger toward the world. 9 Pillar watched how D. Tion regained his composure. He analyzed that the latter accidentally walked on the orthodox path of the 9-extremity and even achieved perfection through some level of luck or coincidence. Nevertheless, he knew this kid's situation should be special to require him to have to reincarnate so often. But he did not care about that. "I will tell you my story to understand my purpose in bringing you here," said Nine Pillar before giving a half-minute explanation of his life. He was born in the upper dimension, and his master, Emperor Red Spear, took him as a direct disciple when he was young. His master had high standards for him, so he immediately told Nine Pillar about the Nine Extremity Foundation with the hope of cultivating it. And Nine Pillar did not disappoint. After his master paid a hefty price to have an eternal emperor preach about existence to him, he managed to comprehend something. However, his master did not want him to walk the unorthodox path due to the low percentage of success. Not to mention Red Spear wanted him to achieve perfection or the power of 5 root. At the same time, he could not easily go through the orthodox method in the eternal ascension world because of the stricter rules about samsara. No mortals can keep their memories intact after going through reincarnation. If they want to keep their memories, an Empyrean or Tier 11 cultivators, at the weakest, must use their powers to protect the mortal's memories. Furthermore, going through 9 reincarnations could have many complications in the upper dimension. So, his master sent him to the lower dimension to accomplish the 9 Extremity Foundation. He abandoned his cultivation to start over. Then, Nine Pillar tempered his soul's energy, body, Tao heart, and willpower to the absolute peak before condensing his cultivation seed, or extremity seed, as that was the official name. He joined a powerful emperor lineage to gather resources. Because of the restrictions, his master could not help him in this aspect. Then, when it was time, he did not fight for the heaven will, but reincarnated instead. After 9 reincarnations, Nine Pillar not only completed his 9 Extremity Foundation, but reached perfection with the battle strength of a 5 root Tao ancestor. However, Nine Pillar was not satisfied, so on his last reincarnation, he condensed 9 clones to cultivate to the peak of the mortal realm before absorbing them. His strength did increase drastically. According to his calculation, he had the battle strength of a 5 root Tao ancestor with 4.9 control of the Grand Tao source. Regrettably, Nine Pillar was not satisfied. As he felt the limit of the 9 Extremity, he wanted to go beyond it. His master warned him that it was impossible, but he wanted to try. So, he asked his master for him to find a way to remove the limitation of only 9 reincarnations. His master then used countless precious resources in the upper dimension to refine an immortal soul essence for him, allowing him to undergo 81 reincarnations. Nine Pillar figured if he could keep condensing his cultivation seed and absorb it through reincarnation, he might break the limit. But he was wrong. His battle strength increased to 4.999 control of Grand Tao source, but never 5. He could not enter the realm of the Great Emperor. Nine Pillar then tried to have each of his incarnations to condense 9 clones, each to break the limit, but it was useless. Despite this, he did not give up since he wanted to succeed. However, his master finally convinced him that it was futile, so Nine Pillar eventually proved the Tao to become an eternal emperor. He was among the most powerful eternal emperor of the upper dimension, making his master and sect proud. But Nine Pillar did not care about that. He had become obsessed with breaking the limit of the 9 Extremity. So, after becoming an everlasting Empyrean, he entered primordial chaos to search for a method. He was prepared to abandon his cultivation and start again once he found it. That's how determined he was. And he did find what he wanted. Regrettably, a fiend god also wanted the thing that would help him. And after a battle, the fiend god killed him and even eradicated his existence, history, and anything related to him. The only reason Nine Pillar survived for this long was because of a unique treasure he had and because of his intense obsession to find a successor that could break that limit. He has little to no power left, so he spends most of his time in deep sleep. Waiting for someone worthy to find the inheritance he scattered all over the world. But he did not expect someone to come directly to his door. Nine Pillar raised his hand, and a purple orb the size of a tennis ball appeared. This is a very rare, primordial chaos treasure called the Limit Breaker. Its purpose is to remove limitations or restrictions. Fiend gods are restricted by the laws or attributes they are born with. So, they love treasure like this since it can remove their bloodline limits. Great emperors, empyreans, and even paragons use this thing to remove the limitation of their talents and achieve higher realms of cultivation. There are even rumors that a unique limit breaker exists that allows paragons to reach the realm above. Of course, I think that's pure nonsense. Tion did not understand many of the words coming out of Nine Pillar. However, he understood the concept of removing restrictions. You said this thing could remove any restrictions? That's correct. Does it apply to taboo as well? What do you mean? I'm asking if someone could use this thing to remove the restriction that they cannot partake in certain taboos. Nine Pillar frowned slightly. Depends on the taboo. The taboo of perfection. The frown on his face became more profound. It would depend on the level of taboo. What do you mean? Perfection taboo has many nuanced complications, but it can be loosely divided into mortal and immortal perfection. Tion acted swiftly and showed Nine Pillar his memory of his wife, asking what level of perfection taboo she was. She appeared to be a peak mortal perfection. So, would the limit breaker work on her? Yes, replied Nine Pillar with a deep frown. But I did not give it to you to revive your loved one. I gave it to you to break the 9-extremity limit. But Nine Pillar raised his hand to interrupt him. Then, he pointed at the purple as countless runes appeared above it before fusing with the orb. I put a seal on it, so it can only be used to break the 9-extremity limit. Otherwise, it won't work. Tion's face became ugly after hearing this, and Nine Pillar secretly shook his head. He suddenly regretted choosing this person. Unfortunately, he waited for so long before he could find a suitable heir. Nine Pillar did not know how long he could last. But with his awakening, he knew it wouldn't be long. I guess I don't need to give him my other inheritances. His coffin was extremely precious, but he decided it would be buried with him. Nevertheless, he still had one last thing to do. I've studied the 10th extremity all my life, and one of the requirements I've determined is to have at least an emperor-quality soul. Nine Pillar waved his hand to manifest a cauldron. This cauldron should help you achieve an innate emperor-quality soul. Tion had controlled his emotions, hiding his thoughts deep in the back of his mind. So, he respectfully asked, is there a difference between acquired and innate emperor soul? He knew great emperors would reach such quality after accessing the Grand Tao source. But he felt that Nine Pillar's words hinted at a difference. There is. People with innate emperor, empyrean, and even the rare paragon quality soul are numerous times more talented than people who have to acquire it through cultivation. A higher quality of soul increases comprehension. But people born with higher soul qualities are naturally more gifted than people who acquire them through cultivation. Not to mention, they also get a boost after accessing the Grand Tao source, added Nine Pillar. I don't have much time. The cauldron will refine your soul into an innate emperor soul, elevating your comprehension beyond your current state. Then, you will be able to bear the power of the limit breaker and reach 10 extremity, Nine Pillar said with glowing eyes. Chapter 569 Tion's Woe. Nine Pillar had an expectant look, followed by regret. He knew he would not live to see his dream accomplished. However, he was satisfied with knowing it would eventually be fulfilled. He glanced at Tion before controlling the power of the coffin and using it on the limit breaker. He used the coffin to escape with this precious treasure from a fiend god. After so long, he knew his enemy was alive and even more powerful than ever. As such, he decided to take precautions to prevent the fiend god from sensing the limit breaker and coming after it. Nine Pillar handed the two treasures to the clone before waving his hand. In an instant, Tion's clone appeared before the mountain where the real body was. Meanwhile, Nine Pillar's gaze borrowed the upper dimension to check on his master and sect. And as expected, they were now all gone. He sighed deeply before shaking his head. He wanted to leave the coffin for his sect. But based on what he learned of the upper dimension, they could not keep such a treasure. So, he decided to disappear with it. And that's exactly what he did. With his obsession removed, He had nothing to keep tethering him in the world of the living. So, Nine Pillar and the coffin disappeared from this world as if they had never existed. Myriad Emperor World, Western White Tiger Continent. Inside the sealed mountain, Dition looked at the limit breaker before him, deep in thought. What should I do? Which is the right choice? These questions echoed in the depth of his min, occupating all his thoughts. After syncing memories with the clone, he analyzed the situation, realizing he had to make an important choice. Absorb the limit breaker now, or wait later to remove Nine Pillar's seal. With Wang Wei as my opponent, I may not be able to win this generation's heaven, well, even with the Nine Extremity Foundation. So, I need the limit breaker to prove the Tao. He never thought about going to otherworld communities to prove the Tao. Every great emperor has a special connection to the worlds they prove the Tao to, and he needed that connection to revive Ning-Er. He used materials and laws from the Myriad Emperor world to create her. As such, she has an imprint in his world. An example of the imprint's importance was that she used it to live on for many years as a spirit. If Dition proves the Tao in another world, the plan he has to revive might fail, or at the very least, become hundreds of times more difficult since he could not access her imprints in the Myriad Emperor world. Dition looked at the purple orb floating before him, his eyes full of complex emotions. On the other end, after I prove the Tao and revive her, will she be my perfect Ninger or someone who just looks like her? Dition asked himself how he would feel if it was the latter, and he did not know the answer. He did not want to know, and with the limit breaker, he did not have to find the answer. His Ninger will be the perfect creature he envisioned and created. Then, everything will be back to normal. Maybe Wang Wei will not reach the 10th extremity. Maybe I can still win with my current strength. He wanted to convince himself dearly of this truth. After all, a person as powerful as Nine Pillars searched for numerous Yuan epics for method, and he died after finding the answer. So, it is not far-fetched that Wang Wei would fail, especially given the available time. But he knew better than anything to underestimate an enemy, especially someone like Wang Wei. Dition took a deep to enter a logical thinking state. I have two options. Find a way to break the 10th extremity limit on my own to use this limit breaker on Ning, or find another limit breaker or something of the same effect. As he analyzed the two options, none of them were ideal. Although he was intelligent, Dition knew it would not take intelligence to find a way to break the limit. Such a feat would require imagination and ingenuity. Something Wang Wei seemed to have in abundance, but he did not. The second option could cause a problem if his wife were not resurrected on a specific timetable. No, I don't have to choose. I can use the limit breaker to prove the Tao. Then, gather Ninger's imprints but not immediately revive her. Subsequently, I got to the upper dimension to search for methods to perfectly revive her. He learned for Nine Pillar how vast the world truly vast. So, he did not think there would be only one limit breaker. So, no matter what he had to do or how long it took him, he was determined to find what he wanted. After making a plan, Dition suddenly felt his mind open up as if a group of dark clouds had been dispersed after a storm. He felt the world was brighter and had a new sense of purpose. Then, a rare smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Without hesitation, he began refining the limit breaker to fuse later after he entered the Quasi-Emperor realm. Central Kylan continent, Tao opening sect. Wu Hong had a slight frown, thinking deeply about what had just occurred. She tried to rack her memories to find who was peeking at her, but she could not remember him. It was an anomaly that she did not know such a powerful, everlasting Emperor, especially one living in the lower dimension. And Wu Hong did not feel that the reason she did not know him was due to her missing memories. Has this timeline changed so much? Too many things occurred that should not have. The deceiving Heaven trial never appeared in the previous timeline. Many of the current Heaven chosen were not as powerful as they were. That included Tong Ruobing, Su Shi, and Huofeng Wang. In the previous timeline, Lin Fan and Ji Song survived until the Heaven will battle. Forget it. Too many things have changed for me to care. Anyway, the point was to change things for the better. Is something wrong? asked Wang Wei. No, I just felt someone peeping. Oh, who is it? A very powerful and talented Empyrean. Do you know what he wanted? No, he seemed to be scanning you. Wang Wei nodded. He did not care much, since Wu Hong did not indicate he had something to worry about. It's a shame, Wu Hong said with a small sigh. What is it? That person would not survive for long. I think it's a shame such a talented individual died. He must have been excellent, if even you have such high praise of him, replied Wang Wei, who suddenly thought of something. An Empyrean just saw us, Bear, but why did that make me so flustered? I can't quite understand it, said Wang Wei, a little perplexed. Let's move on, said Wu Hong with a smile. She then waved her hand to change the room into a stadium with people made from illusions watching them. Finally, she got on top of him. Wang Wei looked at the watchers. His eyes lit up before snapping his finger to change the illusion into a modern setting with people and cameras filming them. Then, he got down to business. A few days later, Wang Wei left the room, refreshed and happier than ever. He went to brew some tea to further enhance his current happiness. Then, he walked toward the main room of the mansion to contact Wang Ju. However, when he took a step, Wang Wei suddenly realized something. He forgot to mention the hooded figure to Wu Hong. I'll let my guard down, he thought. He was so invested in spending time with her that the hooded figure's power worked on him again. He took a talisman to contact her, but he received no response, as she seemed to have already entered deep seclusion. He shook his head before deciding to be even more careful from now. Then, he proceeded with his meeting with Wang Ju. How are things going? Everything is proceeding smoothly as you instructed. We have been keeping an eye on the Alliance and the sea race, but nothing as of yet. What about the old beggar? Did you find him? Unfortunately, no. However, we did receive news of an innate treasure's aura appearing on the eastern continent. Our investigation has suggested that it might have been related to the old beggar. So, he succeeded, muttered Wang Wei. Even he could not find the old beggar through divination. You don't have to focus too much on him, he ordered. The old beggar will only be vital after he proves the Tao, and by then, no matter where the latter hides, he will find him. Wang Wei chatted with Wang Ju for a while before dismissing her. Immediately afterward, he received a summon from Li Jun from the trial. Someone wants to see me? Chapter 570 God King. After pondering about things and reading the information Li Jun sent to him, Wang Wei decided to return to the trial. Before returning, he first checked on his parents' mortal dust, the sect, and other things. He saw someone waiting for him in his mansion after being received adequately with tea and snacks. Young Master Liang, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Wang Wei asked after sitting down. He could tell the person next to him was a clone, but he did not mind the latter's cautiousness. The pleasure is all mine, replied Liang Shixian. I'm sorry for the intrusiveness. I hope I'm not bothering you. Not all. I'm always happy to receive guests, added Wang Wei. Then the two had small talks about their thoughts on the trial, the other competitors, and what to expect when the heaven chosen from the upper dimension arrived. Have you heard of the god or divine race? Liang Shixian finally asked with some embarrassment. He thought Wang Wei would ask him about his purpose, and he would use this question to mention his goal. But the latter seemed to really enjoy talking and receiving guests. Of course, Liang Shixian knew that was not true. His competitor likely wanted to dominate the conversation. And since he wanted something, Liang Shixian decided to no longer beat around the bushes. I've heard of the tragedy they suffered at the hands of the absolute beginning emperor. Well, in a member of the divine race. I see. How fortunate for your kind. You don't seem surprised. I've had my suspicions when I saw the mutation of your soul was incense-related, Wang Wei replied. But that could have meant I used an incense-based cultivation system. I've met people who use incense, and they have a less pure aura than you. Adding the fact the absolute beginning emperor did not completely eradicate Buddhism, it is not far-fetched that some members of the divine race survived. So, I've had my suspicions about you, but could never confirm it until now. Liang Shixian slightly squinted his eyes as he analyzed some information from this brief conversation. He theorized that something in the myriad emperor world affected the absolute beginning magic. thus allowing the divine race to appear again in the world. He previously did not have any proof and was uncertain. But now, he was sure the person before him was either responsible or knew something. You are correct. Before our extermination, we used help from the upper dimension to save many of our kind and sealed ourselves until now. We could not appear outside because of the absolute beginning magic, but recently, we realized that some members could leave. I'm guessing the God race now wants your clan member to prove the Tao in some world communities to completely unseal the rest? Wang Wei asked. Correct. I'm curious, what kind of God are you? I'm a second-generation God, so I'm the God of river and thunder. But from my cultivation, I'm also the God of soul. Second generation? Wang Wei had never heard this term from the secret archives. It's understandable if you don't know, since this term has only recently become popular after the catastrophe, replied Liang Shixian. First-generation gods are the ones born purely from incense and worship. They usually have one attribute or divinity based on the people worshiping them at birth. Meanwhile, second-generation gods are born from two gods mating. They usually inherit both their parents' divinity. Fascinating. Are there any other differences? Yes. First-generation gods have a harder time cultivating laws not related to their divinity. In fact, most of them don't even try, Liang Shixian said with a slight sneer. Second-generation gods are more open-minded and not overly limited by their divinity. Of course, it is also because it is easier for us to understand foreign laws, and it also helps that we usually have two divinities, making us stronger. I can see the conflict such a division would create. Indeed, replied Liang Shixian. Second-generation gods are way more talented and powerful than first-generation. Nevertheless, the first generations are the ones with most, if not all, of the power. The main reason for this situation was the seal. First-generation gods are the oldest, and many of them survive the annihilation. Second-generation gods did not increase their population to a substantial level until after living in the sealed world. As such, they were younger but with no power. The first generation had many immortal tier powerhouses, but the second generation could not become immortals in the sealed world. The only immortal tier powerhouses they had were the rare second-generation gods that existed before the catastrophe and survived. But many of them are old-fashioned and share similar views as the first generation. Luckily, only second generations could leave the sealed world, and as soon as someone proves the Tao, the power scale will shift to their side. So, why are you telling me all of this? Asked Wang Wei when he realized Liang Shixian did not want to mention the inner conflicts of his race. I need your help with something. Liang Shixian took out a book before handing it to Wang Wei. After inspecting it, the latter read it. What good idea. How come I never thought of that? It's perfect for my situation, thought Wang Wei. You want to create the fourth path of immortality? Correct. Besides the Emperor path, the Tao path, and the Immortal path, I believe a soul path is also viable. Just like there are immortal venerables, Tao ancestors, I want to create God kings. Interesting. I like the idea, but why are you coming to me? Because I want your help to help me create that path. I've observed your trials. Whether it is the soul or willpower trial, you excel at both of them. I understand why you came to me. I want to know why you didn't create this path on your own. If I could, do you think I would ask you? Of course you could. Based on your work so far, it's obvious you could create this path after proving the Tao. Liang Shixian quieted down for a moment. I don't want to become emperor. Excuse me? It's as you heard, I despise the emperor path. Why do I have to compete like Poison Gus stuck in a cave to be the final winner? I refuse to participate in Heavenly Tao's cruel game. So, my goal is to create a path that is above the emperor path. I understand how you feel and admire your conviction. But you understand your actions are futile, right? Said Wang Wei. The endless void is a place dominated by the emperor to the point of strictly restricting the others. So, even if you create the soul path, no other individuals will be able to become a god king without an emperor's aid including you. I know. That's why I wanted to use the deceiving heaven longevity art to deceive Heavenly Tao to allow me to become an immortal tier powerhouse. You should understand that this is most likely impossible. Otherwise, this scripture would have been too valuable, and Gu Xian probably would not have survived long. Liang Shixian sighed aloud. I'm aware, but I still choose to become a god king with an emperor's help instead of becoming one myself. Wang Wei shook his head before commenting. No matter what you do, the best outcome is for you to become an insurgent god king capable of killing eternal emperors. In the end, your soul path will probably be between the Tao and immortal path regarding strength. Not necessarily. The way I envisioned it. God kings can create immortal mansion inside their bodies while also borrowing the grand Tao source's power. Then, you are delusional. Heavenly Tao will probably restrict the soul path, making it separate and incompatible with the other paths. The best you could do was create an insurgent technique that allows you to have the power of the other paths. But such a technique would never be universal or a fundamental aspect of the soul path. How is that fair? Asked Liang Shixian with slightly clenched teeth. It is fair. The emperor is technically a combination of the three. Great emperors have powerful souls, can directly control the grand Tao source, and their Tao bodies are immune or have high resistance to most high-level forms of energy. And as long as they understand enough about a particular energy, they can search for it in the source key space and directly use it. Liang Shixian snorted coldly. I still refuse to be a performative puppet for heavenly Tao. I despise the emperor path, and nothing will change that. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder. He also did not like how the heaven will operate it. However, he understood that sometimes you must play the game before making the rules. Heavenly Tao and Grand Tao above dictated the rules of the cultivation world. But as long as he becomes powerful enough, he can dictate the rules. Now, if he reaches the top and realizes he cannot surpass these two using their rules, he will then walk his own path. But so far, he has not found any evidence that proves such. So, there is no need to complicate his cultivation journey or goals because of his displeasure. I did not want to dissuade you. I just wanted to point the truth to you to eliminate certain expectations you might have. Liang Shixian, calm down, I understand. Quick question. Do you have a name for the Tier 11 and Tier 12 realm? Tier 11? Tier 12? The realms after Great Emperor, Tao Ancestor, and Immortal Venerable. Liang Shixian frowned after hearing this. He never thought about these realms far away from him. Although he suspected they existed, he never learned about them. Let's call it God Lord and God Emperor. Good name, I suppose, said Wang Wei. In the Tao language used by all world communities, the character for soul can also be translated as God, depending on the context. In adding Liang Shixian's identity as a god race, it made sense he used such a name. Last question. Aren't you worried I steal your ideas and leave you out? I've observed you, and amongst all the people here, you have the least amount of karma. I concluded that you're the type of person who likes to repay his karma and would not just abandon me. And if I can only blame my lack of ability to judge people. Wang Wei's facial expression did change much. He knew he did not have much karma, due to his karma-unbound physique. Nevertheless, Liang Shixian was correct about him. He was a person who paid his debt and also kept his word when not facing an enemy. As such, he did not plan to kill Liang Shixian to swallow all the merit of creating the soul path. Anyway, he would still receive the majority upon completion. Chapter 571, the upper-seated players. Wang Wei no longer said anything to Liang Shixian regarding his ideals and goals. He took out the book about the soul path and reread it with greater focus. Liang Shixian did a lot of research on the soul beforehand. He studied incense, different cultivation systems, and spirits. He even traveled to the ghost immortal world, which was a world that focused on cultivating the soul to the point of entirely abandoning the body. From the book, Wang Wei saw that the latter included many studies in the soul path, even suggesting that all god kings abandoned their bodies to achieve an immortal soul. Other methods included fusing immortal ki or some other forms of energy with the soul, using a massive amount of incense, cultivating an immortal body before sacrificing it to nourish the soul, and turning it into an immortal soul, and finally, using other resources like the law to elevate the soul to another level. After reading everything carefully, Wang Wei frowned. Why don't you try modeling the soul after an emperor? If a soul has the quality and quantity of an emperor, it will become an immortal soul. I know the easiest way for the soul path to become a reality is to have a great emperor use their grand Tao source to temper a mortal soul. But, as I said, I don't want my path to have anything to do with them. And as I said, you'll have to rely on them. Yes, but I can reduce the amount of influence they have on my path. Fine, said Wang Wei as he contemplated. He activated all his spirit particles, acting like a supercomputer as he analyzed many things. I think I may have a way that used incense, he said a few minutes later. Really? What is it? Wang Wei did not immediately respond. He took out a highly binding contract before inscribing it with his divine sense. Liang Shixian looked at the contract and hesitated. Since I come to see you, they'll put my faith in your character. There is no need for the contract. I admire your nobility, but we should never mix business with personal beliefs. The contract is for both our peace of mind. Liang Shixian thought it would help their future cooperation, so he agreed. However, after reading the contract, he frowned. Why are all the rules about secrecy? They seem a little too harsh. He could not reveal any information, and the rules even involved his memories and soul. The contract would prevent anyone from getting information from him, even if it meant killing him. The method I came with involved some secrets I do not want to get out before I prove the Tao, hence the harshness. If you want to remove these clauses, it's fine. But I won't share the method I came up with you until I prove the Tao. Liang Shixian shook his head as he did not want this. He did not want to wait that long. So, he decided to accept the clause and continued reading. Once finished, he added a few clauses as well. Wang Wei had to use other means not involved with the emperor's path, and the final division of merit would be decided based on the ingenuity method he thought of. So, after a few debates and back and forth, the two signed a contract with their souls before taking an oath to their Tao. Finally, Wang Wei told him the method he thought of for the soul path. The required secrecy was because this method involved another one of his plans after becoming emperor that would affect the entire endless void. He did not want the information to leak and cause trouble. With his mouth slightly opened, Liang Shixian looked at him. You're crazy and ambitious. I'm glad I chose you. He had eyes on both Wang Wei and Chu Luo as his partner, and chose the former after close observation. Chu Luo had an unapproachable vibe that kept most people at a distance. If your plan works, shouldn't there be no need for a great emperor? That's possible, but very unlikely. I figured. Afterward, the two discussed the plan's possible success and the division of merit. Once everyone was satisfied with the outcome, Liang Shixian left. He had accomplished his primary goal of coming here. He did not want to leave, yet since he still hoped to get his hands on the inheritance despite knowing it was improbable. So, he decided to watch to the end to see if there was an opportunity. Time passed, and it was time for the combat aspect of the trial. Wang Wei flew to the plaza and saw two podiums facing each other, with 6 seats. The one on the left with his name on the second seat had the words lower-seated player, while the other had the title upper-seated player. Wang Wei shook his head as he could tell Lord Spirit used these titles to raise contradiction and fighting between these two groups. Without saying much, he sat in his position. Not long afterward, everyone arrived. Chu Luo sat on the first seat, Wang Wei on the second, Ji Langfang on the third, Tong Ruobing on the fourth, Shirqian on the fifth, and Jingwu Huan on the last. As for the other participants, they sat on the side of the two podiums. Lord Spirit manifested with her eerie smile. I know many of you have been anticipating this moment for some time. As such, I won't waste your time. Let's begin. She pointed her finger to the first seat on the other podium. The number 1 seated player from the upper dimension is Xiao Tiandi, owner of what is considered the best physique for cultivation innate Tao source physique. A light beam came from the sky, descending on the first seat. Then, a young man dressed in ordinary, almost shabby clothes appeared. He glanced at the other group for a moment before closing his eyes, laying on the chair as if he did not care for anything. Everyone could see dirt and plant leaves on his hair, but he did not seem to mind. These heaven-chosen were speechless, wondering if this man was naturally arrogant or if he genuinely did not care for anything, even his personal appearance. Lord Spirit ignored these people's confusion before continuing. The second-seated player is Sher-Ruolin. She was born with an emperor bones, meaning after she reached the peak of the mortal realm in cultivation, all she has to do is activate her bone, and Heavenly Tao will lower a heaven will for her to prove the Tao. Moreover, the heaven will is specially created as only she can use it, and give her a 10 chance higher than normal to become an eternal emperor. The participants looked at Lord Spirit, their eyes asking if she was joking, but the silence indicated otherwise. Then, one participant stomped his feet on the ground before flying back to his mansion. A few people followed him. The words "this is unfair" could be heard from them even from a distance. Meanwhile, a young woman appeared in the second seat. She had a blue hanfu and short hair, which was quite surprising to many, since only monks or nuns cut their hair. And after Buddhism's destruction, the practice has become less prominent except in a few martial worlds where it is more common for women to cut their hair. But even then, it is still not as commonly seen. Sher-Ruolin looked at the opposite team and waved her hand in enthusiasm. However, she quickly realized something and stopped. Instead, she became serious and cupped her hands before bowing slightly to them. The others returned the salute. "The third place goes to Ao Tianyi," said Lord Spirit, one of the most talented younger generation of the primordial dragon race. For those who don't know, primordial dragons are chaos life forms born from pure or orderly chaos ki. They're a race that does not exist in the endless void. A young man dressed in tight, white martial clothes appeared, with 2 horns on his head. He looked at the opposing team with disdain before looking at the people next to him. "I understand not being first, but how could I lose to her? Didn't I slap you around the last time we met?" said Sher-Ruolin with a gentle smile. "I just shed my scale and was still in a vulnerable state. How does that count? You dragons always have an excuse for your defeat," replied Sher-Ruolin while shaking her head. She decided not to engage with this prideful idiot. The fourth place goes to Shi Shangyan, a member of the celestial race, Lord Spirit announced. However, everyone was confused, including Wang Wei, since they'd never heard of such a race. Ao Tianyi sneered even more after seeing these people's reactions. The Celestials are a unique race born in the source ki space from immortal ki, gaining sentience and condensing a body, similar to the spirit race. As such, they have an unparalleled talent for the immortal path. All celestial races are born with an inactive immortal mansion in their bodies. They do not need anyone's help to become immortal venerables. On top of it all, 80 of them who decide to become immortal venerables are insurgents. And that's because their unique immortal mansion can give birth to 4 types of unique immortal ki: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Yellow immortal ki grants them battle prowess on par with third-class emperors. Profound immortal ki corresponds to second class, earth to first class. And the potent heavenly immortal ki grants battle prowess on par with eternal emperors. The participants looked at a beautiful woman with black hair and a long golden robe. Her beauty was unparalleled, on par, if not surpassing Su Shi. Not to mention, she had a cold and natural noble aura emanating from her body. Most people did not care about her beauty, as they were still shocked at the fact such a powerful race existed. These heaven-chosens always knew that heaven and earth were unfair, but they did not think it was to this point. Chapter 572, Longevity Resources. Shi Shangyan looked at the shocked expression on these people's faces and mentally shook her head. Although it looked like the celestial race was powerful beyond reason, it was not. In the eternal ascension world, the number of great emperors' battle force of faction did not matter. What dictated the authority of any faction was the number of paragons or tier 12 cultivators they had. And in this regard, the celestial race's innate talent did not help because of the fundamental flaw of the immortal path. Just because someone was an insurgent in tier 10, it did not mean they could become one in tier 11 or above. For example, The clan members who cultivated Heavenly Immortal Ki had less than a 5 chance of sublimating it to Golden Immortal Ki on par with regular Empyreans. If they wanted to continue becoming insurgents, they had to be like everyone else and search for rare and unique Kiss in the Source Ki space, an inherently dangerous place for them despite being born there. Throughout the history of the celestial race, many geniuses have tried to elevate the immortal path to a higher level. And it was not just the celestial race, but also many other cultivators. There was a brief period of history where a movement to weaken the Emperor path took place. During that time, many heaven-defying geniuses of the immortal path took place, and a few noteworthy people are still remembered to this day. The Myriad Ki Immortal Sovereign, for example. He created a method for his body to hold more than one immortal mansion. His goal was to create 3,800 immortal mansions, a number that symbolized the number of primary Daos in all existence. In each mansion, he refined a unique and powerful insurgent ki. The Myriad Ki Immortal Sovereign was an unparalleled genius regarding understanding and controlling energy. So, after using countless Yuan epochs and an incalculable amount of resources, he built more than 2,000 immortal mansions with unique ki, becoming an insurgent, immortal sovereign capable of killing everlasting Empyreans. Not defeat, but kill. Although he could not erase their existence, he could force them to enter limbo and revive them. However, in one of his battles against an Empyrean, the latter caught him off guard and destroyed hundreds of the immortal mansions inside his body. Although he defeated his enemy, Myriad Ki realized the weakness or frailty of the immortal Endowed path. The immortal mansion or inner world was an apparent weakness for them. Meanwhile, the imprint of the Emperor path could only be removed by Tao wills and some unique treasures. So, Myriad Ki sacrificed all his immortal mansions and Kiss to temper his body, eventually opening the gate of power and walking on the body path. Another genius of that era was the Heaven Will Immortal King. After acquiring the Heaven Will, he did not become an emperor, but spent years analyzing it to fuse it with his immortal mansion and create a unique ki. The concept of Heaven Will Ki existed long ago, but few people dare to try it, and the ones that did fail. But, to everyone's surprise, Heaven Will Immortal King succeeded. The Heaven Will Ki was one of the few Kiss that allowed an individual to become an insurgent from Tier 10 to Tier 12. The only downside was cultivation took almost as much time as the Emperor path. The Heaven Will Immortal King could fight and defeat paragons at his peak. Regrettably, he became dissolute with the immortal path because it did not grant him eternal attributes like the Emperor path. If an immortal king or a Tao ruler died, that's it for them. But an ordinary great emperor, Empyrean, and paragons had so many ways they could revive themselves. Not to mention these freaks eternals, everlasting and boundless. After voicing his frustration with the immortal path and his regrets about not using the Heaven Will correctly, the Heaven Will Immortal King left the world to enter primordial chaos and was never seen again. Many people believe he wanted to find a way for the immortal path to acquire eternal attributes, but most people think he went to prove the Tao in another source chaos world. Shishanyan has read the stories of many geniuses similar to these two during the booming era of the immortal path. However, the ending of most of them was not satisfactory. The booming era ended with the conclusion that the immortal path had no future. There was no way for it to rise. However, some people did not give up and went to search for the source ki and energy believed to exist at the core of the source ki space. Source ki was theorized to be the only form of energy capable of creating an insurgent on par with a peak boundless paragon. Regrettably, to this day, only rumors of it appearing in some other chaos worlds are known. As Shangyan thought of that period, she could only sigh to herself. That booming period did a lot to raise the status of the immortal path, but it also ruined it. The Emperor path would not just stay by and watch as the immortal path flourished. They counterattacked. Many great emperors from 3rd to 1st class began exploring the source ki space to discover insurgent ki and grant them battle prowess above their class. Meanwhile, Eternal emperors would also find insurgent keys similar to the Heaven Immortal Key. They would understand it and absorb it into their Tao body to become immune to it. As such, an insurgent immortal venerable might defeat an eternal emperor. But in the subsequent encounter, he realized his key was useless to the latter, rendering him powerless. This tactic has been normalized now in the eternal ascension world, thus further weakening the immortal path. Because of these hard truths, the celestial race has long focused on the emperor path. Although some factions are die-hard supporters of the immortal path, they no longer have much power. Our next contestant is the Taoist priest, Zhang Yuqing, Lord Spirit said. He is the owner of the 22nd heavenly physique, the myriad sword soul physique, and the 5th heavenly physique, the Wuji Tao body. The face of the participants was neutral. They were done with being surprised. Furthermore, a few people have been born with 2 physiques, albeit rare, but it was acceptable. The only thing noticeable about this upcoming person was how high his physique ranked and how powerful the physiques in the upper world were. The Lord Spirit shook his head. You ignorant people, in the upper dimension, having 2 physiques means you can absorb 2 heaven wills and instantly reach cultivation of 40 grand Tao source. Of course, there's also the possibility for someone only to achieve 10. Wang Wei's lips twitched, and he was not the only one. Many people did not know how to react. So, more people just flew away back to their mansions. Things were getting even more ridiculous. A young Taoist with a very youthful face appeared. He politely bowed to the lower-seated players before bowing to the others and sitting down, not uttering a word. And everyone immediately returned the salute, including the previously arrogant A.O. Tianyi. Even Xiao Tiandi opened his eyes and nodded before going to sleep. Wang Wei and the others took notice of this behavior, thus placing even more emphasis on this young Taoist. Wang Wei could even see Lord Spirit looking at the young Taoist with even more respect than the others. The final seeded player is Monk Wuzhu, born with the 9 Nirvana heart, a longevity physique. Lord Spirit paused as he realized these people probably didn't know what he was saying. Let me explain. Longevity resources are one of the most precious resources in the upper dimension. They can appear in the form of spiritual herbs, cultivation techniques, physiques, pills, etc. Their purpose is to grant immortal cultivators one chance at revival without any cost. For example, once an emperor is killed, they must spend countless yuan epochs reviving themselves. However, if they had consumed a longevity herb, they could instantly resurrect without any resources or time needed. So, Monk Wuzhu will have 9 unlimited revivals in his life after proving the Tao. Lord Spirit simplified the incredible power of longevity resources since their classification is too many. For example, some only work for a certain tier. As such, after an emperor becomes an Empyrean or Paragon, they no longer have the previous revival. Some longevity resources can work for a cultivator from Tier 10 to Tier 12. Those are extremely rare. Some can only work for lower tiers. For example, a Paragon cannot take a longevity resource that only works for Tier 10 and 11. Nevertheless, no matter the restriction on the longevity resources, any of them are precious enough to enact wars with thousands of emperors, Empyreans, and Paragons. Monk Wuzi's 9 Nirvana heart will work for him even after he becomes a Paragon. At this point, even Wang Wei wanted to curse out loud. He always believed that fate was unfair, and today, he has the final proof. A young man with no hair and 6 dots on his head and forehead appeared before the last seat. Like the young Taoist, he saluted the other sides before saluting his former comrades, and he received the same respect as the Taoist priest. However, Monk Wuji did not appear for long before the sky suddenly changed. Then, lightning began to fall on him. Absolute beginning magic, thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes, observing how the situation would play out. A mysterious power came from Monk Wuzi's body and blocked the lightning as he watched everything calmly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuqing seemed to hesitate about something, but did not act in the end. A few minutes later, the lightning stopped falling, and Monk Wuji smiled at everyone. sorry for the disturbance. Then he calmly took his seat. Damn it, thought Wang Wei as he noticed something that made him unhappy. He could already predict that things would get messy, and he would be dragged into something he did not want to. Chapter 573. Lower-seated players. Wang Wei could see both Zhang Yuqing and Monk Wuji glancing in Feng Heng's direction. Although brief, they could not escape his eyes, and immediately, he knew he would get dragged into the fight between Taoism and Buddhism. And since he had the future Buddha scroll, he had already chosen sides. Countless thoughts flashed across his mind as he pondered how to deal with the situation appropriately. If he did not play his card correctly, he might be used as a pawn before being discarded. Now, for the introduction of a lower-seated player, Lord Spirit said. First is Chu Luo, the emperor child that wields the outlaw Tao of creation. He is a man who has tempered his will and Tao heart through reincarnation itself. Xiao Tianyi kept his eyes closed, a listless aura emanating from his body. The others, however, looked at Chu Luo. They did not care for his emperor child status. In the upper dimension, blessed children are too common. Although it is a statistical anomaly for immortal creatures to reproduce, there are so many of them, and they have lived for so long that it has become somewhat common. What they cared about was the fact of his outlaw Tao and the implications of tempering his mind through reincarnation. The second player is the heir of the Tao opening sect, young Master Wang Wei. He is a Tao overlord, creator of his own heavenly physique, and a person of unquantifiable willpower. The man's accomplishment could write a legendary tale. However, his most important quality is his intelligence and ingenuity. I can say without a doubt that he is more intelligent and cunning than all of you here combined. And I mean all of you. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he sensed the eyes full of killing intent on him. He sighed before taking out a cup of freshly brewed tea and casually drinking it, ignoring everyone else. The upper-seated players looked at him with squinted eyes. They knew what it took to be a Tao overlord. In the eternal ascension world, outlaws would summon a special area to go through their trial. Cultivators must do so before comprehending and using the outlaw laws. Otherwise, they won't even be able to enter any cultivation stage that requires understanding and using laws. In the summoned area, Heavenly Tao will place them under a perfect illusion that recreates their lives. Then, it will use the person's life to scheme against them, and they must find ways to pass the test. If a cultivator failed, the person would not be able to control an outlaw Tao. The main reason for this method was due to how complicated a karmic trial could become. In a world full of emperors, empyreans, and paragons, if Heavenly Tao started a scheme against these people, firstly, no one would pass, and these powerful individuals would never allow such a thing. The trial is of some similar difficulty in both dimensions, so there are few people who hold the title of Overlord. However, many people wielded outlaws Tao similar to Chu Luo. They usually had to pay the price to control their Taos and have some limits. When it comes to the Overlord title, even a paragon could not help someone else acquire it. As for creating a heavenly physique, some people have succeeded in doing the same in the upper dimension. But their rarity also makes it a great accomplishment. Interesting, thought Shirulin. Everyone knew Tao overlords were extremely powerful, cunning, and tactically minded. But to say this person was more intelligent than all of them combined, she did not believe it. Of course, she also knew that Lord Spirit was just saying these words to rile them up and ensure they fought to their full capability for this trial. What's the point of being intelligent? Strength is all that matters, thought Ao Tianyi. Despite his thoughts, he decided to keep a watch on Wang Wei. He did not want to be schemed against. Shi Shanyin only glanced at him, but did not have any reaction. Zhang Yuqing also only politely looked at him with a neutral face. Monk Wuji gave him a smiling nod, and Wang Wei pretended he did not see anything. Meanwhile, the lower-seated players had different reactions. Most of them did not know what a Tao Overlord was. However, the intelligent comment got to them, igniting their fighting spirit and desire to prove otherwise. A few intelligent individuals suddenly began to piece some things together. Recently, News of the essential destruction of the demon race from the demon supremacy world has spread throughout otherworld communities. By calculating the time frame of the incident, they realized it was soon after Yi Tweezy had a conflict with a player from the Myriad Emperor world. And by considering Lord Spirit's insinuation, a few people concluded Wang Wei might have something to do with the downfall of the demon supremacy world. Chu Luo and Tong Ruobing gave Wang Wei an odd look after coming to this conclusion. Jilan Fong had a powerful intuition as a swordsman, so he felt Wang Wei was definitely involved in what happened in the demon supremacy world. However, Wang Wei ignored them and continued drinking his tea as if he were the only person present. He did not know what these people thought. Even if he knew, he would never admit it. The third seat goes to Jilan Fong, a pure swordsman with a flawless Dao heart who has entered the realm of one sword breaks myriad laws. These so-called geniuses might not be as bad as I believe, thought Ao Qiani. All pure swordsmen pursue the realm of one sword breaks myriad laws. It is the state where a swordsman can overwhelm all laws or concepts with their swords. Many people believe that someone could be referred to as a swordsman by entering this realm before proving the Dao. Otherwise, they are sword users, not swordsmen. Zhang Yuqing looked at Ji Langfeng with a slight fighting spirit in his eyes. He also practiced the Dao of the sword, so he would love to battle a fellow swordsman. Fourth place goes to Tong Ruobing, a master of talisman making. She has created an acquired version of the 27th heavenly physique, the Source Rune physique. The upper-seeded players finally began to pay attention as they realized their competitors might not be as simple as they previously believed. The Source Rune physique is considered the best talent for professions like alchemy, talisman, pill refining, and arrays. Any genius with that physique is expected to become a peak powerhouse in these professions, and they could even become masters in all fours. Even if Tong Ruobing has an acquired version of this physique that only worked for talisman, she was a person with a bright future ahead of her, not to mention a worthy opponent. Don't look at me. I did not create the method for this physique. He did, she said, pointing at Wang Wei. I'm only using his idea. You're stealing, not using, replied Wang Wei. Wu Ming offered it to me as a gift, she added. I'm sure that was voluntary. Is something wrong with a lady using her charms to get what she wants? In this patriarchal society, we weak women have to do anything necessary to get ahead, said Tong Ruobing with a gentle smile. Wang Wei rolled his eyes as he learned something new about her. Shameless. Meanwhile, these seated players once again looked at Wang Wei with raised eyebrows. All they could think was he might become a problem. Moving on, said Lord Spirit. In fifth place, we have Shi Qian, an immortal child from the light race. Everyone waited for Lord Spirit to continue, but she did not say anything else. She only shrugged her shoulder as there was nothing she could do. In the grand scheme of things, there was nothing remarkable about Shi Qian. Her status as an immortal child was worthless in the eyes of these upper dimensions heaven-chosens. Her status as the light race is valuable since they have a natural affinity for karma and outlaw Daos. However, this affinity or control of karma had its limits. Lord Spirit believed some other people would be better in that spot. Su Shi or even Liang Shixian, for example. However, he could not arbitrarily change the ranking as he saw fit. Our final seeded player is Miss Jingwu Hua, an emperor offspring and three-legged golden crow that has once suffered a defeat in a previous heavenward battle at the hands of an eternal emperor. However, she sealed herself for countless generations, tempering her willpower in the process to try again. On top of it all, her father left a special reward to ensure she succeeded on the second try. Jingwu Hua looked at Lord Spirit angrily. She did not expect him to bring out her pain and display it to the public. Moreover, she wanted to know how he knew so much. The upper-seeded players paid some attention to Jingwu Hua. They understood how scary some immortals could be once they decided to leave trump cards to their descendants. In the eternal ascension world, it's normal for some mortal who has not started cultivating to suddenly take out a talisman capable of wounding an Empyrean or Dao monarch. It all depends on how pampered their influential parents are. She lost to an eternal emperor? Could have been the Heaven Devour Emperor? That would make much sense timing-wise, thought Wang Wei. At the same time, he also thought Lord Spirit seemed to know too much, which could be an issue. Lord Spirit, I have some questions, Wang Wei suddenly said, making Lord Spirit's heart jump. She felt things were about to get complicated. Chapter 574, Unionized Young Master Wang Wei. What is your question? Lord Spirit said. What is your purpose in bringing these geniuses from the upper dimension? Lord Spirit frowned. Of course, to test all the participants and choose the best person to inherit the master's mantle. That's what I thought. So, what are you doing to deal with the political ramification of these upper dimension geniuses' existence and ensure we can do our best for this trial? I'm not following. All right, let me direct. These people's backgrounds are a problem. How do we know they would not retaliate against us after we defeat them? How are we supposed to fight to the fullest of our abilities if we have to worry about the possible revenge from the upper dimension? The participants looked Lord Spirit, their eyes saying that this was a valid concern. Suddenly, A.O. Tianyi snorted coldly. You people think too highly of yourself. Wang Wei glanced at him before looking back at Lord Spirit. See, if it were not for his background, I would have long used his scale for armor, his muscle for bows, consumed his blood for its vitality, and his flesh for the taste. But now, what can I do? Wang Wei felt an intense, killing intent locking him. He ignored him before feigning a shocked look on his face. Oh my God, how stupid of me. I've already offended him. What am I going to do? You should indeed be scared. Do you think the Tao opening sect is what it used to be? Our dragon race can easily slaughter it. You and I both know as long as the name of our two boundless paragon exists, nothing will happen to the Tao opening sect, Wang Wei replied casually, making A.O. Tianyi red in embarrassment. He did not think the latter knew so much about the upper dimension. Interesting, thought Wang Wei. He noticed 4 of the upper-seated players react once he mentioned the boundless paragon of the Tao opening sect. However, Zhang Yuqing and Monk Wuji seemed not to care, as if these titles held no weight against them. No, against their factions. So, he took note of this reaction. Wang Wei then looked directly at Lord Spirit. See, all I had to is use a little spiritual hint to make him angry, and he began to threaten me with his background. So, how am I supposed to fight them fairly? Knowing they might retaliate? Although the deceiving heaven longevity art is an insurgent technique and most definitely a longevity scripture, it is not worth risking my life and the possible destruction of my faction. The lower-seated players and other participants quickly analyzed much information. It made sense that this scripture was a longevity resource, hence why even the upper dimension geniuses were interested. Subsequently, the possibility of retaliation was a genuine problem. Logically, it made no sense to risk their life for this trial. You don't have to worry about retaliation, said Shi Shangyan. We have our own pride, and so do the factions behind us. But how'd I know of this? Replied Wang Wei. I've only met you today. Young Master Wang Wei, you could be reassured regarding this, said Monk Wuji. You have my words, and the words of Buddhism, that no one will retaliate against you and the others. Monk Wuji, I'm sure Buddhism's reputation is enough to guarantee our protection. But this is the lower dimension. Buddhism has no reputation as a basis for us to judge, and we cannot just go by your words. Monk Wuji frowned, along with the others next to him. Xiao Tiandi still had his eyes closed, while A.O. Tianyi was trying extremely hard to control his anger. At the same time, he tried to detect how he was so easily spiritually influenced without noticing. So, what exactly do you want? Said Lord Spirit with slight anger. Tao oath. I want them to swear an oath not to heavenly Tao, but to grand Tao itself that their faction will not retaliate against us directly and indirectly. I don't want any loopholes. Non sensi. Hoare Dao Chiani. Grand Tao oath was the most restrictive oath. It was one not even paragons could break. Who are you to demand such a thing of us? Said Zhang Yuqing with a sneer. Young Master Wei, it appears your request was too much. Wang Wei sipped his tea calmly. By your response, It seems all of you already plan to get this inheritance by any means, even fouls one. This has nothing to do with retaliation," said Shirulin. "No cultivator likes to be restricted, and taking an oath for such a trivial matter, it's even worse. Sound like excuses to me. And what will happen if they don't swear?" asked Lord Spirit, staring straight at Wang Wei. "Nothing will happen. I won't participate in this trial, but am only one inconsequential individual." Lord Spirit had veins appear on his forehead as he already knew what the latter was planning. "And as expected, I will also forfeit," said Chu Luo. "Count me in," added Ji Lanfang, who was drinking from his gourd after seeing Wang Wei casually drinking his tea. "I will support my fellow countrymen," said Tong Ruobing. Shirkian hesitated, as she did not want to bring trouble to her parents by offending these upper dimensions big shots. However, she agreed reluctantly, thinking how she would become enemies with her fellow lower dimension peers if she did not pick their side. Of course, Jingwu Hua also agreed, followed by the other participants like Su Shi, Feng Heng, Liang Shixian, Hua Feng Wang, etc. "See, Lord Spirit, with all of us forfeiting, you can choose one of them as an inheritor. Well, they're a better fit if you consider their talents and birthplace." Lord Spirit became quiet. "My divination was correct," thought Wang Wei. Gu Xian does not want to give his inheritance to people of the upper dimension for some reason. A few minutes of silence then ensued. Then Lord Spirit said, "You can all dismiss. I will contact you after negotiating the logistic of the current problem." Everyone quietly packed their things before flying to their mansions. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, Wang Wuqing appeared before him. "What you did there was dangerous, and you also revealed yourself to these factions' eyes. It's not as bad as you think. They already noticed me because of the Tao Overlord title. All I did was reveal my intelligence as an overlord. What about your soul? You've revealed yourself with that spiritual hint. I don't believe for a moment that Lord Spirit or Gu Xian could hide the result of these trials from these people. And even the lower dimension participants who are on my side would gladly sell my information. On top of everything, Wang Wei did not think these people would come along. So they must send people or have other methods to investigate his information back in the Myriad Emperor world. As such, they will know his soul is unique. Did you observe anything from them? Zhang Yuqing has displayed some hostility towards me even though he tried very well to hide it. He and Monk Wuji are definitely here because of Feng Heng, and I will probably get dragged into their confrontation. As for the others, they appeared to also be here for another mission besides getting the inheritance. And that mission seemed to involve observing us. Now that you mention it, they seem not to be happy once all you forfeit. Yes, they reacted as if they wanted us to display our strengths and abilities. It appears they want to assess us, but the real question is why? I can't think of anything, but I'm sure you'll figure it out, said Wang Wuqing. By the way, what did you mean by what you said about our founding fathers? Didn't I tell you about their disappearance and possible death? No, I think I would have remembered if you had said such an important thing. Wang Wei then remembered he told Wang Wuqing about his encounter with Empyrean Blackheart during his outlaw trial. But he was not detailed in his encounter, so he did not mention he learned of the founder's disappearance. Well, now you know. Don't take something so important so lightly, replied Wang Wuqing with a serious face. It's as I said, our founders have reached the pinnacle of cultivation, and 2 of them can revive themselves as long as their names remain in the annals of history. So, it is only a matter of time before they revive themselves. Even so, I think this is the kind of information that the others should know. After saying that, Wang Wuqing left to see Origin 1. Wang Wei shook his head as he also headed back to the sect. He wanted to learn more about Gu Xian as he felt the latter was not simple. He hoped he could gather more information about him and know better how to deal with the upcoming storm. The night of this event, 2 shadows secretly entered different mansions habited by the upper-seated players. Meanwhile, A.O. Tianyi activated a formation in a secret room inside his mansion. Chapter 575 Worldwide Changes Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Heaven will Daoist for the gift. Tianer, how are things going? Said a deep voice from the formation. Immediately, Ao Tiany's arrogant demeanor changed into a more respectful one. Father, this is what happened. Ao Tiany told everything that had occurred since he arrived. The participants' reactions, what everybody said, what he said, and even some basic analysis of the situation. I guess this should be expected of a Tao overlord. Sai the Wang clan is truly blessed, replied Ao Jing. He could not help but reminisce about what he read of the Wang clan's achievement in the Eternal Ascension world. And if the clan did not break up and even fought in the upper dimension, their accomplishment might have been even higher. Father, what do you think I should do? You might not have a choice but to swear. What? Why? You must accomplish both your mishiansa, especially bringing back the deceiving heaven longevity art. Isn't it just a lowly insurgent technique? Ao Tani then remembered something. Even if it was a longevity technique, is there a need to go through all this trouble, especially since it's probably of the lowest level? Couldn't our dragon race take it from Guxian's hand? Ao Jing paused for a moment before sighing. His son was the future leader of the primordial dragon race, so he should start learning the world's secrets and how to deal with them. So, he said, you're correct that this scripture is of the lowest level. However, it has tremendous potential. So, the patriarch wants it. Ao Tanai squinted his eyes. The dragon race's patriarch was one of the 7 ruling paragons of the Eternal Ascension. So, he knew it was a big deal for the latter to want something. So, why didn't the patriarch take it from Guxian? Isn't he just a Tao monarch? Guxian has disappeared from the face of the world. He is most likely hiding inside the lawless zone, and he's been using a proxy to communicate with us for this trial. On top of everything, he appears not to want anyone in the upper dimension to get their hands on the scripture. So, you must get no matter what. Ao Tiany frowned even deeper. Father, why does it seem this mission is not as simple as it seems? Why do I have to observe these heaven chosens? He did not understand why he had to gather information on the lower dimensions heaven chosens, focusing on the myriad emperor world. So I guess there is no point hiding things from you since you are now involved. Great changes are about to take place in the Eternal Ascension world. There are rumors of the end of the 2 suns, 7 moons era is approaching, and the return of the old era. These rumors have existed ever since the era began. Why would that matter now? Yes, normally, these would just be rumors of a bunch of unsatisfied individuals. However, some changes have taken place recently that have alerted the rulers. What changes? Heavenly Tao has begun to move. It has seal access to the lower dimension. Currently, Empyreans cannot even send in a projection. And with each day, the sealing is becoming more powerful. According to calculation, it's only a matter of time before the 7 rulers can not only interfere in the lower dimension, they might not even be able to see anything from there. Ao Jing did not tell his son that even the 2 supreme rulers might become blind to the ongoings of the lower dimension. Is this why the patriarch sent me on this mission? Yes. The patriarch calculated that the rise of the myriad emperor world might be the cause of heavenly Taoist actions. So, he wants you to gather information on the heaven chosens to detect the people responsible for leading this new era. As for the deceiving heaven longevity art, the patriarch deduced the changes of the myriad emperor world might be the prelude to something else. So, he wanted another longevity scripture as insurance for the future. I see. So if Guxian wants you to swear the oath, do so. I will, replied Ao Tiany with slightly gritted teeth. What about Zhang Yuqin and Monk Wuji? Don't get involved in their conflict. They probably have no desire for the inheritance. So, as long as you stay out of their way, there should be no problem. As you wish, father. All right, do your best. Ao Tiany closed the communication array before heading to rest. But before he reached his destination, he sent someone outside his mansion. He used his divine sense to determine who it was. Her? Interesting. Then, you want to open the door. Zhang Yuqing's mansion. Master, this all that happened, he said to an array. This Wang Wei will be a problem as I expected, said a cold and indifferent voice. You know your mission? Yes. Eliminate Feng Hung and prevent him from spreading Buddhism. Act fast, as you do not have much time. Is something wrong? Heavenly Tao has begun to revolt against my suppression, and it will not let you stay long in the lower dimension replied Taoist Supreme Unity. Master, are you all right? Don't worry about me. Just finish your mission. Taoist Supreme Unity replied in his eternal, indifferent voice. Then, he disconnected the communication. Zhang Yuqing did not mind since he knew his master was always this direct and cold. He was used to it by now. Nevertheless, he was determined to succeed in his mission. He knew his master was in a deadlock with Maitreya Mother Buddha. But if Feng Hung successfully spread Buddhism in the lower dimension, the luck and incense gathered by the Maitreya Buddha might be enough for her to surpass his master. Feng Heng Musti, and if that Wang Wei gets in my way, I will also annihilate him. After making a resolution, Zhang Yuqing went to rest. Monk Wuzi's mansion. You know what to do? Said a melodious voice. Yes, great Buddha. Remember to use a friendly approach. Don't rush or force things. And if things don't work out, it's okay to let it go. I will, replied Monk Wuji. I know I can count on you. After the communication ended, Monk Wuji bowed to the formation before going to cultivate. Shi Ruolin's mansion. She opened the door for someone outside. I did not expect to be receiving guests today. I'm sorry for the late intrusion. No problem. Mean, Miss Su Shi, right? That's right. Shi Ruolin led her to the dining room and had her maid serve tea. So, to what do I owe this visit? I wanted to know something and figured I had the highest chance of succeeding by asking you. Oh, and why would I help you? Shi Ruolin asked with a smile. You can ask me whatever you want. Anything? Yes. It seems that desperation has clouded your judgment, commented Shi Ruolin. Very well. Let's see what you want to know first. I want to know how to revive someone that had their existence injured. Did that person die as a mortal? Does that matter? Of course. Yes. Shi Ruolin thought for a moment. Existence wounds are severe even for emperors. However, most eternal emperors can heal their existence injuries by themselves. A few talented ones can heal others, and some extremely talented individuals can even use existence reconstruction. That's when they recreate a person's existence and revive them even after being completely erased from reality. However, such a talent has not appeared in A. Shi Ruolin suddenly remembered that peerless empress that incurred fear in the Seven Rulers. She might be capable of this. Whoever you want to revive might require only healing their existence. However, since they are mortals and will probably be dead for a long period by the time you prove the Tao, you might need the ability of existence reconstruction. I see, replied Su Shi, deep in thought. She knew she had no choice but to prove the Tao in this generation because the longer she took, the less chance she had to revive her husband. Furthermore, she must be an eternal emperor. Now, for my payment, said Shi Ruolin with a mesmerizing smile. Eternal Ascension World, Dragon Nest. A long dragon with beautiful and noble purple scales suddenly opened his eyes. Should I report things now to the Patriarch? Ao Jing did not want to, but he knew he had no choice. The current era was simply terrible. No Tier 12 powerhouses of any path were allowed to exist, forcing him to stay in the Empyrean realm for too long. On top of it all, he was not happy with the situation of the Dragon Clan. In ancient times, there were many tribes of dragons. Azure dragons, primordial dragons, fiend dragons, and so many more. The Dragon Clan was united yet independent, with each tribe having its own autonomy. But now, all dragons had to obey the Patriarch, a blood dragon. If anyone disobeyed him, they would be annihilated. And this is not the only reason Ao Jing did not like the current era. He was born near the very end of the Golden Age and remembered how prosperous the Eternal Ascension world used to be. But now, with the Seven Rulers promoting heaven while emperors instead of Tao emperors, the Eternal Ascension world was weak both regarding its high-end power and low-end ones. If he were not for the two supreme rulers, the world would have long been invaded by foreign forces. After thinking about these things, Ao Jing shook his head before heading to report to the Patriarch. He also removed his idea of downplaying some of the information he received. He did not dare to lie to a paragon. Chapter 576 Heaven will Emperor Shi Shangai's mansion. She also stood before an array and reported the events that occurred in today's events. This is all that happened, Patriarch. Then, For a few seconds, there was no response from the other end. Patriarch, you don't have to worry. I will do my best to get the scripture for the ruler. I won't disappoint the effort of the clan. Shi Shangyan knew the importance of this mission simply by the selection process. One of the rulers held a large-scale competition with all the factions underneath her, and Shi Shangyan was the final winner, an act that brought great honor to the Celestial clan as they had the opportunity to display their loyalties to the ruler. You don't need to care about the mission, said the Celestial Patriarch after half a minute of silence. What do you mean? Our clan has decided to revolt against the ruler. We will hide inside the source key space and use some of our foundations to prevent her from finding us. What? Patriarch, what do you mean by this? Everyone knows a new era is coming, and it's time for people to pick a side. And the Celestial clan has chosen the opposite of the rulers. Shi Shangyan did not know what to do as this news was too great for her. She thought she came here to make her clan proud and increase their status in the upper dimension. But now, things seem to be getting out of control. What about me? She hurriedly asked, thinking about something horrible. You don't need to worry. The clan did not abandon you. Shi Shangyan sighed in relief. So, why am I in the lower dimension? A tremendous amount of destiny and luck is about to gather in the lower dimension with the upcoming new era of the Myriad Emperor world. Many believe the person who started this era will lead the changing age of the upper dimension or, at the very least, play an essential role. Your mission is to use that destiny to your advantage. You could try to steal the destiny from that destined person, become that destined individual, become their underling, cooperate with them, or whatever you desire. Use your judgment to determine the best course of action. What matter is for the Celestial clan to have their hands on the new era. The luck gathered from his event would ensure our prosperity. Shi Shangyan caressed her temples as she tried to process all the information she had received. She suddenly remembered the gray hair player from the Myriad Emperor world. Somehow, she felt he would play a vital role in this upcoming chaos. I know this is a lot to process, so suddenly, but we could not tell you anything before you arrived in the lower dimension. I won't blame you, Patriarch. I know you're doing this for the clan's revival. I'm glad you understand. I don't have much time. As such, I will be quick. You must prove the Tao in the lower dimension, which means you must restart cultivating. Your space ring includes many resources to help you, including a time Choice treasure to ensure you have enough time to catch up. You can choose whether to prove the Tao in the Myriad Emperor world. The 7 rulers have sent people to infiltrate there to prove the Tao in this generation and delay the arrival of the new generation. Delay? They cannot stop the arrival of the new era, but they can infinitely delay it to prolong their reign or better prepare for a high position in the new upcoming era. I see. I know this is a lot, so I won't say much more. One last thing, do not become a Heavenwell Emperor. Although it should be impossible to do so in the lower dimension, anything is possible in the upcoming changes. Shi Shangyan nodded her head. Even if the Patriarch did not say anything, she would not do so. Since she was young, the clan elders have always warned her about becoming a Heavenwell Emperor because it is an unorthodox method that is nothing but shortcuts. Heavenwell Emperors created something called Tao trees, allowing them to absorb more than one Heavenwell. The Tao tree allowed them to rapidly reach higher realms of cultivation and serve as a way to control the Grand Tao source. However, the downside is that a Heavenwell Emperor will fall in cultivation realms once someone destroys the Tao tree. Meanwhile, Tao Emperors have to comprehend the Grand Tao source slowly. Shi Shangyan would never become a Heavenwell Emperor for many reasons. For example, Heavenwell Emperors cannot become everlasting Empyreans or boundless paragons. Heavenwell Empyreans do not have the natural ability of Tao Empyreans to create life. Heavenwell paragons do not need paragon souls to reach that realm, making them drastically weaker. The only advantage of Heavenwell Emperors is the rapid cultivation and the ability to sacrifice their heaven wills for a drastic increase in battle prowess. And even then, they only use this technique to be on par with Tao Emperors. All right, I've got to go, said the Celestial Patriarch. It will take a little time for the information of our betrayal to be sent to the lower dimension because of the recent changes. Recent changes? There is no time for that. Just know that access to the lower dimension has become even harder. Always watch your back, no matter which heaven will world you decide to prove the Tao. The rulers definitely send some spies to cause chaos in the lower dimension. After saying that, the patriarch ended the conversation. Shi Shanyan suddenly felt very lonely. It was the first time she did not have her clan as backing. Nevertheless, she quickly reined in her emotions to decide her next step. The best course of action would be to run away if the other upper-seated players decided to eliminate her, the traitor. However, the patriarch told her the information wouldn't reach the trial for some time. Time she could use to get her hands on the deceiving heaven longevity art and give her some advantage in the upcoming chaos. Let's wait and see, she muttered before resting. Xiao Tiandis mansion. You have to do your best, said a beautiful female voice. Yes, master, replied Xiao Tiendi with his usual listlessness. This is not the time to have your usual uncaring attitude. The rulers might give you a chance if you can bring back the scripture and the necessary information. Would they really? Or would they dispose of me after I'm no longer useful? Don't be so pessimistic. If they wanted to deal with you, they would have done so long ago. Xiao Tiendi sneered, but did not rebuke. This might be the only chance you have. You and I both know this is not true. Maybe previously, but things are changing. The rulers are in desperate need of allies. Yes, allies that are not a threat to them. Enough, roared the female voice. Your mindset is the reason you are in the current state. An opportunity is given to you, but you don't even want to try. Do the mission, bring back the scripture. Otherwise, I will disown and kick you out of the sect. This is your last chance. The female voice then ended the communication. Xiao Tiendi shrugged his shoulder. This was not the first time his master threatened to disown him, and this was not the first time he had disappointed her. Ultimately, she loved and doted on him too much to do it. So, he yawned before going to bed. He told his servant not to wake up until the day the competition began as he prepared to sleep for a few days straight. Outside of Shi Rulin's mansion, Su Shi walked out with slight puzzlement. She did not expect the latter's repayment to be her memories and information of all the heaven-chosens of the myriad emperor world and favor she had to repay later. Su Shi was prepared for the conditions to be even worse. Well, a favor is usually the hardest thing to repay, she thought. Although it appeared Shi Rulin did not ask for much, that was only on the surface. It does not matter. How about the information I wanted? As long as I become an eternal emperor, I should be able to revive Fener. All I have to do now is find a way to preserve his imprint. Su Shi then became momentarily lost as she remembered her husband. Memories of their happy times flashed across her mind. Fener, I will see you again. Su Shi returned to her mansion, and as soon as she entered, someone appeared next to him. Taoist, ever-changing. Why did you go see her? Su Shi frowned before explaining the situation, making Taoist, ever-changing sigh out loud. Have you not noticed you are becoming too obsessed with reviving Lin Fan? He's my husband, the love of my life. Yes, but you should not let any obsession take over your mind. What's wrong with obsession? It's a weakness that your enemy can exploit. Su Shi quieted down as she knew this was true. I won't let it become my weakness. Taoist, ever-changing, sighed again before disappearing. His blatant display of disappointment made Su Shi unhappy for the entire night. Ao Chinese Monsieur. Huafeng Wang from the Myriad Emperor world, right? He asked over a tea table. That's me. So what brings you to see me? Chapter 577, The Ancestors' Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to heaven will Taoist for the gift. I can make a deal with you, Huafeng Wang said. Oh, I'm listening. I want your source blood. Immediately, a terrifying killing intent emanated from Ao Tianyi's body. All dragons' race are highly particular about their source blood because of how precious any dragon bloodline is. However, he quickly calmed down. You do know how precious true dragon bloodline is. So, what do you want to exchange? You can name your price. You can be my woman, said Ao Tianyi with a lascivious smile. If you don't want to exchange, I can live. What's with the reaction? It would be your honor to become my woman. Honor? Replied Huafeng Wang with a sneer. I've read about how arrogant you innate life forms are, but I did not think it was even worse than the scriptures described. Innate life forms? You dare compare my noble bloodline with these lowly things? Is there a difference? In the end, the world is ruled by acquired lives. No matter how prideful you are or how much benefit your bloodline gives you, it does not change the fact that acquired lives rule this world. I can guarantee many of my ancestors have hunted your kind in the upper dimension. Ao Tiany's eyes turned red as he knew she was correct. This truth has been the bane of all races bred by heaven and earth. It did not matter they were the first creatures in existence, and it did not matter they were born noble and more powerful, they were no longer the ruler of the world. Ao Tiany wanted nothing but to pounce on the person before him. But he remembered where he was and his father's mission. So, he took a deep breath to calm down. Meanwhile, Huafeng Wang secretly sighed in relief. She needed to be assertive and other for the negotiation to be relatively fair. She remembered the argument Wang Wei used in the evening and theorized their ancient clan still had some backing in the upper dimension in the form of the heaven-opening emperor, the Wang clan's ancestor. And by Ao Tiany's restraint, her theory was correct. She had made the correct tactic for this negotiation. I hope you take this transaction seriously. Tell me if you don't want to trade, so I don't waste my time. Fine, responded Ao Tiany, calming down to ponder whether he would make the deal. A few minutes later, he said, I agree, but here are my terms. First, I want all the information you have on the trial's participants and the heaven-chosens of the myriad emperor world. I want the tiniest detail, even something as little as their favorite food. Huafeng Wang frowned slightly, but she eventually nodded. The second thing I want is a promise. What promise? I won't agree to anything if you don't specify, she added. Ao Tiany did not immediately answer, but took out a mirror, instantly alerting Huafeng Wang and making her on guard. No need to be worried. I just don't want anyone or anything to listen to our conversation. Then, he activated the mirror to block the room and prevent outside forces from spying. Huafeng Wang remained on guard during the entire process, ready to call upon her Tao protector at any moment. If you can prove the Tao, I want you to be an inactive emperor, Ao Tiany said casually. What do you mean? In simple terms, I want you to not accomplish anything as an emperor. You can preach the Tao to repay karma, but there's no need to do anything more for the world. You can stay in the lower dimension for as long as possible before ascending. And during this time, all you have to do is ensure nothing happens in the myriad emperor world. I can't do that, she replied immediately. Why? I think it's a fair deal. I'm carrying the hope of my clan to revive them to the glorious time. Your conditions go against my goal for cultivation. Then there is no deal. Fine by me, replied Huafeng Wang. Do you think you can easily leave after coming to my home? Ao Tiany stood up, fully ready for a confrontation. And if you think I came here without being prepared, you're a bigger fool than you appeared during today's introduction. Ao Tiany clenched his hand as he stared at her. But, after seeing her confidence and thinking about his father's words, he decided to be cautious about the success of this mission. So, he let her leave. After exiting the mansion, Huafeng Wang looked back. It seems these geniuses want to interfere in the myriad emperor world's development. After looking for a few seconds, she flew home. She knew things were not over. She wanted that primordial dragon's blood and was willing to offend him to get it. She did not care about the consequences since this might be the only chance she had at proving the Tao. Myriad Emperor World, Tao Opening Sect. Wang Wei was reading about Gu Xian's life. He lived during the Middle Emperor era. The records described him as a cunning and insidious person who feared death and wanted to become immortal. After failing his heaven will battle, he created the deceiving heaven longevity art. According to records, Gu Xian lived over 100 million years before exchanging the scripture with an emperor for a Tao seed. After that, he disappeared, most likely ascending to the upper dimension. While Wang Wei analyzed the information he had, he suddenly received a communication talisman from Wang Wuqing. Then, he used his sect master token to teleport to a secret realm where Wang Wuqing waited for him. As soon as he appeared, Wang Wuqing gave him another token. This will take you to a special place in the sect. Go immediately. What's going on? You were supposed to take a trial once you reached Quasi-Emperor realm before you could go that place. But now, the situation has changed. Wang Wei frowned. Remember, be respectful. Wang Wuqing then disappeared. Wang Wei looked at the token in his hand for a moment before activating it. He then found himself in a large place with a pool. In front of the pool were 9 phantoms, 3 in the middle and 6 behind them. The first phantom looked like him, young, handsome, with long dark hair and bright eyes. He had a gentle and reassuring smile. The one to his right was a beautiful woman with a mole on her chin, a serious face, and eyes sharper than a sword. Wang Wei recognized the one on the right as he saw him in the battle tower. He still remembered that sundering battle intent. Then, he glanced at the people at the back. There was a middle-aged man to the far left. Wang Wei could see his muscle despite being a translucent phantom. Next to the muscular man was another middle-aged man wearing a turtle shell. Wang Wei refused to comment on this person's fashion sense. The person after that was an older man with long white hair and a beard, dressed in red. Somehow, Wang Wei could smell the scent of medicine from him. The fourth person was a young man with golden hair. Righteousness and cruelness perfectly describe his face and demeanor. The fifth person on the back was an ordinary-looking young man. The only way to describe that person was ordinary. He had the kind of face that most people would not notice in a crowd, a very forgettable face. Finally, the sixth person at the back was a lively, beautiful young woman with rainbow-colored eyes. Wang Wei recognized these people since he had to worship them during ancestral worshiping ceremonies he had attended during his childhood. So, he immediately bowed and said, "Sect Master Wang Wei has seen the ancestors. There is no need for formalities," said Qiyuan as he floated next to Wang Wei and helped him. He took a deep look at him. A 9-extremity foundation? A 4-root as that? Worthy of my descendant. It would have been better if it was a perfect 5-root foundation, commented Sword Empress. Give the kid some slack. Achieving such a result in the unorthodox path and in such a short time is proof of his talent. Added the battle maniac. According to my calculation, there's a 99 chance he has found a way to push it to perfection, said Miscellaneous. What is with the missing 1%? Asked the Rainbow Emperor. He is a fateless. Even as a mortal, I have to consider possible deviation. That makes sense. I've heard many great things about you, said Qiyuan Emperor to change the subject. I'm glad you inherited my drive for innovation and progress. His eyes twinkled. I saw how well-developed the mortals in our territories are. Your use of construct, your views on education and knowledge, and the notion of advanced mortal civilization are fascinating. I cannot wait for you to spread your ideas throughout the world. Thank you, Ancestor, for your praise. I have a few questions I wanted to ask. Brother Kishan, we cannot waste time, suddenly said Battle Maniac. That's right. Our presence could make the situation worse, added the Sword Empress. Let's do what we came for and leave. All right, Qiyuan replied with some sadness. He then looked at Wang Wei seriously. We will all preach the Tao to you, teaching about the Tao and a detailed explanation of cultivation from Tier 1 to Tier 12. Wang Wei's eyes immediately lit up after hearing this. With this process, not only will his understanding of law and Tao reach another level, he won't have to worry about finding methods to break through to the Empyrean and Paragon realm in the future. Thank you for your guidance. Let's begin, said Qiyuan with a smile. Chapter 578, 9 Paragons, Preaching I Will Be the First, said Qiyuan Emperor. Then he waved his hand to manifest 2 cushions, one for him and the other for Wang Wei. The others waited as Qiyuan sat and Wang Wei sat, with the latter closing his eyes. All lives are fundamentally divided into Qi, essence, and spirit. The cultivation process can begin by developing any of these aspects. It is a journey of self-discovery and transcendence, breaking the limit of the body, mind, and spirit. Wang Wei did not hesitate to deploy his spirit particles and future Buddha self to improve his comprehension. At the same time, he had all his incarnations comprehend the sermon. Since the incarnations had different lives and experiences, they might understand something he could not. Furthermore, having 10 of them comprehending the same sermon was better than just him. As Wang Wei listened to his ancestors preaching about the Tao, he saw the essence of cultivation rapidly laid out in simple terms before him. Then, the Qiyuan emperor explained the origin system to him from the body-tempering realm to the quasi-emperor realm. Wang Wei had to admit there was something unique about seeing the system's creator explain things to him. Even though he had entered the Duyi realm and pushed the origin system beyond its limit, there were many things he did not know or think about regarding it. But now, with its creator explaining it to him, he finally understood. After explaining the origin system to the quasi-emperor realm, the Qiyuan emperor then explained his origin, Tao, and his comprehension after proving the Tao. Once he finished, he explained in detail to Wang Wei how to enter the Empyrean and Paragon realm. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei opened his eyes, full of awe and respect. His slight pride after achieving his Tao ancestor's strength was gone as he understood how far he was compared to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. He decided to be more humbled as his journey had just begun, and he had a long way to go. Then he checked on the law tree inside his sea of consciousness. He could see it was slowly turning silver. With a smile, he said, "Thank you, ancestor." Qiyuan smiled back before condensing a talisman. "This is my gift to you. These were all my thoughts when I created the origin system, including some previous drafts that I eliminated. Maybe it can be beneficial to you." Wang Wei gladly accepted. Qiyuan stood up from his seat to allow the Sword Empress to take the seat. "Kid, are you interested in becoming a swordsman? It would be a shame to waste your talent." "I'm sorry, but I think the swordsman's path is too extreme." Wang Wei was a little embarrassed to be so direct, but that's how he felt. However, he could see the desolate emperor giving him thumbs up in the back. "I figures much," she replied before condensing a talisman. "This is for your father. It contained my sword Tao. Maybe it can help him." Wang Wei respectfully accepted the gift. "Although I cannot teach you about my sword Tao, I can teach you about the concept of attack since swordsmen are the ultimate attackers." Sword Empress then preached her sword Tao, whose primary focus was on slashing heaven and earth. Her entire Tao involved how to properly destroy heavenly Tao, who is the embodiment of myriad Taos. However, her sermon also focused on the best way for a person's attack to reach its maximum potential and go beyond the limit. Wang Wei felt this sermon would benefit him throughout his cultivation journey. Wang Wei opened his eyes, this time full of the sharpness of a swordsman. His ever-changing Tao heart helped him a lot to better comprehend her sermon. Sword Empress nodded her head before giving her spot to Battle Maniac. "Your dream combat technique is ingenious, so I will use it to help you." Then, Wang Wei found himself in a vivid dream. And in that dream, he spent eons doing only one thing: fighting. He fought countless races and unique individuals. He learned numerous fighting styles, battle applications, spells, environment analysis, and many other things that could help him increase his odds of winning in battle. Once he opened his eyes, a terrifying battle intent emanated from his body. He felt like a new man as his battle IQ and experience drastically improved. "Well, little monster," commented Battle Maniac with a smile. Then, he also condensed a talisman. "This is for Li Jun. He's a fine descendant." Wang Wei quickly accepted. Then, Ancient Desolate came before him. "I'm glad I found a true successor for my scripture. Plus, you've pushed beyond its limit." He was very happy with the concept of black holes in the acupoints. This idea perfectly suited his scripture and elevated it to another level. "I will preach to you about my Tao and the true power Tao." Wang Wei closed his eyes before controlling his excitement. He listened attentively, and his law tree rapidly turned silver in the process. He controlled himself to not break through in realms and ensure a solid foundation. Once the sermon finished, Wang Wei were visibly shocked as he learned there was another gate after the Gate of Power called the Gate of Flesh, and Ancient Desolate had opened both of them. However, his lips twitched after he realized the requirement to open and how difficult it would be to do so in the lower dimension. However, thinking about the reward, he became motivated. He knew he could succeed since this sermon contained so many tricks or methods to temper the flesh all from the ancient Desolate's experience. "This is my gift to you," said the ancient Desolate Emperor before handing Wang Wei a ring. "This contains enough primordial star essence to condense the black holes for all your incarnations." Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he carefully placed the ring away. "It's my turn," said Turtle Shell. "What I'm going to teach you is the pinnacle of defense. If you can learn a tenth of my ability, a few things in the universe will be able to kill you." Wang Wei was speechless as he realized another quirk of this ancestor besides his fashion sense: bragging. Then he closed his eyes to listen to the sermon and was truly speechless. Turtle Shell was truly the master of defense. His Tao involved pursuing defense to the extreme, similar to swordsmen. Moreover, the latter also knows how to use arrays, talismans, pills, and weapons for defense. This guy is the very definition of an unkillable cockroach because of his defense, thought Wang Wei after opening his eyes. "You just thought of something insulting, didn't you?" "Of course not, Ancestor. This disciple would never do such a thing," Wang Wei replied with a righteous face. "I have too much respect to do such a thing. Maybe I'm a little too sensitive. Here's my gift to you." Wang Wei received a book that contained a technique to use his acupoints as a defensive array. This was the idea he had after seeing Tong Ruobing. He did not ask how Turtle Shell knew what he wanted to do. He now understood the power of these people was unfathomable. He was just happy he did not have to waste time creating the method himself. "I will teach you about the 5 elements, professions, Tao, divination, and yin-yang calculations," said Miscellaneous Emperor. He did not waste time before preaching, and Wang Wei listened attentively. Wang Wei felt his understanding of all the professions deepened. Then, he learned a lot about divination, which was his specialty. Yin-yang calculation was the same as divination, but used another system similar to mathematics. Through a diagram made of symbols, a person can calculate all the secrets or knowledge between heaven and earth. Of course, the limitation is based on the user's skills and strengths. The Miscellaneous Emperor taught him how to use both divination and yin-yang calculation to get the information he wanted. "Thank you, Ancestor," said Wang Wei with a bow. "No problem. This is my gift to you." Wang Wei received another talisman, which contained a unique formation that could convert innate ki into immortal ki. It was unfortunate he could only use the formation inside his divine sea. Otherwise, it would greatly benefit his future plans. "This is another gift for that girl Yen Liling," he added before giving him another talisman. The Hell Judgment took the seat afterward and preached without saying much. In the midst of comprehension, Wang Wei frowned slightly before continuing. He could sense that the Hell Judgment Tao was a unique one that combined good and evil, the soul, and even yin and yang and other things. After preaching, Hell Judgment asked, "Did you notice?" "Yes," nodded Wang Wei. He realized a flaw on his cultivation path, his soul. Since he had such a powerful soul and never had to worry about cultivating it, he also barely used it in most of his battles. As such, his soul was not used to its full potential. The Hell Judgment pointed out this flaw to him and showed him a path on how to better use his soul. Wang Wei looked at his law tree that had turned silver. He could also sense the soul law added in addition to the 5 elements. Afterward, it was the Shadow Ruler. "My Tao is not really suited for you, but hopefully you can learn something from it." The latter preached about Shadow Tao, and when Wang Wei opened his eyes, he had some confusion on his face, but did not immediately ask. "This is for you. You are an anomaly, so after proving the Tao, Wang Ju would only inherit 50 of your power. However, she could inherit between 50 to 70 with this method." Wang Wei took the talisman with respect. "It's finally my turn," said Rainbow with excitement. "I pursue the pinnacle of speed. I can tell you that although I cannot defeat any of my seniors, none of them can catch me if I want to run away." The other's lips twitched slightly as they felt slight shame. She was correct. Wang Wei listened to the sermon with fascination. She taught him to use different methods to increase speed. Whether it was through controlling light, thunder, gravity, bending space-time, or even the concept of the speed of the mind. She used all of them to increase her speed. After opening his eyes, Wang Wei could not help but ask, "Are you also a paragon?" Of course. How? Time-wise, it did not make sense. He could feel that both Rainbow and Shadow Ruler's Tao were on the same level as the others. But these two proved the Tao after the Devil Era. He did not understand how they had enough time to become Paragon. Rainbow did not answer, but looked at Kiyuan. Something happened that we needed more powerful individuals. So, we pay the price to call future emperors of the sect to summon them from the future, explained Kiyuan. These two came and became paragons in the past. Did I come? Asked Wang Wei. No, replied Kiyuan with a smile. We could not summon anyone past the 9th emperor. That's a shame. Not really. It's good you don't have to bear the karma of our failure, replied Kiyuan with a sigh. A few more things before you leave. Do not kill all the participants before the Heavenly battle. I know you have the strength, but don't do it even secretly. Oh, why? Wang Wei never planned to do so, since there would be too many complications. But there seems to be something else. The lower dimension has changed, preventing forces in the upper dimension from intervening, including paragons. The myriad emperor world will become the center of an upcoming change. So, before that, a son of an era will be chosen. You mean me? Yes. Heavenly Tao will definitely choose you. However, if you kill the other participants, your actions will be seen as an act of weakening the world, thus forfeiting and decreasing your chance of being chosen. Now, I understand you might not care about the title of son of an era, but the destiny it provides will benefit you until you become an Empyrean. Don't waste such an opportunity because of how you feel about Heavenly Tao. I see, nodded Wang Wei. Although he did not like Heavenly Tao, he knew the trial was nothing personal. Furthermore, he could control his emotions and do things he did not like for the sake of benefit. Thank you for your guidance, said Wang Wei before giving these 9 a deep bow. Their help today will benefit him throughout his entire life. Then, Wang Wei left the secret realm. While alone, the Hell Judgment Emperor said, "Are you sure he's the one we are waiting for? This kid has too many secrets." "He's right," added Miscellaneous Emperor. "Forget all the taboo aura on him. I can sense the aura from the prehistoric world from him. And there's a 90 chance he is the reincarnation of the Myriad Devourer." Chapter 579, Inextinguishable Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Punch Haddock 5 for the gift. Yuen frowned as he remembered some things long ago. The prehistoric world was a unique, normal chaos world floating in primordial chaos. The special aspect of it was no individual could enter, no matter who it was. People could leave the world, but not enter. Furthermore, an intense aura of taboo emanated from the prehistoric world. Many people knew one of the 13 taboos was inside, but no one knew what it was and why it was a taboo. As for Myriad Devour, it was also related to the prehistoric word. The entire primordial chaos was in turmoil during the Second Origin Battle. Then, a significant world collision occurred. Many source and normal chaos worlds clashed with the prehistoric world. This event was an anomaly that many people believed was artificially created. However, no one cared whether that was the truth because of the benefit of this event. The clash released a large quantity of world essence, a rare resource for people who wanted to cultivate a Paragon soul or Tier 12 soul. Many Paragons and other powerful entities fought for the world's essence. Because of this event, many people reached the peak of the Paragon realm because of the world essence, including Shadow, Ruler, and Rainbow. But not long afterward, a creature that was a massive accumulation of Paragon soul quantity and quality appeared in primordial chaos. The creature had immense willpower and only used it as a form of battle. It did not have laws, Tao, bloodline, or any spells, just pure willpower and spiritual power. The creature would devour anything weaker than it, including some Tier 10 and 11 fiend gods, and even many normal chaos worlds. Regarding strength, the creature was only on par with some of the weakest Paragons and barely at that. However, its willpower granted unimaginable protection. Moreover, A mysterious and mighty power protected the myriad devourer whenever someone more powerful tried to harm him. Many people feared the myriad devourer was an experiment from the prehistoric world to create the 14th taboo. Luckily, the creature disappeared one day, never showing up again. His past does not matter, said Kiyuan. What matters is he might be the one to show us the path forward. I agree, said Sword Empress. You're only saying that because of his relationship with Wu Hong, commented Battle Maniac. So, Kiyuan Emperor looked at Miscellaneous. Go hide all information about him. We don't want these parasites to notice his anomaly and become extreme in their attempt to get rid of him. Miscellaneous frowned before sighing. He looked at Wang Wei that was flying toward his mansion. With a wave of his mind, he placed an invisible formation on him to hide his taboo auras. His connection to the prehistoric and even elevated the formation Wu Hong placed on his soul from an Empyrean level to the peak of the Paragon realm. He also left a way for Wang Wei to detect and control the formation once he became a great emperor. Once he was done, Miscellaneous Phantom became even more transparent. Are you all right? Asked Kiyuan. He'll survive. Kiyuan then looked at Sword Empress. How is your situation? I've stabilized my injury, but my strength has dropped to the Emperor realm, and it's the weakest third class. Why you sound so salty? Commented Battle Maniac. At least you're alive. Look at us. She ignored him. I bet she's salty. Wu Hong survived with Empyrean strength, said Ancient Desolate with laughter, forcing Sword Empress to stare at him with killing intent. Don't look at me. She must likely survive because she was both an inextinguishable paragon and a boundless one. If you had listened to me, tempered your body, and opened both gate of power and flesh, you might have been in a better situation. Ancient Desolate never understood why these swordsmen refused to temper their bodies. The sword they loved so much was a metal weapon, a solid and hard object. So, wouldn't it make sense for them to temper their bodies to be like a sword, the very thing they admired and pursued with so much passion? Don't act up, said Kiyuan, preventing his little sister from throwing a temper tantrum. Wang Chong is correct. If there is something we've learned in the previous failure, if we want to take that step, we have to ensure our soul, body, and Tao reaches the pinnacle. The others nodded in agreement with him. Does that mean we have to open both gates? Asked Turtle Shell. I don't think we have to go to this extreme. As long as we open the gate of power and tempered our body to withstand Paragon strength, we should be all right, added Miscellaneous Emperor. That makes sense. How are things going? Kiyuan continued. I've gathered some resources for your revival, but things are going slow. What's the issue? Time Eater is hunting me down, she said with clenched teeth. He even cornered me once. The room quieted down before Ancient Desolate started laughing uncontrollably. That brat you almost killed after he confessed to you is hunting you down? How embarrassing. Ha ha. Time Eater was a paragon of their era, fascinated by the Sword Empress. However, she despised and almost killed him with her sword after he tried to pester her after rejection. Unfortunately, he did not participate in the ultimate taboo and became one of the 7 parasites weakening the world today. Do you want to die? Said the Sword Empress, but Ancient Desolate did not care nor stop laughing. It'll kill him after I returned to peak strength, she thought. Of course, she knew that would not be so easy, not because of a lack of trying. Ancient Desolate was an inextinguishable paragon, meaning he had all the life savings of a boundless paragon and even methods the latter did not have. You wait. I've already taken your advice and started tempering my body. When you revive, they'll take my revenge for all the time you made fun of my weak fleshly body. Ancient Desolate shrugged his shoulder. He always thought she had wasted her potential by now tempering her body. He thought she would have learned her lesson after losing to Wu Hong by one move because of her fleshly body. But no. Instead, she doubled down on cultivating her sword Tao. Luckily, the recent failures made her realize the truth, and his years of advising her to do made the Sword Empress realize the truth. As for getting beaten once they revived, he did not care since he could take it. Anything else to report? Asked Kun, who was used to these two bickerings. Supreme Unity found me, but Methreya stopped him. Mithraea? I thought she had joined with the 7 parasites? Asked Battle Maniac. She's not like that, Sword Empress said. I don't know why she kept the power balance for so many years, but she must have her reason. I think she's also waiting for someone. Or power changed her, added Held Judgment with a sneer. Look what happened to Supreme Unity. Don't say such a stupid thing. I'm afraid it's only because of her that all of us in Limbo have not been hunted down by Supreme Unity. No one commented regarding this. We already knew the method Supreme Unity got was flawed, so it's not surprising that he changed, added Shadow Ruler. But what about Mithraea? Before leaving, she told me there might be something wrong with her method, but she was willing to take the chance, said Sword Empress with a frown. Do you think we should have settled for a flawed method? Said Rainbow with a slightly lowered voice. After all, we got nothing in the end, and now our peers have surpassed us. The room quieted down for a moment before Kyuin said, We made a choice and should live with it. You don't have any regret? Asked Turtle Shell. No, because I see hope. You mean the kid? Do you really think he could show us the way forward? Kyuin was quiet as he looked at Wang Wei in the distance. In the Chaos universe, we know 2 people have succeeded, and he can be the 3rd. And as long as he succeeds, we can learn from him and succeed as well. If he fails, we will start the 3rd battle of origin and try again. After that, the 9 disappeared as if they had never existed. It was rare for them to appear in the lower dimension without being detected by Supreme Unity. Unfortunately, they also could not stay for long. Battle Tower. Wang Wei had just finished fighting a 6-leaf Immortal Venerable. He lost, but he did not mind. After the sermon, his main body reached peak 4-leaf strength. With his battle experience, he can survive for dozens of years in a battle with 5-leaf and a few days with 6-leaf. After checking his strength, he left the tower. 90,000 years passed inside that secret room, but only a few hours passed outside. Wang Wei guessed it had something to do with the pool behind his ancestors. Then he sent the gifts to Li Jun and Yin Liling before continuing to look for information on Gu Xian. Regrettably, not long afterward, he received the notice someone had come to see him from the trial. Chapter 580 Discussion. Wang Wei teleported to his mansion, where he saw a maid waiting for him. She immediately bowed to him before notifying him of the visitor's identity. Wang Wei then frowned before entering the guest room. He saw a shave-headed monk sitting in the cross-legged position with a pot of tea and vegetable meal before him. Wang Wei walked to the table and waved his hand to make it disappear along with the drink and food. Young Master Wei, I'm sorry for the late-night inconvenience, said Monk Wuji, not minding the latter's rudeness. Monk, I don't care for your flowery words. State your purpose. Benefactor, what is the hostility? Have I done anything to harm you? If so, tell me, and I will gladly apologize, said Monk Wuji with the utmost sincerity. If you were about to be dragged into something you did not want to, you would also feel as I did, replied Wang Wei. Benefactor, you should not see it as dragging. Everyone is bound by their actions and decisions, so everyone must pay their karma. You're right, but there is a difference between willingly paying it and being forced to do so. You have free will, Benefactor, so no one can force you to do anything. Do you genuinely believe that? Asked Wang Wei, staring deep into the monk's eyes. Does your word have weight? Or are you just spewing nonsense to get what you want? Monk Wizzy began to sweat secretly after hearing this question. He could see an invisible karmic balance dangling above his head. The balance prevented would determine his fate based on his reaction. If he lies, he will receive a backlash for lying and allowing his words to have no weight or significance. And if he told the truth, he would enter into a binding agreement where Wang Wei could decide not to intervene in the upcoming conflict and choose when to pay his karma. As such, Monk Wuji felt like a few seconds was like an eternity. After swallowing a gulp of saliva, he recited some scriptures in his mind to calm down. I mean every word I said. As soon as he said these words, he sensed the balance disappearing and the weight of the world vanished from his shoulder. Monk Wuji also learned a valuable lesson from this encounter, always minding his words before a karma master. Otherwise, they will be used against you. Is that so? In that case, I'm sorry for my rude behavior. It seems I misjudged your character, said Wang Wei, before returning the previously disappearing table, this time with even more food. This is one of the specialty dishes I've prepared specially for you. I'd like to think you've never eaten this before, but I could be wrong. So enjoy. Monk Wuji wanted to reject the offer. After all, as someone from the upper dimension, what great and unique food he had not tested especially for a man of his status. However, after smelling the unique fragrance of the meal, he decided not to be rude as a guest. So, he took a bite, and the taste was heavenly. That's the only way he could describe it. Although the ingredients are not nearly as good as the ones he was used to, the combination, the spices, and the techniques used for the preparation were sublime. Furthermore, he had never tested this recipe before. Monk Wuji then enjoyed himself. The only downgrade to the meal was the tea, as he considered it subpar. However, after taking out his tea, everything was perfect. Wang Wei had to admit his tea was nothing compared to the upper dimension. So, after exchanging the meal's recipe for some more tea, the two got along as they talked over the dinner. And when they finished a few hours later, they finally got to business. Little Wuji, what brings you to see me today? The monk was now used to the latter's shamelessness. He did not even care when his seniority was reduced to a younger brother despite being older than the latter by a few 100,000 years. I need your help keeping Feng Heng safe. I guess it would be related to him, Wang Wei replied casually. Does that mean Zhang Yuqing wants to eradicate him? Yes, and I cannot allow that to happen. I cannot directly help you, said Wang Wei. If you are worried about picking a side, I don't think you have much choice. I'm fully aware of this. But there is a difference between active and passive participants. So, you can help me, but not directly, reiterated Monk Wuji. So, how do you plan to help? I can promise to help spread buddyism in the lower dimension. And if something happens to Feng Heng, I will officially take his place after proving the Tao. You can give me an honorary Buddha title or something to help me better lead the faction. Monk Wuji pondered for a moment. He did not mind giving the latter an honorary title to lead the lower dimension Buddhism sect. He also did not mind the latter being the leader and controlling Buddhism in the lower dimension. Ultimately, he still had to ascend. And no matter what he did, the genuine leader of Buddhism will always be his master, Methriel Mother Buddha. He only had one problem. Feng Heng cannot die. Oh, why is that? He is the key to breaking the absolute beginning magic. Once he dies, everything will go wrong. That's not an issue. After I have proven the Tao, I will break the absolute beginning magic. It does not matter. Feng Heng cannot die. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as countless thoughts rushed through his mind. He remembered some of the history lessons from Earth. After Buddhism arrived on the mainland from India, Taoism reinvented itself and included many concepts of Buddhism into its philosophies. And Buddhism was also reorganized to be more suited to the time and the ancient culture. Now, something similar was occurring in this world. Feng Heng's Neo-Buddhism was deeply ingrained with Taoist ideologies. Furthermore, he connected their key luck, making his new sect extremely precious. Once it spreads throughout the lower and upper dimensions, it will bring a fatal blow to Taoism. And as the linchpin of this new faction, Feng Heng's value was incalculable. I would not be surprised if the upper dimension prepared an alternative method for him to prove the Tao and become emperor. This idea was not too far-fetched if he could devise alternate methods to make someone a great emperor. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "How powerful are you and Zhang Yuqing?" Monk Wuji did not answer. I know this is a sensitive topic, but I need to gauge your level of strength to determine if I'm getting over my head. After pondering for a moment, the monk decided to be honest. I have 7-leaf, immortal venerable strength. And Zhang Yuqing has peak 7-leaf to 8-leaf. 7-leaf. The only way to achieve such strength is through the 9-extremity foundation. Did you too fail your foundation establishment process? Monk Wuji smiled wryly. There were some complications. Wang Wei could guess what the complications were. These two's masters intervened in their process of setting up the 9-extremity foundation, leading to their failures. I have another question, asked Wang Wei with squinted eyes. How do you know I have a 9-extremity foundation? What do you mean? The knowledge about 9-extremity is scarce in the lower dimension. Yet, You were not surprised when I mentioned the name. Monk Wuji became quiet. Wang Wei did not think the latter thought he was simply knowledgeable. Did your master tell you about me? That's correct. Does that mean Zhang Yuqing also knows? My master has done her best to hide your information. However, there's a high chance he knows or guessed something. But I'm not sure. Wang Wei frowned. His ancestors told him about the upper dimensions, 7 rulers and 2 supreme rulers. They also hinted that these 2 might have transcended the Paragon realm. The Sword Empress even hinted that he should not be too reliant on Wu Hong, since she cannot protect herself from these 2, let alone protect him. It seems like I owe Mithriya Buddha more karma than I thought Wang Wei, relieved for the protection and annoyed at being entangled so soon with all these almighty entities. What about Xiao Tiandi? How powerful is he? Did he succeed in the 9 Extremity Foundation? Him? From what I know, he did not even try it. Why? I do not know, replied the monk. He only knew it was a great sensation when the innate Tao Source Physique owner did not try to establish the best foundation for cultivation. So you 2 are stronger than him? Well, not necessarily, replied the monk with slight embarrassment. Xiao Tiandi only has 6-leaf strength. However, he has mastered many secrets techniques that could elevate his power to 9-leaf and beyond. I'm sure you 2 have similar methods. It's not the same, replied the monk. He has mastered so many of them that it's unnatural. Furthermore, those secret techniques usually have a price to pay, but also mastered other secret techniques that negated the price. The monk smiled wryly, lost in thought. There's also a high chance he knows a secret technique that can nullify his opponent's secret technique. And if he does not, he can analyze and create one during battle. Anyway, we have never beaten him in battle. Chapter 581 Agreement Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Heaven Will Daoist Brother 91, and Gorev Parihar 7759 for the gift. Why do I feel this innate Tao Source Physique is even better than my Paragon Soul? Thought Wang Wei as he felt like Xiao Tiandi was one of these protagonists that could cheat life. They use reckless techniques that should kill them, but miraculously, they have another miraculous technique to negate the negative effect. Doesn't matter. Let's see if I can get some secret techniques from him, he thought. What about Shu Rulin? How powerful she is. All I can say is her Emperor Bone has a disgusting ability, replied Monk Wuji, with determination in his eyes, not to say anything else. Wang Wei instantly could tell the monk was not happy with him leading the entire conversation. This was his way of wrestling power. So, Wang Wei did not ask for any more information. He theorized that besides Xiao Tiandi and Shu Rulin, the other upper-seeded players were not on par with Zhang Yuqing and the monk. They were only classified in that spot because of some political intrigue that Gu Xian was playing, and since they were only for their mission, they did not care about their rankings. Benefactor, are you going to help me or not? Do you really need my help? What do you mean? From what I know, Feng Heng, no, Shi Fuyu is an expert at hiding. Wang Wei once read Feng Heng's fate line and knew some information about him and his past as the monk Shi Fuyu. And from his sleeper's information, he knew of a monk that lived during the incense era. The sleepers noticed him since he was the last survivor of Buddhism in the Myriad Emperor world. Of course, it did not help that the monk was sloppy in his early days when he tried to convert some talented individuals to Buddhism. Although the sleepers lost track of him after a certain period, it was still recorded that this monk was an expert at hiding. It even evaded the search of a few pseudo-eternal emperors from the Tai Profound Gate. Do you think he can escape from our master's eyes? Asked Monk Wuji in response. And Wang Wei had to agree with the latter. These two's masters were one of the reasons he did not want to be so noticeable in their competition. What if their masters will descended and use their bodies during their confrontation? He will be directly under these people's eyes, which makes him uncomfortable. One last question. What will happen to Feng Heng's status in the Tai Profound Gate? Monk Wuji pondered for a moment before saying, in the best-case scenario, he will remain where he is from. If not, it will not affect the overall plan. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he could analyze much information from those two sentences. Feng Hung had very likely already converted many upper echelons of the Tai Profound Gate into his Neo-Buddhism sect, including some immortal-level powerhouses. Secondly, Zhang Yuqing's master has not had access to the myriad emperor world for quite some time now. Otherwise, he would have long alerted the Tai Profound Gate and not let the situation reach such a late stage. Wang Wei took out a talisman he had made that contained his full strength. After seeing and sensing the power inside, Monk Wuzi's eyes lit up. He knew he could defeat Zhang Yuqing with that power. I will help you, but I have one condition. What is it? I want to study your 9 Nirvana heart. Impossible de mauvais acte, Monk. Plus, it's not like it's going to hurt you. I refuse. Fine, but you're on your own. Once Feng Hung dies, I will take on his cause to pay my karma. You, said the monk before calming down. Then, he looked at Wang Wei with a sneer. You don't seem to have a grasp of the situation. Any heavenly chosen from the myriad emperor world is on a watch list to determine whether to immediately execute them after they ascend. The entire eternal ascension world has been blocked, preventing anything or anyone from entering and leaving. As for you, you are an anomaly. All the things you have achieved make you a glowing light in a dimly lit room, and your light has not been extinguished in advance because of my master. If one day she decides to no longer protect you, Empress will barely be able to save you from the other paragons in her current state. And if my master does not stop supreme unity, your only fate is destruction. You will leave your life only in despair. Is that supposed to scare me? Wang Wei calmly asked back. What you consider despair, for me, is at best an inconvenience and, worse, a problem I have to think a little longer to solve. As he said these words, his body instinctively released a terrifying pressure that made Monk Wuzi's heart shake. Maybe it's because you've lived under your master's protection for so long, idolizing her power. But you seem to forget that some cultivators, some people, would rather die than compromise their beliefs and ideologies. But let me remind you, I would rather die than become a pawn in whatever game your master is playing. Believe me when I say I have this level of conviction. Amit Ba, muttered the monk as a golden light shone on his body, seeming to calm him down. Then, he recited his sutra for half a minute. It seems my state of mind is not as calm and peaceful as I thought. I've built hidden arrogance deep inside my heart due to my status and background. This is a learning experience for me to become better enlightened. Monk Wuji closed his eyes as a peaceful aura emanated from his body. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes, full of wisdom. His previously agitated mood was gone, and he appeared more like a wise and enlightened monk. His state of mind was sublimated. Upon opening his eyes, the monk was now calmer. Benefactor, I'm sorry for the outburst. No, I'm the one who should apologize. You're a guest. I should treat you as such. Mon Wuji shook his head and did not continue on the issue. Benefactor, why do you want to study my physique? You have to understand a person's physique is special to them. If someone else knew it too well, they could cause great harm. I'm aware of this, and I know my request was disrespectful. As you can guess, I wanted to create a longevity technique based on your physique to acquire 9 lives after proving the Tao. And I promise to share this technique with you, granting you an additional 9 lives. Wang Wei had this idea the moment he learned about longevity resources. He wanted to use his 9 incarnations to each grant him an additional life after proving the Tao. And if he could study Monk Wuzi's physique, he would have a higher chance of success. That's not a bad idea, thought Monk Wuji. Before today, he had never thought about that since he knew he would have 9 lives the moment he proved the Tao. And these 9 lives would accompany him to the Paragon realm. And if he had an additional 9, even if they were only available in the Emperor realm, it would help him tremendously. I agree with your condition, said the monk after thinking for a moment. But I have a condition of my own. Please, I want the Tao opening sect to help in the protection plan. What do you mean? I fear Zhang Yuqing will gather immortal tier powerhouses to kill Feng Hung. Regrettably, our Buddhist sect does not have as much of an influence in the lower dimension. So, it is more difficult to gather immortals on our side. That's fine. But we can only prevent these immortals from intervening in your battle with Zhang Yuqing. We won't go out of our way to deal with your enemy for you. That's fine by me. Wang Wei nodded before signing the necessary binding contract. Then he led the monk to a particular room in his mansion with a formation. You should have some powerful time treasure, right? The monk's lips trembled before taking out an hourglass-looking magic artifact. Wang Wei then sent him inside with the formation, gathering information for 500 years, while an instant passed outside. In a few seconds, the monk disappeared next to him before reappearing, and the aura on his body seemed stronger than before. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a talisman in his hand with a bunch of information from scanning the monk's body and soul. Since our transaction is finished, there is nothing left to talk about. It was a pleasure to meet you, Monk Wuji, said Wang Wei before bowing slightly. The monk looked at him with a deep gaze. He was not stupid, and he could guess some things. His state of mind was sublimated, and in the short 500 years of retreat inside that formation, he discovered he understood deeper about the essence of Buddhism and even had a few bold and new ideas. All of these changes resulted in his strength increase to the peak of 7 leaf. Close to 8 leaf, the same as Zhang Yuqing. The pleasure was all mine, replied the monk with a bow before leaving the mansion. You've taken too great of a risk, said Wang Wuqing, who suddenly appeared. Calculated risks. If the ancestor did not tell me some information about the upper dimension situation, I would have used a less aggressive method. It's good you have thought things through properly. But how about getting the sect involved in this battle? There's a high chance that Maitreya is why Supreme Unity has not hunted down our ancestors in limbo. So, we have already picked a side. Wang Wuqing sighed out loud. These things were beginning to be above his weight class. So, he left to gather other people to enter this mess. All right, let's see if there were some actions in the middle of the night, muttered Wang Wei before activating the quantum arrays to spy on people. Chapter 582 Heart of Hope. Monk Wuji used a talisman to become invisible before heading straight into Feng Heng's mansion. With excitement, Feng Heng opened the house's formation to receive the guest. He immediately bowed. Shi Fuyu, elder of the Zen Heart Monastery, has seen Monk Wuji. I know the Zen Heart Monastery. They have cultivated many great Buddhas, replied Monk Wuji before returning the bow. In the eternal ascension world, the title of Buddha is not given to anyone, nor is it given to someone based on their strength and cultivation. At least, those two are not the main criteria. A monk must deeply understand scriptures, contribute significantly to Buddhism, and have many merits. Finally, they have to have their own doctrine and debate it before a group of Buddhas before the title is granted to them. Otherwise, a person can only have the honorary Buddha title and not the real thing. Does the Zen Heart Monastery still exist in the upper dimension? Hurriedly asked Feng Heng. Yes, and not just it, but all the factions destroyed by that devil absolute beginning. Good. I thought I was alone. I thought our inheritance was gone, muttered Shi Fuyu, with tears in the corner of his eyes. Monk Wuji sighed before patting his shoulder. I know you've been through a lot, but things will be all right from now on. My master has given her words. She will do everything possible to atone for her mistake back then. I would never dare blame the Maitreya mother. A mistake is a mistake, said Monk Wuji sternly. As such, even my master cannot ignore this fact. Shi Fuyu exhaled softly, feeling some weight lifting from his shoulder. He felt the burden he had carried for millions of years was worth it after hearing these reassuring words. At least his pain and suffering were acknowledged. I'm sorry for my rudeness, said Shi Fuyu as he realized he was still at the entrance, which was very rude. Come il serviteur. No need, I'm in a hurry. In that case, Reverend Wuji, what brings you to see me? Asked Shi Fuyu. My master sent a few things for you, replied Monk Wuji before giving him a space ring. These are some of the lost inheritance from back then, along with a few more from the upper dimension. There are also better methods to purify incense and prevent the same problem from occurring again. Shi Fuyu's eyes lit up as these were the things he needed. He feared Buddhism to repeat its mistake. resulting in another annihilation. My master said you have little to no chance at winning this generation's heaven will battle. Sure Fuyu frowned. Is it because of Wang Wei? If nothing unexpected occurs, it will be between him and Di Tian. Tao Buddhism's key luck is connected to the myriad emperor world. So, it will be ideal to prove the Tao there. If I prove the Tao in other world communities, I might not be able to eradicate the absolute beginning magic completely. My master is aware of this, replied the monk, taking out a scroll and handing it over. You can participate in the final battle if you want. But, if all fails, this is your way out. Shi Fuyu looked at the scroll's title, Merit-Proving Tao Method. He quickly skimmed through it, his eyes becoming brighter with each page he read. Thank you. No need for formality. All you need is inside the space ring, added Monk Wuji. My master said Wang Wei will be a great ally, so try not to become enemies with him. Shi Fuyu raised his brow. I know you want Buddhism to rule the upcoming era, but that's not possible. We already had our turn, so we must wait a while again to maintain the universe's balance. But haven't we paid enough? Yes, nodded Monk Wuji. Our destruction was a mistake in the first place, an anomaly. So, Heavenly Tao owes us and will aid in our revival. But it cannot allow us to rule another era so soon. Shi Fuyu sighed in frustration. He had suspicions once he saw the glorious age of the myriad emperor world. Acquiring the yin-yang eyes required too many things to go right. And given how easy it was for him to create a flaw in the absolute beginning magic, he had suspicions that something was helping him. Of course, Shi Fuyu did underestimate his efforts and contributions. Last thing, said Monk Wuji, Zhang Yuqing will definitely try to kill you. So, during this time, stay in your mansion behind the formations. The monk sighed aloud. The best course of action was to hide inside the western pure bliss land. However, I doubt Zhang Yuqing will give you a chance. Reverend, I can help you. You are not his opponent. So, there's no need to risk your life. That may be so, but I still have the heart of hope. Shi Fuyu could live for long because the Buddhist sect blessed them with the hopes of the entire sect. This was the heart of hope. This blessing granted him many abilities, including pseudo-immortality, increased comprehension, and expert hiding methods. However, he also sacrificed it for battle strength. Don't waste such a precious thing, hurriedly said Monk Wuji. While proving the Tao, if you fail short of becoming an eternal emperor, you can use it to ask Heavenly Tao for help to give you a final push. Heavenly Tao owes the lower dimension of Buddhism a great karma since it was destroyed because of a miscalculation. As such, Shi Fuyu can use the heart of hope to ask Heavenly Tao for help to become an eternal emperor. I understand, replied Shi Fuyu. Monk Wuji nodded. Once everything is over, your main job is to quietly spread Buddhism as far as possible in the endless void. Shi Fuyu escorted the monk out with a smile, and once he was alone, a sharp look appeared in his eyes. He looked at the scroll again before looking at a large number of purple spheres inside the space ring. If I can prove the Tao and use this merit method, I will be one of the most powerful Buddhas the lower dimension has ever seen. Only with such strength can I properly lead Buddhism. Although he admired the Maitreya, Feng Heng had his ambitions and goals. As such, he was unwilling to give up on the heaven will battle so easily. As for the lack of strength, sometimes absolute strength does not determine the final victor. So, he went to rest, planning for the future. He decided to be cautious and stay in his mansion until the people from the upper dimension left. Wang Wei's mansion. Through the quantum array, he saw Monk Wuji sneaking into Feng Heng's mansion. He also saw the recording of Su Shi and Hua Feng Huang's visit. It was easy to guess Su Shi's motive because she was obsessed with her husband's revival. Regarding Hua Feng Wang, her motive could be many. So, Wang Wei closed his eyes, connected to the karma thread he had on her, and divined some information. Bloodline? She wanted his bloodline? He thought. It seems the negotiation did not go as planned. Regrettably, this was all the information he could gather since Ao Tianyi seemed to have some weird power protecting him. Nevertheless, he was satisfied. Nonetheless, he was satisfied with the information he got. He felt it would be a few days before the situation with the oath was resolved. So, he decided to use this time to increase his strength. He went to his space-time incarnation to enter a quick retreat. Using the primordial star essence from his ancestor and the human mushroom, he finally opened all one. 269 million acupoints, and his true power, Tao Realm strength, reached 33 primordial dragon force. Wang Wei clenched his hand as he sensed the surge of power flowing through his veins. According to his calculations, he had 6-leaf, immortal, venerable strength if he used all his might, including domain and soul. And with the previous flaw in his Tao heart removed, he was in peak shape, ready for any challenge. After exiting his retreat, he received information that the trial would resume in 2 days. So, he checked on his other incarnations. Nothing much changed in such a short time. However, the Fate incarnation finally created the method for establishing the spiritual foundation Fate Palace. And the other incarnations have already begun to create their Fate Palaces. They also began exchanging the materials that tempered their bodies with Chaos ones. According to his calculations, Wang Wei believed after the final fusion with his fleshly body, he would have the strength of 5-root Tao ancestors with 4.99 Grand Tao Source, the very pinnacle of Tao ancestors. Then, he would use science and technology to reach the 10th extremity. As for how to achieve that, he had some ideas. He would use the Emperor's blood and a unique spirit race. In the heavenly abode world, he found a stone bathed in Emperor's blood during his battle with Dtion. Over the years, the stone gave birth to a spirit race born from Emperor's blood. Wang Wei has been nurturing the spirit race since he believed it could be helpful later. And after hearing his ancestors preach, he believed it could be used for him to reach the 10th extremity. 2 days later, Wang Wei flew to the trial's gathering place. Midway to his fly, he suddenly stopped before teleporting somewhere. Boom! He punched with all his strength, not holding back in the slightest. Chapter 583, Bloodline Battle. Wang Wei frowned as he looked at the crater he had created. He felt he had hit something, but at the same time, it was as if he had hit nothing but air. Moreover, he did not find a single drop of blood. This hooded figure is interesting, he thought as he tried to divine and calculate some information based on the interaction. However, the end result was disappointing. He then spread his divine sense in all directions, trying to find a hooded figure or any clues for that matter. Many people looked at him strangely. They saw him attack someone, but no one could remember who he attacked. And no one thought it was an anomaly that cultivators as powerful as them could not remember someone. A few seconds later, some people even believed Wang Wei was taking out his anger for unknown reasons. Gone, thought Wang Wei, shaking his head and flying to his position. Lord Spirit showed up not long after with the usual smile on her face. It was as if the previous thing had never occurred. We have taken your concerns into account and have solved the problem, Lord Spirit said directly before looking at the upper-seated players. Then Xiao Tiandi stood up begrudgingly and said, Grand Tao above, I, Xiao Tiandi, swore to compete fairly in the competition. And if something happened to me, my sect and anyone related to me would not seek revenge, directly or indirectly. If I fail to keep my word, I will die a horrible death. As soon as he said these words, a purple lotus appeared from the sky, turning into a scroll with words written on them. Then it entered Xiao Tiandi's sea of consciousness. Meanwhile, Wang Wei frowned as he had already seen the flaw in this oath. If the faction of these geniuses decided to abandon them, they would be the ones paying the price their faction won't pay any consequences. However, he decided not to say anything since he knew of the change currently taking place in the lower dimension. As long as these factions could not readily interfere with him, everything else did not matter. Wang Wei then looked at Tong Ruobing, who was looking at him. He knew she also detected the loophole and wondered if I would do anything about it. So, he only smiled mysteriously, knowing she would probably overthink his action. After Xiao Tanai swore their oath, others did the same. including Monk Wuji and Zhang Yuqing. And none of them were happy about the situation. A few even gave Wang way dirty looks, but he did not care. Now that everyone has been dealt with, we can proceed with the combat aspect of the trial. Who will be the first challenger? No one said anything for a moment before someone took the first step. Oh, Lady Hua. Excellent. Who do you want to challenge? Lord Spirit said. Ao Tianyi, she replied succinctly. Excellent choice. Young Master Aoi, if you don't mind. Instead of replying, Ao Tianyi frowned. Why could she challenge me? She's not even a seated player? Those are the rules of the trial. So, please accept the challenge. Ao Tianyi smacked his lips before flying in the air, and Huafeng Wang followed him, staring at him from a distance of 12 meters. She wanted his bloodline and would do anything to acquire it, even using force. Of course, Huafeng Wang had her confidence, although she performed mediocre during the entire trial. She had a valid reason. All 5 of her sacred beast bloodlines were not perfectly fused yet, and each time she perfected a fusion, she would receive some form of nourishment and drastically increase her strength. Now, she perfected all 5 bloodlines, bringing her power to another level. However, she could feel that the dragon bloodline was not on par with the others, affecting the balance. So, she wanted to fix the issue as soon as possible. Let's test things first, Huafeng Wang thought before rushing toward her opponent and punching him. Ao Tianyi sneered as he returned the attack. When would he ever fear clashing head-on with people as a primordial dragon, born with a mighty fleshly body? Boom! The air shook due to the sheer force of these two's fists clashing. The clouds scattered, and if it were not for the powerful formation of the trial space, everything would have shaken, and even the space would have been destroyed. After the first few punches, the two seemed equal in power. This fact seemed to wound Ao Tianyi's pride. So, he increased his strength and punched harder. Bang! Huafeng Wang exploded into a pool of blood with one attack, making Ao Tianyi sneer even deeper. All primordial dragons with above-average talent can reach the strength of one primordial dragon force in the 3rd layer of the true Power Dao realm without much effort. With his talent, he never had to temper his body, and he reached one primordial dragon force simply by maturing after a few million years. Then, after his father encouraged him to cultivate the clan's body refining method, he now had 10 primordial dragon force. A brilliant flame appeared on the position where Huafeng Wang died, and her perfectly intact body reappeared. This dragon's body is more powerful than I anticipated, she thought. She thought she would have the advantage with her 22,000 dragon elephant force power. Unfortunately, her opponent had the power of the 3rd realm. Nevertheless, she accomplished her objective by gazing at the opponent's fleshly body and defensive capabilities. She waved her hand to manifest a pure white saber. Her bloodline artifact. The 5th stage of the primordial system is called the Bloodline Awakened Realm. And in this stage, the ancient cultivators can condense bloodline artifacts similar to proving Dao artifacts. Huafeng Wang looked at her white tiger saber. An intense killing intent emanated from her body. The law of killing emanated from her body before slashing. An enormous red moon-shaped slash rushed toward Ao Tianyi at a speed faster than light. Immediately, the proud dragon felt a sense of danger, but his pride would not allow him to evade. So, lightning appeared all over his body to form armor. Slash! Ao Tianyi frowned as he rapidly analyzed what had occurred. The attack passed through his armor before leaving a wound a few centimeters deep. His scale skin did not protect him. His thunder armor should have worked. And even if it failed, his skin, which was a slightly weaker version of his scale, should have blocked the attack. Doubt of killing. She killed my thunder, rendering it useless, before doing the same and killing my defense. You will pay for leaving a mark on my body, said Ao Tianyi before transforming into an enormous purple dragon that covered the sky for kilometers in diameter despite coiling itself. An ancient and noble aura emanated from his body before opening his mouth to gather a large sphere of purple thunder. Innate law, thought Huafeng Wang with a severe look. She knew her opponent had gotten serious and could not afford to make any mistakes. Chaos Thunder Bomb Ao Tianyi spewed out the purple sphere at an unimaginable speed. Hua Fenghuang acted swiftly by slashing her saber, killing the Chaos Thunder. Regrettably, she only reduced its size to a fourth of its original. Boom! The Thunder Ball exploded, generating a power akin to destruction, a power that could return things to chaos. Another bloodline artifact appeared before Hua Fenghuang in the shape of a turtle shell with a snake design on its back. The shell generated a black and white shield that protected. After the explosion, a hole could be seen in the shield, and half of Hua Fenghuang's body was now gone. Nevertheless, a bright red flame appeared on her body, regenerating the missing parts. Ao Tianyi's dragon face looked intently at his opponent. He remembered how annoying it was to battle true phoenixes with immortal flames. As long as they had access to energy both of their own or between heaven and earth, they could regenerate infinitely. He opened his mouth to fire another Chaos Thunder Bomb, and Hua Fenghuang disappeared in a burst of flame. Through flame teleportation, she appeared on the dragon's back. However, the latter seemed to have anticipated this move as trees instantly sprouted from his back. The branches immediately went to capture Hua Fenghuang, who tried to evade. Unfortunately, On Tree Branch caught her foot. She immediately felt she could not teleport, and the tree absorbed her vitality. Furthermore, it also seemed to be rapidly sealing her regeneration abilities. Hua Fenghuang did not panic. Instead, she generated an intense flame. According to 5 elements generating theory, wood fuels fire. So, she wanted to use the trees to fuel her fire and destroy them. Unfortunately, she quickly learned that they were not ordinary wood, as her immortal flame only burned small parts, having little to no effect. Meanwhile, Ao Tianyi was not surprised. His wood attribute was the yellow key wood. The yellow key tree was one of the first trees in existence, capable of holding and nourishing all things in existence. With his unique yellow key wood innate law that had a special, he could do many things with the tree. Hua Fenghuang's mind worked rapidly, knowing she needed a powerful attack to escape this situation. So, she acted decisively. Chapter 584 3 Paths of Law Waterfire Polarity. An enormous blue and red ball appeared before Hua Fenghuang before fusing, not into the color purple, but a half blue and red sphere. Then, the dichromatic globe headed straight for the yellow key tree. The orb contained the power of ice and fire infinitely altering between each other, creating the ultimate grinding machine, a machine capable of grinding any world to dust. As such, the tree branches only lasted for a moment before Hua Fenghuang regained her freedom. However, her attack also did not stop as it headed for Ao Tianyi's scale. The dragon's purple scale shone brilliantly as it resisted the cutting power of the sphere. Hua Fenghuang acted swiftly as she swung her saber, killing Ao Tianyi's defensive capability. Crack! Many cracks appeared on his dragon scale. However, Ao Tianyi was not injured. He turned his body into thunder elements to evade the water-fire polarity. Ao Tianyi appeared a few dozen of meters aside, staring at his opponent with his eagle-like eyes. One annoyance, he thought. He had a few methods he could use, but it would be beneath him to use them so soon, and not even against a seated player. Nevertheless, he decided to no longer play around. Dark clouds suddenly appeared above everyone's heads, covering a few hundred kilometers. Then, purple thunder began to fall from the sky with speed hundreds of times that of light. An infinite number of lightning bolts fell from the clouds, trying to erase Hua Fenghuang from heaven and earth. She did her best to evade, but she could not do so for all the bolts. As a result, she had to rely on her phoenix's regeneration to barely survive. On the ground, Wang Wei and the other participants watched the battle unfold. This dragon's strength is not bad. The current attack had reached one leaf immortal venerable strength, and he could tell the latter was holding back. So, his genuine strength was probably around 2 to 3 leaf. She's also holding back and hiding, thought Wang Wei as he looked at Hua Fenghuang. Her bloodline might have evolved to the point of giving birth to innate laws. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as some idea popped into his mind. He sensed the innate law Ao Tianyi used and could sense an unknown and mysterious power. It was more of a will. Innate laws, primordial laws, and grand Tao source, the three paths of laws. Wang Wei remembered the information he knew from his ancestors. The grand Tao source is the origin of all laws or Taos in the chaos universe, and it is the highest form of power. As the name implies, the grand Tao source is the root or origin of all laws, concepts, or rules that make up the entire universe. By controlling it, great emperors have no restraint wherever they go, whether it is primordial chaos or any chaos worlds. And by the time they become paragons, the level of control over these concepts reaches unimaginable. A cultivator has to become the sole controller of whatever Tao he cultivates, granting powerful authority. For example, a peak paragon who controls 100 of fire Tao can strike the power of a paragon with only 99 control. And if the 99 paragon wants to reach the peak of the paragon realm, they have two options. Firstly, fight the peak paragon and remove their imprint in the fire Tao, replacing their opponent. Of course, it would be best if they were lucky and no one had this position. The second option is to make their Tao unique. For example, Yin Fire, Flower Fire, Sun Fire, etc. In this situation, the peak fire paragon could only reduce the 99 fire paragon strength and not completely remove their control. With a unique Tao, the 99 fire paragon would essentially create a new grand Tao source of Yin Fire or Flower Fire. At the beginning of the chaos universe, there were only 3,800 grand Tao sources, consistent with the 3,800 primary Taos. But with the rise of cultivators, an infinite number of new sources appeared, blooming the universe into prosperity. Nevertheless, the paragons who controlled primary Taos had a vital position in the entire universe. So many people fought for their spot. As a controller of the root of all laws, emperors should be the most powerful and noble beings in existence, thought Wang Wei. However, the universe placed restrictions on them for balance. The power of order flashed in his eyes as he entered a state of enlightenment. Innate life forms follow the heavenly Tao path. Heavenly Tao boosted their innate laws. This is the reason many of them were on par with great emperors. However, as soon as an innate life form enters primordial chaos, they lose that boost. The same goes for fiend gods. They follow the primordial Tao path, and their primordial laws are boosted by primordial chaos itself. If they leave, their laws are also weakened. Great emperors follow the grand Tao path, comprehending the source and not being affected by the environment. Another way for the universe to maintain balance is to grant fiend gods and innate demon gods stronger fleshly bodies, allowing them to compete with the grand Tao path. As Wang Wei entered this deep state of enlightenment, he could see how the chaos universe developed when after its birth. He could see how these three paths were distinct, mutually exclusive. However, as time passed, life and the universe began to merge and evolve. Innate demon gods and fiend gods proved the Tao and walked the grand Tao path, while emperors began to temper their bodies to be on par with these blessed races. Under normal circumstances, these three paths should be a pyramid. After walking in the heavenly Tao path, a cultivator should evolve into the primordial Tao path before eventually comprehending the Tao source. However, the heaven will create a shortcut that allowed cultivators to skip all the other paths. Its existence is a form of disorder. Yin-yang, balance, disorder, and order. The heaven will's existence allowed for the rapid development of the universe's inhabitants without grave consequences. And the habitants' development benefits the universe, creating a positive change and development cycle. The Choice universe's strict order, rulers, and balance make one wonder if its creation was artificial or natural, thought Wang Wei as he ended his enlightenment. He felt his mind clear as he sublimated his spirit. Although his strength did not improve much, Wang Wei did not mind. Order and disorder laws had many benefits since they allowed him to understand the universe and its operation better. And every time he does so, it becomes easier for him to divine or calculate information, easier to see and comprehend laws. It becomes easier to achieve his goal of attaining absolute freedom. Wang Wei could also feel that understanding the chaos universe would benefit him greatly in the future. Wang Wei sensed something and looked opposite him when he saw Xiao Tiandi looking at him with one eye. Interesting. He covered his enlightenment to not alert anyone. But the opponent detected something even though Chu Luo, right next to him, did not do so. The innate grand source physique, the ultimate physique of the Grand Tao Path. Wang Wei glanced at him before looking back at the fight. He could tell the outcome would soon be determined. Huafeng Wang looked haggard and pale. She had regenerated too many times and reached her limit. If it was not for her willpower, dying or coming close to death so many times would have affected most cultivators. Nevertheless, she persevered as her plans finally succeeded. The law of luck flashed on her body, and Ao Tianyi made a mistake out of nowhere. His control of thunder laws caused a small backlash to his body and injured him. Huafeng Wang acted swiftly as she used her slaughter law, directly linking to Ao Tianyi's heart. Swish! An enormous beating heart appeared before her. Without hesitation, she took a void-breaking talisman and disappeared from the trial. "My heart!" roared the dragon, his anger uncontrollable. He turned back to his human form with two horns, except he had a gaping hole in his chest. Without hesitation, he took a few pills from his space ring to swallow them. In an instant, the gaping hole disappeared and his heart regenerated. However, the dragon was furious beyond describable words. His first instinct was to call his Tao protector to go after Huafeng Wang, but he remembered his oath. So, he decided to go after her himself. However, he remembered his father's words on the importance of this task. Ao Tianyi's face then twisted in strange ways for the next few seconds. He wanted to get his revenge, but he also knew what to prioritize. Ultimately, he controlled himself to focus on his task. He looked at the seated players with red eyes. Then, he glanced at Lord Spirit. "Since she ran away, is this considered my victory?" "That's correct. Can I challenge people now?" "If you wish." "Second seat, I challenge you." Wang Wei smiled. "Little dragon, are you sure you want to make this mistake? Don't waste my time, and watch your tongue when speaking to me." He. "As you wish. Anyway, I also want a dragon heart." Chapter 585 Domains Power. Wang Wei flew to the sky, looking oddly at Ao Tianyi. "What's with the look? I feel pity for what is about to happen to you. You could have lived your entire life without suffering as much as you will today." "You." "Enough nonsense," said the prideful dragon. He did not waste time and immediately transformed into his original shape. Meanwhile, Wang Wei instantly deployed his domain, assuming control of the surrounding. Then, he received a divine hint and used his mother's darkness power to isolate the sight of everyone watching this battle. He even installed many formations inside the domain to prevent other forms of spying. As such, the participants on the ground can only see a massive sphere of darkness covering thousands of kilometers in the sky. Many people with secret techniques tried their best to see if they could see through the darkness. Unfortunately, even Xiao Tiandi could not see anything inside. Of course, he also did not try much. After his first attempt failed, he gave up using other methods. As for Ao Tianyi, he frowned after sensing he was in a domain. He immediately used the technique of law oscillation to make his innate laws vibrate and resonate with the surrounding, effectively rendering domains useless to him. Regrettably, Ao Tianyi soon discovered his method was useless. His technique did not even weaken the effect of the domain. "Interesting," muttered Wang Wei. He had never seen this technique before. He wondered if it was unique to the upper dimension or if some other cultivation system that did not have domains also had it. Most people will use domain to combat domain or use brute force to break them. Maybe the primordial system had such a method, but it was lost to history, rapidly thought Wang Wei. Meanwhile, Ao Tianyi sensed it was his opportunity when the enemy was distracted to attack. So, he created numerous tree branches before coating them with his chaos thunder, creating a thunder aura around the branches. This attack was the perfect combination of his two innate laws. Unfortunately for him, with just one look, his attack stopped as if frozen in time. And to his horror, Ao Tianyi realized he also was immobile. Wang Wei then waved his hand, and the tree disappeared. "There are so many ways I could end this battle," Wang Wei said. "For example, death." As soon as he said this word, a dark aura suddenly enveloped Ao Tianyi, and he could feel his body begin to decay. His scale became as thin and fragile as a piece of wood. His majestic dragon body became as thin as a dry mummy, and his vitality diminished at an unfathomable speed. Ao Tianyi pushed his innate law to its maximum to stop the process, but it was useless. Horror and fear overwhelmed his mind, thinking about how he will die in just a moment. And right before his demise, he heard his enemy say life, and the process stopped before reverting to his formal appearance. "Interesting, isn't it?" asked Wang Wei with a smile. "But there is more time." Then, the powers of time began to affect Ao Tianyi. The dragon rapidly controlled his fear and acted swiftly. He revealed his third and finally innate law fire. He fused chaos fire, yellow key wood, and chaos thunder into a protective armor. He planned to use chaos thunder fire to burn or destroy time itself, while the yellow key would protected him from any residual power. Unfortunately, his attempt was useless. Wang Wei's time law overwhelmed his innate laws, and Ao Tianyi found his body rapidly aging backward. His kilometers-long body began to shrink until he was the size of his adolescent year, pre-adolescence, and early childhood. But to his horror, things did not stop there. Under that power, he eventually returned to the egg stage of his development while retaining his memories and consciousness. While inside that egg, all vulnerable and powerless, Ao Tianyi could feel he would cease to exist with a thought from his opponent. He would turn into a state as if he was never born. Wang Wei snapped his finger, reverting the dragon to his original state. However, Ao Tianyi could not move, simply out of fear. Wang Wei slowly flew before the dragon while talking. Domains are horrifying when the power gap between two people is overwhelming. Wang Wei stood in front of the dragon's eyebrow between his two deer horns. He slowly raised his hand to touch it, and Ao Tianyi jerked his head back. At least he tried to. However, when he saw the cold stare Wang Wei gave him, the overwhelming fear once again flooded his mind, rendering him immobile. This was not a technique or the power of the domain, it was pure fear. Wang Wei calmly placed his hand on the dragon's forehead and pulled out a phantom version of Ao Tianyi. It was his soul. Under Wang Wei's control, the soul quickly shrunk until it was the size of his palm. "Let's see what is in your memory," he muttered as he reviewed the dragon's life. From his time as an egg to the present, Ao Tianyi has lived over 100 million years, and Wang Wei skimmed through them rapidly. He learned many things about the upper dimension in greater detail. However, there were many powerful seals in Ao Tianyi's memories, some of which he did not dare approach. Wang Wei frowned as he was not satisfied with the cultivation techniques he got from the latter's memories. He wanted some secret techniques that were truly powerful or unique. "Let's try something else," he thought before a small black and white wheel appeared next to the dragon's soul. The wheel rotated as it shone on the soul, and with each rotation, Ao Tianyi underwent reincarnation or samsara. Through repeated reincarnations, Wang Wei wanted to wash away the seals in the latter's memories. "My experiments failed," he thought after forcing Ao Tianyi to undergo hundreds of reincarnations in just a few seconds. He wanted to know if he could use this method to wash away karma, and his method succeeded. Unfortunately, an unknown power acted and stopped his actions. So, Wang Wei guessed Heavenly Tao would not allow a mortal to wash away karma for people through this method, since such power is only allowed by great emperors. Another experiment he tried was to see if this technique could help others go through the orthodox path of the Nine Extremity Foundation. However, this part did not work even a little bit. Nevertheless, Wang Wei was satisfied since he broke some powerful seals inside. So, he learned what he could. Most of them were useless to him except for one particular one. It was a memory of Ao Tianyi and his father, Ao Jing. The latter explained in detail a secret technique of the primordial dragon clan to boost the bloodline process of tempering the body. This method should help me optimize the Fiend God 12-body revolution, thought Wang Wei as he listened attentively. Then, something odd happened. The older dragon suddenly looked directly at him. The memory of it suddenly became alive. "Young lad," said the dragon, directly toward Wang Wei. "Interesting. Is this some form of mimetic power?" Wang Wei remained calm before answering. "Are you Ao Tianyi's father?" "That's right," replied Ao Jing. "You don't seem scared. If the lower dimension were not blocked, I would be." "You know a lot," replied Ao Jing. "I won't stay for long. All I have to say is don't kill my son. You can make him suffer, but don't kill him." "That's very unexpected." Wang Wei really did not expect these words to come out from Ao Tianyi's father. "My son's cultivation journey has been too smooth. It's about time he suffered some major setbacks." "No problem. But how far do you want me to go? You can break his Tao heart, but don't completely annihilate it." "No problem," said Wang Wei. "You're a good father." "I try my best," said Ao Jing. Raising a son alone was hard without his mother. But he tried his best. "Allericht, im leaving," said the older dragon before disappearing, and Wang Wei was kicked out from Ao Tianyi's sea of consciousness. "This should be a lesson to me. I should not so easily try to search the souls of these geniuses from the upper dimension," muttered Wang Wei before looking at Ao Tianyi's soul. "Now, what should I do with you? Let's begin by wiping your memories." Since he knew these upper-seated players wanted to observe the lower dimension geniuses and learn about their capabilities, he could not allow Ao Tianyi to remember everything that occurred during the battle. So, he erased the latter's memories, including the trace he used samsara on his soul. He even placed a method on the latter's soul in case someone tried to use the power of time to see Ao Tianyi's past memories. He used counter-divination methods and counter-yin-yang calculations, then sealed and removed all traces that he had modified the latter's memories. Of course, he left the trace of searching through Ao Tianyi's soul since his father already knew. Well, all these methods might be useless against some of these powerful cultivators, muttered Wang Wei as he realized a problem. Then, he shrugged, as there was nothing he could do about that. It was now too late, and there was nothing he could do to fix this problem. After all, no matter how clever he was powerless before the might and method of a paragon. In that case, let's just leave it to luck. Wang Wei knew he was a lucky individual, so it was not a problem to rely on it. Furthermore, even if it did not work, the only consequence was his existence would be known to the 7 parasites sooner than later. So, he placed Ao Tianyi's soul back into his body. I should probably give them some information as a misdirection. It could help with the situation. After coming up with this plan, he decided to have a brief fight with Ao Tianyi, revealing some of his strength or hidden trump cards. Plus, I also need to torment this man, break his mind and Tao heart, so his great father can fix him. Chapter 586 Order Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Gordon4421 for the chapter. After dealing with Ao Tianyi's memories, Wang Wei began to fight the latter as if it was their first battle. After opening his eyes, the only thing the dragon remembered was he was in a domain, and his technique was useless against its power. So, he prepared to use brute force to deal with the situation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei pondered what information to reveal. The information needed to be new and somewhat valuable, not garner more suspicions. He'll reveal my order law. His order and disorder law were not mainly used for battle, but he could if he wanted to. Order, no transformation, only human shape. As soon as Wang Wei said these words, a mighty power descended on Ao Tianyi, canceling his dragon transformation. He tried very hard to resist, and for a brief moment, he did succeed, but it only lasted for a few seconds before Wang Wei overwhelmed him. Then, he returned to his human shape. Ao Tianyi was unhappy as he could only exert 70 to 80 of his strength in this form. Little dragon, do you want to give up? Give me your heart and scale, and everything will be all right. Ao Tianyi suddenly felt an uncontrollable fire in his heart. He opened his mouth to fire a Choice Thunder Fireball. With a calm look on his face, Wang Wei said, "Order, immunity to chaos, fire, and thunder." Boom! The attack hit on him, generating a powerful explosion. However, Wang Wei appeared to be completely intact. He looked at the tiny burn mark on his skin. Interesting, because I have a chaos flame, I was immune to its attribute. However, I've only got 99 immunity to the thunder. He found some restraint to his order laws besides the ones he already knew. For example, all the orders he executed applied to him and his opponent in the domain, meaning he also could not use any form of transformation. The only way to negate this rule is to use disorder law, but that's also limited. All right, let's try some other things. Order. No laws of any path can be used. Disorder. The exception is the person with the highest soul strength. Ao Tianyi's face changed as he sensed the power of order working on him. However, he relaxed when he discovered his innate laws were not affected. You truly overestimate yourself. How could a mortal affect innate laws that heaven and earth itself bless? I see, muttered Wang Wei, ignoring his words. Innate laws are unique, and if I want to affect them, a price of equal values is needed. Order, law banning. Disorder, highest soul power as exception. Price, divine punishment thunder. Instantly, Ao Tianyi felt he lost control of his innate laws. The power of order sealed them. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt he could not use the divine punishment thunder sealed inside his body. No, no, no. Impossible, roared Ao Tianyi as he tried everything possible to eliminate the restriction. Secret technique. Bloodline burning, a terrifying power came deep inside his body, drastically increasing his aura. Ao Tianyi's strength reached the beginning of a mortal venerable 3-leaf in an instant. And with newfound power, he tried removing the restriction on him. Your blood is too valuable, so this cannot be allowed, said Wang Wei. Order. No secret techniques. Zhang. Ao Tianyi's techniques ceased to work, and his power dropped to 1 leaf. A look of despair appeared on his face. He had lost many battles before, especially before his bloodline became mature. However, this was the first time he felt so powerless when dealing with an opponent. It was like he was nothing but an ant whose fate and destiny was out of its control. He hated the feeling to the core. Order. Only the fleshly body can be used in this battle. Disorder. After one clash, the person with the strongest body will be the only one capable of using it. So, little dragon, are you ready? Asked Wang Wei with a smile that seemed devious and terrifying to Ao Tianyi. He bit the tip of his tongue to use the pain to overcome his trembling heart. He gathered all the strength of his fleshly body before rushing toward his opponent. He knew the latter was powerful from the information he had collected. However, he still had a chance. After all, as a chaos life form, he was born gifted with a strong body. Boom! Crack! Ao Tianyi's arm twisted behind him in an odd and terrifying manner. He did not scream or even wince in pain. However, he looked defeated, like someone whose worldview was shattered. And as he sensed the power in his body leave, the sense of despair he felt skyrocketed. You had no chance from the beginning, commented Wang Wei. Although the confrontation appeared fair, it was not. When Wang Wei prevented the use of transformation, Ao Tianyi could only use 80 of his power. The argument could be made that he was also at a loss since he could not use the ancient desolate transformation. However, his transformation boosted his strength, while the dragon form was Ao Tianyi's natural body. Labeling it as a transformation was a technical loophole. Wang Wei knew these techniques, rules, or restraints of order law were the advantage of this law. If used correctly, he can make the environment benefit him while weakening his opponent. Of course, once he meets an opponent on equal ground as him, the power of order would not be as absolute. But he had already thought of other ways to use it. For example, applying the order rules only to himself and not involved. For example, he would allow his domain to only work on him, use order to boost his attacks or spells, and do a bunch of other things. It could even be used as a defensive measure. Wang Wei looked Ao Tianyi directly in the eyes. How does it feel to be as helpless as a mortal? I could crush you as easily as an ant in your current state. Shut up, yelled Ao Tianyi. Don't worry, we'll make sure you will never forget this day. Didong, my father will not let you get away with this. Have you forgotten the oath you took? Ao Tianyi's face became pale. He also remembered that his father could not descend into the lower dimension to save him. Do you remember what I said I would do you the first time we met? By now, Ao Tianyi's face had lost all colors. Your scale, heart, muscle, blood, and flesh are precious, and I want them all, Wang Wei said calmly in a soft voice. Now, I cannot kill you, so I will need some help to help you regenerate the body parts I'm going to take. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Ao Tianyi looked at him with a blank look on his face, not capable of answering. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. This genius state of mind was worse than he anticipated. Although he has been using intimidation and his soul power to elicit fear into him, he did not expect him to crumble so easily. Let me be more direct. I do not want to use my resources to heal you. So, hand over your space ring. Do not make me use drastic measures to get it myself. Ao Tianyi then subconsciously handed his space ring, even deactivating the seal, to allow Wang Wei to access the contents inside. Then, Wang Wei did as he said. He took the dragon scale, muscles, heart, bones, blood, and a big piece of his flesh to cook later. During the process, Ao Tianyi was alive and felt everything. Wang Wei wanted to use the pills inside the latter space ring to help regenerate these body parts. However, he quickly discovered he had never seen any of these pills before and decided to keep them for himself to study. So, he used the ones he had instead. As for the Reassure inside, he did not take them because he could sense some powerful marks on them. They most likely belonged to the primordial dragon race in the upper dimension. He did not want to complicate the situation by forcing the dragon race to abandon Ao Tianyi as they tried to regain their precious treasure. Finally, Wang Wei looked at Ao Tianyi with a look of horror and despair. The man looked like he had experienced indescribable horrors. Maybe I went too far, thought Wang Wei as he checked Ao Tianyi's body. His Tao heart is not completely broken, so his father should be able to fix him. So, he patted the latter's shoulder. Don't blame me. Blame your father. Although he saved your life, he also placed you in this situation. Wang Wei had no regret in putting Ao Jing under the bus. However, he doubted Ao Tianyi could help him in his state. The information I revealed should be enough to show my status as an overlord, but not too much to be suspicious. Hopefully. Then, he closed his domain along with the power of darkness, returning to the trial area. The participants could immediately see who the winner was after seeing Ao Tianyi's dazed look. And when they saw the anguish in the latter's eyes, they wondered what terrible thing had happened to him. They gave Wang Wei odd looks, but he ignored them. All Wang Wei cared about was how much destiny he acquired after defeating Ao Tianyi. The amount was quite large compared to when he defeated Heaven Chosen from the lower dimension. He did not know whether this was normal or a result of the recent changes in the lower dimension. Chapter 587 Sword will clash. Wang Wei flew to his seat while ignoring the weird gaze of everybody else. However, as soon as he sat down, Tong Ruobing asked him, "You didn't really take a scale, blood, muscle, and heart, did you?" She remembered the conversation on the first day, and based on what she knew about Wang Wei, it would not be below him to do so. "You sly wench, don't accuse me of doing such horrible things," replied Wang Wei with righteousness. "He's only like that because I placed on some powerful illusion," Tong Ruobing sneered. She watched the fight he had with Ji Song and how he essentially cooked the latter in a fit of rage. As such, he would never underestimate this man's cruelty. His behavior of hiding his fight is weird, she thought. Could it be he did not want others to know what he did to the dragon, or is there another reason he wants to hide? Tong Ruobing decided to wait and observe. Although she wanted to test her strength in comparison to these upper-seeded players and acquire some destiny and luck in the process, she also did not want to drag her faction into some conflict beyond their means. And since she had already detected the loophole in the Dao Oath, Tong Ruobing wanted to be more careful. Maybe this trial's inheritance was not worth all the effort. Anyways, during this trial, she has benefited greatly. Her soul mutated, allowing her to use the power of the origin talisman better. Immortal child Shirkian was fidgeting inside despite her calm exterior. She did not have the guts to fight any of these geniuses even with the oath. Her parents were only two loose cultivators lucky enough to be blessed by a great emperor and achieve immortality. Although she appeared noble due to her birth, her background was the worst among all the people present. With her dad's death, her background was further reduced. Maybe I should finally join a sect. Her parents have always been proud of the idea of cultivating a mighty loose cultivator emperor. So, she never joined any factions despite always being hunted. Shirkian had her pride as a loose cultivator. However, after seeing the participants, she understood the benefit of a powerful faction. It was not just about resources, but protection and guidance. If she were from a renowned emperor lineage, her mother would not always have to hide and run. No, there is no need for a faction. My father and mother are proud of being loose cultivators, and I will make them happy by proving the Tao as one, she thought with determination. However, she also realized she had little chance of winning this inheritance unless something extraordinary happened in the last mysterious trial section. And without the inheritance, she had no chance of proving the Tao in her world community. The only option left for her was to go to a weaker world community and prove the Tao. But she did not want to do it. Maybe I can ask the final winner to owe them some karma. Light race great emperors had a higher threshold for the number of people they could wash away for. So, she was precious. And if that did not work, she could promise the final winner with her position for immortal venerables and Tao ancestors, thus increasing their factions. It's decided. Let's do that. Jingwu Hua remained composed, her thoughts only known to her. Although she also wanted to take a bite of Ao Tianyi and get her hands on her bloodline, she did not dare. Her father was on the upper dimension, and she did not know how he was doing. She did not want to take any actions that could affect or place him in danger. So, she decided just to watch how things unfolded. Ao Tianyi took his seat with a dazed look. He immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at the opposite side or Wang Wei. Then, Lord Spirit spoke. Who is the next challenger? Are you going to challenge Zhang Yuqing? Asked Wang Wei through divine sense. How do you know? You're a swordsman. So, of course, you would challenge him. I guess that makes sense. But what do you want? I want to warn you that you are not his opponent. If you want to challenge him, I recommend doing a pure swordsmanship test. Wang Wei estimated Ji Lanfang's strength at the peak of one leaf immortal venerable. And this was not his limit. The latter was only tier 8 like him, and by the time he reached a realm similar to Quasi-Emperor, his power should reach 3 leaf. But even then, he would not be Zhang Yuqing's opponent. The swordsman frowned for a moment, pondering. He took a big gulp from his gourd before saying, I want to challenge the Taoist priest. Young Master Ji, are you sure? Asked Zhang Yuqing. I know I may not be your opponent. So, let's do a battle in the way of the sword. That's fine by me, replied the young Taoist priest as he flew to the sky, and the drunk swordsman followed him. My myriad sword soul physique allows me to learn and use many different sword wills, Zhang Yuqing said as he took out a black and white sword. I've fought and defeated many swordsmen. I've learned from them until I surpass them. Are you implying I will be the same? Zhang Yuqing only smiled in response. Ji Lanfang shook his head at his opponent's remark. He took out his own sword, which was completely dark with no designs. It appeared like a normal sword forged by a mortal blacksmith with mediocre abilities. My sword will is about speed. I believe speed is absolute. And absolute speed is the ultimate path of the sword. Zhang Yuqing shook his head as he did not like these pure swordsmen. Let's begin with something common: gold sword will. Gold is the embodiment of sharpness in the five elements, hence a favorite Tao cultivated by many swordsmen. Zhang Yuqing swung his sword to create a moon-shaped slash. However, he did not use any energy, fleshly body, spiritual strength, or laws. The slash was the physical manifestation of his sword Tao understanding, the representation of his sword will. Ji Lanfang's eyes lit up after seeing the attack. Not bad, but not good enough. He swung his sword to generate his sword will. His slash easily destroyed his opponent before continuing to Zhang Yuqing. What a fast sword. Let's test something else. Earth sword will. The new slash he created easily blocked Ji Lanfang's attack. Swordsmen are considered the ultimate attackers. Yet, the basic sword moves contain parrying or defending. I do not understand why so many of you are so obsessed with attacks when defending is also a part of the sword. Good question. And the answer is simple. The sword is a weapon for killing, commented Ji Lanfang before attacking again, this time even faster. Endless void, a secret realm. A hooded individual suddenly appeared before coughing off blood in his hand. I thought I overestimated his ability, but I was still wrong. How can a man who reached such height be defined by common logic? He blamed himself for not being more careful. Although the hooded person knew the reason for his detection was probably because he was too confident in his hiding method and because he could not control his emotions. He should not have spent so much time staring at the young Fate Domination Emperor. This is a warning to me. I prepared for so long, so I should control my emotions and not make such a mistake. The hooded shadow knew this was the opportunity he's been waiting for. The Empress was not with the young Fate Domination Emperor, and the lower dimension of this Choice world was not blocked, preventing outside interference. So, after swallowing a few pills, he headed to a house nearby. Inside a secret room, he activated a formation. A few seconds later, dozens of shadowy figures appeared, with no appearances. "Avenger, what do you want?" "It's almost time to act," replied the hooded figure named Avenger. "Already? It's only been 10,000 years. "I don't care about that," said one of the figures. "What about the things you promised us?" "I will give you another quarter." "What about the remaining half?" "You can get it after you kill the target," replied Avenger. Then, he continued in a harsh voice. "Do your best according to the contract. If not, you know the price you'll pay. Since you have delivered, we will also keep our end of the bargain." "That's good. Remember the plan, be swift, and use all your strength. Do not give him time to brief, let alone think or talk. You're worrying too much." Avenger internally sneered. Only he knew how powerful this man would one day become. And with his intelligence, as long as he has less than a nanosecond to think, he will find a way out of any situation. If you want the remaining reward, do as I said. Whatever you say. Then, all the figures dispersed as if they had never existed. Chapter 588 Hypocrisy. Ji Lanfang's attack sliced through the earth sword will as easy as a knife through butter. Nevertheless, the earth sword will was resilient and persistent like the earth. So, it reformed after destruction to continue confronting Ji Lanfang's sword will. Then, through sheer persistence, it blocked the attack before the enemy's attack reached its creator. "Not bad," commented Zhang Yuqing. "How about this? 5 elements, sword will. All things in the universe originate from the 5 elements. The 5 elements are the embodiment of balance." He created a sword slash that would alternate between 5 colors, symbolizing the elements. "Any things that travel faster than the speed of light has broken the balance of the universe," Ji Lanfang replied before casually swinging his sword. His sword will instantly broke the perfect balance in the 5 elements, destroying the sword will. Zhang Yuqing frowned before waving his sword to create a black and white protective film before him. "Yin-yang sword will," said Ji Lanfang. "Although I pursue speed, I also know the concept of solitary yang cannot exist without yin. At extreme speed, time can be perceived to be slow." Ji Lanfang stabbed his sword, creating a sword will that alternated between speed and slowness. When the stab touched the yin-yang protective shield, it also broke the balance of yin and yang before heading toward Zhang Yuqing. The young Taoist priest squinted his eyes before using a blood-red slash to cancel Ji Lanfang's sword will. Then, he became serious as he knew this battle would not be as easy as he thought. Try this slaughter sword will. Zhang Yuqing created a second blood-red slash, and when everyone laid eyes on it, they could see a vision of a young swordsman who spent his entire life on the battlefield. The young swordsman killed, and killed to temper his swordsmanship. It did not matter whether it was humans, demons, gods, or devils. Everyone and everything felt at his sword, including his friends and family. The only thing the swordsman cared about was tempering his slaughter sword will. The number of lives in his hand was simply incalculable. At some point, he did not care to calculate. A fast sword could prevent slaughter and save lives, said Ji Lanfang. His attack then created a vision of another swordsman in blue. The swordsman appeared before the slaughterer swordsman and cut off his head before he began his mass killing. So his attack once again defeated Zhang Yuqing's sword will. How annoying, thought the young priest before his sword exuded a weird fluctuation and stopped the opponent's attack. I met a swordsman who believed that the sword was not the best tool for cutting, said Zhang Yuqing with a composed face. He believed space was the ultimate cutting tool. Try his space cutting sword will. As he swung his sword, he bent the space around in the form of a moon-shaped slash. This attack could cut off anything as it was literally separating the space of anything it touched into two. The speed of my swords has transcended time and space, Ji Lanfang said casually. With a swing of his sword, he easily cut the space-cutting sword will, and his attack also did not stop on its track. But then, something unexpected occurred. A white slash came from Zhang Yuqing, and before Ji Lanfang could react, he had a slash scar on his chest. He calmly looked at the wound on his chest. Although it appeared as if he had lost, he knew it was not the truth. His opponent used his power despite the agreement of their confrontation only with skill. Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry. It was a mistake on my part, hurriedly said Zhang Yuqing with a sincere tone. No, you did it on purpose. Commented Lanfang calmly. Excuse me? Sword will not lie. You could not accept your defeat, so you use your power, he continued. I can sense the impurity in your sword will. This was not a mistake, but a calculated move. Fellow Taoist, please do not slander my name. You will never be a real swordsman if you are so closed-minded, Ji Lanfang commented while looking directly into Zhang Yuqing's eyes. Then, he calmly flew back to his seat and drank his alcohol. Meanwhile, all eyes were on Zhang Yuqing, with most people being judgmental. Nothing is worse than a cultivator who cannot keep his word in a friendly competition. TCHB. All these upper dimension geniuses have been a disappointment so far. One is prideful beyond reason, and the other is small-minded and cannot accept defeat. Everyone heard these words because of the previously quiet atmosphere. So, everyone looked toward the speaker. It was one of the participants whose results could only be described as subpar during the trial. And the person had a shocked look on his face after saying these things. And he became horrified when he felt all the gazes on him. He reached his breaking when he sensed the fury emanating from Zhang Yuqing's body. Without hesitation, he took a jade talisman and crushed it. He disappeared from the trial space. Zhang Yuqing tried extremely hard to control the veins popping on his forehead. While maintaining his pure Taoist demeanor, he flew back to his seat. It seems that Zhang Yuqing's reputation might not be good in the upper dimension, thought Wang Wei. He did not see any surprise from the others after Ji Lanfang's accusations. Meanwhile, Monk Wuji shook his head in agreement. From A.O. Tianyi's memories, Wang Wei knew there were some nasty rumors about Zhang Yuqing. However, the two barely interacted since the eternal ascension was vast beyond words could describe. The winner of this battle is Ji Lanfang, declared Lord Spirit with a calm tone. Zhang Yuqing, who quickly returned to his pure and gentle facade, cupped his hand and bowed to Lord Spirit. This is how things should be. He then looked at Ji Lanfang and also bowed. Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry for my mistake. It was a genuine mistake. I'm also sorry you feel this way about me. I would never do such a thing. Ji Lanfang took another sip of his drink, the sword does not lie. He then closed his eyes to focus on healing his injury. Zhang Yuqing smiled, not minding the latter's response. What a hypocrite, thought Wang Wei. Although there was nothing wrong with the latter's facial expression, he could see the emotions emanating from his body using some of Su Ya's techniques. They were the rage, hatred, annoyance, and the desire to kill. Wang Wei turned his head to look at Tong Ruobing, who was staring at him. What is it? Have you become enamored with me? Well, I can tell you don't have a single chance. Not only because I'm a faithful man, but because my wife is more beautiful, talented, powerful, has a better personality, and is richer and sexier than you. Tong Ruobing rolled her eyes and stopped looking at him. She only stared because she thought he was responsible for the actions of the participants who previously spoke. She thought he placed some spiritual hints on him and wanted to see if she could gather some information based on his facial expression, reaction, and body language. Who is the next challenger? Lord Spirit asked. I am, replied Shi Shangyin as she stood up. After discussing with the patriarch, she first decided to watch things fold out. However, she also wanted to test the strength of these lower dimension geniuses to determine her next step. And who are you challenging? Young Lady Tong, replied Shi Shangyin. She wanted to test the level of the myriad emperor world's heaven chosens and decide whether to prove the Tao there or go somewhere else. Based on her observation, Tong Ruobing was on the upper echelons in terms of strength, but was not at the pinnacle. So, she was the best target to test the waters. Moreover, her actions can reduce the suspicions of the others and delay the time they learn of their clan's betrayals, and she can get some destiny after winning. Tong Ruobing asked Lord Spirit. I accept the challenge, she replied after a few seconds of pondering. She wanted to test the ground, and starting from fourth place was an excellent way to test the overall strength of these people. From how Wang Wei behaved during his fight with A.O. Tianyi, I believe that these people might be here not only for the inheritance, and he also knows something about it. Maybe I can use this opportunity to gather more information. Tong Ruobing knew the importance of knowledge and information. Her interaction with Wu Ming proved their importance, as one piece of information fundamentally altered her destiny. Wang Wei's single idea made her one of the most powerful heaven-chosen of the myriad emperor world, granting her a high chance at proving the Tao and achieving immortality. Lord Spirit, what about my previous request? Asked Tong Ruobing. It has been approved. You can fight inside the Trials Pagoda, where there is a world with complete laws. Excellent, Tong Ruobing thought. With laws, she can use law resonance and display her full power. Chapter 589 Mortal and Immortal Qi Tong Ruobing and Shi Shangyin entered the pagoda for their battles. A projection appeared in the middle of the participants for them to witness everything. These two found themselves floating above a large plain with mountains and forests in the distance. There were no houses or living habitats, only endless vivid green. They stared at each for a moment, gathering their auras and momentum. Then, Shi Shangyin went on the offensive. She waved her to manifest millions of enormous galaxies. Then, she dropped them on her opponent. That attack, thought Tong Ruobing. I did not sense any laws. It's pure energy. It should be Star Key. Tong Ruobing pointed at the fallen galaxies and used a decomposition talisman. Her talisman resonated with the laws of this world before activating. It tried to decompose the attack and revert it to its original key form. Unfortunately, she failed. So, Tong Ruobing quickly used another talisman with a frown. Swallowing talisman, a small rune appeared before Tong Ruobing. Then, it swallowed all the galaxies in a matter of seconds. However, she was not out of danger yet. As soon as she dealt with the galaxies, Tong Ruobing detected her surroundings had changed. On the left side were millions of black spheres, and the other had the same quantity of white spheres. Black and white hole, she thought, and she was correct. The left side had a powerful gravitational pull that wanted to swallow her. Meanwhile, the right side had an equally powerful gravitational push that wanted to squash her into puree fruit. As the person caught in the middle, the feeling of constantly being pushed and pulled by a powerful force was a nightmare. So, Tong Ruobing acted swiftly. Gravity-canceling talisman, she used an instant talisman to cancel the gravitational power of both black and white holes. However, she also went on the offensive. Energy-suppressing talisman Tong Ruobing noticed the enemy only used pure key energy attacks, and all her spells were abnormally powerful. As such, she concluded that there was a 70% chance she was a pure energy cultivator. It would make sense, given Shi Shangai's identity as a celestial race. Of course, there is also the 20% chance she hid her law power as a trump card. However, if that was the case, Tong Ruobing determined this battle might be harder than anticipated based on how powerful her key spells were. As for the remaining 10, it was possible that her key attacks were more powerful than even her laws, so she only used them for battle. Although this conclusion appeared logical, there were some truths behind it. Pure energy systems were weaker than law ones because they usually created third-class emperors. Laws and Daos were subsets of the Grand Dao source. As such, cultivators usually comprehend them before in preparation for understanding their Grand Dao source. However, pure key cultivators do not have this opportunity. After acquiring the Heaven Will, they skip directly to comprehend the Grand Dao source, creating many third-class emperors. In the Endless Void's history, only one individual became an eternal emperor from a pure energy cultivation system. A strange force field emanated from Tong Ruobing's talisman before surrounding Shi Shangyan, and the field could limit her control and power of her ki. However, she only sneered in response. Shi Shangyan pointed 2 finders toward her opponent. Then, her ki changed from the previous star attribute to a space. Space compression spell immediately. Tong Ruobing felt the space around begin to compress her into a biscuit. She could tell she could not run away or teleport from this attack. She immediately used a space-twisting talisman to take back control of the surrounding space. Unfortunately, she only temporarily delayed the spell's effect. Something is wrong. Her spells are too powerful. She focused on the battle without the time to properly analyze the situation being this anomaly. And using law resonance to create space-related talismans cannot reach its full potential of space laws unless Tong Ruobing was willing to comprehend space as one of her secondary laws. And she has not done so. She has to use alternative methods to boost her talisman's powers. She waved her hand to manifest 9 more space-twisting talismans. Subsequently, she used a high-level technique for professions, synchronization. Using many of the same talismans, Tong Ruobing confused them to boost their strength through great control. So, as the 9 talismans in the shape of yellow papers with runes floated before her, they vibrated, linked through a green line before fusing into one. Boom! Space cracks appeared around Tong Ruobing as she broke free from the spell. With deep eyes, she said, "You're a young emperor. You finally figured it out. Your ability seems to amplify your key-based spells by a large margin. Moreover, you can deploy your pseudo-domain without being detected." Shi Shangyan smiled without explaining. When she was young, the clan's patriarch trained her severely, tempering her Dao heart with extreme methods. Previously, she thought it was because she was the next heir of the clan. But now, Shi Shangyan realized the clan has been preparing for the possible defection for many years. And they might even have predicted the current change long ago. With how long the celestial race has existed and its background, she would not be surprised if they had some extraordinary method to predict the upcoming changes in the eternal ascension world. And she even guessed many people were also preparing. This woman is very talented. Using synchronization of talismans with space attributes is a feat few mortals could achieve back home. Synchronization was a high-level skill, but there were also levels of difficulty. For example, it was thousands of times harder to use synchronization on space attribute talisman than on a fire one. I need to get serious. Secret technique. Key sealing Shi Shangyan clapped her hands, and immediately afterward, Tong Ruobing's face changed. She discovered she had lost control of the origin essence inside her divine sea. She immediately activated the energy control talisman inside her divine sea to regain control of her energy. "It's useless," commented Shi Shangyan, "unless you have better or equal energy control as me. You cannot break this technique." Tong Ruobing did not believe her as her mind functioned rapidly to find a countermeasure. Then, a mysterious will came from her body to block and protect her divine sea. "Duyi realm? I can do the same," thought Shi Shangyan. She activated her Duyi realm to boost her secret technique and counter Tong Ruobing's Duyi realm. The celestial race has an advantage over others when entering the Duyi realm. Most cultivation system has some form of energy gathering stage. So, as long as they can create a unique key in that realm, they can enter the Duyi realm. Of course, Heavenly Tao placed restraints on them. The key they created must meet a certain standard before achieving Duyi. Nevertheless, it is way easier for members of the celestial race to enter compared to ordinary cultivators or other powerful races. After weakening her opponent, Shi Shangyan went for the finishing move, Distraction Ki Beam. A dark purple beam flew out of her finger, traveling with incredible speed toward Tong Ruobing, who quickly reacted. Although she lost control of her origin essence, she still had spiritual power which she could use to control her law. Tong Ruobing then created millions of defensive talismans and synchronized them. Unlike powerful attributes like space, where she is limited by the number of talismans she can synchronize, she had little to no limit on ordinary talismans like defensive ones. Unfortunately, despite creating the ultimate shield, the beam passed through it before stopping 1 inch in front of her heart. Tong Ruobing sighed. "I lost." Shi Shangyan then canceled her attack. "Your celestial race is truly blessed." Indeed, the celestial race is considered one of the most blessed races from Tier 1 to 10 in the cultivation journey. Their races can use many powerful ki to supplement their battle prowess. They can even control ki that is based on supreme outlaws like destruction ki or creation ki. And they do not have to pass the outlaw trial by controlling these kis. Many people believed if the celestial race could convert their mortal ki into a mortal ki, they would truly be an unmatched race. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Shi Shangyan could not elevate her destruction ki into a higher form of immortal ki. She had to search for it in the source ki space like everyone else. Some mortal ki do not even have an immortal counterpart. As such, it will become useless after she proves the Tao. Additionally, if she did not prove the Tao and only cultivated destruction ki, no laws, and try to prove the Tao with destruction grand Tao source, she would have to undergo a terrible heavenly tribulation with a 99.999 chance of death. A few of her clans tried to use this loophole to control Supreme or Outlaw Daos, and they all died under the tribulation. Chapter 590 Sovereign Tao, Wang Wei, watched the battle and was not surprised by the outcome. According to his calculations, Shi Shangyan had a maximum of 2 leaf strength, slightly weaker than A.O. Tiany's maximum output of 3 leaf if he went all out, hence the reason she is 4th. As for Tong Ruobing, she has the potential to reach the same level of strength with her talisman rune body, but only untapped potential. Currently, she has not even reached the 1 leaf immortal venerable level. Maybe she could barely reach that realm's power through some harsh sacrifice. The celestial race is a blessed one, thought as he analyzed the strength Shi Shangyan displayed. He could also divine information about how they use ki by watching her use the destruction ki. They had many advantages from Tier 1 to Tier 10, especially in the Great Emperor realm. For example, if a celestial race only achieved first-class Emperor, they could create Heaven Immortal Ki to grant them Eternal Emperor's battle prowess in Tier 10. Shi Shangyan was the first to exit the pagoda, and with a calm demeanor, she took her seat. Despite her victory, she was not too happy, as she could also sense Tong Ruobing's potential. With such strength and potential, she is not even the best heaven chosen from the myriad emperor world. She then gazed at Wang Wei. She knew that a Tao overlord was a sign of intelligence and strength. Although people know overlord for their intelligence and luck, their strengths are nothing to ignore. The very reason heavenly Tao tested them was that their Taos were inherently too powerful. Let's see if I can gather more information before I make a decision. Tong Ruobing followed a few minutes after her, and as soon as she exited the pagoda, Mu Lei flew to her. Young Lady Tong, are you all right? Do you need any help? No need since I was not injured, she replied with a brilliant smile. But I do appreciate the offer. As long as you are okay. Tong Ruobing briefly chatted with Mu Lei before returning to her seat, waiting for the next competition. Strength should reach another level. Who is coming next? Asked Lord Spirit with a slightly raised voice. Obviously elated, I need to increase my strength. I cannot rush my bond with the Origin Talisman. However, I can enter the Saint Realm as quickly as possible. With a domain, my strength should reach another level. Who is coming next? Asked Lord Spirit with a slightly raised voice, obviously elated by the battle prowess displayed so far. I want to challenge, said Shirulin, and my opponent is you, she declared as she pointed. I refused, replied Wang Wei. Why? She asked in a pampering manner as if she was wronged. I've been in the spotlight too much. Challenge someone else. As he said that, his head shook to point to Chu Luo next to him, while his face showed he was not doing anything. Fine, I challenge number one over there. You're not my opponent, Chu Luo said calmly. He, an arrogant one. Do you accept my challenge or not? Asked Shirulin. As you wish, said Chu Luo before flying to the sky. Wang Wei wanted to warn him not to reveal his nine-extremity foundation, but stopped himself. Firstly, Chu Luo will most like not to listen to his warning especially without any specific explanation. Secondly, if the latter revealed his foundation, it would benefit Wang Wei as the attention would no longer be on him. He did not want to reveal his nine-extremity foundation, so he's been careful since these people's arrival. The only problem is that Chu Luo and possibly Lord Spirit know of its existence after he used some of its power in his fight against Yitwizi. So, he could only hope those two would keep their mouths shut. After getting into position, the two began their battle. Chu Luo did not waste time as he went for a powerful attack. Sword of Fate, a gray sword appeared before him. Then, it rushed toward Shirulin with absolute speed. The sword had the power to annihilate fate, similar to Wang Wei's Fate Annihilation Fist. The Nine-Extremity Foundation? Thought Shirulin as she sensed the horror of this attack. She knew she could not survive under an attack compared to a Dao ancestor. So, she acted rapidly as a weird aura emanated from her body. Then the attack's power drastically decreased. Shirulin then punched the sword. Bang! They confronted for a few seconds before she repelled it. The upper-seated players squinted their eyes after seeing Chu Luo's attack. Knowledge about the Nine-Extremity Foundation is more common in the Eternal Ascension world, so they knew about it. Many wanted to establish the best foundation for cultivation before proving the Tao. Unfortunately, reincarnation was troublesome, and it was not easy to understand existence. The best way to acquire this foundation is to go to the lower dimension. Unfortunately, the problem of resources often limits the success rate. Furthermore, given the world's current political situation, being too talented and powerful was not a good thing. On the contrary, it invited the wrong kind of attention. But these heaven-chosens had no time to lament the situation of the upper dimension. They came here not only to acquire the deceiving heaven longevity art, but also to observe and take notes of extraordinary geniuses of the lower dimension. They had to determine possible candidates that could cause the upcoming changes in the entire Eternal Ascension world. And someone with such a powerful foundation instantly became at the top of their list of candidates. Wang Wei secretly smiled as he sensed the slight change in the upper-seated player's demeanor after Chu Luo revealed his ability. Although he knew he would not entirely be ignored, he was satisfied as long as he was not the primary suspect. This brief gap was enough for the changes to finish and for him to do many things. Meanwhile, Chu Luo frowned in the air. He did not care about the changes on the ground. He felt his strength had drastically decreased. He went from 3-root Dao Ancestor to 3-leaf Immortal Venerable. Such a large gap was remarkable. So, he looked at Shirulin. My Emperor Bone does not just allow me to become an emperor. It's a physique that trains a powerful emperor. So, it helps me with tempering my body, comprehending laws, and even tempering my Tao heart, she explained. And when I combine it with my Tao, some interesting ability appeared. A large image appeared behind Shirulin. It was an enormous image of her sitting on a throne, looking at myriad things in existence with disdain. She had the aura of a sovereign who ruled above all myriad Taos. A vision ability, commented Chu Luo. Correct. It's called Sovereign's Minister. It can force all my opponents to a cultivation stage, at least one realm below me. Chu Luo could immediately analyze how scary such a divine ability was. The only way for someone to defeat Shirulin is to have the ability to skip the realm for battles. And given she also has the same capability, it's challenging to accomplish. In the lower stages of cultivation, it's still possible to defeat her. A monstrous genius could accomplish this feat, however. When strength reaches the immortal tier where one leaf is the difference between heaven and earth, it's nigh impossible to defeat her. Chu Luo raised his hand to create a mirror, heaven mirror. Through the mirror, he saw numerous information and secrets of heaven and earth, focusing on Shirulin's ability. He then knew he could not avoid this technique, or nulled it, because Emperor Bone, as a physique, could acquire certain authority or power of a great emperor if the owner developed it to the extreme. And Shirulin used her authority to make the technique applicable to all mortals, even those with immortal level strength. She also made it almost impossible to nullify. Chu Luo frowned slightly as the mirror continued providing him with information. Then, he created a jade seal in the shape of a dragon. Sovereign seal, muttered Shirulin with squinted eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Luo fused the seal into his sea of consciousness, and instantly his aura elevated to four-leaf immortal, the same strength as Shirulin. You're a worthy opponent, commented Shirulin. The flaw of her technique is that it worked on the concept that she is a sovereign, and other people as her minister are below her. But if someone could acquire the aura spirit of a sovereign and have sufficient strength, they can nullify some of the power of her ability and achieve the same cultivation realm as her. And not everyone could do that. Ever since I last fought Xiao Tiandi a few 100,000 years ago, I've never met someone who could nullify my ability. However, you're still destined to lose. I've never lost a battle in the same realm even to him. Shirulin was not exaggerating. Even Xiao Tiandi did not defeat her in their battle. He only gave up after he felt it would be a hassle to continue fighting. Nevertheless, she has never lost. There's a first time for everything, Chu Luo replied calmly. We'll see, said Shirulin as she went on the offensive. Chapter 591, the flawn 9 golden rings appeared behind Shirulin, forming the shape of a circle. They floated behind her like they were wings. And as soon as they appeared, her aura increased, and the blood energy in her body suddenly increased, creating an area of intense yang energy that could be felt dozens of meters away. Shirulin had activated a unique technique called the Sovereign Tyrant Body that people with Emperor Bone could only cultivate. She cultivated this technique by condensing blood energy in the shape of the rings behind her. There were 12 rings, and each subsequent one required more time, energy, and resources to condense. The Sovereign Tyrant Body was a unique technique that allowed its user to open the gate of power after condensing the 11th ring and the gate of flesh after condensing the last one. However, this technique had a significant flaw as it was an active body refining technique. When Shirulin did not activate the rings, her body was relatively weaker. It was still powerful, but not nearly as powerful as when she activated them. As such, she can get assassinated a lot easier before she activates the rings. Luckily, Shirulin used some other techniques to somewhat compensate for the deficiency, which will also disappear after opening the gate of power. Shirulin rushed toward Chu Luo to punch him. Bang! She flew back a few dozen meters. She lost in a direct confrontation, and she immediately knew the reason. Her ability forced her opponent to have the same stats as her. However, Chu Luo was better at controlling his strength. As such, with the exact stats, he could exert more power than her. Nevertheless, She did not stop attacking after one confrontation. No, she kept rushing at him with the objective of a fist-to-fist brawl. With each attack, she lost, and Chu Luo would go on the offensive to punch her in the stomach, ribs, face, and everywhere else. It was a one-sided beating. Shi Rulin planned to evolve amid battle and reach the same level of control as her opponent. She did the same tactic during her battle with Xiao Tiandi. Regrettably, she soon realized the two were in entirely different realms regarding force control. If she wanted to reach his level, she would need years, and even then, she might fail. Let's change tactic. Shi Rulin decided to stop the fleshly body confrontation and use her other powers. She had lost in this confrontation. Nevertheless, excitement emanated from her eyes as she knew she had met a worthy opponent. A golden aura covered her body as the natural pressure she released suddenly increased. All the participants could tell she had gotten stronger, and people like Wang Wei, Chu Luo, Zhang Yuqing, Monk Wuji, and Xiao Tiandi could tell her strength had increased from the middle of four-leaf to the peak. Heart of invincibility, commented Chu Luo. Exactly. Chu Luo knew of this state of mind that could boost battle since he cultivated one in his first life. Cultivators can cultivate an invincible heart through constant fighting and defeating all opponents, increasing their power in battles. Invincible heart has levels. For example, all the people Chu Luo defeated were no match for him in the first place, so his invincible heart had little effect on the boost it granted. Meanwhile, Shi Rulin had to defeat many of her peers' people as talented, if not more than her. As such, her invincible heart gave her a significant boost. It's a shame you're going to lose your invincible heart after this battle, Chu Luo commented with a sneer. After his first failure to pass the outlaw trial, he lost his invincible heart. And as long as Shi Rulin lost this fight, the same will happen to her. We will see, replied Shi Rulin with a big grin. Then, golden flames appeared on her body before she punched. Sovereign flame, the golden flame engulfed half of the sky. However, Chu Luo remained calm. He waved his hand to manifest a cauldron. The cauldron's top then opened to release an ocean of black water that canceled out the flame. Shi Rulin raised her hands to manifest two golden bolts of lightning swish. She threw them so hard that they traveled a few million faster than light. The bolts were powerful and contained a suppressive power even more mighty than a gravity trillion times of a planet similar to Earth. Regrettably, her opponent responded rapidly and with ease. Silver chains suddenly appeared, and they caught the bolts. Anti-lightning chains? No, but also anti-sovereign powers. Creation Tao is too versatile in battle. Despite this, she would not give up. She had cultivated her sovereign Tao to a high level where it could compete with outlaw Taos. She wanted to lord over all laws and concepts. She wanted everything between heaven and earth to bow to her, including Grand Tao itself. With an unwavering fighting intent, Shi Rulin rushed toward her opponent. When she was closed, she controlled her law to use one of her most potent spells. The court's corruption, Chu Luo's face changed as he wanted to react and move out of the way. It was too late. A sword with dragon designs on the hill manifested in Shi Rulin's hand, and she slashed him. Chu Luo crossed his arm to defend himself, but the attack's potency sent him crashing to the ground, destroying many buildings. He only took a few seconds to get back up, but he still had a scar across his arms and small parts of his chest. His white robe was tainted by blood. With a serious look, he watched Shi Rulin in the sky. Corruption. Her attack momentarily corrupted my laws, rendering them useless for a brief moment. Chu Luo was instantly unhappy, not because he suffered injuries at the hands of a person much weaker than him, but because this technique was the ban of his creation Tao that was inherently flawed. As he sensed his body, he could feel some trace of corruption remaining inside his body. Then, a cauldron appeared before him before a few pills popped out from the inside. After ingesting them, his injury healed at speed visible to the naked eye. I know the flaw in your creation, Tao, Shi Rulin said. You can only create items with attributes, but not the attributes themselves. This is why you did not create the black water to extinguish my sovereign flame. You had to create a cauldron that could make water. Ever since Shi Rulin knew her opponent controlled an outlaw Dao without the aura of a Dao overlord, she knew there would be some restrictions and was on the lookout for them. After seeing the method he used to deal with the flame, she had her suspicions. However, she confirmed her theory when he used those pills to heal his injuries. If Chu Luo was an overlord, he could just create a pill with healing properties instead of creating a cauldron that made healing pills. And if he could use his creation Dao an even higher level, he should be able to create the concept of healing to help with his injuries. However, when he used the power of other purely conceptual laws, he also had to create a weapon with the attribute of the concept he wanted to utilize, for example, the sort of fate attack he used. That attack was not a choice. But Chu Luo could not directly create fate-related techniques. He can only create weapons with fate-related powers, thus limited in the scope of what he can accomplish with his creation Dao. So what? Replied Chu Luo, very annoyed. The flaw in his Dao was a sore spot in his heart. It reminded him of all his failures, how he disappointed his parents' efforts, and how he had to watch them sacrifice so much for him in vain. Supreme Outlaw Dao is Supreme Outlaw Dao. No matter the restriction, it is still better than anything you have or will ever have. And I will show its power to you. Haha, I would love to see how. Domain activation Chu Luo was in the incarnation realm, and his domain C had evolved into a towering tree and gave birth to the fruit of laws. So, he had a powerful domain to boost his power. A domain? I have one too, said Shi Rulin with laughter as she activated hers. Then, the sky suddenly split into two colors, one golden and the other a misty white and grayish color. A domain confrontation had started. The participants watched with great attention except for Xiao Tiandi, who only watched with half his eyes closed. Wang Wei also paid great attention since there was some benefit to gather. Empyrean had the power of creation, at the very least, life creation. And to reach that realm, great emperors did not require an understanding of creation Dao beforehand. However, knowledge on the subject drastically increased the success rate of becoming an Empyrean. So, he wanted to use this opportunity to learn something from Chu Luo and prepare his path to becoming an Empyrean. Chapter 592 D stages the participants could see two spheres wrestling in the sky, one white-gray and the other golden. Their clashes sent powerful shockwaves throughout the entire small world where the trial took place, forcing everyone to generate shields to protect themselves. On each side of sphere, Chu Luo and Shi Rulin looked at each other. The clash of their domains was to determine who had absolute control over the environment and whose domain would give the most significant boosts. At first, the two spheres appeared equal, but after a few minutes of confrontation, the white area began to overwhelm the others. Shi Rulin gritted her teeth as she mobilized her spiritual strength, ki, and law to help sustain her domain. Unfortunately, since Chu Luo outclassed her in the law department, his domain was the victor. As such, he took over 3/4 of the sky and left the rest for Shi Rulin to barely defend herself. Creation domain. Myriad Dao blade work. Chu Luo waved his hand, and millions of swords appeared in his domain. They were many swords with different attributes: flame sword, thunder sword, sword of death, sword of time, sword of karma, etc. He created each sword with a different attribute before dropping them on his opponent. Shi Rulin's face changed as she reacted. Dragon protection. Countless dragons appeared in her domain, covering her. Unfortunately, the swords destroyed anything that stood in their way. Some dragons were burned, some aged and died, and some underwent samsara. They died in diverse ways, but they all still died. So, Shi Rulin acted to increase her power. Myriad race protection. She summoned not only dragons, but races like phoenixes, rocks, and other demonic races. Pish! A sword pierced her shoulder before igniting into a red flame. She could even sense the flame was using her karmic sin as fuel. Shi Rulin hurriedly used the technique Sovereign's Pride. As a sovereign, she would never apologize for her actions no matter how atrocious. Her pride transcended karma. As a sovereign, karma did not affect her. Sher Rulin created this technique to deal with karma-based attacks. The flame extinguished, and she mobilized her blood energy to heal the damage. At the same time, she also focused on the swords that seemed infinite. World's protection as a ruler above the mundane and extraordinary. All sentient beings worshipped and strived to protect her. As such, it is their duty to protect her. A glass bead the size of a football field appeared in Sher Rulin's domain. It was an entire world at least the size of a few billion galaxies. The glass bead blocked 90 of the upcoming swords, while Sher Rulin punched the others with her fleshly body. Then, she went on the offensive. Boom! Sovereign's fury with one punch. A terrifying pressure emanated from her. Then, the golden side of domain suddenly turned darker as clouds manifested before dropping lightning bolts on Chu Luo. It was as if the heavens itself was angry and wanted to punish. A sovereign's fury eclipses the heaven, thought Chu Luo before sneering. He waved his hand to create a round shield with a black tortoise engraving. The shield then released a force field that protected its creator and the domain. Chu Luo then created another sword, a space-time sword. The sword pierced the marble, creating cracks before exploding. Although it appeared as if it was just an ordinary marble destroyed, the participants could see an entire world in shambles. The sword generated a powerful wave of space-time energy that tore apart the entire world inside the marble. Then, the sword headed toward Sher Rulin, who tried to evade. In her domain, Sher Rulin is a god and can bend reality at will. So, she should be able to teleport anywhere her domain touched. Unfortunately, she could not outrun space and time, at least not the one Chu Luo controls. Subsequently, Sher Rulin dodged the sword, which cut off her right hand. What's more, the cut-off arm instantly aged before disappearing. She then fell to wool, preventing her healing capabilities. 7th stage Duyi realm? Luckily, it appears his application of it is lacking. The Duyi realm is somewhat rare in the lower dimension, but not so much in the upper dimension, as there is more knowledge and even classification. There are 9 stages, each increasing strength and the 10% probability of casting the Tao will. Moreover, the higher the stage, the more powerful Tao will a great emperor can cast. The stages can be increased through repeated training or by making more than one cultivation stage unique. Sher Rulin only had a 5th stage Duyi realm. Nevertheless, she had more knowledge and control of it than Chu Luo. So, he removed the latter's power before focusing on the spatial temporal energy remaining on her body that was trying to age the rest of her body. Sher Rulin gritted her teeth to create a few more world marbles to prevent her opponent from taking advantage of her weakness. Her face turned pale in the process, but she gritted her teeth. Then, she mobilized one aspect of her sovereign Tao, control. She used the law of control to control the energy in her body and remove it. She wanted to control and use it for her own use. Unfortunately, this power had Chu Luo's imprint, and she could not control it unless she overpowered him. The rings behind Sher Rulin shone as her blood energy activated, instantly growing another arm. Meanwhile, Chu Luo watched as his swords destroyed world after world. Let's end this, he thought. What is a sovereign without its people, its citizen to rule over? Chu Luo said as he created an ordinary sword. As soon as the sword appeared, everyone could feel it was the embodiment of the people's wish, of their desire to reject the power of any ruler. Then, the sword which embodied rejection of monarchy and rebellion flew toward Sher Rulin, making her face change. She knew she would lose if that attack hit, as it was the antithesis of her Tao. So, she activated the court corruption spell to affect Chu Luo's laws. And for a moment, it worked. His domain shook, and it appeared it would shrink. However, Chu Luo reacted in time by creating a pen full of righteous qi. He used the power of righteousness to counter Sher Rulin's corruption. The people's sword easily pierced through all of Shirulin's techniques before stopping an inch before her throat. She looked at me with gritted teeth without saying anything. Then, the sword moved slightly, drawing blood from her neck. Fine. I lose. Crack. Shirulin heard a sword indicating her invincible heart was shattered. Her mighty and invincible aura rapidly declined. She looked directly into Chu Luo's eyes and muttered, "So, this is my path forward. Find a way to be both a sovereign of the people and an independent sovereign not bound by heaven and earth." Shirulin entered a brief state of enlightenment, and her aura sublimated. Upon completion, she sensed her path of achieving five-leaf immortal venerable was not far. Wang Wei watched the battle with great concentration. He watched every move Chu Luo made, storing the latter's understanding and control of creation Tao for later in his cultivation journey. He knew he would not have to worry much about his breakthrough in the Empyrean realm after this battle. Wang Wei also paid attention to Shirulin. Her Emperor Bone's ability reminded him of Di Tian's pseudo-domain. The main difference was Di Tian could bring people on to the same realm as him. The weakness is that realm was not the same as the strength. Most heaven-chosen could fight above their realms. So, reducing their realms could indeed drastically increase them. However, Shirulin's ability will bring them the same strength-meaning stats like ki, fleshly body, spiritual strength, etc. The only thing she could not reduce was a person's control or understanding of laws. She can control the level of destruction their technique or laws could make for Leaf, but not the subtle or ingenious applications. This is why she lost this battle. Another difference between these two techniques was that Di Tian's domain could be avoided, nullified, or countered. However, Shirulin's ability seemed to involve order power back by the power of a great emperor. So, unless a mortal has the strength of a great emperor, they cannot nullify her ability. The only way to defeat Shirulin is to beat her in the same realm. I could probably use my order disorder law to recreate their ability, thought Wang Wei. Of course, he knew his method would, at best, be on the same level as Di Tian's. He could never reach Shirulin's level unless he had reached the 10th extremity foundation. But at that point, he has the strength of a great emperor. Why would he need to use this technique? No, it can be useful. If the technique could work on a great emperor, I could lower their cultivation realm to the same as me and easily defeat them. If he had the 10 extremity foundation and load a third-class emperor's realm to the quasi-emperor realm, he would easily slaughter the latter. Wang Wei mentally shook his head as he realized such a technique was too impractical given all the requirements to be useful. Chapter 593, The Two Physiques History. Chu Luo's fighting style seems to be using his opponent's opposite Tao to crush them, observed Wang Wei during the battle. With how diverse creation Tao was, he understood why this fighting method was used. However, it would not work for him since he fused his opposite, freedom, into his fate Tao. And even if he did, this tactic would not work on him since his Tao tree turned silver. At best, Chu Luo could be equal if he used Freedom Tao against him. Chu Luo is the victor, announced Lord Spirit with evident joy in his tone. While people wondered why the happiness, only Lord Spirit knew the exact reason. According to the agreement his master made, as long as Shirulin and Xiao Tiandi lost a battle, they could expel all the upper-seeded players back to the upper dimension, not allowing them to participate in the final part of this trial. Now, when the two was defeated, Wang Wei, don't let me down, thought Lord Spirit. Who wants to go next? Me. Everyone looked up to see Shirulin was the one who answered. Lady Shir, you want to challenge again? Yes, and this time I'm challenging Wang Wei. I refuse, said Wang Wei immediately. Why? Are you looking down on me? No, it's because your ability is too disgusting. Shirulin's lips twitched. This was not the first time someone had said that about her ability. Fine. You don't have to fight me, but show me how you would deal with my ability. What method you would use to have the same cultivation realm as me. Shirulin felt that Wang Wei should have a method similar to Chu Luo that would allow him to keep the same strength as her. and she wanted to know. Meanwhile, Wang Wei pondered for a moment before agreeing. The image of a purple star appeared above Wang Wei, illuminating the surrounding. The star was noble, mighty, and released the aura of a born ruler. The East Purple Star, also known as the Sovereign Star, muttered Shi Rulin. She could tell the latter used his fate Dao to change his fate to that of sovereign. With this method, she would not be able to suppress him to a realm below her. That should work, Shi Rulin said before looking at Jilan Fong and the other lower-seated players. Then, she flew back to her seat. Although she wanted to ask them the same question, she did not. These people's strengths were too weak compared to hers. Jilan Fong was the only one with one leaf strength, while the rest only had the potential to reach that level. Even if they had a method, they would still be suppressed because of the vast difference. And Shi Rulin was correct in that they thought of a way in case they needed to fight her. Jilan Fong thought of using all the King Dao swordmanships he knew to create the aura of a sovereign. Tong Ruobing would use an aura-changing talisman to acquire the bearing of a ruler. Shi Qian could connect to the karma of mortals in her homeworld, forcing them to give her the position of a sovereign. Meanwhile, Jinhua was technically a ruler. The three-legged crows were the royal family of the Golden Crow race, so she had the aura of a sovereign. Now that everything is settled, who is the next? Lord Spirit did not finish his words as a terrible sound echoed in the lobby, forcing everyone to hold their ears. Everyone then looked in Xiao Tianda's direction to see a talisman floating before him, which was the noise source. "You know the deal," said a female voice from the talisman. "The sound won't stop until you move." The terrible sound ended, but that's because Xiao Tiandi was now the only person who could hear it. His mouth twitched in aggravation. This was not the first time his master had done something similar to motivate him. And he knew the talisman would not stop no matter what method he tried, and Xiao Tiandi could not destroy it, even if he could somehow use the power of a great emperor. "Damn it, all right," he said as he stood up, his eyes still a little closed. He looked around at the others before his eyes stopped on Wang Wei. "I guess it's you. Let's get this over with." Wang Wei frowned. "Young Master Wang Wei, please not reject," said Lord Spirit. Wang Wei gave him a look and realized there was something more. Then, his senses told him to fight the latter as it would benefit him. "Fine," he responded before flying into the sky as Xiao Tiandi followed him. They looked at each for a few seconds. "For some odd and unexplainable reason, I don't like you," suddenly commented Xiao Tiandi. "Many people don't like me. It could be because I'm more handsome than them, more powerful, savvier, and has a hotter wife. Pick one, and it will be enough." Xiao Tiandi was speechless. His appearance was not that bad, and he just looked off because he did not care for his appearance. As for being more powerful, no one in the younger generation has defeated him, including Zhang Yuqing and Mon Wuji. When it comes to Dao Companion, he had his beautiful master. Although they were not together, he firmly believed it was only a matter of time. The only thing he could give the latter was savvy, since he is an overlord, but as a person born with the innate Dao source physique, he did not think he would lose in the savvy department. "No, it's not these reasons. I just don't like you for some reason." "Well, honestly, I feel the same," replied Wang Wei, who knew the reason for their dislikes. The innate Dao source physique and innate Paragon soul are often called destined enemies. Long ago, Xiao Tianda's physique was considered the best for cultivation. However, that was until innate Paragon souls appeared, which was both an acquired and innate physique. Some people can be born with an innate Paragon soul, or a Paragon could use countless Paragon-level resources similar to World Essence to nourish an unborn child in the womb. However, few people do these since these resources are precious even to Paragons, and using them on an unborn child is a waste. Another reason is the high level of success. More often than not, the child will be unable to properly absorb these resources and fail to elevate their newborn soul to that level. And there is also a chance of overpowering the child's soul, causing irreparable damage. Nevertheless, the first person to ever have an innate Paragon soul got through acquired means, and his name was Paragon Red Dust. Red Dust was conceived in a time of the eternal ascension world when a man with the title of Truth Seeker reigned supreme. He was a boundless paragon with unmatched power. Truth Seeker Paragon lived in a relatively earlier era of the eternal ascension world, making him quite ancient, taking into account modern times. In his time, there were few paragons, let alone boundless. Nevertheless, he was still the most powerful of his peers, suppressing an entire era. As a result, the only thing Truth Seeker wanted was an opponent on par with him. And he feared this day would never come until a pregnant woman approached him with a deal. The woman told him if he gave him the necessary resources, he could cultivate a child with an acquired talent on par with Truth Seeker's innate Tao Source physique. Intrigued, the paragon agreed. Hence, Red Dust was born the first person with an innate paragon soul. Truth Seeker taught the child everything he knew and also gave him the resources he needed to reach the same realm as him. This was not the first time he had done such a thing, since he always wanted someone who could give him a challenge. Unfortunately, things proceeded beyond his calculations. Truth Seeker was a prideful and arrogant man. He wanted someone who could give him a worthy challenge, but he could also defeat whenever he pleased. Unfortunately, Red Dust was his equal in every way possible. Even when he tried his best, he could not defeat the latter, a fact that shattered his pride. On the other hand, Red Dust was also not happy with the outcome of their battle. His dream or goal since childhood was to surpass his adoptive father. Yet, no matter what he tried, the result was a stalemate. Then, these two boundless paragons began to compete in other things like alchemy, talisman, array, etc. With their physique's terrifying comprehension, they could excel at everything they tried. Regrettably, the result was always a stalemate. At this point in their life, their competition had changed their relationship. They grew to despise each other. So, they decided at one last attempt to reincarnate with their physique, ensure they were born in the same generation, and compete for the heaven will. After these two decided on the competition, they disappeared to this day. No one knew who was the final winner. Heavenly Tao recognized the innate paragon soul as a physique that could balance out the innate Tao Source physique and just grant it to specific individuals. However, Truth Seeker and Red Dust paragons were inherited by the future owner of their physique. So, as long as the two showed up in the same generation, they would often compete, trying to surpass the other. Of course, Wang Wei was not influenced by this will. He had a disdain for Xiao Tiandi for another reason, one he had not discovered yet, but felt was related to his overall demeanor. Hopefully, he could find a reason during their battle. Chapter 594 Grand Mist. Well, all right, let's get this over with, said Xiao Tiandi. Don't expect me to go easy on you. That's my line, replied Wang Wei before rushing to his opponent. He immediately appeared in front of Xiao Tiandi and punched him. Boom! So fast, was the last thought of Xiao Tiandi before flying away, ribs cracked and heart squished. Midway through his fly, a white flame appeared on his body, healing his injuries. Meanwhile, Wang Wei went on the offensive. He used his fate escape technique to fly at an unimaginable speed. He also used the tips he received from the Rainbow Emperor. He used the Rabbit Zodiac to boost his strength further. He used the Sheep Zodiac, which granted him dominance of the elements. And with this dominance, he used lightning, wind, light, and space-time to boost his strength further. So, with a speed that appeared as if he had teleported, he appeared before Xiao Tiandi. Bang! He exploded the latter's head with one punch. How is he so fast that I can't even react? Thought Xiao Tiandi as his body reformed. I need to do something, or I will spend this fight in mystery. Bang! His entire upper body exploded in a pool of blood. However, Xiao Tiandi regenerated like a phoenix with a bright white flame. ANS this time, things were different. His aura drastically changed. It went up from the 6-leaf, immortal venerable to 9-leaf, making Wang Wei frown. A secret technique? Thought Wang Wei as he analyzed his opponent. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiandi raised his hand to shoot a yellow beam, forcing Wang Wei to dodge. Unfortunately, he was not fast enough, and his right hand was gone as if it had never existed. The power of Grand Mist. It's been a while since I last saw it, he said calmly. During the Heaven-Chosen selection trial at the Academy, Lin Fan used Grand Mist in his battle against Suya. Grand Mist is considered one of the first powers or energy that existed at the beginning of the universe. It is a manifestation of chaos. So, it can return anything it touched back to chaos. Grand Mist is divided into Yin and Yang. The Yin side is referred to as Final Grand Mist and has the power of erasure. It returns things to their original state. Meanwhile, Yang Grand Mist is called Cosmos Grand Mist and is used to mold chaos into all matter. It molds chaos into all things in existence. Cultivators must condense a Grand Mist wheel in their sea of consciousness to enter the Empyrean realm. Through this wheel, they can control Cosmos Grand Mist to create life and other things. Many thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's mind as he looked at his missing arm. Then, a purple flame appeared on the missing arm, burning off the power of Grand Mist with the chaos flame in his heart. Xiao Tiandi did not give his opponent time to breathe. He turned his final Grand Mist into a sword that resembled a lightsaber. Then, he rushed toward Wang Wei to slash him. Oddly though, the opponent easily dodged his attack. With his 9-leaf, immortal venerable strength, he should be able to overwhelm the latter with his sheer speed just like he suffered previously. Swish! 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 Xiao Tiandi swung his sword more than 1,000,000 times in less than a second. But not one of his attacks touched his opponent. So, he condensed the Grand Mist sword into a bomb, spreading its attack in a wide area. However, Wang Wei moved quickly out of the attack's range. Xiao Tiandi paused as he looked at Wang Wei. "You're using the Battle Maniac Paragon's ultimate evasion technique. So you've noticed. I've read about it in books. I thought it was a legend. It is said after creating this method, he has never lost a battle in his life." "Well, it's true," Wang Wei replied. The ultimate evasion technique allowed him to synchronize his body to his opponent's aura, energy signature, spiritual strength, and laws. After the synchronization, his body will naturally evade all the opponent's attacks. No matter the attack, his body would move on its own to evade. It was as if it was allergic to everything about his opponent and would naturally avoid it. After creating and mastering this technique, Battle Maniac never lost a battle. It did not mean he was invincible, but he never suffered defeat. Of course, it was not only because of this technique. The flaw of this method is to use overwhelming speed to counter it. However, as a peak paragon, Battle Maniac was on the top echelon regarding speed in all the paragon in the universe. So, he never met someone who could overwhelm him with speed. Additionally, this technique had higher levels. For example, Wang Wei also synchronized with Xiao Tiandi's fate and karma to aid him in his evasion. For the level of this technique, he needed to have some fate or karma connection with Xiao Tiandi, and he did. Xiao Tiandi's master was Su Junyao. The woman Wang Wei had a love-fate connection besides Wu Hong. Wang Wei had to sigh at how wonderful fate could be. Is it a coincidence that he met him now? Most likely no. Domain expansion, Grand Mist erasure. Xiao Tiandi controlled the entire area and filled it with Grand Mist, not giving any room for Wang Wei to dodge. As such, he surrounded himself with a purple flame, protecting himself. At the same time, he finally figured out the secret technique the latter used. He borrowed the power of an alternate version of himself, a variant of himself that failed in accomplishing the 9-extremity foundation and ended up with 9-leaf, immortal venerable strength. What a wonderful secret technique. It's a shame I cannot use it. Based on his analysis, divination, and calculator, Heavenly Tao only allowed cultivators to access parallel timelines in the upper dimension. Although only paragons should be able to travel or access parallel timelines, Xiao Tiandi's secret technique granted the ability to borrow strength from his parallel self, with the only limitation that he could not acquire the power of Tao Ancestor. So, 9-leaf was the limit he could achieve. Xiao Tiandi observed his opponent with a frown, rapidly calculating the best attack mode. Secret technique. Rock infinite speed, 2 large energy wings appeared behind him, while the phantom of a bird or fish manifested behind him. It was the image of a rock. Rocks are known as one of the fastest creatures in the universe. With this technique, Xiao Tiandi's speed approached the infinity domain, a realm of speed that at least one root Dao ancestor can reach. As a comparison, a two-root Dao ancestor has a base speed of 20 times infinity. With this speed, Wang Wei's mind could perceive Xiao Tiandi's movement. After all, he is connected to his other clones to existence, and technically has the reflex of a two-root Dao ancestor. However, his main body, with only 6 leaf, cannot move in time to evade. Bang! Xiao Tiandi flew back with half of his body destroyed. Meanwhile, Wang Wei remained intact. At the last minute, he used the Pig Zodiac ability to absorb the attack and redirected it before his opponent could even react. Xiao Tiandi frowned as he felt something was wrong. He should not be able to absorb an attack approaching one root Dao ancestor. Is he secretly a 9-extremity foundation? He thought of how Wang Wei previously hid his battle with Ao Qiani, making him a little suspicious. So, he used another technique to manifest a third eye on his forehead. He stored the power in his acupoints? That will make sense. I also sensed Devour Law. While Xiao Tiandi analyzed the situation, his body rapidly regenerated, making Wang Wei frown as he also detected something. I thought his main Dao was Lesser Chaos. But now, I know his main Dao is Dream. He converted his injury into a dream. So, it was as if they never occurred. Wang Wei always knew there were 2 different Chaos Dao, but he never knew the exact classification until he received Ao Tiani's memories. Lesser Chaos Dao referred to the Dao Lin Fan cultivated before he became an outlaw. Lesser Chaos Dao directly cultivates Chaos Law, which involves things like Grand Mist, sub-laws like destruction, creation, absolute beginning and absolute end, origin, and others. Meanwhile, Great Chaos Dao is when cultivated decided to cultivate all 3,800 primary Daos to a high level before fusing them. This Dao is on the path of becoming nigh omnipotent. It's the Dao of mastering all concepts, laws, and rules. It's the Dao of becoming the embodiment of all things in existence. Of course, both Daos are outlaws. But people with the absolute chaos physique and other exceptional physiques can cultivate Lesser Chaos Dao without a problem. Meanwhile, Great Chaos Dao is an outlaw to everyone. Wang Wei snapped his finger. Order, no secret technique. Immediately, Xiao Tiandi lost all his strength, returning to his original power. Wang Wei instantly appeared before him and held him by his throat, even sealing all his strength. I know why I didn't like him, and I could use it to my advantage. The only issue is whether it was worth the risk. Chapter 595 Disdain. Thanks to Janish and many others who donated gifts. They sponsored this chapter. Wang Wei scanned Xiao Tiandi's body with his divine sense and almost smacked his lips. He could feel a terrifying power preventing anyone from accessing Xiao Tiandi's physique. The power protected his blood and even his hair and teeth. Ignoring the latter's attempt to get rid of his seal, Wang Wei looked at Lord Spirit, who happily announced he was the winner. Finally, Wang Wei released Xiao Tiandi from his grip. As the winner of this battle, he won a great deal of destiny, even more than he anticipated. Furthermore, Wang Wei could feel that a vision was about to appear due to his innate Paragon soul defeating the innate Dao Source physique. He quickly calculated that it was one of the reasons he acquired so much destiny from Xiao Tiandi. Nevertheless, this was unimportant since he did not want the vision to appear as it could reveal his soul. So, he quickly denied its appearance. He could sense some odd gaze from Lord Spirit, but he did not look back or explain anything. Instead, he looked directly into Xiao Tiandi's eyes and said, I know why I dislike you. You reek of laziness and depression. Despite having supposedly the greatest talent for cultivation, your willpower is so weak that it's pitiful. You know nothing about me, roared Xiao Tiandi. So, don't act as if you do. I don't need to know anything about you to know you seem to have given up. Shut up. He roared again, this time even louder as his voice echoed throughout the entire miniature world. Do you know what I've been through? Do you know how much I suffer? How much pressure I'm under? Xiao Tiandi replied with clenched hands. Before I started cultivating, life was beautiful. I was born with the most remarkable talent under heaven and earth, making everyone in my family proud and looking forward to my future. I was lucky to meet my master, who cared for and protected me. She was the only one who saw the real me, not the Xiao Tiandi with the innate Tao Source physique. However, everything changed when I began my cultivation journey and learned about the world. My talent was not a gift, it was a curse. Every time I made progress, every time I made an achievement, every time my reputation soared, I could feel it, the gaze of the 2 suns and 7 moons. And it was not a friendly gaze. They saw me as nothing but a nuisance, a problem that had to be dealt with eventually. They saw me as an eventual threat to their reign. So, in response, you made yourself smaller to not get their attention. You wasted your potential by wailing in self-pity, cursing at unfair the world was? Asked Wang with a sneer and great disdain. He finally understood why Xiao Tiandi did not even attempt the 9-extremity foundation or even try cultivating an outlaw Dao. Wang Wei guessed this was the excuse he used to not even enter the Di realm since he could not sense its power on the ladder. I had no choice, quickly replied Xiao Tiandi, his voice raised to the point of roaring again. This was the only way to survive and protect me, my family, and my master. I had to look unthreatened to them. I had to waste my potential. Wang Wei looked down at the other upper-seated players. He could sense fear, frustration, and unwillingness in Shi Rulin and Shishangyan. Even Ao Tianni, who managed to regain some bearing, felt some emotions similar to this. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuqing gloated despite his face looking peaceful and normal, and Monk Wuji lowered his head, showing shame and regret. I finally understand why the upper and lower dimension is separated, Wang Wei said calmly. In the endless void, there can only be 3,000 great emperors in each generation. ANS quintillion upon quintillion of races competes for these spots, and usually only the best of the best gets to sit on the throne. Only the best have a chance at achieving eternity and escaping the shackles of death. Meanwhile, Heaven Wills is probably so common on the upper dimension that you treat it as an ordinary resource. With this mindset, without the pressure to be the absolute best, without the threat of death, the emperors you cultivate are ordinary, weak, underachievers, complacent, and weak-willed. Unfortunately, that zeitgeist has been passed down to you, the younger generation. What are you trying to say? Asked Xiao Tiandi with gritted teeth. I bet there's a revolution against the so-called 2 suns and 7 moons you mentioned, and the main lead of it are the emperors from the lower dimension. Am I right? Xiao Tiandi did not answer, so Wang Wei sneered before continuing. These people know their struggle is futile, but they never give up. Even if they knew there was no hope, no future, and even if they knew they would suffer terrible consequences for their actions. They did not give up on trying to break the current situation. But you gave up. No, even worse, you didn't even try. The sneer on Wang Wei's face was simply disgusting to look at this point, and he had his reason to despise Xiao Tiandi so much. The moment he learned about these 7 parasites, and even the other 2 who might have surpassed the Paragon realm, he did not give up. Instead, he began to plan out how he would deal with the situation and find a way to break the game. His current words and actions were part of his plan. He wanted to instill the idea of rebellion into these people, hoping they could make some changes when they returned. As such, when he ascended, he would have allies and did not have to start from scratch. Even if these geniuses did not publicly revolt, his plan would succeed as long as they secretly supported the rebellion. And his target was also the lower dimension geniuses, as they were potential allies after they proved the Tao and ascended to the eternal ascension world. The only issue was his words would bring more attention to himself from these parasites. However, after calculating the pros and cons of the current situation, Wang Wei decided the risks were worth it. You don't understand, yelled Xiao Tiandi, his voice full of despair. I had to protect my master. Did she ask you to protect her? Or was that one of your many excuses? Su Jinyao was the most beautiful woman in the eternal ascension world. Wang Wei did not believe for a second that one of the parasites did desire her beauty for herself. But from what he knew from Ao Tianni's memory, She was perfectly fine and still had no partners. As such, he knew she must have her ways of protecting herself. You ignorant fool. You have no idea the power they have. You cannot fathom the difference in power between Tier 12 and 11. Paragons reign supreme. They are almighty. Wang Wei internally sighed as he could sense the other upper-seated players agreed with this sentiment. He could tell these kids were brainwashed to believe such a thing. Meanwhile, with a quick check of the lower-seated players, he could sense they were all sneering, some openly, while most were secret. To these people who had to fight their entire life to sit on the throne, they would never let anyone stay in their way to power. And many of them would rather die than bend their heads to give in to any authoritarian figures. They will respect powerhouses but never cower in fear before them. That may be true, replied Wang Wei, but there are many ways to fight a war. Is the enemy too powerful? Okay, I'll hide and cultivate until I reach the same height as them. The solution is not working? All right, I'll leave to search for allies that could deal with my enemy even if this meant I could be inviting a wolf into the nest. Anything is better than just giving up and accepting my fate. You don't understand. You don't understand, Xiao Tiandi repeated nonstop. Wang Wei looked at him intensely, sensing the agitated mood he emitted. Whatever. I'm done wasting my breath with a weak-willed individual like yourself. Wang Wei shook his head before sighing. The heavens is truly blind to give someone like you such a powerful physique, he said before flying back to his seat. Many people nodded in agreement with him. They could see despite how strong Xiao Tiandi was, he was a person with a terrible state of mind and a weak Dao heart. His current state was barely enough to bear the heaven will, and a tiny change could lead to him becoming a pseudo-emperor. Softly coughed Lord Spirit, trying to look as if he did not just hear things that would be considered blasphemy in the upper dimension. The combat aspect of the trial is officially finished. We will regroup a few days from now for the final competition. This Lord Spirit did not even care about points for the combat aspect of this trial. So, what are the criteria he is using to choose the final inheritor? Thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes. He then gazed at Zhang Yuqing, who was secretly fuming and trying his best to hide his intense, killing desire. Without saying anything more, he flew to his mansion before leaving a secret message to someone through divine sense. Come see me. I have something important to give you. Chapter 596 Buddhism versus Taoism 1. After Wang Wei returned to his mansion, he immediately heard Ancestor Wuqing's voice. So, you must have reasons for taking such a risk. In preparing for the future. Without removing these so-called 2 suns and 7 moons, I can never reach the top of the cultivation world. And even the ancestors cannot properly revive. So, I will need all the help I can deal with them. So although I know I might not need to remind you, given your personality, I still will. Always be cautious. After you ascend, I and the other will no longer be able to protect you. The sect will probably not be able to provide you any help and might even be a hindrance. So always be slow and steady. I will, replied Wang Wei, and Wang Wuqing no longer spoke. The old ancestor felt his young descendant grew too fast. It was only a matter of time before his old bones became useless. Although he always knew this was inevitable, recent events indicate this process might be faster than anticipated. Meanwhile, Wang Wei observed Feng Heng's mansion for a few hours, trying to detect any signs of trouble. Luckily, until Monk Wuji showed up, nothing changed. Monk Wuji deactivated his invisible talisman before cupping and bowing his hands. Benefactor, what do you need from me? Monk, can you tell me exactly Zhang Yuqing's strength? The last time you were vague. Monk Wuji frowned for a moment before answering. He is only the peak of 7 Leaf. However, he can use a secret technique to generate a mysterious power from his 2 physiques, boosting his power to 8 Leaf. Is that so? Wang Wei briefly pondered before taking out a booklet and handing it to him. See if this can help you rise in strength. Monk Wuji took the book labeled 7 Chakras and scanned through it. And the more he read, the brighter his eyes were. This technique is similar to the concept of 5 inner wheels. However, it is more detailed, purer, and more powerful. Monk Wuji had access to all the Buddha scriptures, so he remembered the school of thought based on the five inner wheels. Although they were not the most popular or influential in the Buddhist sect, they were generally decent. Five inner wheel? I remember Buddhism only had 5 chakras back on Earth before it was changed, while Hinduism, the creator of this system, had 7 chakras. I'm guessing this world also discovered some version of chakra. Though Wang Wei, this technique should allow you to reach 8 leaf. So hurry because I don't think you have much time. You make a great point, benefactor, replied Monk Wuji before rushing out. And to Wang Wei's dismay, the monk entered one of the rooms inside his mansion instead of returning home. Monk Wuji took out a formation plate from his space ring, allowing him to lay out a powerful array around the room instantly. Subsequently, he entered the time treasure he had to facilitate faster cultivation. As soon as he entered the treasure, he did not waste time opening his chakra. Unlike Wang Wei, who had to use the good fortune flame to open the chakra, Monk Wuji used the purest of Buddha power. And since the energy he used perfectly matched the concept of chakra, he benefited even more than Wang Wei did. After a few hundred years inside the time treasure, Monk Wuji opened his eyes. His pupil had entirely turned golden, and he radiated an aura of purity, benevolence, and nobility. His body shone with golden lights for a few minutes before he returned to normal. Peak 8 leaf strength. The increase was even greater than I anticipated. Monk Wuji muttered before looking at the artificial sky inside the treasure. Zhang Yuqing, you wait for me. The monk left his treasure before exiting the room and meeting Wang Wei again. It seems you succeeded. Thank you for everything, benefactor. No need. I'm just paying my karma. Be that as it may. You have helped me greatly and made a great contribution to Buddhism. Monk Wuji was not lying. The 7 chakra method will advance the 5 inner wheels faction by miles, possibly elevating them to one of the great factions of Buddhism. Wang Wei calmly accepted the latter's thanks. Although he did not invent the chakra method, he translated it to fit the laws of the eternal ascension world, which should give him some credit. Furthermore, he did not mind taking credit for someone else's work if it could help him pay some of his karma. Thus, he chatted briefly with the monk before overseeing him leave his mansion. Wang Wei was alone since Li Jun entered seclusion to use the talisman the battle maniac emperor left for him. And since he had to observe the situation in case of any changes, he decided to cultivate a little. He first checked his acupoints. He had already created or opened all his artificial acupoints. The next step in refining his body was to condense the 1,964th black holes. Regrettably, he could not do that now, as he could sense a fleshly body tribulation was approaching. From the 3rd stage of the true power realm, body refiners have to undergo tribulations often, and it was Wang Wei's turn. And from what he learned from his ancestor, there will be a drastic increase in pain after he reaches the 4th stage. According to the ancient desolate paragon, the pain is so intense that most cultivators give up trying to open the gate of power. Additionally, since he decided to walk both the key refiner and body tempering path, the pain he will suffer will be at least 100 times more than pure body refiners who focus on only opening the gate. The pain is the way Grand Tao used to balance how powerful body refiners were. Of course, Wang Wei did not mind the pain, since his pain talent had already made him a masochist. It's begun? Thought Wang Wei as he opened his eyes. At that exact time, all the participants received a notice from Lord Spirit to stay inside their mansion and not interfere with the affairs of the upper dimension. Ancestor, how are the preparations? Everything went as you wished. We hired many immortal tier, loose cultivators, and they should have no problem dealing with Zhang Yuqing's people. Wang Wei nodded his head. Although he promised Monk Wuji he would have his sect help him, he also did not want to directly use the powerhouses of the sect. He wanted plausible deniability and by hiring other people to fight instead of his sect. He had a reasonable cause to do so. Of course, Wang Wei knew deniability might be pointless based on Zhang Yuqing's character. He could imagine that Supreme Unity was not the kind of person that cared for loopholes. Nevertheless, he wanted to be careful just in case. His motto has always been to be highly cautious when dealing with these old monsters. Outside Feng Heng's mansion, two people floated in the sky, staring intensely at one another. Bald monk, you should know you are not my opponent. Stop this futile resistance. I am not the same me as I was yesterday. Zhang Yuqing shook his head. Why do you monks try so desperately to resist your fate? My master is now the heavens. Taoism's destiny is to reign supreme. So why not bow and accept the mandate of heaven? All things that rise must fall, replied Monk Wuji, his voice soft, soothing, and full of wisdom. Taoism had its era, Buddhism followed, and it should have been someone else's turn. This was the way to maintain the balance of heaven and earth. But your greed forced another era of Taoism. You have corrupted the way of heaven and earth, and thus must pay the price. Blasphemy, is it? You Taoist priests always preach about being inactive, following the flow of nature, and letting things proceed on their course. Yet, you do not practice what you preach. Don't be so sanctimonious. It's disgusting. It's not like you Buddhists are innocent. The entire lower dimension suffered such catastrophe because of the backlash for forcibly prolonging your reign. Their blood is your hands. That is the truth. But we have learned from our mistakes. We strove to do better. Current Buddhism can say, without hesitation, we have paid our karma. We have made peace with our past. Can you do the same? Enough with your sharp tongue, groaned Zhang Yuqing, his eyes red, gleaming with a demonic atmosphere. He raised his hand to manifest a purple sword. His black, silky long hair turned half white, and a red tattoo of a small sword appeared on his forehead. It's a shame we had to resort with using force. Monk Wuzi's body then changed. He turned into a 7 meters tall golden Buddha. This form had no shirt on, displaying his slightly large belly. He only had shorts to cover his lower body and a golden scarf that floated around his neck. Brilliant golden light shone on him, along with chants of scriptures. Chapter 597 Buddhism versus Taoism 2. Zhang Yuqing frowned as he immediately noticed something. He had fought many times before Monk Wuji again, and their last confrontation was only a couple of decades ago. Back then, his altruistic golden Buddha body was only 5 meters. He knew the altruistic golden Buddha body was a great body refining technique with 12 layers. With each layer, a monk would grow 1 meter. Despite how powerful the technique was, only a few people could cultivate it because it required a deep understanding of Buddhism, a lot of incense, and merit. Wuji was the most talented younger generation of Buddhism, and he only cultivated it to the 5th level after millions of years. But now, after just a few decades, he went 2 levels. This could only mean 2 things. There was a catastrophe, and he saved billions of lives. Or he was enlightened and created something that would greatly benefit Buddhism. Zhang Yuqing knew it was most likely the second option, since he would know if Monk Wuji saved so many people. Regardless, he knew this battle would not be as simple as he thought, due to a lack of knowledge or information. Zhang Yuqing knew that something out of his expectations might occur with each passing minute. Furthermore, his master warned him of the possibility of the Tao opening sex air in the lower dimension intervening in his battle. After analyzing the situation, he decided to end this battle as quickly as possible. Wuji has no limits. Infinite swords, a black and white diagram, covered the entire sky. And from that diagram, sword began to fall, with no indication of stopping. Each sword had the power to eradicate thousands of tiny universes, and there was an infinite amount of them. Monk Wuji immediately knew his opponent was going for the kill after seeing this attack. Out of the 5 elements and 3 realms, Buddha is a supreme being that has transcended the 5 elements of all matters. It is also detached from the mundane realms, the realm of the dead, and the realm of the spirit. After using this technique, all the swords passed through Monk Wuzi's body as if he was non-existent. With this technique, he entered a state of intangibility similar to Wang Wei's nothingness Tao. Monk Wuji could see the shock on his opponent's face, and he knew the reason. In their last confrontation, he could not achieve this level of intangibility. Wuji involved the concept of everything being born from nothing, so his technique should be useless to a high-level spell like the one Zhang Yuqing used. However, the current him was not him of yesterday. Without giving the latter a chance to brief, Monk Wuji went on the offensive. Buddha's light. Call of Samsara. Monk Wuji first took a prayer stance with his palms touching before putting one hand forward. A bright and pure golden light emanated from his hand, illuminating the dark night. The light was so bright that, for a moment, it appeared as if the sun had resurfaced, signaling the end of the darkness known as the night. The golden light did not affect the diagram above them, nor did it affect the falling swords. The light directly attacked Zhang Yuqing. Do it. You know you want to. That's right. Life is hard. So why struggle? End this misery and relieve your burden by entering samsara. That's right. This is the best place. You can forget your problems, pain, and suffering. You can be free. Zhang Yuqing groaned as he felt a massive headache. He could not concentrate with millions of whispers tempting him to give up on his life and enter samsara. He could feel his will to live rapidly diminish, and each voice's reasons to do so became more convincing. Zhang Yuqing could feel his spirit falling into an eternal abyss full of despair and negative emotions. No, he screamed, waking up from the terror. The voices continued, but he took advantage of this brief clarity to act. He manifested a twofold shield inside his sea of consciousness to defend his soul. The first shield contained yin-yang power, with a heavy focus on the yin side, since it was related to the soul. Wuji came before yin and yang and can evolve into yin-yang. So, his Wuji Tao body was a yin-yang body with even more abilities. For the second layer of his shield, Zhang Yuqing condensed all the defensive and soul-related sword wills he knew. With these two levels of protection, he reduced the voices to the point where he could ignore them. But Monk Wuji would not let things proceed smoothly. Soul-sundering bell, a bronze bell, appeared above Monk Wuji, ringing so loud that it echoed in the soul. Zhang Yuqing's noise bled as the vibration from the soul directly injured his soul. However, the Taoist priest gritted his teeth before also going on the offensive. He swung his sword, using a superb technique. Wuji's sword, the unmanifest sword. Golden blood spewed from Monk Wuji's body as a diagonal scar appeared on his chest. He could not sense, see, or detect the slash in any shape or form. In Taoism, Wuji symbolizes the unmanifest, the unknown, the undetectable, and the non-existent. Meanwhile, Taji, the successor of Wuji, symbolizes the manifest or the physical. Monk Wuji has often suffered against that sword since he could not detect it with his eyes, his reaction, his danger sense, his divine sense, or even his secret techniques. At least before, that was the case. Buddha's benevolence. Buddha once cut off a piece of his body to feed a starving animal. His benevolence grants him power. Monk Wuji's aura suddenly increased, and when a second slash appeared on his body, forming the X shape, his aura further strengthened. With his technique, he can boost his power with every injury. Then, the monk's golden body rushed toward Zhang Yuqing to fight him head-on. Wuji wanted to limit his opponent's use of the sword while he took the time to execute the ability he developed after opening his crown chakra. Inside the mansion, Wang Wei witnessed the battle through a formation. I should not underestimate these heaven-chosens from the upper dimension. Their use of Duyi realm is phenomenal. He could sense that every attack Monk Wuji and Zhang Yuqing used was boosted by their Duyi realm. It magnified their key energy, spiritual strength, physical force, and even laws. The subtle and ingenious way they use this power is something Wang Wei just recently learned from the Battle Maniac Paragon. One of the main reasons that Eternal Emperors are so powerful is their Tao Will's boost. It is not just a method to eliminate other Emperors' imprints, but a method that augmented their overall power. The Tao Will is why it is hard for insurgents to reach the pseudo and Eternal Emperor level of power, and the reasons that it is statistically impossible to become an insurgent on par with everlasting Empyreans. Monk Wuji is not bad. I thought his main law was nirvana, but it appeared his main Tao is soul. As for Zhang Yuqing's Wuji, Wang Wei observed carefully, fully immersed in the Taoist priest's use of Wuji law. Wuji, meaning without limits, without boundaries, boundless. A state of non-distinction, nothingness before the Tao or the manifestation of everything came into being. The laws of Wuji contain properties of nothingness. Its very definition of beings without limits, distinction, or boundaries can also apply to nothingness. Wang Wei opened his eyes, full of wisdom and containing the universe's fundamental truth. After this enlightenment, his body had subtle and unnoticeable changes. He raised his hand to manifest a mysterious power. He removed an immortal, or from his space ring, to test that new power. The or vanished, as if it had changed from a state of existence to non-existence in a matter of nanoseconds. Is this the power of the void? For many years, he pondered how to enter the next stage of his Tabo Tao of nothingness. After many failures, he decided to wait until he proved the Tao to try again. But now, after comprehension of the correlation between Wuji and nothingness, he accessed the power of void beforehand. Of course, Wang Wei knew the transformation was not complete. He was still in the intangibility stage, but now contained some powers of the void stage. Wang Wei took a moment to calculate something. I can reach the void stage in the Great Emperor realm, the emptiness stage after becoming a paragon. But what about the true nothingness stage? His eyes lit up after figuring out some things. Although he knew his prediction might not be correct since he had yet to reach these realms and only knew some vague knowledge about them. Yet, he believed he had a high chance of being correct. So he looked forward to the future. Maybe there is a connection between perfection and nothingness, he muttered after suddenly having an idea. Is nothingness one of the few things that are considered perfect? Wang Wei shook his head as he felt he might be reaching. Then, he concentrated on the battle. Chapter 598 Buddhism versus Taoism 3. 598 Buddhism versus Taoism 3. I wonder whether the Di realm will evolve into Tao after I reach the 10th extremity, or at least a pseudo-version of it, thought Wang Wei as he looked at Monk Wuji and Zhang Yuqing's clash of the Di realm. They were on the 9th stage, which is normal for most people who attempt to complete the 9 extremity foundation. For example, he was currently in the 8th stage since he was in the Saint realm. From the body-tempering realm to the primordial spirit, he ensured that each of the realms was unique, allowing him to reach the 6th stage. As for the void-shattering realm, he entered the 7th stage after his first incarnation entered the same realm. This is because he now had 2 alter law trees, and his incarnations were connected through his existence. However, back then, he could only use the D7th stage after fusing or borrowing the power of his incarnations. Wang Wei's main body truly entered the 7th stage after his law tree turned silver. The uniqueness of his saint realm was the fact that he had 9 domains and that his domain exceeded the limit of 1.269 trillion kilometers. This was after hearing his ancestors preach. Regarding the future of the Dui realm after achieving the 10 extremities foundation, Wang Wei did not know what would happen. He had no information regarding this level of foundation, as no one probably ever reached this level, at least not in the eternal ascension world. Once he succeeded, he was still undetermined about what would happen. There was a chance that nothing occurred since the 10th extremity was nothing but a foundation, and since nothing in the realms became unique. But there is also the possibility of an unknown transformation after a mortal truly breaks the boundary between mortal and immortal, acquiring the power of a great emperor. I guess we will wait and see. For a moment, he ignored Monk Wuzi's desperate attacks as his gaze pierced through the void, and he saw an even more destructive battle. More than 10 Tao ancestors and an immortal venerable faced each other. The mercenaries are holding up better than expected, thought Wang Wei after noticing that the people the sect hired could keep up with the people working with Zhang Yuqing. Wang Wei had prepared for the unexpected and gave these people some talismans to help them in an emergency. He tasked them with keeping the enemy at bay for as long as needed. However, these mercenaries' display of power was better than he anticipated, given they were loose cultivators. After checking the situation, he focused on the current battle. Monk Wuji had a few more scars on his body, but they were minor compared to the first two. He closed his eyes as he used palm attacks, directly clashing against Zhang Yuqing's Chaos-grade magic artifact sword. Monk Wuji opened his eyes, which were profound, as if he was a man who saw through the veil of existence. Higher consciousness Monk Wuji's eyes became clearer as he could now see the world differently. He was not limited by sight, sense, soul, spirit, or mind. He elevated his internal and external senses to a higher essence, allowing him to see things he could previously not see, for example, the unknown, the unmanifest, or the non-existent. He raised his palm in one direction, generating a powerful shockwave that made the void tremble. Although it appeared Monk Wuji attacked empty air, he and Zhang Yuqing knew he targeted the Wuji sword. "Impossible," said Zhang Yuqing, unable to comprehend what had occurred. In their previous battle, the monk was forced to tank all his attacks once he used the Wuji sword. But now he could detect and possibly evade his attack. Monk Wuji was not in the habit of giving his opponent the time to think or brief. Although he was benevolent at heart, Buddha also had a wrathful side. Essence Spirit Attack Bang. Monk Wuji's palm landed on Zhang Yuqing's chest, caving it inward. The Taoist priest flew a dozen meters away, coughing blood. Adding to that, he had a massive headache. The palm affected his body, essence, and the injury was transferred to his soul, spirit. Luckily, he used a body-refining technique that used the constant revolution of yin and yang to temper the flesh. Nevertheless, his soul was more fragile than his body, making injuries even harder to deal with. Zhang Yuqing used his Di realm to try his best to remove his opponent's effect so he could heal. Unfortunately, they were in the same stage and had similar levels of control and application. As such, the process would take time, something he did not have. Swish, swish, swish. He swung his sword nonstop, but Monk Wuji easily dodged. "Damn it," thought Zhang Yuqing in frustration. The Wuji sword was one of his most potent attacks, as it gathered the best from his two physiques. And now that it was not working, he became frustrated, especially since there were many tactics he could not use because of the restraint in the lower dimension. Regardless, he decided not to easily give up as he had one last trump card. Secret Technique. Physique burning Zhang Yuqing did not hesitate to sacrifice his two physiques for a drastic increase in power. Usually, this would result in severe destruction of the foundation and potentially losing one or both physiques. However, he did not care since he had a master that could instantly heal such a minor injury. With this secret technique, Zhang Yuqing's strength increased from the peak of 7 leaf to the middle of 9 leaf. Wuji to Taiji. Stillness to motion. Wuji represented the state of the universe before its birth, a state of stillness that embodied the concept of non-existent. Then, from nothingness was born something. Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to myriad things in existence. These words perfectly encapsulated the process of Wuji transforming into Taiji, a process in which nothingness, stillness, created something, motion. After using this technique, Zhang Yuqing's surroundings moved in slow motion, as if time was slowed down, whether it was the air, the spiritual key, the clouds, or Monk Wuji. However, the technique did not use the power of time per se. It used the very concept of motion and stillness to accomplish a similar feat. And maybe one even more impressive. Zhang Yuqing looked at Wuji, slowly moving some of his fingers and mouth. His red eyes gleamed with sneering as he marveled at his godlike power. He flew before the monk, looking directly into his eyes. He smirked before moving his sword, heading directly for the heart, a vital organ. Unfortunately, before he succeeded, a powerful sonic wave came from Monk Wuji's mouth, pushing him away. Then, the sound echoed with so much vigor that it shook and disturbed the power of stillness affecting him and the surrounding. That was closed. If I did not open my throat chakra and developed a new ability, I might not have made it, thought Monk Wuji with relief. Although he was not afraid of death, as he would just reincarnate, it did not mean he wanted to die. Reincarnations meant more Buddhist monks, since their philosophies revolved around achieving enlightenment through trial and error in each life. Each monk must fully use any life, even if they reincarnated into an animal or plant. How can you become so powerful? You don't need to know. Zhang Yuqing gritted his teeth, thinking about an explanation for the current situation. He did not believe the latter was using some powerful artifact since they were not back home. He did not sense any secret techniques. As for other people helping Wuji, he never considered this aspect. When it came to Wang Wei, Zhang Yusheng was impressed that the latter could reach 6-leaf strength in the lower dimension as it indicated his talent. However, without knowledge of the Nine Extremity Foundation, he believed the latter would remain at that level until the heaven will battle. He never fathomed the latter could help his enemy reach such a level. In Zhang Yuqing's preparation, he only had to be on the lookout for possible sneak attacks or disturbances from Wang Wei. After all, the strength difference between 6 and 7 leaves was vast, meaning the latter could only be an aid to Monk Wuji and a nuisance to him. He never imagined, in his wildest dream, he would lose without any help or interference. "Let's end this rivalry," Monk Wuji said with a sigh. Then, an enormous golden Buddha image appeared behind him. The Buddha's face seemed painful, full of regret and sorrow. Palm of sorrow, the Buddha's enormous palm descended on Zhang Yuqing, and in the process, countless red glow flew from different corners of the void, turning into a red aura around the palm. From the aura, Zhang Yuqing could sense an intense amount of regret, pain, sorrow, and hatred directed at him. He analyzed this technique and gathered the negative emotions of all the Buddhist monks killed by the absolute beginning emperor. "I cannot survive this attack," thought Zhang Yuqing as he watched the descended palms, unable to move an inch. "Master, save me." Chapter 599, The Two Sons. 599, The Two Sons. Without hesitation, confusion, sadness, or even any emotions for that matter, Monk Wuji dropped that palm. He did not know the final outcome, whether Zhang Yuqing would be saved, as it was common in their early confrontations once he had the advantage. Boom! With slight surprise, Monk Wuji watched as Zhang Yuqing's body exploded into billions of pieces, his soul and Tao disappearing. He looked at the falling blood with a daze, waiting for something to occur. But nothing did. For a moment, he wondered if he was wrong. Maybe he could not sense anything. After all, the difference between himself and Zhang Yuqing's master was so vast that it was normal if he could not detect or even understand if he took action. However, Monk Wuji quickly denied this possibility. The other times Zhang Yuqing was saved, he sensed something. He knew it was because supreme unity was not being discreet. Nevertheless, he was aware. "So, it's really over," he muttered, feeling somewhat lost. Although he despised Zhang Yuqing's hypocrisy and ideologies, the latter was also his rival for the past couple of million years. Wuji did not know how to feel about losing him in such a sad manner. He sighed to himself before looking down, checking on Feng Heng's manner. Then, he flew to his mansion without saying another word. He wanted to heal his injuries. All the participants watched this battle in shock. However, only Wang Wei and the upper-seated players knew the true struggle behind these two people. And when they saw Zhang Yuqing was not saved, they were momentarily shocked before concluding that this outcome made sense. And that realization brought even more terror to them. But then, they remembered Wang Wei's speech and felt ashamed of their thought. They gritted their teeth, thinking deeply about the future. Eternal Ascension World. 2 suns and 9 moons lorded over all myriad beings in this infinitely large world, and they symbolized absolute power. These stellar bodies should have been only symbols, but one of the suns housed a magnificent palace made entirely out of supreme chaos treasures, primordial and paragon materials. Sitting cross-legged on valuable meditation cushions at the center of the room was an older man with long white hair and a well-trimmed beard. He had a purple robe laced with golden threads, black shoes, and a beautiful jade token hanging on his waist. The interesting thing about this cultivator was all his clothes shone brilliantly with the light of treasures, indicating that each piece was valuable enough for countless paragons to fight over. Supreme Unity opened his eyes, and there was no vast or mighty aura. He resembled an ordinary person. However, his eyes were off-putting to anyone who saw him because they lacked any emotions. It was like he was a piece of machine with only logic. Zhang Yuqing is dead? It doesn't matter. He has already served his purpose. Supreme Unity only accepted him as a disciple because he had two physiques. He wanted to create a special method to divide his existence into two separate but connected parts. The main part would be his previous self, and the second part would remain fused with heavenly Tao. Upon success, he would no longer be limited or influenced by heavenly Tao. Supreme Unity wanted to gather information and draw inspiration from individuals with two heavenly physiques. After getting the information he wanted, Zhang Yuqing was useless as a pawn. Heavenly Tao is drawing a lot of strength from all the paragons that have existed since the Eternal Ascension world's creation to reduce my control. If only Mithria did not stop me, none of this would have happened. Of course, Supreme Unity knew the primary source of his trouble was the method he used to take a half-step into transcendence was fundamentally flawed. However, there was nothing he could now but take complete control of Heavenly Tao and swallow it. Once he succeeds, he will be free, have no restrictions, and can further pursue detachment. The situation is not looking good for me. Once Mithria can receive faith from the lower dimension, she might be free before me. Supreme Unity frowned before closing his eyes to focus on regaining his lost power. Separating his existence was more complex than he imagined, and he also needed to stabilize things first, or his strength will be drastically reduced. As such, his best plan is to succeed before Mithria, or hope the other rulers can eradicate the people in limbo. There was a small town at the center of the Eternal Ascension world, full of mortals. These people lived happy and fulfilled lives, always with joyous smiles on their faces. Despite knowing the existence of cultivators, no one in this village pursued power or immortality. The villagers were content. Not far from the village was a run-down temple with only one monk. It was a young woman dressed in plain female monk attire. She tied her hair in a bun, making her extraordinary beauty appear dull and unordinary. The monk was known for her benevolence, and the villagers enjoyed offering prayers to her temple or communicating with her. They always offered her to save money and build a bigger and better temple, but she refused, stating she was comfortable with how it was. Little did these villagers know that this woman, living in such dirt, poor, and dilapidated temple, was the supreme leader of Buddhism, one of the two sons, Mithria Buddha. After sensing Zhang Yuqing, Mithria opened her eyes for meditation, and the power of infinite time flashed deep in them. Her gaze borrowed space and dimensions to look at her disciple in the lower dimension. So, he finally discarded the useless pawn, she commented before shaking her head in disappointment. You're really gone, Supreme Unity. The Supreme Unity she knew was an ambitious and power-hungry cultivator, but he still had some bottom line. But even that was gone, and Mithria does not know whether this resulted from fusing with Heavenly Tao or his true personality manifesting after acquiring power. After sighing to herself, Mithria's gazed to a handsome young man with gray hair and eyes. Should I help him? All my calculations indicate he is the one I'm waiting for. But the future is not set in stone. Maybe I need to help him get through this upcoming catastrophe to become the person I need. She frowned as her eyes perused the infinite possibilities of the future. However, she could not find the answer she wanted. Let's wait and see. Then, she shifted her gaze to the Tao opening sect, her eyes ignoring all the emperor formation to gaze at Wu Hong, who was in retreat. Perfect foundation. If I had such a thing, it would make taking half-step so much easier. She shook her head before looking at someone else. This time, it was someone in the Eternal Ascension world. It was a woman that looked exactly like Wu Hong except for a more supreme, strict, and noble aura. Wu Hong definitely did not create that clone. So, a future version of herself? But how come I cannot completely see through it? Is that a sign she found the path ahead and surpassed me? If that were the case, Mithria would be happy, as this would mean she had hope for her path forward. However, things appeared too complicated for the moment. Your fated lover finally appeared, but with a clone. What an interesting love story. I cannot wait to see how it unfolds. Mithria remembered conversations with Wu Hong about that unique love fate line. Wu Hong tried to remove it, but the connection was too powerful, and it was one of her fate nexus, so the river of fate would not allow her to get rid of it so easily. Of course, as a powerful paragon, there are many ways to deal with fate nexus besides becoming a fateless. They could postpone the event indefinitely or control how it occurs. For example, Wu Hong could create a clone to meet her destined partner and have them fall in love before dispersing it. With this method, her fate of falling in love was accomplished, thus removing the fate nexus. And these two methods were just the most used. In the end, Mithria convinced her to wait and see, since maybe the person destined to be with her was worth it. Love fate lines were rare amongst immortal tier cultivators, and it is usually a sign that two people among the entire chaos universe were perfectly compatible. Do you want me to remove the blockade and allow you to enter primordial chaos? It might help you heal much faster. No, replied Wu Hong. Are you still mad at me? How dare I, respected son? I told you I had my reasons. Which are? I cannot say for now. And when you can say, we can talk properly. Mithria sighed. She had her reasons for not only allowing these paragons to usurp power, but also preventing the rise of others. Her detachment method was also flawed, and she required the eternal ascension world to remain stable and unchanged to avoid affecting her. Once someone broke through the paragon realm, the changes in the world would be detrimental to her. So, she needed time to stabilize herself. Regardless, her bottom line was not to touch the people in limbo. Now, things have gotten better. She does not have this much worry, but she also has to keep looking out for supreme unity. Mithria smiled wryly before continuing her cultivation. Meanwhile, Wu Hong looked in her direction before also closing her eyes. She was not unreasonable and understood her friend had a reason for doing what she did. However, she also wanted an explanation before they could resume their relationship. I have 3 gift bonus chapters waiting to write, but you guys have to give me a few days before I begin releasing them. Chapter 600 The 7 Moons, 600 The 7 Moons, so that's what happened, said Su Junyao, her beautiful voice coming from the other side of the formation. She was not surprised by Zhang Yuqing's fate, as many people predicted this possible outcome. Masta, I'm sorry. You don't have to blame yourself. Return home immediately, and I'll deal with the rulers. What about the inheritance? Forget about it for now. Maybe I can take it from the final winner. If you give me a second chance, I'm willing to try harder. You don't have much time. The isolation of a lower dimension is almost done. What does that mean? It means the rulers will be cut off from interfering. To be precise, no one can interfere. Well, maybe not everyone. Su Junyao was not sure where the 2 sons could intervene. On top of everything else, some changes have begun here. It is unclear whether it is positive or negative, but we must deal with it. I see, muttered Xiao Tiandi. Su Junyao ended the communication while pondering that this event might be a suitable catalyst for change. She did not want her disciple to remain in such a depressed state. Hopefully, this Wang Wei's words have positively influenced him. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiandi hesitated for a moment before taking out token. He looked in the direction of Wang Wei's mansion, his eyes full of confusion. With a sigh, he activated it and disappeared from the lower dimension. And 2 people did the same as him. Eternal Ascension World. Ao Jing observed his son, Ao Tiani. He could see how much of terrible shape he was. I thought that Brat said he would not go too far, he thought before shaking his head. He raised his hand to instantly create a world as large as the entire lower dimension. As large as the 3,000 world communities that contain trillions of worlds between lower to heavenward worlds. Ao Jing created the individuals. The history, culture, different races, and power levels. He made everything needed for a complete world to function. He then glanced at his son before snapping his finger, forcing him to reincarnate in that world. I have created infinite scenarios for you to temper your mind. Hopefully, you can stand after breaking. Ao Jing designed this world to start over once Ao Jing reached a certain level, allowing him to experience different aspects of life. Regrettably, Heavenly Tao does not allow the nine-extremity foundation that is cultivated in such a manner. Otherwise, this level of foundation would be more common. After settling his son, Ao Jing went to report to the patriarch. In another section of the upper dimension, Shi Rulin appeared in an enormous and opulent palace decorated with gold, purple, and priceless jewels. And the moment she appeared, a man dressed in court eunuch uniforms teleported before her. Kneeling on one knee, "Your Highness, this is the information my father wants," she said calmly, her previous cheerful and approachable demeanor replaced by a cold and authoritarian presence. "The inheritance?" "The mission failed," replied Shi Rulin before walking away, ignoring the eunuch. She walked to a room with a golden throne and sat on it, a deep pondering look on her face. A secret that few people knows is she is the secret child of one of the rulers, the Earth Emperor. Her relationship with her father was great despite not being publicly acknowledged, as he always supported and cared for her, and she idolized him. However, Shi Rulin has always felt that some things were wrong, but was always scared to address them. For example, why did she never attempt the Nine-Extremity Foundation? She once asked her father for permission, and he refused, explaining that it was dangerous and had a high failure rate. Danger was never a good excuse for cultivators not to do something. As for the failure, she could still benefit even if she failed. Another odd behavior was when she began cultivating an outlaw Tao. Her father warned her of the danger, to the point of scaring her to change her Tao. A third anomaly was the oldest of her siblings, the Great Chu Divine Court Princes. She knew a few of them were Empyreans, but not one became paragons. And the current crown prince has been in this realm for far too long. Then there is Brother Liu. He was the only one who became an everlasting Empyrean. But he suddenly died. If it were before, Shi Rulin would never care about these anomalies. But after witnessing Xiao Tiandi's inner turmoil and Wang Wei's rebuttal, she had no choice but to confront these burning thoughts she had forced in the back of her mind. Unfortunately, she did not like the conclusion she made. What do I do? Great Chu Divine Court, in a palace thousands of times even more magnificent than Shi Rulin, on a throne room. A young man with long black hair and a long goatee sat on a throne, wearing a yellow emperor outfit with dragon designs. The Earth Emperor calmly read the information his daughter sent. Without much change in his expression, he put away the talisman, entering a pondering state. With the upcoming era, the karma position of Heavenly Emperor might finally appear. I can finally put my plan into motion. Earth Emperor originally planned for one of his 33,000 children to inherit that position. He had even more confidence in Shi Rulin, but after the recent changes, he theorized the position would appear in the lower dimension. Suddenly, he sensed something. Is there a meeting? The Earth Emperor thought before closing his eyes, sending his mind into a dimension with 8 seats. Many people believe that 7 Mons reign over the world, but only they know there is an 8th and hidden moon. Did everyone get the information? Asked 7 Cauldron Taoist. A middle-aged woman dressed in a Taoist robe with pill symbols. I haven't received it, replied 5 Feather Phoenix, the matriarch of the Phoenix race. So, someone else distributed the information from Xiao Tiandi and Shi Rulin. All 7 reviewed the information with a calm attitude. Undead Phoenix, what about your side? Everyone looked at a young man with a pale complexion, dead eyes, and a black phoenix mark on his forehead. I've got more information. I've reduced the leader of the new era to 3 people. Undead Phoenix waved his hand to manifest 3 people. Chu Luo, Di Tian, and Wang Wei. They have successfully established a 9-extremity foundation, said Undead Phoenix before explaining all the information he gathered. If Wang Wei were here, he would be shocked, as many things he thought he hid well were revealed in this meeting. he severely underestimated the capability of a paragon. Chu Luo can be eliminated since he is not from the myriad emperor world. Di Tian is the second to be eliminated since his main goal seemed to revive his loved one. The most likely creator of the new era is this Wang Wei. He is intelligent and cunning, and similar to Qiyuan, he is an innovator and a visionary. A person who advocates for the advancement of civilization. Yes, he seems like the perfect person to lead the new era of the myriad emperor world, commented Seven Cauldron as she looked at the changes in the Tao opening sex domains. She saw an entire civilization based on puppets and mortals as the core. So, do we get rid of him? Asked Blood Dragon. It's not that simple. He is connected to Lord Methria and Empress Wu, added Undead Phoenix. The Empress? She hasn't shown up in so long, staying to herself. Why is she making moves now? I don't know. Everyone frowned. Seven Cauldrons looked at a monk who had not said anything since the meeting. Monk Twin Flower, what does your leader say? Twin Flower was the Maithuna sect's leader, a Buddhism branch that focused on dual cultivation. Buddhism ideology, focus on the body, remaining pure. But the Maithuna faction followed the opposite philosophies, believing the pleasure of the flesh is another pathway to enlightenment. Of course, their factions do not engage in mindless overindulgence. Each monk will choose one partner to cultivate for their entire life. The monk did not respond, as he knew the situation was complicated. His leader no longer wanted to act the same way and prevent others from becoming paragons. However, she was also restrained by supreme unity, the same way she restrained him. Meanwhile, all the others here have kept their stand the same. You could do what you want, he responded, since the Lord told him he did not have to worry about Wang Wei. In that case, let's remove all three of them, said Seven Cauldron. You should be careful, said Time Eater. Di Tian is the Emperor Creator. A few of the people he created are part of the Limbo Group. We should be careful in case they decide to interfere. That's a good idea. Disaster. You have not said a word since the meeting? Asked Five Feather Phoenix, looking at an older man dressed in plain black. Your actions are pointless. Catastrophe is approaching us, and nothing you can do will stop what's coming. Everyone frowned. They knew Disaster Paragon was the kind of person who valued his life above everything else. He did not participate in the ultimate taboo because he foresaw his doom. He joined their group because it was the way to save his life. And now that he said these words, he must have detected something and even already planned how to survive. And given he was the hidden moon and was unknown to the world, it might be easier to do. Don't mind him. Although these people have great destinies, it does not change the fact they are weak. So, as long as we act fast and swift, they cannot escape their fate, said Time Eater. True. So the best plan is to send a projection and annihilate all of them before they can react, said Seven Cauldron. To be safe, let's all send a projection, said Earth Emperor. Agree. Since everyone agrees, let's discuss how to deal with Gu Xian and the traitors, especially the Celestial Clan, continued Seven Cauldron. Gu Xian is a rat, with his Tao and the lawless zone. Searching for him is simply not feasible and not worth the effort, commented Undead Phoenix. He is not that important. Anyways, added Five Feather Phoenix. And the same can be said about the Celestial Clan. With the recent changes, the Source Key space has become even more dangerous even for us. So, is it worth it to chase after them? It is, said Time Eater. You know their background. If we don't nip them in the bud, it's only a matter of time before they give birth to a Paragon or Tier 12 insurgent. But how do we search for them? We send people to look, and each of us will alternate personally looking for them, said Time Eaters. That could work. They'll take the first shift, said Seven Cauldron. Then, the group conversed a little more, discussing how they would execute all their plans. Bang! Suddenly, they all sensed something and frowned. They closed their eyes, and their mind immediately left the eternal ascension world, traveling the infinite distance that is primordial chaos. A few minutes later, all seven opened their eyes with a serious look unlike anything they had ever been, all because of the news they had received. The all-seeing temple, a place in primordial chaos known for predicting events that would affect the entire chaos universe. They even predicted the appearance of the ultimate taboo. The Paragons just received news the temple had just received a divination that would once again affect the entire universe. Although the prophecy would take some time to process fully, everyone knew a storm was coming. The Paragons then looked at disaster, wondering whether the changes in their world were the prelude to something even more significant. The changes may also begin in the Eternal Ascension world. The Paragons suddenly thought of something, and they instinctively wanted to eliminate the three anomalies immediately. Boom! The world shook a little, and their faces changed. The lower dimension was blocked entirely, preventing them from accessing it. Primordial chaos, prehistoric chaos world. Hongjun opened his eyes from meditation. He looked in the direction of the all-seeing temple. So, the news finally got out. Chapter 601 New Era's Destiny 601 New Era's Destiny, Sher Rulin's mansion. She walked back and forth, thinking about her decision. After hearing Wang Wei's speech, she was convinced he was the one who would lead the new era. Now, she pondered whether to oppose, befriend, or become partners. And the deciding factor will be whether to prove the Tao in the Myriad Emperor world. I currently have a strength of 2 leaf and will soon reach the peak of 3 leaf. By restarting cultivation, I might have a chance to reach 4 leaf, the middle level of Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, his strength is already reaching 6 leaf. Sher Rulin frowned, analyzing all the information she gathered. He is currently only tier 8, meaning he has plenty of opportunity to reach 7 leaf. With secret techniques, I could breach the gap for a brief moment. However, there is also the possibility he also had some secret techniques. Sher Rulin remembered the battle against Xiao Tiandi. She also noticed how he outclassed Xiao Tiandi in battle awareness and experience. Furthermore, Wang Wei obviously did not use his full strength since he never used his domain. The chances of me defeating him and proving the Tao are extremely low. The rulers might send other Heaven Chosens to infiltrate the Myriad Opening sect, making the situation more complex. So, the best course of action is to go to another Heaven world. The Celestial Clan does not need to be the ruler of the new era. I doubt there can be one absolute era after how people reacted to the 2 suns and 7 moons. The clan only needs to be one of the main people at the top. Sher Rulin's experience in the lower dimension opened her eyes to many things she had never thought of. And now, after making a decision, she felt a heavy weight lifted from her shoulder, and her mind became at peace. Without wasting time, she hopped on an innate treasure to travel to another world community. She knew she needed strength to sit at the same table as Wang Wei and negotiate her value. She also required strength to survive the upcoming storm. Wang Wei's mansion. He did not know about Sher Rulin's decision or secret departure. He still marveled at what had occurred and why Supreme Unity did not save his disciple. After thinking about it, he came up with many reasons why. Wang Wei then suddenly felt something, making him frown. He calculated something before receiving a message he needed to return home. After pondering for a moment, he entered the formation to do so. And as soon as he appeared, an enormous dark purple dragon appeared above the sky, surrounding the entire world. No matter whether it was mortal, demons, or cultivators, no matter what continent it was, everyone saw the mighty dragon. The dragon released a supreme and noble aura before roaring to the heavens, announcing its presence and influence. Then, it gazed directly at Wang Wei before plunging into his body. All the cultivators who saw the dragon instinctively knew what it was as the information popped into their mind, the son of the era. Furthermore, they also knew who was chosen to bear such heavy destiny. Wang Wei calmly received this title and duty. His ancestor warned him this might happen. Although he disliked heavenly Tao, over the years, he also understood that the latter's actions were essentially just executing a program. By cultivating an outlaw Tao, he activated a program or rule of heavenly Tao to scheme against him. I still don't like you, but I guess our relationship can be somewhat neutral," he commented, but received no reply. Wang Wei did not mind as he closed his eyes to sense the changes happening to him. "I'm officially a protagonist," Wang Wei muttered after opening his eyes. Son of an Era is only a better version of Son of Destiny, granting him immense luck. However, the exciting aspect for Wang Wei was how much luck he already had. His human luck had reached 7 rainbow color. It was an overlord, and now he stacked the Son of an Era title. He was now a protagonist in every sense of the word, and even more. Regardless, I should be careful, as luck is a double-edged sword. He sent a message back to the sect before returning to the trial. Meanwhile, all the Heaven Chosens were shocked after receiving the news. The prideful ones gritted their teeth, cursing why they were not chosen. The calmer ones began a plan on how to take the title away. Only 2 people had different reactions. Western Continent. Mo Xingyun calmly looked at what had happened. "So, my prediction came true. He was chosen to lead this era. However, I did not expect it did not give anyone else a chance." She squinted her eyes, thinking about her next step of action. She had a plan ahead to survive and strive in the upcoming era. The other person with a similar reaction to Mo Xingyun was Tion. He looked at the changes in the sky, not caring in the slightest. He had a hint that this would happen, especially after Wang Wei passed the outlaw trial. However, according to his theory, the new era's destiny should have been divided into smaller sizes, with Wang Wei being granted the most. He did not expect Heavenly Tao to be so bold and give everything to him. This choice meant it was 1,000 times more difficult to take this destiny from Wang Wei. Regardless, he did not care much. With his will, soul, power, and experience, the Son of an Era's destiny could not affect his mind. This ability did not work when he fought Empress Wu, and it will not work now. Tion only cared about achieving 10th extremity and proving the Tao in this generation. Regarding the arrival of the new era, it has to wait for the next generation. Southern Vermilion Bird Continent, Heavenly Flame Domain. This particular domain is famous throughout the entire Myriad Emperor world because it is the place that gave birth to the most heavenly fire. There is a legend that the Flame Emperor spent most of his youth in this place, searching and hunting for heavenly fires to create his famous Chaos Flame. Many alchemists will venture into this place to search for heavenly flames or pay people to search for them. A few supreme sects allied and created a business helping people search for these flames. Emperor lineages did not compete with them because of how dangerous the place was and because it was less cost-efficient to pay them to do the dirty work. Deep in the domains, in a separate small world, there was a pool made of a dark and eerie blue flame. Bathing at the center of that flame was a handsome young man with an 8-pack for abs, a black flame mark in the middle of his brow, and a creepy vibe that was somewhat very attractive. The young man opened his eyes, and they were all black, with no pupil or iris. He slowly walked out of the pool as a dark red robe appeared on his body. His vision then Barado the small world as he looked at the dragon. It appeared not long after losing contact with the master. This is not a coincidence. The young man frowned. Things will become difficult without help, but the mission must continue. The young man took a few steps before stopping. He then looked at a brown spot on his arm. I need a new body and one with a high flame talent. Should I go after that whole clan's heir? Her phoenix bloodline is perfect as a member of the soul race. Changing bodies, no matter the gender, was expected, and he could possess anyone he could overwhelm. However, because of the technique he practiced, he needed special flame attribute bodies. Forget it. The situation has just changed, so it will be best to lay low for a while. Plus, the corpse selling sect has already promised me a new body. With them having branched in different world communities, it should be easier to find me a new body. The young man left his cultivation retreat place to head to the corpse selling sect. Meanwhile, many shadows suddenly appeared after Wang Wei became a son of an era, clouding the entire world into this sudden eerie atmosphere. And the situation became even tenser when the Heaven Mystery Pavilion released the divination that some anomalies had occurred in this generation's Heaven Will battle. This news forced some sects who did not want to participate in this generation's battle to act. They awakened some of their sleeping Heaven Chosens from past eras since they needed powerful leadership to deal with the upcoming storm. Meanwhile, after returning to the trial, Wang Wei planned to exit his mansion to go somewhere. Then, he suddenly stopped as he thought of something. Is it a coincidence that I suddenly became a son of Era? His intuition told him it was not. So, he divined any recent changes to the world. He did not hesitate to power his incarnation's strength to ensure success. So, the lower dimension has been completely cut off. This sudden decision of heavenly Tao was a calculated move with a purpose. Wang Wei thought about many possibilities, but he had no concrete proof for any of them, and he could not divine or calculate any other information. So, he gave up, labeling this information as important in his mind. Chapter 602, Opportunist 602, Opportunist a son of an era. Excellent, excellent, excellent news, said Wang Wuqing as he magically appeared out of nowhere, as he usually does, grinning from ear to ear. It's all right, replied Wang Wei nonchalantly. Why aren't you happier? Why should I? As a son of an era, unless something peculiar occurs, you're destined to become an eternal emperor. Without, I'm still destined to become one. It's not the same. Yes, it is. Wang Wuqing shook his head. What about the fact you get to lead the new era? Without it, I would still lead the new era. To be honest, Heavenly Tao gave me the position because it knows I'm one of the few people who want to change the world for the better. If Heavenly Tao had to choose two people to lead the era based solely on ideology and the desire for change, only Wang Wei and Huafeng Wang would be qualified, as they are the only people with obvious ambitions of changing the world. However, Huafeng Wang is too biased toward the ancient clan, and her method might do more harm than good. The title only made things official, added Wang Wei. You might not be happy, but I and the others are very excited. With this position and the spirit of the epoch, we don't have to worry about the Nine Emperor curse. I thought the curse was no longer a problem. It's not. But until the final battle, you never know. But with Heavenly Tao giving you all the destiny of the new era, we no longer have to worry about it try to restrict us. That's fair, agreed Wang Wei. Then, he said goodbye to the ancestor before secretly exiting his mansion, heading straight to Feng Heng's mansion. He secretly announced his presence and waited outside. More than half an hour later, the formations opened. A maid led him to a room where Feng Heng waited for him with tea. Wang Wei unceremoniously sat before him, and Feng Heng poured tea for both of them. To what do I owe this visit? Sect Master Wang Wei. Wang Wei took a sip of the tea, and it was refreshing. Great tea. It would have been better without the poison. Excuse me? You're excused, replied Wang Wei as he savored the tea. It would not directly harm me, but remain undetected in my body, rendering me weak or immobile at the right moment. I guess I should thank your benevolence for not wanting to kill me. Sect Master, these are severe accusations, especially without proof. Forget it. Anyways, this is the kind of tactic I would use. So, there is no point in blaming you. What Feng Heng did is similar to what he did during his beach party. Unfortunately, this tactic has become useless. Mon Xingyun seemed to have detected and removed the thread for all the people in her alliance, which included Sun Jialong, Huang Yuan, and Feng Lijuan. Zhang Baiyu's alternative personality also detected the thread and removed it. Suyin appeared to have sealed herself. Zhang Xian was basically dead. Jian Wushang was crippled, and Wang Wei never placed any on Su Shi. The only person remaining is Huafeng Wang. And Wang Wei already divined she would remove the thread after fusing it with Ao Tianyi's bloodline. Wang Wei wanted to try the same tactic now that he was more powerful. However, after Chu Luo revealed his method during the first dinner, these people have always been on guard against him. I came to get something from you, said Wang Wei as he continued to drink the tea, not minding the poison in the slightest. I theorized that Monk Wuji must have given you an alternative method of proving the Tao. As partners who share a bond deeper than time and space, please share an alternative method to prove the Tao. If such a thing existed, I would sacrifice anything to get my hands on it, Feng Heng replied calmly. Feng Heng, no. Sure, Fuyu, I'll call you this, since I feel it will make us a lot closer, said Wang Wei with a gentle smile, making the latter squint his eyes. You're a man who has lived for a long time and is full of experience. Now, ask yourself, can you survive from me at such a close distance? Do you think the little formations in this room are enough? Is that a threat? Sure, Fuyu asked with a sneer. Confident, I see. Let me guess. You're very proud of your hiding capability. But can you hide faster than I can kill you? Wang Wei did not release any aura, but the atmosphere became tense. Damn it. I've let my guard down, thought Sure Fuyu despite his face remaining calm. After surviving the previous catastrophe, and Monk Wuji hinting that Wang Wei was an ally, he lowered his guard and met him in person. Feng Heng's original plan was to scheme against the latter with a rare poison that was now extinct in modern times. So, although he was prepared in case something went wrong, he still made the mistake of showing up with his real body. I currently have peak 3-leaf immortal strength, far from his 6-leaf. Sure Fuyu checked his divine C, and he had a silver law tree similar to Wang Wei. After many years of comprehending the Tao, this was his achievement. Sure Fuyu has never revealed his full power because that would require him to use both Taoist and Buddhist techniques, and he could not risk exposure. Many thoughts flashed across his mind as he pondered what to do. He cursed Wang Wei in his mind, as he did not expect the latter to act in such a two-faced manner, changing his position so swiftly. Feng Heng never expected to become friends with Wang Wei, but expected some sort of cooperation after the information Monk Wuji revealed. This is a lesson to me. The closer I am to success, the more careful I need to be. Without hesitation, he handed a book titled Merit Proving Tao Method. Wang Wei took the book with a smile, knowing he was bluffing as he would never attack Feng Heng. According to his analysis, only Supreme Unity or someone sent by him can kill Feng Heng in the entire Eternal Ascension world. And he would never try to be on Mithriya Buddha's wrong side when he is so weak. Luckily, he took a gamble, and Sure Fuyu was unaware of his importance. Wang Wei briefly glanced at the book, and his eyes lit up. I was correct. The method I created for my mother is possible. Now that you have what you want, you can leave. Don't be so rude. I've come here for many purposes. Don't push it. Even a rabbit will fight back when pushed too far, said Feng Heng, a dangerous light in his eyes. I'm serious. I'm also here to negotiate. Negotiate what? Negotiate my share of merit and incense from Buddhism. What do you mean by this? Monk Wuji tasked me to help you spread Buddhism, and I want my share of the profit. Aren't you doing it to pay your karma? Yes, but it is not enough for me not to get a piece of the cake, especially since I paid a great chunk by ensuring your safety. Plus, I'm a very valuable partner. Feng Heng frowned as he could deduct much information from this statement. He took a deep breath to calm down before asking, Tell me how you are valuable. Let me analyze things for you. I can tell you that you have zero chance of proving the Tao in this generation through the heaven will battle. I'm sure this is why the monk gave you the alternative method. Feng Heng frowned but did not comment. Your only option is to gather enough merit and exchange enough merit for a heaven will through being the leader of Buddhism. Unfortunately, you cannot spread Buddhism in the myriad emperor world because of the Tai Profound Gate. So, your only option is our world community's lower realm or another world community's. Wang Wei took a sip of his tea, letting his words marinate for a few seconds. After this incident, I'm sure the Tai Profound Gate will suspect you, and your hand will be tied for a while dealing with that mess, meaning you won't have enough time to accomplish your mission. Plus, I can tell you the Tao opening sect has almost taken control of most of our world community's lower realm. There is no way for that to be true, commented Feng Heng, and Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest a map showing thousands of spheres. Immediately, Feng Heng's face changed as he could tell these were world coordinates of the myriad emperor world community. Then, Wang Wei continued, If you wait until someone proves the Tao to begin spreading Buddhism, I don't have to tell you the consequences. Feng Heng knew the consequences. Wang Wei waved his hand to show him another map, making Feng Heng squint his eyes. As you can see, the demon supremacy world community. They are currently in a war between humans and demons, with Buddhist monks having a natural restraint to demons. This is the perfect place to begin preaching and spreading. And since I have access to these world's coordinates, I want to share the profit. Chapter 603 Negotiations. 603 Negotiations. You make it seem like I'm desperate and have no choice. I have options, rebutted Feng Heng. You do, nodded Wang Wei. The best option is to use the Commerce Hub and gain access to different world communities. However, do you think that these people will so readily give you access to their resources? Or do you think these world communities will not resist the invasion of a new force, especially one as powerful as a united Buddhism? Before their destruction, Buddhism existed across the endless void, but each world communities had separate but different factions. The only interconnection they had was the existence of Maitreya and other Buddha lords in the upper dimension. But now, once Feng Heng spreads the religion, for the first time since the dawn of the eternal ascension world, all the Buddhist factions of the lower dimensions will be connected. There will be one faction with one leader, Feng Heng. Once people figure this out, they would never allow such a powerful faction to exist or spread in their respective worlds. And as someone who plans to control the endless void, Wang Wei would never allow Buddhism to prosper without him being at least the second voice of power in the faction. He needed to be able to restrain Feng Heng's power without using force, while also taking advantage of this opportunity to grow exponentially. And do you have a solution to this problem? Asked Feng Heng. Yes, I can sneak into these worlds without being detected. Feng Heng pondered for a moment, analyzing the information. With the Tao opening sect being such an old faction, he would not be surprised if they had pawned scat in some other world communities. In that case, I can give you 20 of the merit and incense. I want 90. Feng Heng calmly sneered. You seem to have overvalued yourself. The absolute beginning magic still exists. So any form of Buddhism cannot be spread except for my Tao Buddhism. And even then, some special care is needed to remain undetected. Isn't this why you're asking me to share the profit instead of going over my head? That may be true, replied Wang Wei, still drinking the tea. But I can create a way to break the absolute beginning magic. You're not that important. I'm sure you can. But no matter how amazing you are, it's impossible to do so before proving the Tao. Sure, Fuyu spent many years planning and only succeeded due to being at the correct place and time and because of the secret help of Maitreya. And don't forget, you would also need to completely convert to Buddhism before you could succeed. So are you willing? Wang Wei did not answer, as he knew the monk was correct. The position of the lower dimension Buddhist leader seemed unique to Maitreya, and it is not something an outsider like himself could hold without properly converting. Be that as it may, I have access to way more world communities than you. I will be doing most of the work and taking on the greatest danger. And while I do all this, you will be stuck in a quagmire of political nonsense. I think it's fair. You also have a point. I raise my offer to 40. That's the highest I can go. 80, and I'm not going any lower. The two haggled back and forth, negotiating the correct percentage. However, Wang Wei did not budge on his bottom line of 80, and Feng Heng could only offer 50 as his highest price. Never mind, said Wang Wei, tired of this back and forth. It'll change tactic. It'll make it my mission that you can't spread Buddhism before the heaven will battle. And after I take the throne, it will be easier to control you and get what I want. By then, you will be lucky if you get 1 to 2 of the profit. Feng Heng's face changed, and his body released a wrathful aura. However, before he could do something stupid, he received a communication talisman, and one that seemed crucial. He used his divine sense to check and instantly lost more of his self-control. He finally received the news that Heavenly Tao granted the Heiress Sun title to Wang Wei. It gave everything to him, not given anyone else a chance. A part of Feng Heng's plan revolved around the destiny of the upcoming new era. He planned to gather as much as possible so that Buddhism would lead the new era, or at the very least, they would be the ones who started it. And now, the only way to achieve his goal was to kill this monster. If Heavenly Tao had divided the new era's destiny into parts, people could acquire more if they had defeated or schemed against the others. But now, their only chance was to kill this monster. However, as someone with such high destiny, can anyone kill him? No. His pure luck was enough to ensure his survival, not to mention his strength. After learning this news, Feng Hung's thought process changed, as he now had many other things to consider. Having a son of an era spread Buddhism was the perfect method to reduce the absolute beginning magic's counter. Feng Hung closed his eyes, reminiscing about that infamous day countless millennia ago when he helplessly watched the absolute beginning emperor massacre his fellow brothers and sisters. I've lost my way. My objective was to bring Buddhism back to the world. However, I've lost my original intention at the sight of worldly desires and benefits. My mind became impure, driven by greed and selfishness. So what if I do not have most of the profit? All that matters is the revival of Buddhism. Amitabha, muttered Feng Hung as his aura changed, becoming more peaceful and in tune with nature. With this enlightenment, his state of mind sublimated, making his future path of Tao Buddhism smoother. Sect Master Wang Wei, I agree with your proposition. You can have 80 of the merit and incense as long as you spread Buddhism as far and wide as possible. This is the second monk who became enlightened because of my words or actions. Do I secretly have the power of the Bodhi tree? Thought Wang Wei, secretly speechless. I'm glad you've come around. Let's discuss the finer prints and sign a binding contract. The two then negotiated on the specifics before signing a grand Tao contract. Finally, Feng Hung gave Wang Wei a space ring with thousands of seeds. What are those? The luck-condensing treasure of Tao Buddhism is the Buddha world, and these seeds can grow unique small worlds that can block the power of the absolute beginning magic. This is the only way to spread Buddhism without any problems. I see. Could you give me the method to condense these seeds, since they might not be enough? I'm sorry, but only the main treasure can condense them. If you want, you'll have to ask me. Wang Wei frowned as he realized this would require him to depend much more on Feng Hung for this mission. However, after pondering for a moment, he realized it did not matter, since the latter might have a way of knowing which world he spread the seeds. As the leader, Feng Hung should have this essential ability. I should monitor these worlds closely to prevent Feng Hung from taking advantage of their resources. Wang Wei asked him for a few 100,000, but Feng Hung told him he was unprepared for such a large number. As of now, he could only give him 40,000, and Wang Wei accepted. After getting what he wanted, Wang Wei left the mansion to see his first business partner, Mu Lei. He talked briefly with him before visiting Yeshur Lanxian, the divine race, and co-inventor of the soul path. He even visited the barbarian siblings, who appear to have secretly converted to Buddhism. From his observation, Wang Wei knew a few Feng Hung secretly convinced a few individuals in this trial to convert. He guessed the latter planned to use these people as missionaries. However, Wang Wei believed spreading Buddhism in any heavenward world so early was a mistake, especially through these heaven chosens that many factions spent countless years and resources cultivating. After returning to his mansion, Wang Wei immediately entered a semi-cultivation retreat. He closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening them. It's still not working, he muttered. He tried to access the Eternal Ascension world through his soul network ability by secretly accessing the soul imprint of Ao Tianyi and Xiao Tiandi. Wang Wei shook his head as he decided to try again after he proved the Tao. Then he used the soul imprints he had just acquired from Mu Lei, Shi Lanxian, and the barbarian siblings. He had no problem accessing the others' worlds, but ran into trouble regarding his Shi Lanxian. The world he saw was entirely blocked, and he could not enter no matter what he tried. Forget it. Let's try the others. Chapter 6.0 for the final trial, gift bonus chapter. 6.0 for the final trial, gift bonus chapter. Thanks to Blood Ore for the gift. Wang Wei sent a projection to the ancient spirit world, where the barbarian siblings came from. As soon as he arrived, he immediately noticed the dangerous surroundings. He was currently in a place where an intense winter ravaged the land. Not far from his position, Wang Wei saw a group of tall men, women, and children dressed in animal-made clothes. As they traveled eastward, the group led a herd of sheep, goats, cattle, and horses. Migration? Wang Wei used his divine sense to learn about these people's language and current situation from someone who appeared to be their leader. He learned this man was called Batu, and these mortals belonged to the Bata tribe, ruled by the monk dynasty. According to the custom of this world, only one person worthy enough can have the name of the tribe, symbolizing their status and strength. Every few years, the 3-year winter arrives in their region, and under the monk Khan ruler of the monk dynasty, all tribes must migrate to an area more suitable for living. Wang Wei spread his divine sense to the surrounding area and learned many things. The ancient spirit world is ruled by the barbarian race, while other races are the minority. This world is not friendly to mortals, as there are natural disasters all over the entire world. Things like winter that last dozens of years, heat waves that would turn the most luscious forest into deserts, non-stop rain for years, rainstorms, thunderstorms, tsunamis, and myriad other terrible natural disasters. The mortals have adapted to the world by becoming nomadic societies that constantly move from one region to another. Meanwhile, cultivators will live in these severe regions and use the environment to temper their bodies. As such, body refining is very prominent in this world. Additionally, teleportation across regions is very difficult and reserved for powerful sects because of the abnormal weather. Space resources or abilities are precious in this world, since most cultivators cannot teleport in the ancient spirit world until they become supreme. The situation subsequently results in animals and the demon race becoming the main form of transportation. In this world, having a good horse or demon ride is something to brag about. Wang Wei's projection teleported far away, trying to gather more information about this world. The most powerful emperor lineages of this world had 12 great emperors, while the second had 11, and it was the one the siblings originated. So, the 12 emperor curse exists, thought Wang Wei as he analyzed the information. Based on the history, he could detect that this world once had a 9 emperor curse after the Setsun tribe cultivated their 9th emperor. Then, out of nowhere, the Kudalin tribe began to rise, producing their 9th emperor soon afterward. The Setsun tribe then cultivated their 10th emperor, and a few other tribes also cultivated their 9th emperor. The situation repeated itself after the Setsun tribe cultivated its 12th emperor. With the existence of the siblings, Wang Wei can predict that the Kudalin tribe will catch up in this generation, maintaining the balance that heavenly Tao desires. As for eternal emperors, the ancient spirit world had 4s, one from the Setsun and Kudalin tribe, the other from the most powerful human faction with 6 great emperors, and the last one was a loose cultivator. After getting the general situation of this world, Wang Wei checked the ancient spirit realm, a dimension where countless spirits resided. The spirits' level varied from ordinary animals to innate demons and fallen emperors who have become spirits. As soon as he entered this realm, Wang Wei's projection frowned. He sensed a gaze that even brought tremendous pressure on him. I was detected, and to give me such a level of pressure, it must have the power of a great emperor. After pondering for a moment, he did not go snooping and left. He headed straight for the nearest great thousand world in that community to check things out. He discovered the custom and environment were similar to the ancient spirit world. The creatures in this place could also access the ancient spirit realm. Could the ancient spirit realm be the reason for the uncontrollable natural disaster? Thought Wang Wei for a moment before focusing on something else. This world community is perfect for preaching buddyism. Although the resources are abundant, the disparity between mortals and cultivators is too extremes. Cultivators use the environment to their benefit, while mortals have to constantly migrate, losing countless lives in the process. If there were a faction willing to help and support them, the amount of incense gathered would be astronomical. However, Wang Wei was worried about the ancient spirit realm as he felt something was wrong with that place. It could become a stumbling block in his plan. Let's try, but do it slowly. After making a decision, Wang Wei sent a projection to the Star Beast world. After spreading his divine sense, a slight surprise appeared on his face as he appeared outside of the atmosphere. A planet? He looked in the distance, and he saw many more planets. He teleported over there. There were many races, including humans, demons, spirit races, barbarians, and many more. He saw planets the size of Earth, some as big as stars, and he even saw many bigger than thousands of galaxies. However, most of those appear to be artificially created. In one particular planet that was extremely vast, Wang Wei could tell it was the body of a cultivator. A cosmic-based world. The advantage should be its vastness, while the disadvantage is the isolation of different planets, star systems, and galaxies. However, the isolation is perfect for Buddhism to secretly establish a base. He went on to check some of the worlds in the lower realm, and their composition was similar except way smaller. After getting the information he wanted, Wang Wei finally checked on his chat group. Mad King, the assassin, the doctor, the scholar, the butcher, and wannabe god had all become tier 6. Over the years, the group contacted each other less in a blatant attempt to reduce the effect the group or Lord of Karma had on them. However, they realized how useless this method was when the Mad King suddenly attacked wannabe gods' worlds, wreaking havoc in a sneak attack. Then, the group became weary of each other, planning to protect themselves or attack others. Wang Wei did not spend much time with them, but released a mission for these people to help spread Buddhism in their factions. And the reward was very generous and enticing. Afterward, he began to create other subgroups of the chat group based on the Heavenwell community. Wang Wei currently had access to a few communities to recruit people in large numbers. He divided the recruit into 2 groups. The first one was sovereign or rulers, people who controlled a large population. Wang Wei chose people who had rights to the throne, but did not have power for myriad reasons, mostly political or military. He would help them sit on the throne in exchange for making Buddhism the main religion and allowing them to gather incense. The second recruited group were people with a high affinity with Buddhism, and they were the group he would grant the Buddha world seeds. These people would become monks and practice Tao Buddhism. He also lured a few quasi-emperors into converting, making them serve as the protector of these new and weak monks. All these things took him 3 days to accomplish. On the first day, he received a notification from Lord Spirit that the final trial would occur in a week despite the upper-seated players leaving. Wang Wei exhaled deeply after accomplishing his task. The seed has been planted. Now all I have to wait for is the towering tree. He did not just spread Buddhism in these world communities. He also left his fate shadow guards along with some other secret factions. And as long as he acquires more coordinates, his tentacles will continue to spread throughout the endless void. Of course, Wang Wei did not intervene in the Heavenwell worlds. He did not infiltrate or leave any factions. It was too risky. Since he had time, Wang Wei returned home to cultivate his acupoints into the Turtle Defense Array. The idea of the Turtle Acupoints Defense Array is to condense a talisman that contains the power of the Sex Array. Wang Wei has to keep the talisman inside his Divine Sea. He can set up the array with his acupoints, and the talisman would be the primary power source. The Sex formation could be moved, and Wang Wei could keep it inside his Divine Sea. But that would leave it vulnerable, so he had to use this alternative method. The downside of both ways was the fleshly body had to be of a certain level to bear an Emperor-level talisman or array, and not all its power could be mobilized. In just 4 days, Wang Wei barely started learning this array. Regardless, he had to leave to return to the trial. Once everybody had arrived and taken their position, Lord Spirit spoke. The main theme of this final trial is longevity. Chapter 605 Seeking Longevity. 605 Seeking Longevity. The final trial is simple. Your mind will be sent to a mortal body. The setting will be a mortal world with little to no spiritual key. Your mission will be to create a method of longevity. The ranking will be based on the person who can live the longest, said Lord Spirit. You said little to no spiritual key. Can you be more specific? Asked Tong Ruobing. There is a vast difference between a world with absolute zero spiritual energy to one still having some trace of it no matter how little. You can find out on your own. Any more concerns? No one said anything as they contemplated how to pass this trial. From the basic information provided, it was obvious that things would be more complex than stated. In that case, let's begin. The participants proceeded to the pagoda. When Wang Wei opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a rock-hard bed, wearing old clothes that had been washed too many times. He stood up from his bed and immediately saw how skinny and malnourished he was. Even when he was an orphan back on Earth, he was never this weak. Wang Wei slowly walked to a bronze mirror to see his reflection. It was his face instead of somebody else. Then, some information appeared in his mind, which simply stated he was an orphan in this village. The info also contained some basic information about the villager and its villagers. Wang Wei took a moment to ponder his next course of action. The first step was to decide whether this world had any spiritual key and its quantity. This information would determine the method he would use next. Unfortunately, he could not sense anything as this body severely restricted the power of his soul. He needed to enter a deep state of meditation to sense energy. But with how weak his body was, he could die if he did so. The mind or spirit connects the soul to the body. If he entered deep meditation with his malnourished body, his fleshly body could not bear the process. I need some meat and nutrients, thought Wang Wei as he considered his options. Hunting would not work in his current state, so he decided to steal. There were a few villagers with livestock, so he targeted them. He memorized the layout of the village and the villagers' habits like sleeping and drinking time. Then, he stole some vegetables and a chicken from one of the neighbors to make soup. There were no spices, including salt, so the food tasted horrible. I can't remember the last time I felt hunger, thought Wang Wei as he munched on a chicken leg. Ever since he began cultivating, he never felt the sensation of hunger. If he counted the time he spent listening to his ancestor preaching, he was now over 100,000 years. And the sensation was the first time in a very long time. It somehow felt nostalgic. He still had his desire for good food, but the Buddhist instinct for nutrients. Aging, sickness, hunger, and death are fundamental things defining a human. So, am I a human without these things? Wang Wei was not having an existential crisis about his identity since he did not care that much. He believed that since he still had his emotions and desires, and since he thought himself to be human, he was human. However, now that he had nothing else to do, he wanted to ponder this philosophical argument. Of course, once he finished stuffing his face and digested the food, he went to bed since he was tired. For the next month, Wang Wei became a thief at night while helping on the farm in the morning. Because of his quiet and helpful personality, no one suspected him when his thievery reached a point it could no longer be hidden. The villagers organized a night watch group to catch the thief, and Wang Wei offered a few opinions on better organizing things. Of course, no one caught him. During this month, he used a martial breathing method he knew to maximize the absorption of nutrients from all the food he ingested. As such, he could return to normal health in just 1 month. Wang Wei had to wear more oversized clothes to hide the changes in his body since he was no longer as skinny as a bone. And with a semi-healthy body, he could finally attempt deep meditation. Unfortunately, he did not have the environment to do so. In his current situation, if he was disturbed and forcefully woken up from deep meditation, he could injure his spirit and soul. And he did not feel it was safe to just barricade the hut he lived in since it was not soundproof. With the desire to be cautious, he spent another month digging out a hideout. Wang Wei took this time to build some muscles and allowed the scandal of his thievery to die amongst the villagers before they got the government involved. He took the time to go hunt since he only needed a bow and arrow, and for his new body to adapt to his previous skill. After building the hideout, he attempted his first deep meditation. Usually, Wang Wei could see the spiritual key between heaven and earth with his eyes. And even if that was possible, It should only require a few minutes of meditation to sense it, or an hour at best. Unfortunately, he spent more than 4 hours before detecting something. That's how rare spiritual ki was in this world. With how weak spiritual ki is, if I nourish my body with it, I can only live up to 80 years. The energy of this world was so thin that no energy system Wang Wei knew could be used to begin the path of cultivation. And if he only used it to temper and nourished his body, he estimated he could only live a maximum of 80 years. In this world, the average lifespan is 40 to 50 years, so living up to 80 years could be considered achieving longevity. But it was not nearly as good for the trial. I'm sure there might be some herbs deep in the mountain that absorbed a large quantity of spiritual ki. But can I get my hands on one? For the next week, he searched the nearby mountain while hunting. Unfortunately, he never saw any spiritual herb. He also never encountered any animals with spirituality, which would also be a good supplement. Wang Wei then concluded that his luck in this world was average and subpar. I must create a cultivation system perfectly suited to this low-level world. Wang Wei had another option to build a science and technology civilization, then use genetic engineering to achieve longevity. But he knew the consequences and decided otherwise. Inside his hideout, he pondered deeply about his next step: essence, ki, and spirit. These three treasures are the essence of cultivation and the three fundamental paths to achieving longevity. If I follow the correlation between them, I could live a long life in this poor environment. An idea of the way forward began in his mind. Let's begin with essence. Wang Wei began to train his body in martial arts. He used his abundant knowledge to create the perfect exercise for his body. Training requires energy to support the Bodhi's evolution. And since he could not rely on spiritual ki, he found another alternative: blood energy. Animals' flesh and bones contain a large amount of blood energy based on their sizes. And through consuming them, Wang Wei acquired the energy his body needed to become stronger. Every day, he would hunt in the forest with traps and his bow and arrow. He consumed the prey's flesh and trained in his martial art. In just 6 months, Wang Wei's body has the strength of 3 cows. He could smash a large boulder with one punch and fight a tiger with his bare hands. Unfortunately, he encountered another problem. He needed to consume the equivalent of 10 cows every day to maintain his training. Although blood energy was a form of energy, it was also the lowest kind with many impurities, making absorbing it extremely inefficient even with martial techniques to optimize the process. And there was also the issue of impurities. Wang Wei had to spend at least 5 hours a day on the toilet, removing these impurities from his body. And since he was not a cultivator and expunged impurities through his skin, he had no choice but to use the toilet. With the time I spent hunting, eating, training, and shitting, I will never finish the essence refining technique. It did not take him long to realize the solution to his problem: money. As long as he had money, he could cut off the time to hunt and cook, focusing on his training. Furthermore, with money, he could also buy rare resources like 100-year-old ginseng that are great for nourishing the body. It's like the ancients said, only the rich can practice martial arts. After coming to this conclusion, Wang Wei decided to leave the village to the nearest city to make some wealth. Chapter 606, Seeking Longevity. 2. Gift Bonus Chapter 606, Seeking Longevity. 2. Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Punched Haddock 5 for the gift. Xiao Wei. Take good care of yourself. I will, Aunt Li. This is for you, said the middle-aged woman, handing him a little sachet with coins. Although it is not much, it should help you. Thank you. Wang Wei directly accepted, knowing she would insist and refuse his refusal. Furthermore, he knew she would not suffer from this slight loss of money. To repay the karma of the livestock and vegetables he stole, he would give a share of his hun to the village while sharing some knowledge about agriculture, allowing the village to yield more in the previous reaping season. Good boy, said Aunt Li as she liked that Xiao Wei was not like other boys, trying to be modest. He knew when to accept help and refuse. Many other villagers came to bid him goodbye, while also giving him some gifts, mostly some money or items in their family they believed would bring luck and prosperity. Wang Wei thanked everyone before bidding them goodbye. Then he hopped on the caravan he had paid that would take him to Spiral Leaf City, a middle-tier city size-wise of the Great Lu Dynasty. The journey took half a month, and they encountered a few bandits. However, the caravan had trained bodyguards armed with weapons. Wang Wei observed the bandits and guards to see if there was any power system, mostly martial art. And there was. But it was nothing like training the body to increase strength. The system evolved around the moves or martial skills. The head guard and one of the bandit leaders were very adept at the weapons they used, and Wang Wei could detect they had spent years training. Of course, he did not come up with conclusive evidence as of yet, since there was the possibility these people were not privy to this world's power system. After arriving at Spiral City, Wang Wei began to act. He chose this city because it was larger than the smaller ones, far away from the capital they could not easily reach, and it was a port city. The ocean was excellent for business. After settling in an inn, Wang Wei acted. There were 3 families with the most influence in Spiral Leaf City: Liao, Qi, and Yun. With his martial skills, he infiltrated these families' mansions to access their library. Knowledge was precious in ancient times, and he could barely get some information from the surrounding villages. And by reading these old and powerful clans' knowledge, he could analyze the overall situation of this world. I guess I should have expected this, thought Wang Wei as he placed a scroll back where he found it. There was no cultivation or power system in this world, and as he previously observed, martial art was based purely on skills and practice. Extraordinary powers only appeared in the form of certain individuals born with inhumane strength. These people often become generals that can slaughter hundreds of soldiers on the battlefield. He also read of some people who ate weird herbs in the forest and became extremely powerful. Wang Wei sighed in disappointment as he could easily explain these phenomena. The people with inhumane strength are people born with divine strength due to their luck. At birth, they were lucky to absorb some spiritual ki, nourishing their bodies. As for the people who became experts after eating herbs, that's even easier to answer. These people were lucky to acquire the rare spiritual herbs of this world. Wang Wei quietly left the Liao clan's mansion with the reaffirmed belief that he must rely on himself to achieve longevity. If I want to make money, there are a few paths before me. The first is to become a scholar and use the government's power to acquire wealth. This path is too long and full of too much uncertainty. In this ancient times, a person could not become a scholar simply because they were talented. Scholars, especially ones from low backgrounds, needed to attend schools built by noble clans. And after years of serving them, they can get recommended for government positions. If only this world had the imperial examination, thought Wang Wei, even though he knew this might not help. Throughout history, the noble clans have also corrupted the imperial exam. The second path is through the military. With my strength, becoming a mighty general is not a problem. However, if possible, I would like to avoid large quantities of battles. Battles often injure the body, and with the scarce resources in this world, repeated injuries will lead to a decline in lifespan, which was contrary to Wang Wei's goal. So, that only leaves me with the commerce path. Wang Wei studied business in his past life and could create a successful one as long as he analyzed the needs and wants of this city. However, there was a problem: backing. In this ancient time, doing any business without the proper backing will result in it being taken, or worse, killed. He could predict that if he created a successful business, the 3 families, the government, and a bunch of other people would target him. So he needed backing. The easiest one is to either use his charming face and marry one of the main branch daughters of the 3 families. But he did not dare, or become an underling of the city's mayor, joining the side of the government. And there was no way he would do that. So he took the third option, create one for himself. And the method was simple and rude. He used his overwhelming martial prowess to conquer all the city gangs, both small and big. He thought a small group of elites his essence refining technique to create a powerful force under him. Then, after stabilizing his power as a gang leader, he entered the business field. Wang Wei did not go for the obvious shipbuilding and transportation since Spiral Leaf City was near the ocean. The royal family banned shipbuilding out of fear of people creating private navies, and Wang Wei did not want to get on the wrong side for now. He went for the salt business, which was also outlawed. However, he knew this ban was not from the royal family, but the result of a few powerful clans in the capital who had monopolies in the salt business. Since he was far away and had less scruple dealing with these clans and the royal family, which was still in its prosperity age, he did not mind slowly taking over the salt business. With his new method of refining seawater into salt and a better purification process, he rapidly swapped the surrounding cities' markets. And when some people tried to intervene, they were in for a rude awakening. Nevertheless, this was not all of Wang Wei's business plan. The next step was the casino and red light districts. Wang Wei revitalized these two industries. He added new games to the casino along with marketing tactics to get more people to participate. He did the same for the red light districts. In the brothels controlled by his gang, the women no longer sold their bodies, but art. He taught these girls how to read, write, sing, dance, play instruments, calligraphy, and poems. People came to the brothels to witness these girls' talent, not for their bodies. Of course, it helped they were all attractive and had beautiful skin because of a herbal lotion he made, another business, after trying to create a herbal bath for his training. Wang Wei was a man who liked to do this well and thoroughly when he began something. So, he went above and beyond in his business path. He created roads that facilitated more accessible travel from other cities to Spiral Leaf. He conquered the surrounding bandits and turned them into an escort service. As long as merchants paid a specific price, they would be escorted without worrying about their merchandise being robbed. And when merchants realized it was guaranteed to arrive in Spiral Leaf City with their products, more of them traveled there, turning the city into a hub of merchants. And they were not the only people attracted. Many scholars rushed to this city, rumored to give birth to countless era-passing poems. Wang Wei had no shame in embezzling the famous poems from his past life. Plus, with his intelligence and experience, he could create many literary masterpieces. Copying them was easier. In just a few years, Wang Wei became the wealthiest man in the Great Liu dynasty, spreading to many fields across the nation. He had his hands on every business possible. However, he also ensured he did not have a monopoly on all of them to prevent people from rioting and a partner against him. As expected, he acquired the ire of many clans and factions. Unfortunately, everyone who tried to intervene in his business would not end well. Even the royal family suffered many losses after they attempted to deal with him. Of course, Wang Wei did not care about his abundant wealth as in terms of real value. His current worth was not as good as the pocket money his grandma used to give him when he was a child. Nevertheless, wealth served its purpose. With money and a large group, he did not have to hunt for meat for his martial art training. Furthermore, he had many people searching for spiritual herbs in every corner of the dynasty, using any means to acquire them. Bang! Wang Wei threw a punch, generating a small shockwave. The strength of 9 ox. Is this the body limit of a weak world? He shook his head. It took him 20 years and countless resources to reach the limit of tempering his body, making him 35 years old. And the result was 9 ox of strength, which was on par with the body refining second layer in the origin system. Thinking about how much time he spent on the toilet, Wang Wei felt it was not worth it. Luckily, after reaching a certain stage where he had complete control over his body, he could expel impurities from his pores. He also developed some cooking methods to reduce animal meat impurities. It doesn't matter. With the essence refining technique completed, I can live for 120 years. The next step is key refining. He looked in the distance, thinking about the next step in his plan. Chapter 607 Seeking Longevity 3. 607 Seeking Longevity 3. Wang Wei rode a horse to a city very close to the capital of Great Liu. His departure alerted many people, thinking he was heading to the capital. As such, he encountered a few assassination attempts in the process, but dealt with them quickly. After arriving at his destination, He headed straight to a mansion he had built more than 20 years ago. The hired maids had cleaned the villa before his arrival, but the caretaker dismissed them before Wang Wei's arrival. As soon as Wang Wei stepped into the yard, he could feel his breathing was smoother, his mind clearer, and the air fresher. There was a tall and luscious tree in the backyard, and despite the fact it was fall, it still had all its leaves. There seems to be no problem with the feng shui formation, thought Wang Wei. With this world's low amount of spiritual qi and not having access to his spiritual power, he could not use runes to make formations. As such, he had to use feng shui methods of using the surroundings to set up formation and borrow the power of heaven and earth. Wang Wei calculated the perfect spot where spiritual qi naturally flowed in the entire Great Lu dynasty. Then, he built countless cities for the formation, using the current mansion as the core. The result was a powerful qi gathering array to gather all the scattered spiritual qi of the Great Lu dynasty. After checking that nothing had gone wrong, Wang Wei went to a sealed room deep underneath the mansion. He locked himself inside before cultivating. After entering a deep state of cultivation, he could sense all the spiritual qi in the surrounding. After gathering for 20 years, there is so little, thought Wang Wei, who was speechless. He could swear a mortal back home passively breathed in more spiritual qi than this entire country. The environment is vital for cultivators. He could imagine how horrible it would be to live in such a terrible environment, trying to cultivate. After shaking his head, he continued with his cultivation. He used the qi refining method he created to absorb and condense the energy in his dantian. After a few hours, he heard a loud boom and saw a small dimension above his navel. So small, Wang Wei decided to complain no longer, as this was not an issue of his Buddhist talent, but the environment. And unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about that. In his dantian, he saw a gas floating. It was his new inner qi. Since I've been using a martial art theme, let's call it internal energy. He created this energy based on the true yuan he learned from Zhan Chaos World. However, it was of way lower quality. Low spiritual qi also means the laws of this world are incomplete, which lead to a lower power ceiling and many other restrictions. Analyze Wang Wei before continuing to cultivate. Using the remaining qi, he expanded his dantian while also increasing his inner energy. Then he checked his body. My lifespan has increased from 120 to 250 years old. And once I've completed this stage, I could add more. Wang Wei did not leave his mansion as he focused on cultivation. After using all the spiritual qi, the process drastically slowed down, so he had to use alternative methods. With inner energy, he could finally use some alchemy techniques. He refined the blood energy in meats into pills. With this method, he did not need to eat 50 cows daily, but turned them into a pill containing their combined condensed blood energy. Subsequently, he converted the blood energy in the pills into inner energy to continue his cultivation. Additionally, his business would keep sending him some rare spiritual herbs, and he would create qi refining pill to help him. As such, Wang Wei spent years in retreat, only leaving his mansion 3 times to deal with some people who had no eyes and try to get rid of his resource-gathering business. It took him 15 years to fill his dantian before proceeding to the next stage of cultivation. The human body requires 5 elements and yin-yang to balance, and doing so can prolong life and achieve longevity. Wang Wei followed that philosophy by using his organs to generate 5-element qi and fusing them with his inner energy. The process took him another 15 years of non-stop cultivating, regardless of the loneliness and isolation of this world. After the 5 elements qi baptizement, Wang Wei's lifespan increased by another 50 years for a total of 300 years. So, he proceeded to the yin-yang balance by getting the energy he wanted from the sun and moon. Wang Wei initially wanted to create a high martial system based on star power. Regrettably, he could not sense any star power, most likely due to the laws of this world. He could feel the energy from the sun and moon, but his body simply could not bear the energy of these heavenly bodies in large quantity. He did a few experiments and people could not condense sun powers into their bodies in Dantian. The pure yang energy would burn anyone to ashes. The sun went for the moon, and pure yin energy as it would freeze people to death. He waited under the yard's tree at dawn when the first sunlight appeared. He hurriedly used his method to catch the tiniest of yang qi. Instantly, his body turned red, and an intense heat emanated from his body, charring his clothes. Wang Wei felt he would spontaneously combust and die. Luckily, he swallowed a yin nature pill before his attempt, which reduced the effect. Wang Wei ignored the pain as he fused the yang qi with his inner energy, sublimating it to a higher level. Phew! He exhaled a hot breath. He checked his body and discovered he had lost 5 years of lifespan because of the yang qi damage. He was not surprised as he calculated he would lose more until he absorbed yin qi to balance his inner energy. After that, he will recuperate his loss and gain more. Wang Wei continued absorbing yang qi until he met the requirement. Then, he cultivated at dusk to absorb yin qi until he achieved balance. And as his inner energy flew throughout every part of his body, it removed impurities while strengthening his flesh and increasing his lifespan. The process took him 20 years, meaning he spent 50 years in the qi refining realm, and that was only because it was him. If it was a normal person with ordinary talent, or even above average channel, they might never fill their dantian. It's a shame I could not condense a core, thought Wang Wei. His previous plan was to condense his inner energy to sublimate it into a higher form. Unfortunately, due to the incomplete rules of this world, the process did not succeed. So, Wang Wei had to continue on his previously established plan. I need a break, muttered Wang Wei. He essentially spent the past few years non-stop cultivating. Although 50 years was nothing to him, he also wanted to enjoy himself a little. So, he left his mansion to visit his business in the surrounding cities. He even visited the surrounding dynasties since Great Lu was not the only one in this world. His paw had secretly reached these dynasties as he set up the qi gathering formation to gather most of the qi. However, he did not use them since he wanted to use them for the essence refining method. While Wang Wei enjoyed his travel, news, and rumors about him spread throughout the entire world. And the rumor was that he was immortal. After all, he was now in his later 80 seconds, but his face had not changed from a teenager in his 20s. However, when people wanted to talk to him or make his acquaintance, he had already returned to his mansion to cultivate. Using his inner energy and reserved spiritual qi, he targeted his Niwen palace to open his sea of consciousness. The process was tedious and lengthy, but he eventually opened a small space, gaining access to his spiritual power. In the cultivation room, Wang Wei suddenly floated in the air. He used his spiritual power as telekinesis to levitate. Unfortunately, he could only fly for about 10 minutes before running out. After shaking his head in dismay, Wang Wei continued to cultivate. He used his inner energy and remaining qi to expand his sea of consciousness and increase spiritual power. Phew, he muttered. At this rate, they'll never be able to condense my soul. He now had a lifespan of 800 years old, but he did not think it was enough to win this trial. While thinking about his next step, he suddenly sensed something and looked in the distance. He smiled. I guess I don't have to go myself. He left the retreat room and walked to the yard and waited. Less than a minute later, a young man walked into the yard. The latter instantly became shocked after seeing Wang Wei. World's richest man, Wang Wei, should be 103 years old this year, but he looks younger than me. The rumors were true through the young man as a decisive look appeared on his face. He knelt on the ground, shocking his entourage. Immortal, please help me. Chapter 608 Seeking Longevity 4. Gift Bonus Chapter 608 Seeking Longevity 4. Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Grum for the gift. The young man's entourage wanted to stop him but feared offending Wang Wei. So they stood frozen, indecisive about what to do. Meanwhile, Wang Wei calmly looked at the young man kneeling on the ground. Your fourth prince, Kong Rome, is the lowly one. Interesting. So, why are you asking me for help? I have nothing to do with your royal family. Kong Rong gritted his teeth and said, I want to be sovereign. Your Highness, yelled his companions as they looked around to see if anyone heard. And despite not seeing anything, they were worried since these words could be considered treason and lead to their master's death along with all his retainers, them. Kong Rong ignored and continued. He understood this might be his only chance. And when speaking to someone as powerful as the world's richest man, he had to be direct to have an opportunity. I know, an immortal as high and mighty as you might not care about the affairs of the mundane world. But to me, this is everything. You're wrong. After all, there's a reason I have so much wealth. Kong Rong smiled while remaining in his kowtow stance as he understood the meaning behind these words. He had a chance. Immortal Reverend, I will give you whatever you desire as long as you help sit on the throne. Kong Rong had no choice but to use this extreme method. He had more than 40 brothers and sisters, but only 5 were eligible to compete for the throne, and he was one of them. Amongst all his 5 brothers, he was the most qualified. He was more intelligent and had the best political, economic, diplomatic, and military sense. He cultivated the best retainers to help him in court and even gained the support of many people in the dynasty. Unfortunately, his father hated him for some reason and did everything to reduce his power or give his brothers the advantage. Kong Rong could not understand why his father hated him so much. At first, he thought because he was the product of a lowly maid. But his 8th brother has a similar background, and his father did not treat him the same. Recently, his father passed an imperial decree that essentially banished him to the borders, removing him from the competition. After that, Kong Rong thought about rebellion. Unfortunately, his father had absolute power in the empire. He easily removed Kong Rong's power and prestige, so he knew rebellion would result in his death. After pondering the situation for many days, Kong Rong concluded there was one person who could give him what he wanted, the world's richest man, Wang Wei. Only this man who controlled more than 70 of the world's wealth and an unknown army of martial artists with superhuman strength. So, without hesitation, he took his most trusted subordinate and traveled day and night to meet his legendary man. Kong Rong instantly knew he had made the correct choice after seeing how young the person was for his age. You understand the consequences of making such a deal with me? Wang Wei asked. I do. He understood what might happen to have an immortal by his side. He might turn into a puppet ruler. Nevertheless, he wanted to take the risk. Very well. Let's discuss things in the capital. Wang Wei waved his hand to wrap Kong Rong and his group with his spiritual power and flew to the sky, shocking the group. Kong Rong took a deep breath to ease the fear and excitement he felt from the sensation of flying and the awe he felt for Wang Wei's power. Meanwhile, his entourage almost screamed out of fear. Luckily, Wang Wei blocked their mouths. The capital was close to his location, so they only flew for a few minutes before arriving at their destination. If Kong Rong had looked closely, he would have detected Wang Wei's face was paler than before. The short soaring session, while carrying 3 people and himself, almost drained his spiritual power. However, it was necessary to show up and instill fear in Kong Rong, ensuring he won't do something stupid after he gets what he wanted and forcing Wang Wei to waste time and eliminate him. After returning to the capital, Wang Wei asked Kong Rong if he wanted to get the throne using the fast and ruthless way or the slow but more benevolent way, and he chose the latter. The next day, the king and his 4 other brothers became ill, and no doctors could do anything. Kong Rong began rapidly taking control of the dynasty's military and political powers. With Wang Wei's martial art legion, he was unstable. However, Wang Wei also used a secret method to prevent internal chaos and confusion. Then, after taking all the power, Kong Rong blackmailed his father to pass the throne to him rightfully. The king had no choice since his son had the only solution to the poison he was affected by. Finally, Kong Rong rightfully took over the throne, but he did not immediately kill his father. The antidote to the poison required constant doses to prevent death. However, the same could not be said for his brothers. The first thing Kong Rong did after taking the throne was given Wang Wei the title of national teacher before creating temples for him. There was a main temple in the capital, with countless scattered over the dynasty. Wang Wei stood inside his temple, looking at the sky. This world's spiritual ki and law are so low that I cannot even condense ki luck. He could see a bunch of scattered invisible golden motes flying from different parts of the dynasty into the temple. Even if I gather this entire world's luck, I could only increase my lifespan by 200 years. He shook his head before walking into a room where he saw a myriad floating white and red energy orbs. I can still gather incense, but the quality is so low, not to mention all the impurities. Wang Wei took the incense to refine it. He removed the impurities and used the remaining to accelerate the spirit refining. Meanwhile, under his orders, Kong Rong began positively changing the Great Lu dynasty. Wang Wei gave him a book containing detailed things he needed to achieve to bring a golden age of prosperity to the dynasty. He even funneled much of his wealth to help. The only thing Wang Wei asked in return was for his name to be revered in the dynasty and for people to worship him. And Kong Rong did a great job turning him into the revered immortal guardian of the dynasty. He did not hesitate to give him most of the credit for the social changes that happened in the empire. There is even a holiday to worship the immortal guardian. Today, Wang Wei opened his temple for the first time since Kong Rong's enthronement. He never left or met with anyone. If he wanted to communicate with others, including Kong Rong, he would use his divine sense. He opened the gate, and two people walked in, an older man and a younger man. The older man looked at Wang Wei with complication in his eyes before kneeling on the ground, with his head directly on the ground, shocking the younger man. However, he also berated the younger man, forcing him to kneel, and after a moment of hesitation, the latter followed. It's been 40 years since we last met. Yes, immortal reverend, and you have not changed a single bit since then. The same cannot be said for you. You're now a dying old man. It doesn't matter, replied Kong Rong. I'm satisfied with my life. So, you're here for your son. Are you here asking me to support him on the throne, or asking for immortality for him? I knew I could not hide it from your divine eyes. I'm here for both. People who sit on the throne cannot pursue longevity. Their greed and power are a recipe for disaster, and I don't want to create more trouble for myself. Wang Wei replied calmly, if you want, I can teach one of your children a part of my inheritance, but it cannot be the one on the throne. These words surprised Kong Rong as he was prepared for rejection and the possibility of facing the immortal's wrath. As you wish, sir. Wang Wei nodded his head before looking at Kong Rong's son. It's time for the dynasty to conquer this world. Follow your father's example, and you will be forever remembered as a wise sovereign in the annals of history. The young sovereign immediately became excited, ignoring the disappointment he had previously felt. Although he could not live forever, he was happy to pursue eternal glory. Kong Rong left with his son to prepare for the expansion. He was too old, but could still provide some wisdom when needed. He also did not forget to bring another one of his sons to the temple. Wang Wei looked at the 13th prince before him and said, I will tell you directly. Cultivating immortality is boring, long, and requires hard work and dedication. But even then, you might fail. Do you still want to walk this path? Yes, Sir Guardian. All right. It'll pass the essence refining technique to you. If you can cultivate it to a certain level, you can live up to 120 years old. Only 120? Can't I be immortal like you? No. Why? Immortal cultivation requires too many resources. The more people who are walking this path, the less left for me. If it were not for the fact the essence refining technique only required food to cultivate, he would never pass it to someone else. So, regarding the key refining that required some spiritual key, no one in this world will know this method beside him. Oh, replied the young prince. Don't be disappointed. The chances are you will give up cultivating after facing the difficulties. Wang Wei's guess was correct. 3 years after this conversation, after Kong Rong's death, the young prince gave up cultivating. He hated the constant practice, the constant eating and defecating. Without his father forcing him, he gave up. Chapter 609 Seeking Longevity Finale 609 Seeking Longevity Finale Inside the Great Lu National Teachers Mansion, Wang Wei continued his cultivation. As the Great Lu dynasty expanded its borders, improved people's lives, and built more temples, he gathered more incense to help him refine his soul. The last time Wang Wei met Kong Rong, he was 143 years old and had spent 40 years with little result. And he finished the process when he was 330 years old. A few things in the outside world caught his attention during this time. Kong Rong's son, Kong De, who succeeded him and united the entire world, came to see him before his death. He wanted Wang Wei to give the royal family another chance at immortality, and he refused. Meanwhile, the 13th prince, who previously gave up on cultivating, came back asking for another chance. In his late 30s, when his body began to weaken, he had scared and feared death. So, he tried to practice now, but his body was old, his foundation weak after years of drinking and partying, resulting in feeble blood energy. So, when he tried to practice, he needed at least 10 times the effort for half the result. Fearing for his upcoming mortality, he ran back to the temple, asking for help for the immortal guardian. He tried to use the pity card, asking Wang Wei to consider his late father's last wish before his departure. Unfortunately, Wang Wei did not open the temple door or answer him. Soon after, he felt ill and died. As time passed, Great Lu remained prosperous, and Wang Wei's reverence kept increasing. However, one of the sovereigns was unhappy about someone being so loved and popular amongst the people, since he could easily incite a rebellion. He tried to do something, but Wang Wei immediately scared him by sending a message directly into his mind with his spiritual power. Unfortunately, the foolishness did not stop, as his successor directly rebelled against Wang Wei. He led the Great Lu's army to the temple. However, to all the people's horror, a humongous palm descended from the sky and crushed the sovereign before the people. This event was forever scarred in the annals of history because the people heard the immortal guardian speak for the first time when he said, "Making me waster so much ki." The royal family quickly gathered a new ruler and came to the temple for Wang Wei to decide whether he approved. After telling them it was fine and not to disturb him, he continued cultivating. Wang Wei's eyes were closed, looking at his soul. The thing was so weak that it could not survive under the sun for more than 30 seconds. It was so weak that he did not dare absorb even a ray of pure yang from the sun. So he had to use the yang energy produced by his body to nourish his soul. My lifespan went from 800 to 1,400 years. Now, for the next part, the 3 flowers. He already had the method of condensing the 3 flowers of essence, ki, and spirit. However, he had to modify it a little to fit this world and his current situation. Wang Wei also used all the little luck he gathered from the world to accelerate the cultivation process. After condensing all 3, his lifespan reached 2,000 years old, but he discovered something. Limit. This world has a limit on lifespan, he thought while frowning. He could sense that he had hit a barrier on his lifespan, and nothing could remove that limit. He walked out of his room to a tree nearby. He placed his hand on it, and an absorbing force came out, swallowing something into his body. Absorbing life force does not increase lifespan. On the contrary, the impurities in the tree affected and reduced my lifespan. He frowned for a moment before proceeding to another room in the temple. He placed his hand on an altar and injected his inner energy. Despite his lack of appearance, Wang Wei cared deeply about Great Lu's expansion and participated in a significant way. He gave specific directions on where his temples would be built and how to do so. His action aimed to use the entire world as a feng shui ki gathering array. He then used all the spiritual ki for his cultivation. However, the array also had a purpose: to revive spiritual ki in this world and elevate it to a higher level. After activating the array, the world trembled slightly, but no one detected this anomaly. People noticed that all the temples scattered in the dynasty's territory began vibrating. This sudden change alarmed many people. So, throughout the world, mortals began to kneel and pray Wang Wei's name since he was the only immortal in this world, and this anomaly was probably the result of his powers. Wang Wei looked at the sky, waiting for something. Unfortunately, nothing happened. So, he stayed for a few days to even a month, but nothing occurred. So this world is isolated. He planned to change the world, bringing back spiritual ki and, in turn, elevate the level of this world and break the limitation of his lifespan. He would also improve his cultivation environment. However, spiritual ki does not come out of anywhere. If he wanted to increase the quantity, he had to access the source key space or convert one form of energy to another. He knew he could not do the latter, so his plan focused on the former. Wang Wei wanted to summon some unknown energy source from space, and, after studying it, found a way to convert it into spiritual ki. Regrettably, it appeared that the trial took place in a specially created world that is heavily isolated. What should I do now? Without changing the world, no matter what he did, he could not increase his lifespan. However, Wang Wei also did not want to spend the remaining time doing nothing. I wonder if I could break into the other people's trial to plunder their worlds? Fantasized Wang Wei, even though he knew this would not be allowed. So, he shook his head to remove these fantastical ideas from his mind. Lord Spirit, can I leave the trial early? Wang Wei asked out loud. No, he received a reply a few seconds later. Why not? Lifespan does not equal how long someone can live. That was true. Lifespan was not an indication that someone would live exactly to that age. For example, someone with a lifespan of 10,000 years might die between 800 to 9,700 years old. The reason is that cultivators undergo many battles in their lives, leaving hidden injuries after healing. Furthermore, state of mind, emotions, and stress could also affect a person's lifespan. For example, someone with a lifespan of 10,000 years might die between 800 to 9,700 years old. In that case, can you give me access to my body? What do you need that for? I don't want to waste time. I can use this opportunity to cultivate. Although Wang Wei was not in the supreme realm, where he did not need to access the laws of heaven and earth to cultivate, he had the law fragment from his physique as a replacement. Even if it was 1,000 times worse, it was better than nothing. Wang Wei only got an answer about 5 minutes later. The answer is no. Why not? That's a reasonable request. It is, but I just checked, and it will take too much effort to accommodate you. So, continue to play by the rules. 1,600 years is not long. Wang Wei tried to argue, but Lord's spirit never answered. So, he had to find something else to pass the time. After pondering for a while, something came up. I just had an idea. Why don't I use this experience to create a supplementary cultivation technique? The purpose would be to allow someone to reach the limit of a mortal lifespan, 1 yuan epoch. The origin system sacrifices lifespan for battle prowess, and many other cultivation systems sacrifice something for another. However, he could create a supplementary cultivation system that allowed people to reach the limit of their lifespan. Although he did not need it, such a technique would greatly benefit the Tao opening sect, especially the old monsters who sealed themselves before running out of lifespan. They would all kill for such a technique. Even if I don't get my hands on the deceiving heaven longevity art, this technique will slightly compensate for it. With excitement, Wang Wei entered seclusion to cultivate. For this life limit art, he did not have to start from scratch, as he could use his experience in the trial as guidance. Wang Wei stimulated the environment of the myriad emperor world in his mind to create this technique. The first step is also essence refining, except he used the mildest methods to temper the body. The purpose of essence refining is not to temper the body to become powerful, but to be extremely healthy and leave no hidden injuries. As for the key refining stage, he wanted to create a special key that focused entirely on nourishing the body and increasing lifespan. He wanted to call it longevity key. But considering longevity resources and the name might be too grand, he decided on permanent key. Wang Wei did not have the time to create the spirit refining since the trial ended. When he opened his eyes, he was an older man with long white hair and a long beard. And as expected, with his knowledge and never leaving his compound, he lived until 1992 years old. When he opened his eyes, he was sitting cross-legged in a room inside the pagoda. He sighed deeply before leaving along with the others. Chapter 610, Final Trials Ranking Gift Bonus Chapter 610, Final Trials Ranking Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Grum for the gift. Wang Wei flew to his seat in the middle of the square, and not long afterward, Lord Spirit appeared with a noticeable smile on her face. Let's not waste time and get started. I will show the ranking for this trial from the lowest to the highest. In other words, from the person who lives the shortest time to the highest. I will only rank the top 12. Lord Spirit waved her hand to the number 12 with a few dots. She appeared to be building suspense. A few seconds later, Shirkian's name appeared, making her face pale in the fifth seated player's seat. An image appeared to display the things she did in the trial. Shirkian did a basic breathing exercise to absorb spirit ki, but she focused on nourishing her soul and spiritual power. Afterward, she created a method of using karma for deduction or calculation. With it, she found a spirit turtle and raised that turtle with a few spiritual herbs and resources she had before turning it into a herbal soup. The spirit turtle soup raised her lifespan to 250 years. And after years of nourishing her body with spirit ki, she lived up to 300 years. Lord Spirit did not stop and continued to the 11th place, Jingwu Hua. Her method was radical from the beginning. As a demon, she has little to no affection for humans. So, her path of longevity involved absorbing life force from people. Unfortunately, her actions were effective and counterproductive. Human lifespan as energy or power was murky and full of impurities. And even when she tried to purify them, her body and soul were severely damaged, and she only lived up to 312 years. The 10th place was the brother of the barbarian siblings, Taoyui. The first thing he did was use spiritual ki to temper his body. Then, he used his potent military prowess to conquer the world. As he watched this part, Wang Wei thought the latter would use a method that used luck. But he was wrong. Taoyui used his authority as a sovereign to gather a harem of beautiful women, which he then used to practice a yin-yang cultivation technique with them, nourishing his body and increasing his lifespan. He lived to 350 years old. The 9th place was Feng Heng. The Taoist priest used a similar method to Wang Wei, absorbing pure yang energy from the sun and pure yin energy from the moon. He created a technique identical to Wang Wei, but focused solely on ki refining. Feng Heng used yin and yang ki to sublimate his inner ki and nourish his body. His result was the same time as Taoyui, 350 years. Wang Wei secretly shook his head as he could see the priest did not use his full ability. The concept of essence, ki, and spirit is deeply rooted in Taoism, so he did not think of it. According to his speculation, the Tai Profound Gate might be one of the few sects that also created a method of condensing the 3 flowers on the crown, and the other was the 5-element balance palace. The 8th place was Mu Lei, whose approach was strange. He created a mass grave and buried himself. He made a method that turned him into a zombie by absorbing the ghostly yin ki released by the graves. The technique was clever, but also had a significant flaw. Without enough spirit ki and specific rare resources, the yin ki eventually corroded his body and soul, leading to his death. He survived until he was 387 years. Zombie? Why do I feel like I will encounter something annoying related to zombies? Thought Wang Wei as he watched Mu Lei's trial. However, he soon focused on the next participant. The 7th place went to Kudalin. Her method involved conquering the world to help her gather resources. Then, she created a pool of blood energy and sealed herself inside with a special method. By absorbing the energy, and because she had to use little to no vitality in the sealed state, she survived for 400 years. Am only 7th? Complained Kudalin. Being sealed was a very uncomfortable feeling. It was like she was both dead and aware simultaneously. Time seemed to slow down because of how she perceived it. Her mind was in a murky state where she could not think carefully, yet she was completely aware of her mind and existence. In conclusion, it was a disgusting feeling to experience, and she could not understand how the people who sealed themselves for countless generations survived. She could foresee the experience was even worse for them. The sixth place was the drunk swordsman, Yalanfanogo. His plan's first step was cultivating the sword while absorbing spirit ki. He focused on training his spirit and soul through the sword. After making some achievements, he began a journey through the world, spreading his legend as a swordsman. He even spread some basic body refining techniques to make martial art more prosperous. Then, Ji Lanfang abandoned his body and fused his soul into his sword, becoming the sword's spirit. The sword became a legend in the martial art world since anyone who got their hands on it became a peerless swordsman. The only downside was they would die early, but most people who pursued fame and glory did not care about death. These swordsmen died young because Ji Langfang absorbed their spiritual power to nourish his soul in the sword. He also guided them in the process, creating a legend that the sword could create master swordsmen. Through this method, he lived for 430 years. Lord Spirit announced Tong Ruobing in fifth place. Her plan involved creating artificial spirit ki, using mortals as the energy source for her worldwide feng shui array. Unfortunately, she also succumbed to the issue of impurities and died after living 550 years. The fourth place was Chu Luo. After seeing his method, Wang Wei's mouth almost twitched. Chu Luo turned himself into a cyborg. The method he used was to replace the failing parts of his body with artificial components that he created. For example, Chu Luo would build artificial organs or muscles through weapon refining if they began to degenerate and showed signs of failure. And since the artificial parts had spirit ki and he nourished his soul, he did not have to hurry about his body affecting his lifespan. Unfortunately, his soul could not be replaced, so he only lived for 624 years. The third place went to Liang Shixian. He used a basic method since it involved his race as a god. He conquered the world and had everyone worshipped him as a divine being. Then, he abandoned his body to live as a pure soul creature. After dealing with the impurities in the incense and low spirit ki, he lived for 687 years. At this time, most knew that only 2 people were in the lead for the first position. And Lord Spirit made sure to play the dramatic, as the second name took so long to show up that many people became annoyed and impatient. Eventually, he revealed Su Shi as the second-place winner. Her method involved fusing her mind with a mountain, becoming a mountain spirit. And because mountains had longer lifespans than swords, she lived for 720 years. Her spirit could not support her body without spirit ki or other resources, so she died from the backlash. Finally, Lord Spirit revealed Wang Wei's position as number 1. The other participants watched as he methodically created a system ideally suited for himself and the environment. They saw his ingenuity and ability to assess the situation and respond accordingly. They saw how he could use anything to his advantage to achieve his goal. They saw how he could maximize profit while being highly efficient. They saw the demeanor of a Tao overlord. The participants saw what would happen to them if they were stranded in a low-level world, weakened beyond measure. And without outside help, they would struggle to survive, while this man would probably find a way to prosper and even get out of the situation. After all, while they tried to live as long as possible, the Tao overlord reached the limit of the world. And if it were not in the trial, he would have broken that limit and maybe lived as long as heaven and earth. The vast difference made a few people sigh in desolateness, but many also increased their fighting intention. They would not acknowledge they were inferior so quickly. They would learn from this situation and strive to improve. And if they could never catch up to this man's back, it was all right since he was an excellent motivation to keep moving forward, never faltering. Now that all the trial sections have been accomplished, it's time to announce the final winner, said Lord Spirit. And for many of you, the answer is already obvious. After totaling the results of all the previous sections, the final winner is Wang Wei. Congratulations. The square became quiet only for a moment before Jilanfong said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist. You deserve it. Thank you. Don't forget to have your father contact me. I want." Tong Ruobing and a few others congratulated Wang Wei, and he replied respectfully. However, he could sense that Chu Luo next to him was not happy. However, the latter did not say anything, seeming to accept his loss. Chapter Shao Chamui Mot Gusuans Desimu Zhao Shao Chamui Mot Gusuans Desimu Zhao Shao. You want to take from my hands? Thought Wang Wei as he analyzed Chu Luo's reaction. He was fine with that outcome as well. Meanwhile, Lord Spirit seemed happy that no one had an objection, and she did not have to justify his choice. Tomorrow, you can accept the inheritance. Wang Wei nodded and went to rest. The next day, he met with Lord Spirit before the talisman. "You seem excited," commented Wang Wei. "Of course I am. My master has been waiting for a worthy inheritor for too long. And once he succeeds, I can finally reunite with him," replied Lord Spirit, his joy and excitement exuding from his tone and eyes. "That's good for you," Wang Wei replied calmly. He followed Lord Spirit into the pagoda, where he found himself in a brightly lit room, with a bunch of torchlight with white flame surrounding the room. In the middle was an altar with candles. In front stood a middle-aged man with long black hair tied in a bun and a long black beard that was exceptionally trim. His hair and beard had streaks of white hair, accentuating his peaceful aura with a touch of wisdom. "Master," said Lord Spirit before kneeling and kowtowing. "Lord Guxian," said Wang Wei as he cupped his hand and bowed. Guxian smiled and nodded in salutation. He then gazed at Lord Spirit. "You did a great job. It was my honor. You can leave. Prepare to leave with me." "Yes, master," replied the odd spirit, walking out of the room with exciting steps. Then, Juxian looked at Wang Wei and smiled. Another unparalleled genius appeared in the myriad emperor world. "Your accomplishment will definitely surpass your ancestor." "You knew my ancestors?" "Not personally, but I've heard of their legend." "Well, enough about these pleasantries. Let's talk about my inheritance. My longevity art is nothing special besides allowing its ability to create insurgent and live longer. I'm sure there is no tangible benefit to a heaven chosen such as yourself. However, it means a great deal to me. It is the result of my long cultivation, hard work, and dedication. As such, I wanted the best and most gifted individual to excuse," said Wang Wei, interrupting him. "Is there something? This is too cliché. Pardon me? I mean your obvious attempt at stalling, so you can take over my body. The entire situation is a little too cliché and overdone." "I'm afraid I do not understand," asked Guxian, perplexed. "I'm sensitive enough that the moment I walked into this room, I could tell I had entered a soul form, and the entire room was my sea of consciousness. So, please remove the charade. You can't deceive me." Wang Wei chuckled to himself, as he thought using the word deceive was clever. Unfortunately, Guxian could not appreciate such a great joke. His demeanor changed, turning gloomy. His gentle eyes became similar to a snake hiding in the bushes in ambush. "As expected, as a Tao overlord, you still surprise me even after overestimating your capability. It was not as hard as you expected. As a person who practices the Tao of deception, I have to say you're not very good at it." "What did you say?" "It's true," replied Wang Wei. "The first mistake you made was your reputation. After learning about your history, it's normal to conclude you were a snake who feared death above anything else. You were selfish and were not above using disgusting methods for your success or survival. Now, why would I trust someone with such a reputation?" Veins appeared on Guxian's face. "This is not how you should practice the Tao of deception. If I were you, I would have deceived the entire world and crafted the perfect personality. A good reputation, even a saint-like one, is excellent for doing anything. People will trust you more, and your words will have more weight, perfect for deceiving people. I would deceive myself by crafting a secondary personality with sane-like morality, always doing good for the people and the world. And when I wanted to deceive someone or something, I would switch to my real personality. As long as you deceive yourself and the world." It should not be a problem to deceive heavenly Tao. But am confused about how one could deceive grand Tao thought. Isn't that thing, nay, omnipotent? Forget it for now. Well, that's how I would cultivate deception Tao, not the low-level method of conning people left and right. At this point, Gu Xian was seeing red. He was usually very calm and calculated, as he needed such a mindset to deceive people effectively. However, if there was one thing he was proud of, it was his Tao. He took something that most people in power would scoff at and elevated it to an art, to a Tao. Yet, some snot-nosed brat is preaching to him about his own Tao. What made the situation worse was he made some excellent points. Do you want to know the other mistakes you made? Asked Wang Wei, with an innocent face that made people want to punch him. He'll tell you. The trial itself was an anomaly. At first, I thought it was because of the whole deception motif you were following. However, each section was detailed and tested something specific, meaning you had strict requirements. Yet, the rules, especially the points and seeded player token system, made absolutely no sense. It was like you did not want participants to know who would inherit your legacy. But then I thought deeper. I asked myself, what is it that someone like you want? Why set up this trial? The answer came after I divided the essence of your personality into two traits, survival and longevity. You dare to claim you know me? Tell me if I'm wrong. You're a man who fears death very much, hence why the first draft of your longevity art involved increasing lifespan. However, you achieve your goal of becoming immortal after becoming a Tao ancestor, never having to worry about lifespan. Your life became even better when you discovered that you could make your scripture into an insurgent one and used it as a longevity technique. This also meant the longevity aspect of your personality was fulfilled. However, I'm guessing something happened that gave you a wake-up. If I had to guess, you died and only survived because of the longevity aspect of your art. It's then the second aspect of your personality kicked in, survival. You realized even if you did not have to worry about lifespan, you could die at any moment. So, you asked yourself how to deal with the situation, how to ensure your survival. And the answer you came up with was to acquire the power of eternity. You wanted to become an eternal emperor. Am I right? Gu Xian did not answer, his mind traveling to that moment when he faced death. It was the worst sensation he had felt in his life. Unfortunately, you knew yourself well, continued Wang Wei. You were self-aware of your limitation. You knew with your talent, you would never become an eternal emperor. Disillusioned, you continued the path of cultivation, hoping by reaching higher realms, you could conquer these feelings of fear and inferiority. Unfortunately, they never went away. So you decided to do something drastic. You decided on your ultimate deception. Deceive heaven and earth and take the identity of an unparalleled genius. You would receive their strength, Tao heart, will, comprehension, intelligence, luck, karma, etc. You would inherit their entire existence and, with that newfound talent, prove the Tao and become an eternal emperor. This act should be the last part of the deceiving heaven longevity art, the ultimate deception of the self, becoming someone else. Gu Xian had calmed down, squinting his eyes at Wang Wei with no expression. Honestly, if you had chosen someone else and just given me the inheritance, your plan might have succeeded. Gu Xian's eyes twinkled slightly, and Wang Wei caught that slight change. So, that was originally your plan? Let me guess. After seeing how exceptional Chu Luo and I were, you changed your mind. And you chose me even though I'm technically weaker than him because of that last trial. My success in reaching the lifespan limit of the world appealed to the longevity part of your core personality. Someone like me would survive and prosper even if you failed to become an eternal emperor. So, you chose me since I was more prone to success than Chu Luo. Enough, said Gu Xian. I applaud your wit and cannot wait for it to belong to me. Nevertheless, this will not change anything. How so? No one will come to save you. I've sacrificed most of my cultivation to set up the deception ceremony. I've completely isolated your sea of consciousness from the outside world. Even if the lower dimension were not sealed, these parasites would be unable to detect your presence for quite some time. Is that so? I guess I don't have to use my methods. What do you mean by this? asked Gu Xian, raising his guard. Seriously? You know I'm a Dao overlord, and I spent all this time telling you this information. For what reason would I do that? Do you think things will go smoothly for you? Gu Xian's face changed for a moment before he regained his bearing. I can already guess you will say something stupid, like in front of absolute power, all plots are useless. Gu Xian almost choked since that was the exact words he was going to say. The whole point of the Supreme Outlaw trial is to overcome the odds. Plus, you don't even have the absolute advantage in power, since you had no choice but to sacrifice most of your cultivation for this ceremony. So what? My soul still has some of the quality and power of a Dao monarch. True. That's why I need to use some drastic means. Purple chains appeared on Wang Wei's body before they broke, falling to the ground. And what Gu Xian saw afterward almost made his soul scared to death. Chapter 612 Inheritance Acquired Gift Bonus Chapter 612 Inheritance Acquired Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Gavin the Great for the gift. Gu Xian watched as the weak mortal before him turned into this massive purple cloud-like creature with a terrifyingly large mouth with razor-sharp teeth. The spiritual pressure released by the creature sent shivers down his spine, making his soul unable to move. Then, he remembered a legend he had read about ancient times, especially during the middle stages of the Second War of Origin. The Myriad Devourer. He almost screamed. Myriad Devourer? This name seems to resonate with me, said Wang Wei, his voice booming throughout space, making it tremble. Then, he no longer wasted time and went for the kill. No, no, screamed Gu Xian as he tried to escape. Wang Wei opened his mouth, trying to swallow him. A flash of light emanated from Gu Xian's body, but Wang Wei ignored it and continued biting down. Crunch! He chewed something for a moment before muttering, "Escape?" He could tell he did not swallow all of Gu Xian's soul, but took a significant piece. So, he decided to go after him to finish the job when Wang Wei suddenly felt something. His body was on the verge of explosion. His flesh could not contain his soul, so he hurriedly placed the seal back and attended to his injury. Of course, he did not forget to notify Ancestor Wuching to be on the lookout for Gu Xian's remains. Meanwhile, after leaving the pagoda, Gu Xian's soul was pale and on the verge of collapsing. Damn it! How could I be so unlucky? How could this guy be related to the Myriad Devourer? If it was before, he could have sold this information to the parasites for an excellent price. But in his current state, if he showed up in the upper dimension, he would not survive for long. Now is not the time to be distracted. I need to act swiftly. There is still hope. Gu Xian looked toward one of the mansions and headed there. He ensured to hide his aura since he knew these participants had Dao protectors, many of whom were insurgents. Gu Xian first headed in the southeast direction before stopping. Then, he gritted his teeth and changed direction to the southwest. He soon found himself before a mansion with a formation. As the creator of this trial, he had some control over the entire small world and used that power to bypass the formation. He headed directly to the room where he sensed the most extraordinary presence. Inside, he saw a young man in deep cultivation. He could tell this person seemed to be waiting or preparing for something and wanted to get in the past state beforehand. Chu Luo, it is you. Gu Xian did not hesitate to enter Chu Luo's sea of consciousness, accessing his soul. Ji Gu Xian? Asked Chu Luo. His face suddenly changed as he thought of something. He reacted swiftly to activate his power. Regrettably, he only saw Gu Xian waving his hand to manifest 4 chains that bound his arms and legs. Chu Luo resisted by mobilizing all the power of his 9-extremity foundation, but it was useless. Despair overcame him as he watched Gu Xian walk before him with a weird symbol on his palm. When the latter's palm was only a few inches from his forehead, Chu Luo's heart sank as he knew the fate awaiting him. He would die, his body possessed by that vile old monster. His life flashed before his eyes, and all he could think about was his myriad of regrets, especially for his parents. He thought he would never see them again, telling them how much he loved and appreciated what they did for him. He would never repay their kindness by ensuring they lived a life of pride, richness, and joy. Chu Luo struggled more fiercely. He did not want to die. Unfortunately, it was useless. Swish! Two white lights appeared next to him, and from them emerged two handsome individuals, a man and a woman. Father? Mother? They looked at Chu Luo and smiled. With a wave of the man's hand, he removed the soul chains binding his son. Luo, you know what to do. Chu Luo ignored the tears in his eyes to create a soul-swallowing pot. Then his father and mother used their energy to power up the pot. Meanwhile, Gu Xian knew the situation had gone out of control. In his current state, he could not deal with an emperor-level threat. He immediately tried to run away, but another power locked him in position. And before he could think of a countermeasure, Chu Luo's pot suspended above him and swallowed him. He tried his best to resist, but Wang Wei had weakened him to an unimaginable level. After a few seconds of resistance, the pot swallowed him. Chu Luo did not care about the final result. Instead, he looked at his parents. Mother, father, how are you here? We left some means to protect you in case something went wrong during your reincarnation. Chu Luo lowered his head, ashamed. Thank you for saving me, again. You don't have to thank us, said his mother as she caressed his head. You are our pride and joy. We are very proud of you, added his father. Yes, we are proud of you and all you've accomplished. Not long after saying this, the two began to vanish. It seems our time is short. Mother, father, I know you're worried about our injuries, but you don't have to. Not long after ascending, we had a fortunate encounter that allowed us to heal. We're doing great in the upper dimension and waiting to reunite with you. Really? Of course. And luckily, that day will not be long. The two finally disappeared, and Chu Luo cleaned his eyes after staring at their disappeared spot for half a minute. He eventually opened his pot, discovering two things: a mass of pure spiritual power and a book called Deceiving Heaven Longevity Art. Meanwhile, Wang Wei finally opened his eyes in the pagoda and immediately sensed something. He felt the latter's death by using the karma he had just made with Gu Xian. Chu Luo, it seems your luck has run out. Wang Wei then focused on Gu Xian's memories he acquired, including the Deceiving Heaven Longevity Art, the latter's step-by-step of creating the scripture, and his understanding. Moreover, Wang Wei discovered many memories about the upper dimension that he found necessary. The first one was about Emperor Kong. The latter became an Empyrean not long after ascending. The reason was he discovered an immortal tier-time secret realm, and because of his diplomatic abilities, he spread the concept of the Academy throughout the Eternal Ascension world by coming to some compromises with the 7 parasites and the 2 sons. No one knew how he convinced them, but he did. With all the merit gathered, he joined the list of the few individuals who became an Empyrean in only over 3 Yuan epochs. 3 Yuan epochs? I can easily deal with that record. According to his calculations, if all his plans worked, he would become an Empyrean in a few million years, even before the next generation of the myriad Emperor world. Meaning Wang Wei will probably be the youngest Empyrean in the Eternal Ascension world, one that is less than a Yuan epoch. News about Emperor Kong's cultivation was not why he focused on this information. Gu Xian theorized that Emperor Kong secretly funded the revolution against the parasites. Although he had no proof, he believed in his analysis and gut feeling. The other important formation Wang Wei received was about parasites. Gu Xian analyzed these people in great detail, and Wang Wei paid attention to some of the latter's observations since they could be helpful. The first one was about Time Eater, the most powerful of the 7. He was a paragon with 99 control of time, grand outsource, and 1 step from reaching the peak. Time Eater was a paragon during the ultimate taboo, but did not participate for some reason. Gu Xian believed that Gu Xian was the secret mastermind behind the 7, besides the 2 sons who used 7 Cauldron and Twin Flower as proxies to monitor and control the group. Time Eater was the one who suggested they usurp the entire world and ruled the era. The second important piece of information was the relationship between the Undead Phoenix and the 5-Feather Phoenix. Undead Phoenix was a pseudo-eternal emperor during the Incense era. Based on his talent, he should have long reached the peak of Paragon and participated in the ultimate taboo. However, something happened after meeting a young 5-Feather. They had a relationship, and something happened between them, which resulted in undead Phoenix being stuck in the Empyrean realm for too long, making him miss the ultimate taboo. Although these two are now on the same side, Gu Xian analyzed there was probably still animosity between the two. The third valuable information he learned was the possible existence of a hidden eighth moon. Gu Xian was pretty confident that this was the parasite's hidden trump card. Finally, he focused on Earth Emperor. According to Gu Xian, this man might be the most ambitious of the eight and the one he was most weary of. Human Emperor, Earth Emperor, Heavenly Emperor. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he felt the Human Emperor was planning something with the Earth Emperor, and the title of Heavenly Emperor will be important. Wang Wei then focused on the deceiving Heaven Longevity art. He felt this scripture had so much potential, but it also made no sense. Chapter 613, The Deceiving Heaven Longevity Art. The information Wang Wei received confirmed one of his predictions regarding the fate of the Heaven Devourer Emperor. After being exiled to the Eternal Ascension world, a group of emperors from the Myriad Emperor world were not too receptive to his actions that almost destroyed their home world and took matters into their own hands to deal with the traitor. They've banded together and besieged him, destroying his body, soul, and Tao. Regrettably, these people did not have the ability to erase him from history, since Wang Wei knew very well of the Heaven Devourer Emperor's existence and accomplishments. If the Heaven Devourer Emperor has possessed Mo Xingyun, many things will make sense. But a few more questions will also be raised. Wang Wei shook his head, placing these thoughts in the back of his mind. He then focused on the deceiving Heaven Longevity art. He felt this scripture had so much potential, but it also made no sense. A few hours later, he had a basic understanding of the scripture. Now it makes sense. The concept of deception as Tao always bewildered him, especially when it involved deceiving heavenly Tao or Grand Tao to access the Grand Tao source. He knew that Grand Tao was the highest authority of the Grand Tao source, while true heavenly Tao and normal heavenly Tao were essentially employees. Grand Tao was the only omnipotent and omnipresent existence, or nay, omnipotent and present. So, how would someone like Gu Xian deceive it into accessing the Grand Tao source? Even if Wang Wei thought of the problem on a smaller scale. How did Gu Xian deceive Heavenly Tao to extend his lifespan? In terms of power level, Heavenly Tao was equal to a second-class emperor. Okay, Wang Wei admits this part was slightly believable, but the access to the Grand Tao source that made this technique an insurgent made no sense. Fortunately, he found the answer. The entire Chaos universe was like a video game, and Grand Tao was the artificial intelligence that controlled the whole server. As the thing with the highest authority and power, it has rules and regulations that it must follow, one of which is that all things in the universe can be a Tao including deception. So, once a person cultivates deception Tao and reaches a high enough level, when they touch the domain of deceiving heaven and earth, Grand Tao will give them a pass and allow the deception even if it was fully aware the player was lying to it. Nevertheless, Grand Tao still gave parameters and limits to this deception, guidelines that all players who use deception must follow. This is why Gu Xian could deceive the Grand Tao source that he was an emperor, thus becoming an insurgent. This is why he could even deceive Heavenly Tao to expand his lifespan. Gu Xian took things too far, muttered Wang Wei. Gu Xian pushed the boundaries of Grand Tao's restrictions too far, losing most of his luck in the process. Adding to that, his emotions and desires resulted in him coming to his end in the lower dimension. This is a lesson for me. Always be aware of your emotions and desires, and do not let them control you. Wang Wei knew most plans fail at the last moment because the schemer cannot control themselves right before the final moment of success. The same rules applied to Gu Xian. If he had possessed someone like Jilan Fong, Mu Lei, or even the female players, he most likely would have succeeded. However, his greed and ambitions got the best of him. Of all the players in this trial, he and Chu Luo were the people who had a 99% chance of becoming Eternal Emperor. Meanwhile, the others could only be said to have a 70 to 90 chance. Because of his greed and personality, Gu Xian did not want to take any chance. He wanted guaranteed success. This technique still has some value, muttered Wang Wei. The deceiving heaven longevity art involved deceiving heaven that they were another person once their lifespan reached the limit, granting them another life. The restriction is that the cultivator has to start from scratch and recultivate, and the deception could only be used 9 times. As for the insurgent aspect, to gain control of the Grand Tao source, a unique ceremony is required to cultivate where a cultivator has to sacrifice something to Grand Tao for the deception of controlling the Grand Tao source and becoming an insurgent. The price of the sacrifice oftentimes limits the person's level of an insurgent. For example, if a Tao ancestor wanted to achieve the strength of a third-class emperor, they would need a minimum of 5 emperor weapons as a sacrifice, and their comprehension of the Grand Tao source has to be at least 20, meaning it was not a one-to-one exchange. Moreover, the insurgent part no longer functioned after reaching the Tao ruler realm, since Gu Xian did not come up with other methods to increase its power. He once tried sacrificing even more powerful treasures for Grand Tao to allow him to become a Tier 11 insurgent, but did not work. Nevertheless, this is a scripture with a lot of potentials. Wang Wei knew this scripture would shine after he proved the Tao. The benefit that it was a longevity scripture granting him 1 extra life was worthy of it. However, the real value was that he should be able to deceive heavenly Tao after he proved the Tao, allowing him to accomplish many things. And when he becomes a paragon, he should be able to deceive true heavenly Tao unless it is on the same level as the 2 suns as he theorized as a possibility. And one day, this technique might prove useful when he can stand at the same height as Grand Tao. If I play my cards correctly, I might be able to use this technique to hide from the parasites after I ascend. Wang Wei knew he would be enemy number 1 after ascending. And as he is still determining whether he will be able to fight paragons in the Empyrean realm, he might need to hide for a while. And this scripture could be the method he uses. After going over everything, he finally exited the pagoda, where he saw Lord's spirit waiting for him. Gu Xian used some methods to control the spirit, so now she was loyal to him. Gu Xian left most of his treasures in the upper dimension as resources for when he ascended. However, he left a few valuables in the pagoda, including 2 insurgent kits that could create first-class Emperor strength insurgents. He wanted to have 2 loyal people, slaves, protecting him during his cultivation journey and ensure nothing went wrong. Now, these things would serve to increase the Tao opening sex foundation. Go send the participants away, ordered Wang Wei as he prepared to refine the pagoda. There were not many valuable resources remaining, including the tempering key. However, it was a great artifact to temper disciples and even selected them. Furthermore, he could still use the understanding section for a while before it also ran out of power. It should be enough for Wang Wei to reach the peak of the Saint Realm as fast as possible. 3 days later, the participants left one by one. Wang Wei exchanged communication talismans with the friendly ones, wanting to keep a watch on some of them. Then, he exited the pagoda, preparing to take the entire miniature world. Unfortunately, someone did not leave. "What do you want?" "I want to fight you," replied Chu Luo. "Why?" "From what I know, you should have also gotten your hands on the inheritance." Chu Luo frowned as his mind flashed back to that incident. He remembered that Gu Xian seemed severely injured. Now, he understood the reason. "I want to know who's better between us." "Competitive, I see." "I agree, but no destiny involved." Chu Luo frowned for a moment before agreeing. The 2 then went inside the pagoda and fought. More than half an hour later, the 2 exited. Chu Luo gave Wang Wei a deep look before leaving his insurgent Tao protector. "What was the result?" asked Wang Wucheng, who magically appeared. "I technically lost." "Oh, how come?" "He has 3 root strength, but I only have 2 root." Although he spent close to 200 years in the trial, only 3 months passed outside, and his order incarnation was still confronting heavenly Tao. His overall strength has not increased much. "But?" asked Wang Wucheng. "My final strength is 4 root, so I could have used the future Buddha self to borrow the strength of my future self but I did not do that. Why? I see a vision or divination of the future. Chu Luo will reach the 4 root strength after using the spiritual power he got from Gu Xian. And after losing to me, he learned something from our battle and created a way to achieve 5 root. A Chu Luo with a perfect 9-extremity foundation before becoming an eternal emperor is an unstable factor to plans, so you lost the battle to prevent him from learning anything from you. Correct. Wait, when did Gu Xian give Chu Luo his spiritual strength? Oh, I didn't tell you about the possession attempt. Wang Wei told him what happened in the pagoda, making Wang Wuqing's lips twitch. I never trusted Gu Xian, but I never expected him to do such a blatant thing. However, if you knew beforehand, you should not have taken a risk. It was not as much of a risk as you think. Wang Wei firmly believed in Wu Hong's sealing method. Furthermore, he was even slightly confident in confronting a paragon in a soul battle. Of course, he also knew the price. After removing his soul chains, his body almost exploded. Furthermore, he felt there might be other consequences for doing so. Let's return home, said Wang Wei with a smile, before taking away the entire small world where the trial took place. Then, while in the void, he began to activate the cross-planar transmission array inside his mansion to return home. Regrettably, this would not happen. The surrounding space suddenly became murky, blocking any form of teleportation. Then, Wang Wei and Wang Wuqing sensed countless horrifying auras surrounding them. Chapter 614 L No, you can gift bonus chapter. Thanks to heaven will Dao is for the gift. Myriad Emperor World, Dao opening sect. A terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the sect, alarming not only the disciples and elders, but also many of the other factions of the world, thinking something of great significance had occurred. Origin, hurry up, said a deep voice. Miscellaneous, what's going on? The sect master is in trouble. What do you mean? There is no time to explain. Just know I received a message from Heavenly Dao that he was in trouble. All right, they'll call the others and you contact Sword 1. Battle 1, Hell 1, Shadow 1, Rainbow 1, Shadow 2, come with me. Call a few others for help. Turtle 1, you stay in the sect to protect it if something happens. What about Desolate 1? Asked a shadowy figure. He's still in retreat. Let's not bother him. I'm here, said a tall and muscular figure wearing tight martial clothes with no sleeves, showing his brown skin and bulging muscles. He had short hair like a monk and eyes like a hawk. You succeeded? Yes. The luck you guys recently brought from the demon supremacy world did wonder, replied Desolate 1. Excellent, commented Origin 1. He knew Desolate 1 was an extremely talented individual, and he should have been a great emperor of the sect. When the ancient Desolate Emperor brought him to the sect, his original goal was cultivating him as the next emperor. However, the latter had an unimaginable hatred for the great emperors and adamantly refused. As a compromise, the ancient Desolate turned him into an insurgent who would be on par with Sword 1 and Origin 1, capable of fighting pseudo-eternal emperors. Unfortunately, this act was beyond his capability since he was not an eternal emperor. Nevertheless, Desolate 1 has been relying on his talent and effort to reach such a level, and he should have succeeded long ago. Unfortunately, his past experience that created his hatred clouded his mind, thus affecting his talent. Things only changed during the middle or late stage of the Devil Era, when the great emperors that took everything from him suddenly appeared in the lower dimension. Desolate 1 guessed this was the result of his master and took this opportunity to slaughter that person. After dealing with the issue of his Tao heart and state of mind, he focused on his talent, reaching the same level as Sword 1 and Origin 1. Let's go, said Origin 1 as he opened a portal to Wang Wei's destination. Miscellaneous 1, Desolate 1, Battle 1, Hell 1, Shadow 1, Rainbow 1, Shadow 2, and a few other insurgents followed after him. The appearance of these big shots scared the entire Myriad Emperor world, as they thought the Dao opening sect wanted to wage an Emperor Dao war. Every faction, including the Emperor Enlightenment Academy, knew they would not survive such an event against such a mighty force, even if they allied with many others. Wang Wei watched as the hooded figure appeared not far from him with a lamp floating next to his head. A total of 18 people were accompanying him, all displaying the aura of a great emperor. Furthermore, he could sense that 3 of these individuals were most likely first-class emperors. However, he did not know whether they were ascendant or natural. As soon as these people appeared, they did not say a word or waste any time. They immediately went on the offensive and attacked, not holding back in the slightest. Wang Wuqing stood before Wang Wei, and lights that looked like shining stars emanated from his body. There were millions of them, 1.269 million to be precise. Without hesitation, Wang Wuqing activated the turtle acupoints array, generating a powerful shield that protected the two. Bang! Cracks appeared on the protective barrier, signifying it would not survive a second attack. Wang Wei acted swiftly as he took out the talisman in his divine sea. The talisman swapped places for the Sex Emperor formation. With a second talisman, Wang Wuqing repaired the defensive barrier. Meanwhile, Wang Wei also borrowed the power of his incarnations, activated his acupoint turtle array, and fused it with his ancestor, boosting it slightly. He knew his strength was meaningless in such a battle, but it was the tiniest of aid could be crucial to surviving this catastrophe. Unfortunately, his actions barely delay the inevitable. These great emperors did not play around and followed the hooded figure's instructions. They mobilized their Tao-proving artifacts and all their strengths to attack simultaneously. Bang! Wang Wuqing's new and better shield could not resist and cracked to the point a mild blowing wing could destroy it. With a look, he knew they would not survive the next one. So, he turned to look at Wang Wei and smiled. "Kid, you can survive this. I know you can. Look after the sect for me." Wang Wei clenched his hands tightly, his nail piercing his indestructible skin. He nodded in acknowledgement. He knew he must control his emotions in this situation and remain level-headed to think of a countermeasure. Wang Wuqing nodded in satisfaction at the latter's responses. A white flame suddenly enveloped his body, increasing his aura. Without hesitation, pause, or regret, he burned his fleshly body, soul, inner world, and Tao as a sacrifice to augment his power. His collapsing shield survived the third all-out attack of these great emperors, an act that displeased the hooded figure. He knew the longer they took, the higher a chance of survival that the Fate Domination Emperor would have. Tears fell down Wang Wei's eyes, but he ignored them. His mind went into overload mode, calculating trillions of possibilities to find a chance of survival. In his concentrated state, he could sense some familiar power rushing to his destination, and he knew the sect had come to save him. However, his calculations indicated they would not arrive in time. The next step for survival was abandoning his body and removing his soul chains. By entering the myriad devour state, he might have a chance to survive. Unfortunately, this plan failed when he attempted, and it did not take him long to find the source of his failure, the lamp floating before the hooded figure. Wang Wei then watched as Ancestor Wuqing began disintegrating into particles, returning to nature. Anger, hatred, sorrow, and despair filled his mind. However, he used his willpower to control himself and remain calm. The failure to open his soul chains indicated he was dealing with an enemy who might know a lot about him, similar to Jin Chao. As such, he needed to consider this when choosing a successful method of survival. After considering the time the sect people would arrive, he devised a solution. Right before Wang Wuqing's body completely disappeared, he took out a marble from his space ring and entered. At that exact time, the barrier protecting him vanished, and the Emperor's attack shook the void. Simultaneously, a terrifying sword slash came from the distance, killing 3 second-class emperors before rushing to the first-class ones. Regrettably, it only stopped one of them, as 2 opened a portal to follow the hooded figure and Wang Wei. "Damn it, I'm too late," muttered Sword 1, holding her swords. She tried to sense the space these people teleported to, but it was disturbed, and she could not find a trace. Not even a second afterward, Origin 1 and the others arrived. "Where's the kid?" he asked. "I don't know. She replied with gritted teeth and red eyes. My calculations indicate he is still alive. But the danger has not passed, commented Miscellaneous One. Can you calculate where he is? He'll try. In the meantime, let's deal with these mobs, said Sword One. At the very least, we can avenge the kid in case something happened to him. The other great emperors instantly became scared once they saw these people show up. They immediately wanted to run away. After all, the Avenger, as the hooded figure called him, only hired them for a great price that would benefit their cultivation journey. However, it was not worth it if they had to die to acquire the final reward. Unfortunately, before they could move and run away, an enormous shadow world surrounded the area, preventing them from leaving. Then, Shadow 1 and Shadow 2 looked at their prey with a dangerous light. They blended in the shadow, striking when least expected and from their opponent's blind spot. Besides Sword 1, the others did not participate in this battle, since the remaining people were only second and third class emperors. Sword 1 alone was enough to slaughter everyone present, and the two shadows' presence was overkill. Instead, they waited for Miscellaneous One's deduction, hoping the kid would last long enough so they could arrive in time. How long is this going to take? Asked Sword 1 a few seconds later as she wiped the blood from her swords after finishing the battle. Something is interfering with my calculation. Bang! The space rippled and something came out, and everyone's face changed as soon as they saw what it was. Chapter 615 rules are rules. The hooded figure and the two first-class emperors followed Wang Wei through whatever dimension he teleported there. And the moment they arrived, they found an entirely different civilization from the cultivation world. The two emperors immediately understood this was a valuable place that could benefit them immensely. Hence, they gave each other side eyes, thinking about whether they would fight or agree to share. Remember the contract. Kill him, said the hooded figure, and they nodded. It was not time for them to deal with this problem, since this place was not going anywhere. They looked at Wang Wei and attacked. Two enormous palms descended on Wang Wei, intending to eradicate him. He gritted his teeth, thinking of ways to survive. He condensed his Di realm into armor, entered the intangibility state, and used his willpower to protect him. He went further by blessing himself with all his laws: space-time, order-disorder, yin-yang, freedom, destiny, samsara, luck, karma, soul, destruction, 5 elements, array, and talisman. These emperors were momentarily distracted by the science and technology world for less than a nanosecond. But this was enough time for Wang Wei to take all the immortal tier talismans in his space ring and activate them. Bang! The two palms landed, and Wang Wei's measures were utterly useless. His protective measures did not even last a second before crumbling. Luckily for him, an enormous purple dragon came out of his body and protected him. With the son of an era as key luck, he barely managed to survive before opening another portal and leaving. Outside, the sex insurgent sensed a space fluctuation before something came out, a body. They rushed to it to see Wang Wei's tattered body covered in blood. Origin 1 acted swiftly and injected his power inside his body to heal him. However, after a few seconds, he shook his head and sighed. How is he? Asked Sword 1. His existence was destroyed. He is only relying purely on his willpower to defy death and prevent himself from returning to nothingness. Damn it, yelled Sword 1, her body emanating countless sword ki so powerful that one of them alone could annihilate millions of greater thousand worlds. In the end, the 9 Emperor curse was not lifted, she thought, angered by the situation. Their sex finally cultivated an unparalleled genius that would create probably one of the greatest eras the world had ever seen. Yet he died before their eyes. The void suddenly shook again, and 3 people appeared. Immediately, Sword 1 released a terrifying aura to lock on these people, making the 2 great emperors almost soil their past. And considering these godlike beings have not defecated for trillions of years, it was indeed an unpleasant feeling. Meanwhile, the hooded figure watched Wang Wei's dead body, and he suddenly began to laugh maniacally. Sword 1 wanted to wipe him from the face of existence. But Origin 1 stopped her. He wanted to know some information so that they know who to destroy and avenge their fallen heaven chosen. Ha ha, he's finally dead. Ha ha, the great and mighty Fate Dominator. The conqueror of worlds, the controller of fate, the taker of free will, the chaos universe's ultimate tyrant. You're finally dead. The universe is safe. Master, I've avenged you. I have saved all sentient beings like you wanted me to. He raised his head to look at the sky, tears falling down his cheeks. The hooded figure reminisced about that final moment. A fog appeared in the world, and that tyrant manifested. He demanded that all living beings in the chaos world surrender peacefully. But they refused. But the tyrant did not take no for an answer. Unfortunately, he was unmatched. He would either suppress or kill anyone who stood in his way. At the last minute, his master gave him a few things and told him he was chosen for a mission to prevent the rise of this tyrant. With determination, the hooded figure traveled back in time to a period before the tyrant proved the Tao. Using the things his master gave him, he traversed the dangerous primordial chaos to travel to the eternal ascension world and infiltrated this world secretly. Unfortunately, even in his youth, the Fate Dominator was a genius that the hooded figure could deal with. Not to mention the Divine Seal Empress, the all-myriad Heaven Sealer, the Worthy One, the Rune Alpha and Omega, the Grand Tao Disruptor his accomplice, and as cruel as him was with him. Given the situation, the hooded figure had to enlist foreign help while waiting for the opportune time. Luckily for him, his master seemed to have granted him many memories about the life of the young Fate Dominator, allowing him to know the perfect time to strike. I can finally go home, muttered the hooded figure. Dumb. Everything in the surrounding turned black and white. An enormous single eye suddenly appeared above the sky, towering above heaven and earth. Grand Tao Eye. This thought popped into the mind of all the people present. They instantly knew who this extraordinary being was and how mighty he was. Immediately, everyone present began to tremble. The eye looked at the two first-class emperors who were secretly calculating their escape route. Their face changed as they sensed danger. They activated their powers to try to run away. Unfortunately, before they could even react, they disappeared from the world, their existence completely wiped out. Then, the eye looked at the hooded figure. No, no, no. You chose me for this mission. I did it. Now that I succeeded, why are you getting rid of me? I'm a hero. The hooded figure did not want to die. He had accomplished his goal and could return home. He could meet his master again and redo his life, fixing all his regrets. He could use this opportunity to reach the peak of cultivation and see the scenarios he did have a chance to. Regrettably, Grand Tao did not care about his words. With its indifferent eyes, it wiped out the hooded figure from existence. The one who showed up was nothing but a clone, while the real body hid behind the scene. It too was also erased. Then, Grand Tao gazed at the Tao opening sex insurgents. After not sensing the taboo from their bodies, it disappeared. The group did not dare to breathe for more than half a minute. I knew this kid had many secrets, but I did not expect it involved taboo and Grand Tao, commented Miscellaneous. None of that matters now, replied Origin 1. With this situation, they understood the kid was destined to accomplish many great things. However, he also made too many enemies in his path, resulting in the current situation. Crack! The space trembled as cracks manifested, alerting everyone. Then they saw a beautiful woman in a long white cheongsam, cut off on the lower bottom to show her long legs with no shoes. Her flowing black hair accented her beauty, but no one would care about that because of her serious demeanor. Wu Hong looked at the dead Wang Wei and frowned. Her eyes changed as she manifested everything that happened, including how her husband died and the fate of the hooded figure. This timeline is rapidly going out of control. Someone from the future came to deal with him? Wu Hong frowned as she analyzed the situation. Paragon could travel through the river of time. However, many restrictions are placed on them to prevent them from messing with history and creating too many paradoxes. As a result, when a paragon wants to change something from the past, They would usually travel to a parallel timeline with the most negligible difference from their original timeline. Some paranoid people would go to a timeline where the only difference was someone's robe color was blue instead of black. Heavenly Tao or Grand Tao did not care if these guys messed up the alternate timeline, but they could not mess with the main one. Furthermore, timelines become more complicated when they leave their home, chaos world, and have to consider the entire chaos universe. Of course, Wu Hong concluded Grand Tao was involved in this operation. However, her memories only went as far as when Wang Wei reached Paragon. Has Wang Wei's detachment path changed in this timeline? Is this the reason he did not even intervene? She shook her head to not think further about this problem. She held him in her embrace and began using existence reconstruction, helping him revive. This technique requires great talent and a deep enough understanding of existence. One wrong mistake and the process can fail. Or worse, the person she created looked exactly like Wang Wei, but was an entirely different person with different existence. As Wu Hong slowly reconstructed Wang Wei's existence, her face became pale before blood began to fall from her nose and ears. She frowned before looking at one of the dead emperor's bodies. She opened her mouth and swallowed 3 second-class emperors, returning her complexion to a somewhat normal look. In reaching the limit of this body, while in a state similar to limbo, Wang Wei felt he was rapidly sinking into a pool of water. And the further he sank, the closer he felt death approaching. So, he fought harder and harder to prevent this from happening. However, his struggle only delays the speed of sinking. Is this death? It's more peaceful than I thought. Wang Wei continued to struggle as he did not want to give up even at the last minute. Then, he suddenly felt something stopping his descent and even began to elevate him to the surface. It should be her. I knew I could count on you. As Wang Wei sensed he was about to exit this unknown pool of water, he suddenly heard a conversation. Wow, you even killed your own. How cruel, said a voice that seemed eerily familiar to him. However, no matter how he tried to remember, he could not pinpoint where he had heard it before. Rules are rules, replied another familiar voice. However, Wang Wei felt that voice should not be as cold and indifferent. It should not lack so much humanity. Nevertheless, he still could not identify whose voice it was. You're not flexible at all. This will be your downfall. The second voice did not answer. So what was the point of doing something so pointless? Asked the eerily familiar first voice. Nothing I do is pointless. That's true. Well, now's my turn. Wang Wei opened his eyes, looking at his wife's beautiful face. He reached out to caress her face. I knew I could count on you. You're beginning to be more troublesome than it's worth, replied Wu Hong. Even if that were the truth, you would still love me and save my butt. Wu Hong smacked her lips and ignored him. Your face is a little pale. Are you all right? He hurriedly asked after noticing the anomaly. I'm fine. Just exerted too much strength. Wang Wei frowned, but did not ask further questions. He suddenly remembered something. Ancestor witching. He stood up and floated in the void. He's gone. Can't you save him? No. If you want to see him, do it yourself. Wang Wei sighed deeply. I understand. He then looked at the other ancestors. Thank you for coming to save me. We did not do much, replied Origin One. Nevertheless, we are glad you are all right. We can talk later. The other thanked Wu Hong before returning to the sect. Chapter 6:16 Existence and Eternity. Wang Wei looked in the distance before flying to a specific spot. He sighed before taking out a gourd and began to spill alcohol into the void. Ancestor, I'm sorry I was weak and could not do anything. Death is a sad and lonely place. But don't worry. We will one day be reunited. Before then, consider the stay a terrible vacation. After emptying the gourd, he knelt in the void and kowtowed 3 times. A look of determination flashed deep in Wang Wei's eyes. He was responsible for Ancestor Witching's death and would do what was needed to make things right. So, exactly what happened? Who was that hooded figure? It seems your future self is involved in some shenanigans with Grand Tao, and your present self got involved, replied Wu Hong. Is that so? Then, why didn't he intervene? Why didn't he save Ancestor Witching? Who knows? It could be he wanted to temper and motivate you, It could be your future self has become so jaded that he does not care, or it could be a completely different reason. I have to say, this situation is frustrating. Although I'm technically the one making these decisions, I really want to beat up my future self. Being powerless and being used as a pawn even by himself is not a good feeling for someone like him. I know the feeling, Wu Hong replied as he hugged his left hand. Wang Wei then became dazed as he looked into the distance. After a few minutes of silence, Wu Hong asked, "What are you thinking?" The cultivation world is genuinely unpredictable. 1 minute, I'm cocky after scheming and dealing with a Tao monarch. The next moment, I died under the siege of a bunch of great emperors. You never know what's going to happen. Struggle is a fundamental aspect of cultivation, especially for people with great luck like yourself. I get that, but I don't like the unpredictability of the world. Isn't it this one of the reasons you wanted to be free and unfettered? To be able to control your destiny. Of course. So, you should have expected this path not to be easy. I know. I'm just taking this opportunity to complain. As long as you know, nodded Wu Hong. Anyway, don't you benefit from these catastrophes? That's true. After his revival, Wang Wei could feel that his understanding of existence had drastically increased compared to before. For now, he could not use much of this advantage, but it should be helpful when proving the Tao. Furthermore, his life and death talent had evolved. After experiencing true death, his understanding of life and death laws also strengthened his talent. And now, Wang Wei was confident of turning the life and death talent into a longevity talent, granting him a few more lives after proving the Tao. He also had some ideas on using the data he gathered from Monk Wuji since he had just experienced nirvana. In general, the benefit of dying and reviving was many. I always felt the concept of existence was odd. So what exactly is it? Asked Wang Wei. In layman's terms, it is the Tao of eternality combined with other stuff. Grand Tao separated the eternal Tao to create the concept of existence. So, eternal emperors, everlasting empyreans, and boundless paragons have to cultivate two primary Tao, their own and eternal Tao. Is this why they are so powerful and hard to kill? Basically. Then, what about the Tao of eternity itself? What happens if a cultivator cultivates it? Dépend, replied Wong. In a source chaos world, they would be just a normal cultivator with a regular Tao, maybe even weaker. No one can achieve true eternity with it as a Tao. However, in a normal chaos world, some people can acquire the power and abilities of Eternals through the Tao of eternity. However, it is probably the most difficult Tao to cultivate since Grand Tao has perfectly made it so. Only heaven-defying genius can cultivate to such a level after countless years of effort. Another example of Grand Tao favoring the Emperor path? Yes, I almost felt bad for the other paths. All right, let's go home. I need to recuperate. The two Emperor Palms destroyed his Divine Sea, Law Altar, and Law Tree. After Wu Hong reconstructed his existence, she only recreated his primordial spirit and fleshly body. And even his flesh did not return to its peak state, so he needed to recultivate. Wang Wei was about to ask her to teleport them back home, but then remembered her pale complexion. So, he summoned his golden chariot, and they traveled home, taking this opportunity to spend time together. Something must be done to ensure you can survive peacefully until the heaven will battle. Wu Hong was not happy that, on 3 occasions, the powerful talismans she gave Wang Wei did not work because the enemy directly targeted her power. Have the sect refine a talisman of the first-class Great Emperor level for you. That's not a bad idea, acknowledged Wang Wei. Usually, he did not use Emperor-tier artifacts or resources because it was difficult to use their powers. However, with his 9-extremity foundation, he can now bring out much of their power. After returning to the sect, he immediately mobilized the sect's resources to recultivate and reforge his foundation. He first recondensed his fleshly body to its original peak. To Wang Wei's surprise, his strength reached 34 primordial dragon force instead of the original 33 due to optimizing a few things this time. Then, he focused on his cultivation. Recreating his divine sea was normal with nothing out of the ordinary. However, he wanted to do something different for his divine altar law altar. Wang Wei was tired of losing his cultivation once this thing was destroyed, so he wanted to take some precautionary measures. After condensing his divine altar, which was in the shape of the temple of heaven from his past life, Wang Wei condensed his understanding of nothingness into a core or jewel and inserted it as an ornament in the temple. The power of intangibility oozed out of the jewel and fused with the temple. Immediately, Wang Wei could see the difference. His divine altar was now in a semi-permanent state of intangibility, meaning it was almost impossible to destroy. As Wang Wei watched the red jewel in the temple, his eyes lit up. He knew after proving the Tao, great emperors would undergo a sublimation process where their cultivation and foundation would nourish their bodies and strength. As a result, things like the energy inside their bodies, law altars, law trees, and Tao fruits will be transformed by the power of the Grand Tao Source and turn into abilities or power of the emperor. For example, someone like Wang Wei has more origin essence than his peers. After the Grand Tao Source nourishment, his origin essence will wash over his body and grant him some power, like an increase of 0.2 Grand Tao Source regarding power. The nourishment will also grant him an increase in battle strength after considering his silver law tree and his fleshly body. This nourishment is why great emperors have a different level of strength after proving the Tao, even if they have the same percentage of comprehension. After the nourishment, this nothingness core should make it easier for me to enter the void stage. Wang Wei did not care much about protecting his divine altar and law tree, since these things would vanish after proving the Tao and would no longer be a weakness. He just wanted to prevent any trouble in the mortal stage of his cultivation. However, he cares about the benefit of his nothingness Tao. After nodding in satisfaction with this new discovery, Wang Wei continued his cultivation. He condensed his law seed before cultivating it into a law tree. Then, he noticed another advantage. He could bless some of his laws with the power of nothingness to bless them. For example, he could bless his destruction Tao with the power of nothingnessness, making it even more deadly. Before now, he always had to separate his nothingness Tao from the others. Finally, they could intersect to some level. Wang Wei stood up from the ground and cracked his bones. He walked out of the cultivation room while calculating his time in retreat. 300 years, not that long. He took out a token and checked out some information he needed to take care of. Nothing of significance except Li Jun and Yin Liling had left their retreat and were traveling the world together. Suddenly, someone appeared before him. Answers. Wang Wei paused as he remembered something, making him sigh. "You can call me Elder Sword," said Sword One with a smile. "Thank you. I can tell he meant a lot to you." He did. Wang Wei does not have many mentor figures in his life. He never had a proper teacher or someone to guide them, and Wang Wuqing served this purpose. He was someone he could ask for guidance and protection. Although Yin Chun was his Tao protector, he grew so fast that the latter's role became pointless. However, it was different with Wang Wuqing. Whenever he faced some trouble, Wang Wei knew he could count on the latter. "These are for you." Sword One handed him two things, one space ring and a talisman. The space ring contained the blood of an emperor who cultivated divination. He was a slippery fellow. Unfortunately, I could only find a second-class emperor. I've left a few first-class emperor blood vials for you. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he checked inside the ring. As for the talisman, it is the best work of Miscellaneous One. With it, you can run away from a pseudo-eternal emperor and survive a few minutes before an eternal enough time for us to come save you. I was just about to ask for something similar. However, I did not expect something of this caliber. This level of talisman is considered the true foundation of the sect and would only be used when we are facing calamities of extinction. However, you are too valuable and accident-prone. We have to ensure you survive until the heaven will battle. Is this a compliment or criticism? Both. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder. Then he suddenly thought of something and handed it to her from his space ring. And I still have a few gift bonus chapters, but they will be released next week. Chapter 617, Sword 1. What's this? Asked Sword 1. The space ring contained 2 first-class insurgent key from Guxian. The talisman is what the ancestor left for my father. Given you're also a swordsman, it should benefit you. Sword 1 took the space ring, but hesitated as she looked at the talisman. After a few seconds of inner conflict, she shook her head. The ancestor gave it to your father. I have no right to take it. You can use it before he returns from his mortal dust. Plus, it's not like she forbade me from showing it to others. I'm sure Li Jun and Yin Liling will do the same after consulting me. He knew these two were not selfish and would want to share such valuable resources with the elders of the sect, especially the ancestors' level characters. If they can improve their strength, it would only mean that the sect's foundation has deepened. Sword 1 raised her hand to take the talisman, but stopped above it. After thinking about it for an entire minute, she gritted her teeth and took it. Thank you, she said. No need. I know you would do the same if the situation were reversed. Wang Wei bowed to her before flying back to his mansion. Meanwhile, Sword 1 disappeared and returned to her own world. With excitement, she activated the talisman. A projection of the Sword Empress manifested before her. Why, young lady? I guess the kid was not selfish enough to keep the thing only for his family. Our legacy is good hands, commented Sword Empress. Xiaozhu, long time no see. Young lady, Xiaozhu is happy to see you again, said Sword 1, tears falling down her eyes as she removed her silver mask. Sword Empress looked at her, caressing the gentle face she remembered and wiping the tears in her eyes. She remembered a distant time, long ago, when she was a mortal and before she even met Brother Qiyuan. She was the rich young lady from a somewhat wealthy family, and she had a maid called Gao Zhu. Even since childhood, Gao Zhu has been with her, following and caring for her. After meeting Qiyuan and beginning her cultivation journey, Xiao Zhu followed them for a while in their journey. However, Sword Empress had to leave her behind at some point because the situation was getting too dangerous. I should have taken you with me. I should never have left you behind. No, replied Sword 1 as she shook her head. It was my decision to stay. I knew I would not be able to keep up with you. And guarding your inheritance has been very fulfilling. Sword 1 had a second chance at ascending after Battle Maniac proved the Tao and asked her if she wanted to ascend with him. But she refused since she wanted to protect her young lattice sect and inheritance. Maybe it was for the best, muttered Sword Empress. Thinking about everything she had experienced since ascension, things would have been more complicated if her enemy knew she had a weakness like Xiaozhu. Let's get to the point, since I cannot stay long. Do you know the situation about the upper dimension? Yes, I learned it from the kid, and I sensed an anomaly in the endless void. All right, that saves me an explanation. Without the upper dimension's restraint, many emperors and other beings secretly hiding will begin to take action. The true heavenly Tao is operating at a slower speed than usual, delaying the time it needs to repress these people or even reinforce certain rules. And when these people figure this out, the lower dimension might be clad in chaos. Sword 1 frowned as she instantly analyzed the situation. Heavenly Tao of any heaven-will world is only equal to that of second-class great emperors. They have to borrow power from the true heavenly Tao for a situation requiring more power. Therefore, if it has a problem, heavenly Tao will become useless in most cases. I'm not worried about most of these people, continued Sword Empress. I'm worried about the eternal emperors and immortal sovereigns remaining in the lower dimension. Some will definitely act on the myriad emperor world and the Tao opening sect. What? Master, what should we do? Sword 1 survived the ancient emperor and knew how scary these people were, especially the immortal sovereigns. If it were not for a limit to the amount of power they could use in the lower dimension, one of them was enough to conquer most of the endless void. You don't have to worry too much. The immortal sovereign will still have to act on the limit of their power. Sword Empress knew that whether it was true heavenly Tao or supreme unity, they would not allow severe damage to the lower dimension. But the consequence of any Tier 11 entity using its full power in the lower dimension could result in its destruction. As a bottom line, supreme unity and heavenly Tao will compromise and work together to ensure the world's safety. That's a relief. I have left a secret realm for you before the final lockdown. Inside, I've left something for you that would turn you into an insurgent on par with eternal emperors. I've also left a few life-saving means for the sect. Hopefully, you won't meet one of these elite Eternals. Sword Empress knew that even amongst Eternals, there could be a vast difference in strength. For example, she, Qinlan, and Wu Hong had battle strength above 20 Grand Dao Source after proving the Dao. Thank you, young lady. No need. I still feel guilty. If I took you with me, you would have an even higher achievement in the cultivation path. There is no need to blame yourself, replied Sword One, shaking her head. I still remember our life back then. I never thought I could have any achievements in the cultivation path because of my low talent. You motivated me and used countless efforts and resources, allowing me to achieve today's achievement. Although I would like to continue this journey, I'm still content with the speed at which I do. After so long, Sword One had understood 48 of the Grand Dao Source and could power its power. Compared to the 4 she could control before becoming a 5-root Dao ancestor, she was happy and content despite the slow progress. Contentedness is good, added Sword Empress with a smile. All right, I must leave. So soon? We will have another time for a reunion. Apologize to the others for me for not leaving something for them. Our situation is not the best, and am limited in my abilities. The others left something for their insurgent counterparts, most of which were in the secret realm. However, their method was not as directly beneficial as the one she left for Sword One. It can benefit them, but only in the long run. Young lady, are you all right? I will be. Protect the kid. He might be the answer to everything, and have him pay my debts to the others. I'm sure he has a way to provide a better cultivation environment for all of you. As Sword One watched her young lady disappear, she tried to control her emotions and running tears. Have a nice young lady. Don't forget to eat and take care of yourself. Tiny teardrops appeared on the corner of the Sword Empress' eyes. She had not heard these words for countless Yuan epochs. Back then, Xiaozhu would always tell her to eat and take care of herself, even when she was a mighty cultivator feared by many and had no need for earthly necessities like food. I will, replied Yanai, as she always had. Sword One took a few minutes to gather her composure. After taking a deep breath, she placed the mask back on her face. The old Xiaozhu was gone, only leaving Sword One, the sore protector of the Dao opening sect. She contacted the others and told them of the news and gave them the insurgent kiss. Finally, she departed for the secret realm. While flying home, Wang Wei suddenly sneezed. Is someone talking about me? He stopped as the sneeze reminded him that he forgot to place the deceiving trial pagoda in the sect. So, he summoned a few elders and asked them to find a place for it. The elder gave him an attitude, and when asked why, the latter explained how irresponsible he had been since becoming a sect master. He only attended a few meetings before leaving all the workload on them. They had the same complaints about Li Jun and Yin Liling, but Wang Wei's case was the worse. Ashamed and embarrassed, Wang Wei promised to take his sect master duties more seriously. He then flew back home, where he saw his lovely wife lying in bed, reading novels. I thought you would return to seclusion. I decided to create a clone with most of my power and abilities to go in my place. We could spend more time together. That's good, I guess, he replied somewhat blandly. Don't think about these things. Come write me a few more novels. Wang Wei lay next to her. Where's the pile I previously gave you? I thought you wanted to read them slowly. It's been so long. Not really. Anyway, which one is your favorite? I like the one you write about cultivating Fate Dao. Although I know it's based on you, I still enjoyed reading it, especially since it was not a harem. It's one of my best works, but am not very satisfied with the beginning. It's not that bad. Anyways, it gets way better later on. You should write more in the same style. However, I want a female protagonist that is similar to me. All right. However, have you tried writing yourself? I did. Let me see. No. Why not? Because I don't want to. Common. You know I'll pester you if you don't show it to me. Fine. Wang Wei read through her novel. I understand why you did not want to show it to me. You're a terrible writer. You want to say that again? I finally found something you're not good at. Wang Wei could tell her writing had no problem per se, but her plot, world building, creativity, and character designs and development were so bland. You want to sleep alone tonight? I'm sorry, but there is nothing wrong with being bad at something, says the boring and perfect man. I'm sure there is something not good at. I just haven't found it yet, replied Wang Wei with a smug look, and Wu Hong almost slapped him into the moon. Whatever. Go write my novels. This empress needs to be entertained. Chapter 6, 18 Kyuan Scheme, 300 years ago, Upper Dimension. Supreme Unity suddenly opened his eyes from his temple. His eyes barado the lower dimension, and he watched Grand Tao manifesting and erasing 3 people from existence. The aura of taboo, and it's similar to the one emanating from the prehistoric world. I knew this kid had many secrets. He remembered a while ago when he sensed a power on par with himself, secretly interfering with the eternal ascension world. At first, he and Mithriya convinced themselves it was only some fleeting entity sending some vague threat, especially since it was so brief that they could not detect it. However, now, he understood that event might be related to a taboo, and the key to everything was Wang Wei. Supreme Unity left his magnificent temple, prepared to head to the lower dimension. With his power, nothing can stop him from interfering except for the normal-looking nun that appeared before him. Why are you stopping me? Supreme Unity demanded with a cold and indifference in his voice. You can't touch the kid. I can do as I please, and I can stop you if I desire. Supreme Unity looked directly into her eyes. Aren't you tempted? Whatever secret the prehistoric world is hiding might be the key to finding the path forward. At their level, where there is no single cultivation path of advancement, exploring taboo secrets is another way to experience new things and possibly find a way forward. I do, but I prefer to wait until he reaches the same height as us and ask him. Mithriya knew that with Wang Wei's personality of always paying his debt, he would tell her if he asked about the prehistoric world. However, she would prefer to wait until they're on equal ground when he feels more secure and confident to ask. That way, they can have a genuine and open conversation. That is the mindset of the weak. Supreme Unity does not believe in this nonsense. He believes in the hierarchy of power. He will take what he wants from anyone weaker than him. You were once weak. The key word is was, implying the past. Besides, your plan is flawed, as it implied he could reach the same realm as us. Why not? You and I know that our realm became more common after the arrival of the ultimate taboo. That was true. Kyuan's second battle of origin was one of the most critical events in the entire Chaos universe. Most people believed he wanted to make the Eternal Ascension world the center of the universe. He tried to make it the Chaos world with the most luck or destiny, but failed. But that was only on the surface. Kyuan's real goal was to start a war that spread throughout the universe. While everything was chaotic, he arranged pawns across different Chaos worlds to gather the luck of the entire universe and summon the ultimate taboo. And he succeeded in the end. The plan succeeded with the help of many allies both in the Eternal Ascension world and other Chaos worlds. And after the event of the ultimate taboo, half-step detached individuals like Supreme Unity and Mithriya became more common in the Chaos universe. Unlike our time, it is not so far-fetched for someone to reach our level, argued Mithriya. If the majority of people who participated in the event did not die or were stubborn and would not settle for a perfect method of detachment, there would be more of them in the Eternal Ascension world. More is not necessarily better, countered Supreme Unity. The more people in our realm, the fewer resources for us. Or we can share our experiences and methods to find the path forward. You and I know this universe is somewhat of a cage, and only by working together can we escape. I don't need anyone's help to achieve detachment. It seems there is no point in arguing with you, said Mithriya, shaking her head. She realized the man opposite her was not the person she once knew. Back then, Supreme Unity participated in the second battle of origin. He was one of the people who knew the ultimate goal, and he benefited from it. However, now, he suddenly was arrogant enough to think he could create his own unique method of detachment. Mithria often contemplated whether supreme unity was always like this or the result of whatever method he got from the ultimate taboo. Anyway, you cannot lay your hands on the kid. Then let's fight. Fine. Let's go to primordial chaos to not destroy the world. The two left the eternal ascension world, fighting in primordial chaos for a few decades before Mithria stopped the battle. While standing in the endless dark space, she looked at supreme unity. I've had enough. I don't want to waste my time fighting you. Stop. Otherwise, suffer the consequence. And what would that be? It'll destroy the eternal ascension world and rebuild it. If you're going bluff, use a better one. The world's destruction will also be detrimental to your realm. Yes, but not as bad as you. Supreme Unity frowned as he calculated things. He understood they both needed the eternal ascension world to take that half step in the realm of detachment. However, her method relied less on the world than his. Supreme Unity also realized he was in a race for time. If Mithria could get rid of her attachment to the eternal ascension world before him, he would be in great danger. Thus, he considered the situation and decided it was not the time to be boggling down and directly confronting Mithria. After dealing with heavenly Tao, he can completely swallow it and become free from its restraints. Without saying anything else, he returned to his temple. Meanwhile, Mithria looked at his departing back. A few minutes later, her face began to change rapidly, forming all kinds of facial expressions indicating different emotions, desires, or odd behavior. Simultaneously, she could hear many voices in her mind. An infinite number of them were all speaking simultaneously. This excruciating process lasted for more than 10 minutes before stopping. Still unstable. I need more time. She exhaled softly before looking in one direction. Why couldn't I divine the changes to the chaos universe, but the all-seeing temple could? The temple only had a peak paragons with divination Tao. Many people decided to seal the temple during the Second Battle of Origin, since their divination could affect the entire operation. Wu Hong oversaw the seal, and she even made sure no one could release them, and even made sure they could not participate in the ultimate taboo. The upcoming turbulence of the universe is a sign that something as big as the ultimate taboo is coming. I need to prepare to not be swept by the tide, and maybe find a way to move forward. After thinking for a few seconds, she looked toward the prehistoric world before leaving primordial chaos and returning home. She did not go to her temple or see her followers. Instead, she went to see an old friend. "What do you want again?" asked Wu Hong. "I just came to chat. Are you ready to explain what happened? I needed the stabilization of the world. I cannot allow anyone to become paragon. I can deduce as much. But so many things are unexplainable. Why did you settle with a flawed method? You were as dedicated to the cause as us. The way you acted was weird and erratic. Did you regain your memories?" asked Mithria. "No, don't change the subject. I can't say for now. When you can say, we can talk." Wu Hong closed her eyes, indicating the end of the conversation. Mithria sighed and prepared to leave. Then she thought of something. What would that kid do in that situation? He would act shameless. A glint flashed in her eyes as she sat down before Wu Hong. "What is it now? I came here to drink tea with an old friend. I'm not leaving until I do." Wu Hong stared at her, and she did not flinch. "When it comes to patience, you cannot defeat me. I have no issue with sitting here for a few million yuan epochs. You're really not going to leave?" "No." "Fine." Wu Hong waved her hand to manifest a tea set and serve the guest. However, she drank her tea in silence, not saying a word. Mithria did not mind and simply enjoyed the company. After finishing her tea, she thanked Wu Hong before leaving with a smile. Unfortunately, Mithria did not even have time to sit down before sensing something. She disappeared before teleporting to a corner of the eternal ascension world. Supreme Unity arrived at the same time as her. Both of them looked at something with somber looks on their faces. "The dark truth," muttered Mithria, looking at the gray fog that appeared in the upper dimension. Chapter 619 Visitor Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Drew X for the gift. Sorry if the chapter has more mistakes than usual. I'm in a hurry and do not have time to edit. He'll do it later. Wang Wei lay in bed with his favorite wife. Of course, he would never describe her with the word favorite. fearing she would ask him if he had others that were not his favorite. He did not know he was so close to being killed after surviving the hooded man's catastrophe, nor did he sense his karma debt had increased. He was simply enjoying some time with his wife. As they were both reading a novel, Wang Wei suddenly said, "I just had a great idea." "What is it?" "Why don't you change your hair color to match mine? I think we would look good with gray hair." "No," replied Gu Hongkachueli. "Why not? I like my hair color, but we would look so cool if we match." "In that case, why don't you turn your hair black?" "No, thank you. I like my current image and don't want to change it." "That's what I thought." Wang Wei shook his head before continuing to read. Then, he suddenly remembered something. "I got a gift for you, but I don't want to give it to you." "Why?" Wang Wei took out something from his space ring. "Red-bottom heels?" "Commented Wong." "Yes. I made these ones especially for you. But then, I feel it would be a crime to cage those beautiful feet and toes. I would not expect less from someone with that kind of admiration for feet," she replied as she took one shoe and tried it on. "Fetish has such a bad stigma to it. So, let's call it appreciation." Despite saying these words, he could not remove his eyes from her long legs. He liked how the shoe perfectly fit with her feet and accentuated her model-esque legs, making them more attractive. "Do you want to model for me?" he asked. "Sure, why not?" Wang Wei immediately created a small world before controlling the fate of that world to evolve into something he desired, which was a model runway. He had the chairs, cameras, and everything. Of course, he had to make their illusions since he feared alerting Grandao because they were a product of science and technology. Wu Hong modeled for him, changing outfits and using different types of heels. Wang Wei took pictures and saved them through a magical artifact. Then, it was his turn to model for her. "This was fun," she commented as they returned to their bed. "Indeed," replied Wang Wei as he watched her remove them, conflicted about whether he wanted them on or off. He felt it was a curse for his wife to be so beautiful. "Are you going to do something with them?" "Yes, and go to start a cultural revolution by selling them." "That's a good idea. Many women will be interested in buying if you refine them as magical artifacts," she replied before suddenly stopping and giggling. "What's funny? I just imagine people like Huafeng Wang, Zhan Biyu, and Mo Xingyun fighting in the heaven will battle with heels on. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this. I figured although there would be no merit for such an invention, I could gather some luck if they became popular enough. Plus, molding the world as I see fit is really fun." "Reg in your God complex," added Wu Hong, before continuing her reading God wishes he was me. Sneered Wang Wei as he took a back to read as well. "Wait, I have something I've always wanted to ask, but it always slipped my mind. What is it this time? Why did you appear in the lust part of my pagoda trial?" He always remembered the anomaly that happened during that trial, where he saw Wu Hong's face. And she betrayed him. He knew she was responsible for the anomaly as it was easy with her power, but he never understood why. "I wanted to significantly impact you and prevent you from being with others. Unfortunately, my plan was not 100% successful since you were not loyal to me alone. First of all, this kind of tactic is very manipulative and should not be used. Secondly, how am I on a man whore? ID only slept with 2 people before I met you." He rebutted with fake outrage. "You couldn't keep it in your pants, so you're a man whore. The first time was not even my fault. It was my mother's insistence. As for the second time," Wang Wei remembered his passionate night with Dong Lifen. "Why should I turn down a beautiful woman who wanted to get me? No strings attached. It's called sticking to your ideals and self-control. Since you don't have both, you're a man whore." She replied casually, "But I'm a modern man. You can't expect me to see things the same way as these ancient people. You are mistaken if you think you're any different than them. Regarding sex, all men across the entire chaos universe are the same. Whatever. I want to argue with you, because you know I'm right." Wang Wei did not answer and continued reading his book and caressing her hair. He enjoyed these peaceful and calm times. "What are you going to do now that the trial is finished? Any big plans?" "A few. 2, to be exact." "Which are?" "The first one involved hunting. I need to get rid of some things I feel are destabilizing to the overall situation. As for the second," Wang Wei stopped and raised his head from his book. "I just divined someone is coming to see me. And it's good news. That's good, I guess. A few hours later, Wang Wei received a request for visitation, and he agreed. The next day, he went to Tianwei Peak to meet his guest. He saw two women, one young and the other middle-aged. Lady Shirkian, it's good to see you. Wang Wei did his duty as host and offered tea and snacks. Sec Master Wang Wei, I will be direct. I came here to make a deal with you. You want the deceiving heaven longevity art? Yes. Sure. I'm open to exchanging as long as the price pleases me. Shirkian was slightly surprised as she did not expect things to proceed so smoothly. Nevertheless, it was a good thing for her. I'm willing to, before we exchange anything, I would like to know the limitations of the scripture, said the middle-aged woman, who Wang Wei guessed was Shirkian's mother because of their resemblance. He looked at her, then back at Shirkian. I see. You're facing an opponent that is a reincarnated Tao ancestor. And the only for you to win the heavenly battle is to deceive heavenly Tao that you are an emperor child. Therefore use your one attack to defeat the enemy. Shirkian and her mother's hearts skipped a beat as they felt all their thoughts and secrets were seen through. So, they immediately became on guard. Wang Wei did not care about their reactions. Reading people's fate line when they are in his territory is 1,000 times easier. The scripture can indeed do so, since you are an immortal child. However, for you to skill becoming a Tao child and become an emperor child will not be easy. Shirkin became relieved, but did not know how to proceed. So, she glanced at her mom, to which the latter just nodded. She took a deep breath to calm down before continuing the conversation. In that case, I offer more opportunities to wash away karma for your sex people. As members of the light race, washing karma is easier for us after proving the Tao. I don't care for that. Although rare, my sect still had a small pole of karma washing water, replied Wang Wei. You know the value of the scripture. It's both an insurgent and a longevity technique. So, directly take out your highest offer. Shirkian sighed softly. Fine. After proving the Tao, I will offer you most of my Tao ancestor and immortal venerable spots. Excellent. Let's sign the contract, said Wang Wei. He would not refuse any opportunity to increase the sex foundation. Then, they signed the highest binding contract that even a great emperor could not annul. Wang Wei made clauses that stated she could not pass the scripture to anyone besides her mother. He wanted to exclude her as well. However, considering their situation in their homeworld, he feared the poor woman could not protect his investment. Thus, he allowed her to use it to become an insurgent and have the ability to protect her daughter. However, he did not know whether she could become an insurgent with her immortal venerable cultivation. Statistically speaking, the chances were slim. Nevertheless, she could still deceive heavenly Tao to become a Tao ancestor, thus improving her situation. After everybody was satisfied with the contract, Wang Wei and Shirkian signed it, and she immediately left with her mother. Maybe I should search for some other immortal child to make a similar deal. After thinking about it for a moment, he shook his head. Immortal children were rare, but it was also difficult to find one with a low chance of proving the Tao similar to Shirkian. All right, let's go hunting, he muttered. Chapter 6, 20 Why Were You Chosen? Wang Wei checked on the sect's elders before leaving. Outside the formation's range, he broke the space to teleport to the central continent's east coast, near the sea. He looked at the endless sea, admiring its wonder and beauty for a moment, while also knowing its dangers. He took out a talisman from his space ring and checked the information Wang Ju had just sent him. He then flew into the sea, diving deep down with unimaginable speed. On his way, he saw countless sea demons, mainly the ones that resembled fishes. The majority range from body refining to divine, alter, and vary in size. After diving more than 100,000 meters, Wang Wei began to see more sea races with humanoid appearances or characteristics. The creatures were between the supernatural and primordial spirit realms in this part of the sea. These creatures instantly became wary of him, but did not interact when they realized how fast he flew. While diving deep down, Wang Wei took the time to scan the surroundings with his divine sense. The concentration of spiritual ki was on par with the eastern continent, and the deeper he went, the higher the concentration. He detected a vast amount of spiritual herbs and resources, especially ores. The sea race's culture was similar to the demon race, meaning that array and weapon refining was not common, resulting in abundant resources. The only downside was these ores and resources were mostly water and attributes. After diving over 100 million meters deep, Wang Wei finally discovered civilization. In front of him was the ocean floor and no more place to go deeper. However, in the middle of the sea floor was a building surrounded by arrays. He knew that place was an embassy that connected the surface world with the sea race. If any factions wanted to contact the sea race, they had to go through this place. However, Wang Wei was not here for an official visit. So, he flew into the distance, far away from the embassy, to a tunnel or vortex, which was the unofficial entrance that other cultivators must use. The sea race once wanted to block that entrance, but the other emperor lineages would not allow them to isolate themselves from the world entirely. As he flew through the vortex, Wang Wei sensed a mighty force tearing apart his body left and right. According to his calculations, the minimum requirement to survive this vortex was the primordial spirit realm, and a decent artifact's aid was needed. He followed the tunnel deeper under the ground to about 500 million meters underground. Bam! Wang Wei felt he had passed a barrier and entered a new world. His surroundings were no longer deep and eerie black. Instead, he thought he was above ground and under the sun. In the distance, he saw numerous constructions or underwater buildings. Some of these constructs were underwater, but some had arrays that separated the water. He saw large pieces of land, some as small as an island and others as vast as a continent. He saw a myriad of sea creatures and humans. The humans were easily noticeable since most of them had barriers around them to protect against the pressure. Few could withstand it like Wang Wei, making him an anomaly and easily noticeable. Without wasting time, Wang Wei turned invisible before teleporting to a particular island called Human Snake Island, which was the territory of the Tengshi race, a sea creature with the body of a human and the lower part of a snake. After secretly entering one of the stores and revealing himself, one of the Tengshi members kneeled on foot before him. "Young master, I did not know you were coming. At ease. I wanted to stroll around the sea, so I did not notify you guys." Wang Wei said calmly. "Where is he?" he asked, getting straight to business. Sun Jiaolong is hiding by also impersonating a member of the Tengshi clan. Do you know why he's here? We theorize the Sea Destiny sword might be in the hands of the Tengshi clan. Wang Wei and the Shadow Guard theorized 3 places the sword might be. The Baishi clan, since they could use the Star Sage lineage to find the sword's location. The second is the Panlong clan, a sea dragon with black scales and venomous and water attributes. They were among the many creatures created before the Null era and modeled after innate dragons. Panlong looked exactly like dragons, except they had no horns. The Panlong race is the most powerful emperor clan of the sea race, with 6 great emperors. They were the only group with the power and confidence to protect the sword. Finally, it was the Tengshi race. Although they only had 3 great emperors, they were the first sea race to cultivate a great emperor during the Incense era. According to the Fate Shadows analysis, the Tengshi Great Emperor has a high chance of being the one who condensed the lodge of their entire race and forged the sword in the first place. "Give me his location," asked Wang Wei. And after receiving the information he needed, he headed to where Sun Jiaolong was lurking in his disguised form. Wang Wei quickly noticed that his human upper body looked different from his actual face. From a distance, he watched Sun Jiaolong interact with other Tengshi races, forming bonds and relationships. Wang Wei then closed his eyes and connected to the human sword destiny, trying to use its aura and power to sense other items of tremendous luck. He instantly felt the one Sun Jiaolong had, but he could not find the one belonging to the sea race. He stopped trying and gave up. He had a better way of knowing who had the sword. And if that did not work, he only had to wait until he proved the Tao to get his hands on it. Then, Wang Wei acted. He waited until he was alone and appeared behind him, teleported him to a small world he had created, although he wanted to bring him back to the surface. He could not directly teleport there unless he used a formation or used brute force and alerted too many people. Wang Wei, Sun Jialong groaned as he deactivated his transformation. Why are you here? What do you want? He was on full alert since he knew how powerful the monster before him was. Mo Xingyun had explained the Nine Extremity Foundation to him and the others in the Alliance. Something has been bothering me for some time now, announced Wang Wei. Why did the human destiny sword choose you? What are you talking about? It's a fair question. Why did it choose you? Because I was the best choice. Were you? If the sword's main criterion were talent, it would never have been your turn. If it was about the spirit of a sovereign, Ji Song was a better match since he also was a crown prince back then. So, why were you chosen? What's so special about you? Sun Jialong did not answer. He had asked himself the same question many times, but never reached a satisfactory answer. I'll tell you my thoughts. The human emperor is not the master of the sword. No one is the master of this sword. However, as its creator, he can influence it to do its bidding. So, he left it as a backhand to do something. I don't know exactly what that is, but I have some theories. Regardless, this is not important for the moment. To achieve his plan, he needs a vessel, a chosen champion. However, the vessel has to meet specific criteria. Talented, but not too talented. Intelligent and cunning, but not at the level of a Dao Lord or Overlord. A decent background, but not one with powerful entities that have become mighty figures in the upper dimension. Do you see where I'm going with this? Someone that is easy to control. Added Sun Jialong with gritted teeth. Bingo. These are nothing but conjectures. There is no proof, argued Sun Jialong before taking a deep breath to calm down. He would not let these words affect his state of mind or Dao heart. True. Unfortunately, I don't care if you believe me. I came here to remove a possible threat to my future. His ancestor warned him about hunting the other heaven chosens, which would affect his status as the son of an era. And Wang Wei agreed, especially after the era luck saved him against these great emperors. However, he felt that some people were too dangerous to keep around. There were unstable factors, so he would remove them before they could grow and affect the overall situation. And killing one or two will not affect his status. He rushed towards Sun Jialong and punched him. He moved so fast that the latter had no chance to react. Boom! The Great Wu dynasty's future sovereign exploded into a pool of blood, leaving nothing behind, including his soul and Dao. However, Wang Wei frowned after seeing the final result. Chapter 6, 21 Fallen Dragon, Sun Jialong's body reformed while also transforming. He grew an additional 3 meters. Golden hair grew on his body, covering him from head to toe. A red battle armor appeared on his body, along with a black staff that Wang Wei identified as a transformed demon destiny sword. The battle saint bloodline? Not quite. More like a mutation, muttered Wang Wei. And immediately after the latter finished transforming, he rushed with incomparable speed and plunged his hand into Sun Jialong's chest, ripping it out of his heart. He also used the Rooster Zodiac Acupoint to convert his raw physical strength into spiritual power, destroying Sun Jialong's primordial spirit. Wang Wei calmly watched as the latter's body dropped on the floor, a fist-sized hole in his chest. And as expected, the hole instantly healed, and Sun Jialong returned to the land of the living. Without hesitation, the crown prince flew away, creating a portal that would teleport him from this small, artificial world. And when he exited the portal, he found himself in the same place. Wang Wei watched him with a mocking gaze. Interesting innate talent. You can revive yourself, and your battle strength will increase with each death. This must be the result of your strange bloodline, a bloodline made for battle. Sun Jialong did not answer, but activated a void-breaking talisman instead. He only wanted to leave this place as far as possible. The space around him fluctuated, but nothing changed. He was still in the same spot. I can't even feel a domain. How could he be so powerful? Mused Sun Jialong as his mind raced, trying to think of a feasible solution to his predicament. Let's see how many times you can die and revive. Wang Wei glanced at him, and the power of death suddenly enveloped him. Sun Jiaolong dropped from the sky, dead despite no physical or spiritual injury. Death came to him, so he died. Nothing else, nothing more. It was that simple. Sun Jiaolong opened his eyes while breathing heavily, as if his lungs had not worked properly for a long time. Death was never scary to him, at least not until now. Things had gotten to the point he was about to be desperate. He opened his domain, which slightly surprised Wang Wei. According to his calculations, only the people who attended the trial should have made their breakthrough, and the rest should still be in the void-shattering realm. It seems this generation was growing even faster than previously predicted. He snapped his hand, and a bunch of strings materialized before impaling Sun Jiaolong, immune to the luck power of his domain. A red armor that covered his entire body manifested on Sun Jiaolong. He had used his law armor, condensing his power of law into an ultimate form of protection. Wang Wei secretly shook his head as he watched the strings impale him, ignoring the so-called defense. This kind of method was useful in the void-shattering realm, but not in the saint realm. It would have been better to condense his domain into a small area around him as protection. Although this tactic requires talent, Sun Jiaolong could do it after practice. His action showed his lack of battle IQ and the fact he had just entered the saint realm and did not take the time to cultivate or practice. This is what happens when someone focuses too much on foreign aid, neglecting cultivation and individual strength. Wang Wei walked before Sun Jiaolong's corpse, and when the latter revived, he placed his hand on his head to forcefully read his memories and fate line. It was not the first time he witnessed Sun Jiaolong's life. After the heaven-chosen selection trial, he had read the latter's fate line. This time, however, he decided to be more detailed and not miss anything. He wanted to find any connection Sun Jiaolong had with the human emperor. Nothing, he muttered as he dropped the body on the floor. A few seconds later, a desperate Sun Jiaolong revived, his aura immensely more powerful. So, only 6 lives, commented Wang Wei as he sensed the latter would perish for good this time. And despite all these boosts, your strength is still nowhere near the immortal venerable level. A frown appeared on his head. The human destiny sword only showed up during rare times when the world needed it. I can conclude it appears in this generation because of the change in the era, and the human emperor chose you for the same reason. However, why are you so weak? Could it be he did not foresee that the power ceiling in this era would be such a high amount heaven chosens? I told you, am not the human emperor's pawn. Is that so? Then let's see. Wang Wei clenched his hand into a fist and punched. Bam! Sun Jiaolong tried to block with the demon destiny sword, but it was to no avail. Luckily for him, an unknown and mysterious power emanated from his body, sending Wang Wei flying away. Here you are, he groaned as he got up. That power was on par with one root Dao ancestor. So, was the human emperor planning on interfering with this generation's heaven will battle? Many things started to add up in his mind, while also gathering even more questions. These people usually should not be able to influence the heaven will battle. But things might be different with the situation of true heavenly Tao. The human emperor should know one root Tao ancestor strength is not enough for Sun Jiaolong to win the final battle. So, what is the point of his actions? Although he only recently achieved this level of power, Tian was here since the beginning, and the latter should know what the Nine Extremity Foundation was. Unless his backhand was only to protect Sun Jiaolong in case of an emergency. The clear conclusion is that Sun Jiaolong's objective is not related to the heaven will battle, but the whole karmic position of humans, Earth, and the Heavenly Emperor. More reason to kill him. The Heavenly Emperor position can only be mine. He had many plans for the position. Honestly, he did not know about the 3 karmic position until he learned about the Earth Emperor from Guxian's memories. However, he had long planned to create the position of Heavenly Emperor as part of his future plans. And this fact made him feel that the human emperor calculated him. He felt the latter was waiting for someone to create that position. Wang Wei did not like this feeling, so Sun Jiaolong must die. Suddenly, Wang Wei sensed something outside and checked with his divine sense. He saw a young man with jaws of sharp teeth smiling at him after detecting his scan. "Is this Yi Lianchong from the Deep Squid Race?" "What an eerie aura," commented Wang Wei. Nevertheless, he did not want to deal with the political implications of his unannounced visit. So, he waved his hand to create a transmission array into his small world and teleported to the surface. As he floated above the sea, he closed his eyes to sense something. Northern continent. He broke the space and teleported to a mountain range where he sensed a secret realm protected by formation. He punched the secret realm and instantly destroyed it, revealing a disheveled Sun Jiaolong. He was not in the best shape not only because of his injuries, but because of the mysterious power that suddenly appeared in his body. "I don't care if I'm a pawn. Please give me the strength to kill my opponent," he yelled in his mind. And someone or something answered his prayer. A terrifying power emerged from his body, giving him an intoxicated feeling. Sun Jiaolong looked at Wang Wei like a hunter looking at prey. "Drunk on power? Until your end, you were a disappointment." He connected to his incarnations, increasing his aura to an even higher level than his opponent. A few minutes later, Wang Wei held Sun Jiaolong's corpse dangling in the air. He doubled, tripled, and quadruple checked to see if the latter was absolutely dead. Even after sealing the Demon Destiny sword and putting it away, he was not sure and checked again. In the end, he burned Sun Jiaolong's body to ensure nothing unexpected occurred. Finally, he used his Era Destiny status to contact Heavenly Dao and made it delay the announcement of Sun Jiaolong's death. As a heaven chosen, his death will show visions to the entire world, announcing and worshipping his death. Wang Wei wanted a delay before he went after his next opponent. Without wasting time, he opened a portal to the Western continent. Limbo, the place between living and non-living, the place between existence and non-existence. The human emperor sensed Sun Jiaolong's death. "What's going on?" "According to my calculations, there should not have been any problem with the first step. His plans involved acquiring the Heavenly Emperor position. However, after many years of calculations and divinations, this was supposed to be the easiest part of the plan. Was my divination wrong?" According to his divination, the first step only required him to win the Heavenly battle in the Myriad Emperor world at a certain point. So, he waited until now, but there seems to have been a hiccup. After pondering for a moment, he denied the possibility of wrong divination. He used a great treasure gifted to him by Hong Jun, and knowing the latter's realm, he doubted there would be an issue. The human emperor sensed that Wang Wei was responsible for eliminating his pawn. So, he calculated again to determine his next step. "Let's just wait. Let's focus on acquiring the Earth Emperor position first." Unlike the Heavenly Emperor position, which would require him to do a lot of work, the Earth Emperor position was a ripped fruit ready to be picked. Chapter 622, Known Truth Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Drius X for the chapter. Wang Wei went to the Western continent in the MO clan's domain. Of course, because of his previous rampage, he was not welcome in this place, so he had to hide his identity. A month passed, and MO Xingyun was nowhere in sight. Wang Wei then decided to take a more proactive method. He contacted one of the Fate Shadow Guards with a high status in the MO clan and had them find an excuse to send her out. This plan worked, but Wang Wei had to wait an entire 6 months before she actually left. And a few times, he sensed this weird method trying to find danger, to be exact. He had to use many techniques to hide effectively. Luckily, his patience was soon rewarded as MO Xingyun left the clan. Once she arrived at a destination, a few domains from her clan, Wang Wei finally intercepted her. "Cautious, aren't we?" "Apparently. Not enough," replied MO Xingyun calmly. "Should I call you MO Xingyun or Heaven-Devouring Emperor? Why would you call me by my ancestor's name?" She rebutted. "I have to say, your method is truly wonderful. No matter what technique I use, I cannot see any signs of body possession. Even your bloodline appeared normal. That's because your assumption is wrong. Immontak Songyun. Then, how do you explain the anomalies? Why is it you know things you should not know?" I don't have to explain anything to you. True. Anyway, after confirming the Heaven Devourer Emperor died miserably after many people jumped him, I've already labeled you as his means of revival. And that is enough for me to remove your existence. Wang Wei punched with all the power of his main body. Boom! The area around Mo Xinjian twisted as 10 small vortexes that resembled black holes protected her by swallowing the force of that punch. She was intact. 4-leaf strength and a terrific control of the Devour Dao, commented Wang Wei. His attack was on the level of 6-leaf. Yet Mo Xingyun still swallowed it despite the fact it should have been over her capacity limit. And the reason for that is she has an unmatched speed for swallowing and refining anything she devoured. Her ability would be nothing even Wang Wei could do, even if he had cultivated the law of devouring. Should I be delighted for your appraisal? You should. However, I'm somewhat disappointed. Oh, and why is that? I can't sense the power of 9-extremity foundation from you. That's not something anyone can achieve. True, but you're the Heaven Devourer Emperor. I am not. With your understanding of existence, you should have used the unorthodox way. Your words literally prove that I'm not the Heaven Devourer Emperor, rebutted Mo Xingyun, trying to think of ways to get out of the situation. She pondered ways of escaping and surviving this encounter. No, I'm missing something, replied Wang Wei as if he was thinking out loud. One of the fastest ways for an emperor to revive themselves is to possess someone related to them by bloodline, since family is a perfect vessel for their powers and Tao. However, the order of heaven and earth would not allow you guys to simply participate in the heaven will battle and use your power to win. There must be restrictions, one of which is that you can only rely on the power and talent of the people you possess. You can use your knowledge and experience to make Mo Xingyun's body as strong as she currently is. But you cannot use your understanding of existence to use the unorthodox method of 9-extremity. She could only achieve 9-extremity if she had the talent to comprehend existence. Am I correct? Wang Wei's understanding of the world's order deepened. Heavenly Tao does not allow great emperors to abuse the heaven will battle system to cultivate similar to the way the 5-heart emperor did. However, the latter will, in turn, ignore them if they use this method to revive themselves. Of course, Wang Wei did not believe all emperors could use this method, and there might be a price to pay. Otherwise, too many dead emperors would try this method to revive themselves instead of waiting for countless Yuan epochs. As I said, I'm not my ancestor. I've only received some inheritance from him. Quick question. Don't you have some form of body dysmorphia? After all, you were once a man. Mo Xingyun did not answer, and Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder. He gathered the power of all his incarnations and punched. Fate Annihilation Fist, the entire domain trembled before creating a massive spatial tear. However, Mo Xingyun was nowhere to be seen. What an ingenious technique, muttered Wang Wei. Mo Xinjian's Proving Tao artifact is unique as it is used mainly to store the overspilled power that her body cannot swallow or digest. She devoured his entire attack with this method before redirecting it to open a spatial passage. Mo Xingyun used his power to remove his blockade of the surrounding. She was fast, efficient, and displayed excellent battle IQ. Her extraordinary ability has further convinced him the Heaven Devourer Emperor possessed her body. Wang Wei left the clone to fix the damage he did to the spatial structure of this place. Meanwhile, his main body divined and calculated Mo Xingyun's whereabouts. After teleporting to her destination, he squinted his eyes. One of the forbidden lands, the swallowing zone. The power of time flashed in his eyes, and he saw her rushing inside less than a second ago. Wang Wei pondered for a moment before deciding against further pursuing. He was dealing with a possible eternal emperor even if it was severely restricted. Not to mention, the Heaven Devourer Emperor was a Tao Lord, which indicated his intelligence and cunningness. And, taking into account the environmental advantage, Wang Wei was not stupid enough to fight Mo Xingyun in a place full of devouring power. After pondering about it for a while, He was satisfied with removing Sun Jiaolong as a threat. As for Mo Sungyan, he placed her at the top of the list of people to be on the lookout for at all times. Inside the swallowing zone, Mo Xingyun waited for a few minutes. Not taking the bait, she muttered with slight regret. She knew this place like the back of her hand and had laid out killing methods all over this place capable of dealing with third-class emperors. Mo Xingyun gazed toward the center, still longing for what was there. She took a deep breath to calm down and rearrange her plan. If I want to prove the Tao again, I need a method to deal with these 9 extremity people. Her mind raced, thinking about the different possibilities. I need a powerful magical weapon on par with them. Heavenly Tao had strict rules on using foreign aid for the heavenly battle. For example, participants could not use a Tao ancestor-level puppet to compete or a talisman on that level. Mo Xingyun knew that in the beginning Emperor era, Heaven Chosens could not even use Emperor weapons in their battles in the beginning Emperor era. However, she also knew a loophole to this rule. She could use foreign as long as she refined it herself. For example, if a weapon refiner created an immortal weapon, they can use the weapon during their heavenly battle. And that was exactly her plan. Mo Xingyun began to use the surrounding formation to gather and condense the power of Devour in the area. She planned to create a weapon on par with 5-root Tao Ancestor before using it at an opportune time when both Di Tian and Wang Wei were at their weakest. And her alliance is to have enough cannon fodder to weaken these two or as sacrifice when needed. Wang Wei returned to the sect. He wanted to hunt down many of the new Heaven Chosens that had recently risen, since he suspected many were spies of the upper dimension. Regrettably, these people had excellent methods of hiding themselves from divination, preventing him from rooting out the traitors from the innocent. And he could not mindlessly slaughter them until he found the traitors, since that would affect his Erasun title. Of course, he would not give up so easily. Since he could not divine their identity, he would use his intelligence network to find who he was looking for. He contacted Wang Ju as soon as he returned home to get information from her. How is it? Did you identify anyone? Yes and no. We have identified a few people who we could label as small fish. She explained. As for the truly important individuals, we only have one suspect. She showed him a picture using an image talisman. It was a picture of a young man with dark eyes with no pupils or iris and a flame mark on his forehead. Yu Zhu, a member of the Soul Race. Chapter 623, the corpse-selling sect, the Soul Race, was one of the minority races of the myriad Emperor world, with their population barely enough to classify them as a medium-sized races. As for their overall power, they only had 2 great emperors. Regrettably, one event forced their race to live in seclusion in a small world forever. Their second emperor, Multiple Face Emperor, had the ambition to use her race's natural ability to possess people to enact a grand plan. The Multiple Face Emperor wanted to divide her soul into an infinite number and possessed every living being in the myriad Emperor world, turning into an aggravated mass of souls or a hive mind. Unfortunately for her, she first targeted the 5 Elements Palace, where they were at their peak and the leader of Taoism. All 6 of their best insurgents besieged the Multiple Face Emperor, who was a peak first-class emperor. She lost the fight with her body destroyed. However, as an expert in Soul Tao, she escaped, and the Soul Race was forced to live in isolation, only showing up during the heavenly battle. Wang Wei knew, to this day, there were rumors that the Multiple Face Emperor did not leave, but move her plan to behind the scenes. She wanted to be more secretive and not so direct. The events of the Soul Race were one of the few exciting things that occurred during the new beginning Emperor along with the rapid rise of the Academy. That battle severely impacted the 5 Element Palace, leading to the direct confrontation with the profound Tai Gate. Not long afterward, they cultivated their 7th Emperor and won the confrontation. Then, they forced the 5 Element Palace to leave the central continent. Wang Wei stopped his words as he sensed something. He looked outside and saw an enormous dragon covering the sky and wailing before dispersing into trillions of motes of light. A sense of sadness and loss suddenly enveloped the entire world, They mourned the passing of a great man. The mortals did not know what was happening, but the cultivators did. A heaven chosen had perished. They quickly calculated who it was and learned it was from the Great Wu dynasty, Sun Jiaolong. And, of course, they wanted to know who did it. No answer. No one could divine information about Wang Wei unless they were at least a third-class insurgent. Nevertheless, he knew people would find out it was him since he was not exactly careful about hiding his whereabouts. The Great Wu dynasty definitely already knew since it had been 6 months since their genius died, and they would instantly know after his soul lamp was extinguished. And any intelligent person can deduce that only the heir's son could delay the announcement of a heaven-chosen's death. After Sun Jialong's funeral, Wang Wei proceeded with his life. What is so special about this person? Recently, the corpse-selling sex business has been booming. Many people want good corpses to possess in the hope of being lucky and increasing their talent, explained Wang Ju. Body possession has some advantages that many people want to take advantage of. For example, some races are naturally gifted by possessing them. An individual will get rid of the shackles of their talents and achieve wonders in the cultivation journey. The only problem is ensuring the soul fits perfectly with the body. Cultivators require many techniques, arrays, and resources for the process. And there is a limit to the number of times someone can exchange body based on their cultivation. Most cultivators, even someone as naturally talented as Wang Wei, can only have between a 95 to 99 fit with any bodies they possess. But the soul race does not have any of these issues. However, Yu Zhu asked for a very specific body. The requirements were so stringent that the corpse-selling sect had to contact its other branches to get it for him. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. The corpse-selling sect can be considered one of the most powerful factions of the Endless Void, and they most likely hold the first position. There are branches scattered in every heavenward world, and many have one or more great emperors. Their sect operated as if it was a business or corporation, focused only on selling corpses. They rarely provoke or clash with anyone. They are the epitome of low-key development. However, Wang Wei saw them as a threat, especially after coming in contact with other heavenward worlds and learning how far this sect has spread its fangs. Just the amount of key luck this faction has is unfathomable. And according to his prediction, their factions have more branches under different names, dormant in case something happens and they need to hide or start over. The founder of the corpse-selling corpse is something, thought Wang Wei. According to his predictions, with how they operated, the corpse-selling sect won't be much trouble for his plan. On the contrary, they might be the perfect partners. However, he wanted the luck of their factions for himself. The problem was their founder. He didn't know who it was yet, but whoever it was must have been a brilliant man. What Wang Wei worries about is this person is now one of the paragons in limbo, and he will one day use his sect's key, luck, to revive. And if he dips his greedy finger into the latter's food, he might create an enemy for himself, an enemy who is possibly on par with his ancestor. Do you have any information about Yu Zhu from when he was in the Soul Race's small world? Yes, replied Wang Ju before giving him the sleeper's information, and Wang Wei frowned. He suspected Yu Zhu was a spy from the upper dimension. However, his life had no anomalies. There was no sudden change in demeanor, behavior, sudden strength gain, or anything odd. Yu Zhu was one of the many geniuses of the Soul Race, and after defeating the others, he received the support of the entire race to cultivate for this generation's heaven-will battle. If Yu Zhu is a spy, then it can mean two things. The method used by the upper dimension is not something we can detect. Secondly, they have been infiltrating the myriad emperor world since the beginning of this generation, commented Wang Wei. Do we have any other evidence to suggest he is a spy and not just from our world? Yes, it's the flame mark on his forehead. What does this have to do with anything? This kind of mark could be a fashion sense or an indication that Yu Zhu cultivated a powerful flame technique. From the records, we discovered that someone used to have a similar mark in his youth, the undead Phoenix Emperor. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. He told the Fate Shadow Guard to be on the lookout for any information related to Undead Phoenix Emperor and the Disaster Emperor, since they had a connection to the Myriad Emperor world. Keep a lookout for Yuju. Even though he only received the Undead Phoenix's inheritance, he is suspicious. Send a few people to test his ability. As you wish. What about the corpse-selling sect? We should have people in high positions, right? Yes. Can they also infiltrate the other branches? Not very likely. Contact with the other branches has strict requirements. What about the Fate Shadow Guard branches I've instructed you to create? Thanks to your help, the initial development is going well. But without the sleepers, it's almost impossible to infiltrate the high levels of so many factions without being detected. Indeed, with his Spirit Flower's ability, Wang Wei helped the Fate Shadow Guard spread in other Heavenworld worlds. However, if he wants things to be in the Myriad Emperor realm, with spies in high positions in every sect, it's not possible in a short time, especially since there are no sleepers for him to take over. All right, continue monitoring laying low in the corpse-selling sect. Place them as a priority when it comes to news. As you wish. I have a few important things to do before I go into retreat. I will take this time for us to go through the ceremony for you to officially become my shadow. Wang Zhe's eyes lit up in excitement. She bowed to him before excusing herself to attend to her duty. Meanwhile, Wang Wei used his sect master to send a request to the ancestor. He needed to do something crucial that required their help, and only after succeeding will he be able to sleep soundly. Then, he rushed home to see his wife. Wu Hong looked at him with a side eye. Your footsteps indicate you are not excited to see me, but want something from me. I just want to ask something. So I was right. Wanting and asking are two different things. Semantic. What do you want to know? If you're asking about the Heaven Devourer Emperor, I never interacted with the man, so I know very little. No, I want to know about the founder of the corpse-selling sect. Wu Hong frowned deeply after hearing the question. Chapter 624 Death Reverence Gift Bonus Chapter. Thanks to Drew X for the gift. You're asking about Death Reverence? Is that his name? Commented Wang Wei. The corpse-selling sect's founder was a mystery because no one knows where the original sect started. Two branches claim to be the main one and where the founder originated, from the Soul Sublimation world and the Underworld Eon world. The corpse-selling sect in both these Heavenworld worlds has cultivated 5 great emperors and is the branch with the highest number. Do you want to deal with the corpse-selling sect? Asked Wu Hong, somewhat worried. Yes, I feel their faction's key luck is worth the trouble. But I want to know your opinion. I don't know. What do you mean? I'm somewhat conflicted, reiterated Wu Hong. Part of me wants you to deal with them, as this might be the only chance. However, I also don't want you to have anything to do with Death Reverence, especially early in your cultivation journey. So, who is this person that even makes you hesitate? Death Reverence was a boundless paragon on par with me and your ancestor. He played a significant role in all major events. However, we did not like him since we were always wary of him. Wary of what? Of his ambitions, ideals, goals, stated Wu Hong. When he was young, he became obsessed with death. He believed death was a beautiful thing that all things in existence should experience. That's dangerous. Yes, with his unparalleled talent, it was a recipe for disaster. So, what exactly did he do? We originally thought he spread the corpse-selling sect throughout the endless void to gather more luck and stuff. However, something he did during the Second War of Origin made us realize his real intention. Wu Hong paused to recollect, and Wang Wei became intrigued. There was this one particular source chaos world that was troublesome to conquer. Some unknown power isolated it, and we could not directly descend. We infiltrated it by sending clones, hoping for them to cultivate and rise to the top before taking it down from the inside. Unfortunately, this method failed until Death Reverence showed up. The main issue with this Source Chaos world was that our clones would be discovered and destroyed when we tried to break the Empyrean realm. Was it different for Death Reverence? Asked Wang Wei. A little. After proving the Tao, he spread the corpse-selling sect throughout the all-savant world while his clone hid and did not continue to cultivate. After countless Yuan epochs, Once it had spread in every corner of the world, he gathered the power of all the sects to instantly return to the Paragon realm. Wu Hong squinted her eyes. We thought we had finally succeeded. But that's when he showed his Fong. The corpse-selling sects were some sort of ceremony where he turned the entire all-savant world into a world of death, killing all sentient beings no matter the realm. Wang Wei had a severe look on his face. Why would he do that, since it would reveal his plans for the eternal ascension world? We don't know exactly. The best guess we had was something precious was inside the all-savant world. The very thing probably responsible for preventing us from entering and restricting our development. Wang Wei caressed his temple as he felt things were more complicated than he previously thought. He was only greedy for their sect's key luck. He did not expect to be dealing with a powerful secret boss. What happened next? We did not hesitate to besiege him. After all, we did not want our home to suffer the same fate. And he survived? Asked Wang Wei in shock. Yes. Not only that, he ran away with only severe injuries. She remembered that battle. Countless peak-boundless paragons tried their best to eliminate death reverence, but he still escaped. Later on, he even participated in the ultimate taboo after the all-savant world suddenly disappeared from the face of the universe. That's scary to think. In that case, what about the corpse-selling sect? Why didn't you guys remove them? We tried, but failed because of too many restrictions. What do you mean? Great emperors cannot intervene whatsoever in the lower dimensions after the ascension. Empyreans can be sent a projection, but they can only attack if willing to receive punishment from heavenly Tao, and their attacks also have limits. Paragons can also send projections and attacks, but there is a limit in the level of the attack. We tried to eradicate the corpse-selling sect by sending projections. However, death reverence will always appear and expel us, resulting in us only capable of destroying a few branches that recover after some time. Things are not adding up, said Wang Wei. How is this man so capable? That's the odd thing about him. After turning on him, we realized many of his methods were odd and had this incongruence or incompatibility to them. Moreover, in addition to his hiding ability, he was a master of the order and disorder Tao. What do you mean? He knew how to bend the rules of heavenly Tao to his advantage, explained Wu Hong. For example, the model of spreading to other world communities was not invented by the corpse-selling sect. Before the Null era, this tactic was more common to ensure the spread of some factions and prevent them from destruction. However, true heavenly Taoist balance system activated and banned this method afterward. Any factions who tried this method were guaranteed to be schemed against, resulting in the destruction of the branches. Yet, the corpse-selling sect is intact. To this day, I do not know how he did it. Wang Wei sighed deeply, feeling things were too complicated. What about his homeworld? Is he from the soul sublimation or underworld Yin world? Did you guys at least find something from there? None. In fact, no one truly knows the first branch since he made sure to erase it from his history. I even suspect he personally hides the first branch, completely isolating them from the outside. We also search his homeworld, the Spirit Central World, but we found nothing. I remember the Spirit Central World is a rare world dominated by the spirit race. Is Death Reverence one of them? Yes. To be exact, he is a tomb that gains sentience. Well, it fits with his name and motif, replied Wang Wei as he walked back and forth, pondering deeply. What about the two sons? Why don't they do anything about death reverence? Wu Hong suddenly realized something now that he had mentioned it. Both Mithriya and he know death reverence's weirdness and the potential danger he poses. However, since both his existence and history have not been erased, it means even those two could not find him. In that case, why haven't they eradicated the corpse-selling sect? That, I don't know, she replied, shaking her head. However, you don't have to worry about the death ceremony. Death reverence is the problem. Did you guys solve the ceremony problem? Yes. After failing to eradicate his sect, we left formations in the upper dimension to counter the ceremony. However, it would be ideal if the last worry was removed. She looked at him. What are you going to do? What do you think? With your plans, you will be in a unique position in the endless void. So, dealing with the corpse-selling sect should not be a problem. However, I don't want you to deal with death reverence so early. This man gives me a bad vibe. Wang Wei understood her hesitation. Death reverence is talented, extremely powerful, cunning, and has many weird methods that even the two sons cannot detect dealing with such an opponent at the current stage of his cultivation path. Of course, he had some advantages, but the cards were not stacked in his favor. Is he in limbo like the others? Yes, that's good news for me. However, it might not be enough. So what are you going to do? He'll decide after proving the Tao. Too many things could happen from now until then, and Wang Wei wanted to watch the situation. As of now, he was leaning toward eradicating the corpse-selling sect. And it was not because of their key luck, but because his intuition told him that death reverence might be a problem for him in his later years of cultivation. And if he can damage him in any ways possible, he would take the opportunity. Simultaneously, he did not have to eradicate them now or doing himself. He could leave the means for others to do it and give the order after he ascends and reaches a certain cultivation level. It will all depend on the situation after proving the Tao. After chatting with Wu Hong and planning ahead, he went to check on his science and technology world while waiting for news from his ancestors. Chapter 625, The Assembly. Wang Wei watched everything in his surroundings. No longer existed the peaceful world full of tall and futuristic buildings. He could not see spaceships covering the sky like birds migrating. Instead, the sky had a dull gray color that gave the entire world a depressing atmosphere. He saw cracks in space scattered in different directions. Most places were devastated, including forests, mountains, rivers, and populated cities. There were only a few areas that looked like civilizations had begun anew. Genetics warriors are now rare, and the few powerful ones on par with void-shattering realm ruled over different sections of the world. Scientists were now the most valued individuals as fought over by various factions. However, they no longer had any power and were forced to focus only on research. They were basically under house arrest. Those attacks did a number on this world, muttered Wang Wei. The original science and technology world was only a middle thousand world. Although Wang Wei controlled the laws of heaven and earth and even expanded the world, at its essence, it was still a middle thousand world, making its spatial stability very fragile. When these two great emperors attacked with full force, they destroyed the world, killing more than 99% of its population. And in the 300 years Wang Wei was in retreat to cultivate, a new civilization sprouted out from the ashes of the old one. After checking the situation, he began to repair things. Using his space-time law and fate law, he returned the world to its original state, including reviving the dead. The only problem was he could not save everybody. Many people died because of the Great Emperor's attack, and since these people were mortals, that attack eradicated their existence, and current Wang Wei could not do anything about that. However, he could still revive the people who died as a result of the world destruction. He had to try to save some people. Wang Wei tried using his past, present, future karma technique to save some people. He sent the news to one scientist in the past using a karma connection. He tasked the scientist to build a bunker for people's safety. Without heavenly Daos restrictions, he can use his powers to do many things. Although the scientist could not convince many people the world was about to end, he did convince some. Unfortunately, this method failed, as these people who died at the Great Emperor's attack still died, even if they survived in the bunkers. As Wang Wei watched these specific individuals erased from existence, he muttered, "So, Great Emperors have some form of causal or temporal immunity to attacks, spells, and techniques below the mortal realm. By all logic, Wang Wei changed the past, and these people should have survived. But this was not the case. Helpless, he continued to return the world to its previous state. He returned society to its original order, but he had to deal with the lack of population. He tried to clone the people he could not revive, and as expected, the Emperor's power did not allow these people to revive themselves in this manner. Helpless, he had to resort to create a large number of clones before modifying their faces. Luckily, There would be no problem in a short time because of the advanced genetic technology of this world. Nevertheless, Wang Wei also passed laws to encourage birth growth. He even removed the memories of the catastrophe from most of the population to prevent mass hysteria, depression, and anxiety. Finally, he left the blood samples for Saint, Supreme, and Quasi-Emperor for the scientists to continue their research. After exiting the science and technology world, he was somewhat worried that Grand Tao would show up and waited for a few minutes before he could move. He sighed in relief while also wondering how powerful Hongjun was even to protect him from Grand Tao. For the next few days, he waited for news from his ancestors while spending as much time as possible with his lovely wife. A week later, he received a summon and teleported to one of the sect's secret realms. "You are?" he asked, looking at the middle-aged man before him. He had a peaceful aura that indicated he was a very stable person. Maybe too stable. Origin 1. You can call me Sir Origin. Wang Wei cupped his hand to salute, but Origin 1 stopped him. You are the sect master. You don't need to salute any of us. Wang Wei nodded, knowing this was one of the sect's rules. Is everything already prepared? I thought it would take longer, continued Wang Wei. During Gu Xian's trial, we already had a semi-official alliance. So, it was simpler to gather everyone. That's good. He nodded. Can I ask you a question? Sure, but I might not answer. I've heard about the others. Sword 1, Desolate 1, and so on. Do you all cultivate the same Tao as our emperors? Some of us do, but not all of us, Sword 1 replied. For example, I cultivate Thunder Tao. However, Qiyuan blessed me with many abilities from Origin Tao. And it's the same for the others who cultivate different Taos. That makes sense. So, it's just a title. You should understand that titles, or words in general, have power. That's true. Last question. The way you call the answer seems very intimate. Did you know him personally? Very astute. Commented Origin 1. He knew this kind was intelligent, but it was different when you interacted with him and noticed this trait. I was one of his elders back in the ancient Wang clan. I supported and protected him when others scorned him for his ideas and beliefs. I guess he would not be here today, if not for you. Maybe, replied Origin 1. All right, let's begin the meeting. Wang Wei followed him to a room full of formations. After activating it, countless small screens appeared with people's faces. When Wang Wei showed up, everyone paid attention to him despite everyone present being an immortal tier powerhouse or accompanied by one. This was the political power of the sect master of the most powerful sect of the Myriad Emperor world and the son of an era title. Greetings, fellow Taoist, began Wang Wei calmly. Not nervous despite facing representatives of most of the emperor's lineages of the world from all 5 continents. What is the reason for this meeting? Asked the Panlong race patriarch, who had an insurgent of his clan also accompanied. Typically, their sea race is left out of any conflict or interaction of the surface world. Do you know the recent changes that occurred in the lower dimension? Asked Wang Wei, getting directly into the core of this meeting. Most of the mortal leaders did not know what he was talking about. But the immortal powerhouses were aware this is why Wang Wei insisted on them attending. These powerhouses immediately filled in their sect masters or patriarchs of the situation, resulting in small cluster chatters in this meeting. Wang Wei did not interrupt and gave these people enough time to think and process the information. What does this have to do with this meeting? Asked the representative of the ancient clan, Ruhua Fenghuang's father. By now, you are aware that many other worlds see our rise as a threat, added Wang Wei. Without the interference of the upper dimension, many of these people will become more bold and direct in their actions. If they want a planar war, we are not afraid of them, commented Jian Yi from the sword-casting villa. This is not the main issue. If these worlds allied together, they could disturb our heaven will battle, added the representative from the 5-element palace. We should also consider the possibility of immortal sovereigns intervening, proposed Di Tian's father. Wang Wei nodded, as this was one of his main worries. He believed heavenly Tao did not like the unstable factor of immortal sovereigns in the lower dimension. So it schemed for their downfall, drastically reducing the number present. However, there should still be a few remaining. Aren't you guys worrying too much? Stated the Mo clan patriarch from the Western continent. Nothing has happened yet. Wang Wei glanced at him. He decided to keep the news of the Heaven Devourer Emperor's possible resurrection a secret since he had no proof besides his theory. Even if revealed, there is nothing to gain as of yet. Have you people forgotten the forbidden zones, especially the Dao burial ground? Said Wang Wei. Without pressure and possible intervention from the upper dimension, who knows what these people will do? Indeed, the forbidden zones have become a liability for the myriad emperor world. In the current state of the world with no immortal sovereign, dealing with any eternal emperors is a recipe for disaster. What do you suggest we do? Asked Tan Zichen, the sect madam of the Eternal Dream sect. You must have some solution if you ask us here. Yes, replied Wang Wei. My solution is simple. We need to activate the Human Protection Array. Not just it, but the Demon and Sea Race Protection Array. And you guys should be glad I don't feel like giving a cliffhanger. Chapter 6, 26 Good Faith, the Human and Demon Protection Array, is the primary reason the myriad emperor world did not entirely succumb to the devil race invasion. With its help, many eternal emperors died when trying to overthrow the balance of the world. With its service, the Academy could also exile the Heaven Devourer Emperor. The only downside was it would activate itself when the world was in danger, indicating it had a consciousness. However, with the human and demon destiny swords showing up, it could be actively activated and controlled. Your plan is good and all, said Panlong clan patriarch. But the sea race does not have a protection array. Patriarch Long, at this point in history, we all know that's a lie, rebutted Wang Wei. For your race to prosper, they must have a luck condensing artifact. And one of your emperors should have calculated the benefit of a racial protection array. Even the spirit race, with the smallest population, definitely has those two things. Junior, you are calling me a liar? Demanded the Panlong patriarch with a slightly raised voice. Junior? Said Wang Wei with his usual calm demeanor. Since when did the cultivator world respect strength? Long Hai, I give you respect because of your status, not your strength. Veins appeared on Patriarch Long Hai's forehead. Not convinced? You can fight me and learn how many fingers I will use to destroy you and make you contemplate your existence. I guarantee, if you survive more than one, your name will forever be entrenched in the annals of history. The meeting became quiet as many people, mostly the mortal representatives, suddenly realized something. The younger generation had surpassed them. Many heaven chosens in this generation are already true persons, meaning they are in the same realm. And even the ones who broke through after the path of Supreme was no longer cut realized that their new realm didn't matter, since these geniuses can still fight and defeat them. Excuse my patriarch for his outburst, said Panlong I, the Panlong race's insurgent. The sea race will partake in this endeavor and do its part. He decided to defuse this situation since things could go wrong for them. Unfortunately, he was a little too late. The sea race has always been suspicious. Everyone looked at the spoken person, and it was Chun Chun, a younger generation and recently appointed sect master of Origin Weapon Mountain. What's the meaning of this? Asked Panlong I. From a historical perspective, your race has suffered the least in all the world's catastrophes. You stay isolated in your sea, out of reach with no trouble, he reiterated. That is far from the truth. The bald monks of the incense era hunted and forcefully converted our race. The devil race slaughtered us in large quantities when we refused to betray our home and join them. We lost many immortal sovereigns while fighting with the surface world. We also suffered. That may be true, but enough, declared Wang Wei. We are not here to compete on who suffered most throughout history. In fact, he agreed with Chun Chun that the sea race suffered less among all the races and factions of the world. He even started to suspect they might have an immortal sovereign still alive and present. If there were a faction that did, it would be them. Although Ancestor Wuching told him there were no more of them left in the myriad emperor world, he also was not 100% sure. Finally, Wang Wei has an inherent fear that something terrible exists deep at the bottom of the ocean. It stemmed from all the conspiracy theories he read back on Earth about Cthulhu and the thing living deep in the sea. If a creature could survive in the sea of the myriad emperor world, he cannot fathom how powerful or scary it would be. Since the sea race has agreed with our notion,